Chapter 558. Last night at Anyoule market dawn was approaching, yet the night clung stubbornly to the world. Along the single main street of Anyoule market, oil lamps and torches sputtered in shops and dwellings, casting a sickly, wavering glow onto the gravel road. Light still spilled from taverns, small eateries and brothels, punctuated by bursts of drunken revelry. For the merchants, supercargoes and sailors wintering here to catch the trade winds, stranded at this remote end of the earth, there was nothing to do but drown their boredom in wine and women. Hu Zun, draped in a silk robe and a heavy cloak against the pre-dawn chill, strode proudly down the center of the street. Behind him trailed a motley procession, a handsome young page clutching a tea canister wrapped in padded brocade, a private secretary with a long gown and wispy beard, a servant shouldering a folding chair, another holding a bamboo strip, the instrument of summary punishment, and finally a squad of militiamen armed with clubs, swords, and spears. Hu Zun was performing his duty as the local Baya Cheng, the night watchman. His task, to question suspicious persons and maintain a semblance of order. Though Anyoule market was small, public security was a nightmare. The town was a transient hub for men of the sea, rough characters released from the terrifying monotony of the ocean. Once on land, theft, brawls, and stabbings were as common as breathing. At peak season, it wasn't unusual for several men to die in street fights every single day. Hu Zun never reported these deaths to the county. Doing so would only invite bureaucratic leeches, and the magistrate couldn't solve the crimes anyway. Detailed investigations were impossible here. Step outside the market and you were in the wilderness. A few dozen li out lay the territory of the Li tribes, who would chase a murderer there. However, as a prominent local figure, he had to maintain a baseline of order. Every night Hu Zun personally led patrols. Drunks, rowdies, and anyone brandishing a weapon were detained immediately. This doubled as a revenue stream. Ship captains had to pay handsomely to bail their men out. If no one came for some penniless wretch, that was fine too. When the next wave of ships arrived, Hu Zun would simply sell the man off. Mortality rates at sea were horrific, and supercargoes were always eager to replenish their crews with volunteers. Tonight, Anyoule market was quiet, but quiet did not mean peaceful. As the last resupply point before key routes to the southern seas, this remote outpost was a fat prize in the eyes of many. Hu Zun's priority wasn't petty theft but reconnaissance. Pirates often sent scouts to facilitate a raid, opening the gates from within. The hour before dawn, when the sky was darkest and watchmen were most sluggish, was the prime window for a surprise attack. That was why Hu Zun was out here, shivering in the sea breeze. He walked the length of the street and climbed the watchtower at the west gate. Several bleary-eyed militiamen stood guard, staring out over Daoist Bay. Storm lanterns swayed in the wind, their light feeble against the vastness of the dark. Hu Zun leaned against the wooden palisade. Below, lights burned on the dock and riding lamps bobbed on the masts of anchored ships. The vessels rose and fell with the swell, the only sound the rhythmic crash of waves against hulls and rocks. Across the bay, a few steady points of light were visible, the fortification built last year by the Lingao sea merchants. Although the two sides traded and exchanged pleasantries, Hu Zun remained deeply wary. For months, the population inside that compound had never exceeded 30. They worked like peasants, growing vegetables, raising chickens, fishing, harvesting coconuts, and cutting timber. Their presence had injected some vitality into the local economy. Many impoverished villagers found work there, and the compound's residents occasionally came to the market to buy goods and hire craftsmen. But Hu Zun was certain of one thing. Manager Wang's claim that they were merchants specializing in the southern seas trade was a bald-faced lie. Almost every week, ships docked at their private pier, loading worthless local coconuts and timber while offloading uniform, heavy crates. Hu Zun had never sailed the southern seas, but he had seen enough passing merchants to know the market. Timber and coconuts were even cheaper down south. Shipping them, there would be like carrying coal to Newcastle. He was convinced this group was smuggling contraband. As for what they were smuggling, he didn't care. In this lawless corner of the world, as long as everyone minded their own business and the silver flowed, why pry? Any unusual activity? Huzun asked the watch commander. Nothing, sir, all is peaceful. The night breeze bit through his cloak. The moon was setting and only the ghostly flicker of bioluminescence lit the waves. Nothing seemed amiss. Stay alert, no sleeping. Huzun barked, then turned to descend the tower. It was time to go home and warm himself in the arms of his concubine. Less than 10 nautical miles away, Lingao, captain of the special service boat UT-04, lowered his binoculars. Behind him, breaking the waves in a formidable column, sailed a fleet of 50 ships. Leading the formation were the fast single-masted cutters. Their lightweight hulls heeled sharply in the wind and waves, gunwales nearly kissing the water. To an observer, they seemed perpetually on the verge of capsizing, only to right themselves at the critical moment. These agile craft were crewed by trainees and the most daring sailors of the Navy, acting as the fleet's eyes and ears, constantly probing the flanks. Behind them came the main body, a long column of special service boats, their holds packed with weapons, sailors, and supplies. Then, looming like a mountain, came the 5-masted behemoth Sanya No. 1. Its massive sails were spread wide, dominating the skyline. Flanked by a swarm of smaller transport vessels, it carried the lifeblood of the expedition. Thousands of laborers, soldiers, construction materials, tools, vehicles, and grain. Yet even this giant was not the true core. That honor belonged to the strange, mastless vessels that followed, slicing through the waves without sails or oars. The Zunjing self-propelled barge, the Daijing flat-deck barge, the Type 67 landing craft, and 2 massive AD-154 fishing trawlers. The Zunjing's broad deck was stacked high with peculiar, hulking shapes tightly wrapped in oilcloth. The landing command headquarters was established aboard one of the AD-154 trawlers. Screening the starboard flank of this armada was the iron fist of the fleet, a column of 6 3-masted warships, led by the Zhenhai and the Fubo, their gun ports sealed tight, radiating silent menace. Lingao felt a swell of pride. True, there were pirate lords in these seas with more ships than the Australians, but what were those tubs compared to this? Filthy, rotting decks, sails patched with rags, crude, rusty cannons tied down with fraying rope. He recalled the scornful smiles of the naval cadets when they inspected captured pirate vessels, gunpowder heaped carelessly below decks, scrap metal and pottery shards serving as grape shot. Bumpkins. Dangerous bumpkins, perhaps, but bumpkins nonetheless. On the flagship, one of the AD-154 trawlers, the leadership of the future Sanya Special Zone was crammed into a command room converted from a freezer hold. The ship's displacement wasn't large, and it pitched significantly in the open sea. Zhu Tianmen, plagued by severe seasickness, lay flat on a bench to conduct the meeting. 4 men crowded around a small table. In 2 hours, dawn would break, and the operation would commence. Although this was an unopposed landing, no enemy artillery, minefields, or machine gun nests awaited them. Coordinating a force of this scale on an unfamiliar coast was a logistical nightmare. The fleet was heavy with supplies, heavy machinery, and human lives. Detailed planning for this all-out landing had been underway for a month. A joint working group from the General Staff and the Planning Council, under the direct supervision of Wang Liubin, had agonized over every step. The challenges were immense. While history offered many examples of amphibious landings, the Transmigrator Collective was attempting a modern-style operation with limited 17th-century resources. In some ways, it was more complex than their original D-Day. Then they had landed 500 people, now they were landing 3,000. The questions were endless. Where to land? When? Who goes in the first wave, soldiers or laborers? How many ships? How many days of dry rations before the field kitchens could serve hot meals? How to move people from ship to shore, piers, small boats, rope ladders. By the time the plan was finalized, it was a thick tome. Every detail of Project Giant was specified, with contingency plans for every imaginable disaster. When formulating the plan, do not first think about victory, Wang Liuobin had instructed the working group. Think first about how to pick up the pieces if we fail. Who could defeat us? The planners had scoffed. The local militia of Anyoule Market. Consider everything, Wang Liuobin insisted. A typhoon sinks half the fleet. Zheng Zhilong's armada ambushes us mid-landing. We must have a plan for the worst case. It's disheartening to think of defeat before we even start. Call it what you will, but you must assume the worst, Dongmen Chuyu had argued, backing the engineer. Crisis response is the heart of planning. The more thoroughly we imagine disaster, the less likely it is to destroy us. End of chapter. Chapter 559. On the ship, the operational plan had been drilled into the mind of every commander until reaction became instinct. Deviation was not an option. Unlike a blind assault, the transmigrators possessed a decisive advantage: intelligence. Though Yulin Stockade was too small to offer substantial logistical support, it had served as an invaluable listening post. Since its establishment, Wang Tao had bombarded Lingao with telegrams and dispatches detailing local hydrography, tidal patterns, and weather conditions. The surveying team had taken 20th-century maps as a baseline and refined them with fresh data. The long-range exploration team had cataloged water sources and natural resources. Most recently, a meteorological team had arrived at the stockade, deploying equipment to attempt localized weather forecasting. Furthermore, the Grand Library had been scoured for every scrap of historical data on the Sanya region. Combined with the field reports, this information was synthesized by the Planning Council's Project Giant Operations Office. The result was a terrifying asymmetry of knowledge. The invaders understood the terrain of Yulin better than the natives who had lived there for generations. On the planning maps, landing zones, campsites, anchorage points, and pier locations were marked with mathematical precision. Aboard the flagship, the 4 members of the Sanya Regional Military Committee, minus the director of the Tiandu Mining Bureau, waited for the first light of dawn. By their calculations, they would arrive at Yulin Harbor at sunrise. A signalman knocked and entered, handing a telegram to Zayazhu. Latest forecast from Yulin: clear northeast, wind force 3/4, gusts to 5, wave height 1.5 meters. Zayazhu glanced at the slip of paper. Who wrote this? Where did they get the data? The Ming Dynasty Weather Satellite Network. It's from the Yulin team, Wang Liuobin said. The reliability is theoretically high. He said this with confidence he didn't feel. Lingao at least had the Fengcheng's radar. Yulin relied on what essentially amounted to a primary school weather station. Reliable or not, we move at dawn, Li Haiping said grimly. The ship is at the door. We can't refuse to enter. If we don't get ashore soon, these 3,000 people will be combat ineffective, Zhu Tianmin groaned from his bench. His face was a pale shade of green. Get us on solid ground today, or we'll be carrying them off on stretchers. The Planning Council had treated personnel transportation like a logistics spreadsheet. Humans were merely volume and weight. They hadn't accounted for the brutal reality of a long-distance voyage in the age of sail. 3 days into the journey, the troop compartments of Sanya know. One and the other transports were a hellscape of densely packed hammocks and groaning bodies. Most passengers, despite acclimatization training, had succumbed to seasickness. The air was a thick, suffocating stew of vomit, brine, and unwashed bodies. Seawater splashed constantly through the gratings, ensuring nothing was ever dry. With thousands of people crammed aboard, fresh air was a rationed luxury, 10 minutes on deck per person, strictly rotated. In terms of comfort, the great ship was actually worse than the smaller coasters. Food was the dreaded Grassland series hardtack, indestructible bricks of flour, salt, and water. But only a few had the stomach to gnaw on them. Most couldn't keep even water down. Yet, a few hardy souls were unaffected. In a relatively open corner of the hold, Hu Wumei and several others were playing leaf cards. Hu Wume had already been confirmed as the new mayor of Anyoule Market. Under his command was a migrant contingent of 300 households. When the Civil Affairs Committee first approached him about leading the migration to Yulin, Hu Wume had agreed on one condition. He wanted 1,000 mu of land. He didn't care if it was hill land, as long as it could grow trees. His tenure as a state head at Zushan Manor had revealed a talent for agricultural management that deeply impressed Wu Nanhai. In the original timeline, Hu Wume had been a landlord who successfully farmed indigo and medicinal herbs before chaos forced him into piracy. Fine, Wu had agreed without hesitation. I'll give you 3,000 mu. But you manage it yourself, hired labor only, no tenant farming. I don't want tenants anyway, Hu Wume had declared, slapping his thigh. But where will I find laborers in that wilderness? Don't worry, there will be plenty. Hu Wume had dreamed of being a landlord. Now, realizing he was becoming an official, excitement warred with apprehension. To ensure this former pirate walked the straight and narrow, the Civil Affairs Committee had assigned him a support team, a secretary, an accountant, and, inevitably, an operative from the Political Security General Administration. Hu Wume had wanted to bring his entire clan, nephews, cousins, old pirate comrades, to Yulin. Rushing to a new territory with a relative in power seemed like a golden opportunity. But the committeemen saw right through it. They had no intention of turning Anyoule Market into Hu family village. In the end, only his closest relatives were allowed to accompany him. Sitting across from Hu Wume was Zhang Erjun. After the night of the rebellion, Zhang Erjun had been arrested. He spent 3 days in terror, undergoing intense interrogation. Then, just as he resigned himself to execution, he was released, announced as the new police chief of Anyoule Market and ordered to pack his bags. He wasn't alone. Several colleagues from the East Gate Market Station were also transferred, all receiving a 1-rank promotion. To the dull-witted, it looked like a reward. To the sharp, it smelled like exile. They had seen something that night, Dugu Qiyuhun mobilizing his forces against Barren City, and now they were being scattered to the ends of the earth. Reward or punishment, who knew, but keeping their lives was a blessing. Zhang Erjun had learned his lesson, keep your mouth shut. When Hu Wume probed about the incident, Zhang Erjun simply repeated, I forgot, or I can't remember clearly. This stonewalling annoyed Hu Wume, as did Zhang Erjun's refusal to gamble. Damn it, Hu Wume cursed, tossing down a few paper slips used as chips. Continue. We can play, Zhang Erjun said quietly, but no betting. What's the point of playing cards without money? Hu Wume grumbled. I won't take a single coin from you, Zhang Erjun said, returning the slips. If the higher-ups catch me gambling, I'm finished. Chief Ran had recently hammered the no-gambling rule into their heads, and Zhang Erjun was taking no risks. Boring. Hu Wume threw down his cards. Without the thrill of gambling, the game was tasteless. He felt a stir of lust and thought about his concubine, but looking around at the swaying forest of hammocks, he realized there was absolutely nowhere to seek relief. Nearby, Lin Gonglao lay in his hammock, staring at the deck beams. Born to a family of boat builders, the sea didn't bother him, but his spirit was crushed. He had gone from being young Master Gonglao of Beidu village to a nameless laborer at Barren Commune, waking to the factory whistle like everyone else. The villagers who once bowed to him now ignored him, their status as formal workers elevating them above his clumsy craftsmanship. Even his father, Lin Xianming, couldn't get him a job in the shipyard. The Australians' new machines required skills the old masters didn't possess. Now he was being shipped to Yazhu, the edge of the world, a place for exiles and criminals. Why? He couldn't understand. He wasn't the only one. A significant chunk of the Lin and Lu clans were on this ship. The Transmigrator Collective had never trusted these large clans. The Lin clan alone boasted nearly 200 adult males and hundreds of women and children. They gathered for festivals, worshipped ancestors together, and maintained a tight-knit web of loyalty that deeply unsettled the Australians. Investigation by the Political Security General Administration revealed a resurgence of clan power. Lin Xianming and others were actively recruiting poor Lin immigrants into a linked lineage system, offering aid in exchange for loyalty. The most aggressive organizers were the disaffected second generation, men like Lin Gonglao and his brother Lin Gongsun, who, unable to succeed in the new industrial meritocracy, sought power through traditional blood ties. Wuda, the civil affairs commissar, had decided to strike. The solution was divide and conquer. A second breakup of the Lin family was ordered. The agitators were identified. Lin Gonglao and his brother were marked for relocation. Their father pleaded for mercy, and eventually the administration compromised, taking one son, leaving the other. Along with Lin Gonglao, a dozen other problem households from the Lin and Lu clans were uprooted and sent south. Some were bitter reactionaries. Others were simply ambitious families looking for a fresh start. To ensure they behaved, Wuda had instructed Hu Wumei to watch them closely and had even assigned Wang Sangu, a man once bullied by the Lin clan, to monitor them specifically. Hu Wumei didn't know the full political intricacies, but he understood the core truth. The leader's word was absolute. It was more terrifying than an imperial edict, for the emperor was far away and ignorant, while the leaders seemed to know everything. He recalled a pirate captain who had submitted to Lingao with him. The man had secretly plotted to steal his ship back and flee. The Australians caught him before he even made a move. They summoned him, recited his exact conversations, names, dates, and intentions, and then simply let him go. The man was broken. He donated his ship to the collective and sent his children to Australian schools the very next day. End of chapter. Chapter 560, D-Day. The sky had turned a pale, watery gray. In Dadanghai Bay, the slumbering fleet began to stir. On deck, soldiers checked weapons. Below, laborers were roused from their fitful sleep. With the ships at anchor, seasickness began to recede, replaced by the hollow ache of empty stomachs. On vessels equipped with galleys, hot meals were served. Sailors distributed disposable wooden bento boxes containing white rice mixed with vegetable flakes, a whole fish, and a hard-boiled egg. For the soldiers and laborers, this was a feast. Morale, battered by days of misery, began to climb. Those who finished eating lined up for steaming iron buckets of soup, a thick broth of broad bean paste, dried fish, and seaweed. It was warm, salty, and infinitely comforting. Ships unable to provide hot meals distributed Type A1 rations, high-energy biscuits made from rice flour, lard, nut meal, egg powder, salt, and sugar. To the average Ming peasant soldier, who had never seen such refined food, these dense blocks were a marvel. Zhu Tianmin had insisted on piping hot soup to every ship via small boats. He saw it not as welfare but as fuel. These men needed to burn calories to build a city, and they needed to recover from the voyage immediately. Squad leaders and foremen moved through the eating crowds, barking orders to pack gear. The time was near. Nervous excitement crackled through the transmigrators. D-Day, THour. Over 60 ships had circumnavigated half of Hainan Island to be here. This was the collective's largest maritime operation to date, the prototype for all future conquests. Months of planning hung on the next few hours. Commence operations, Wang Liubin ordered from the bridge of the flagship trawler. He handed the headset to the naval commander. Command is transferred to Li Haiping until shore HQ is established. Radios crackled. Semaphore flags snapped in the morning breeze. On the decks of the Zunjing and Daijing, cranes groaned as heavy wooden motor launches were lowered into the water. Smoke chugged from their small steam engines. These boat teams acted as pathfinders, splitting toward Luoyou and the Tiandu River mouth. Their mission was to mark the landing zones. In day, they would use color-coded panels. At night, colored lights and smoke. Every ship captain held a task card with a matching color strip. It was a system devised by Wen Daisy, simple, idiot-proof, and rigidly standardized. The future nation is an ASO-compliant nation, as he liked to say. As the motor launches sped away, the Type 67 landing craft in the center of the formation roared to life. White spray erupted from its stern as the veteran vessel once again assumed the role of assault vanguard. Its cargo deck was packed with heavy armor. 2 Dongfenghang tractors fitted with dozer blades. Wedged around them were cross-country motorcycles, a platoon of Marines, and the Sanya detachment of the newly formed Special Reconnaissance Battalion. The Marines eyed the recon troopers with a mix of envy and awe. The recon soldiers looked alien. They wore USMC woodland camouflage and carried modern modular gear, marred only by the outdated Type 80 steel helmets on their heads. The Kevlar ones had expired. But their weapons were the real envy. The standard trooper carried an SKS carbine. The marksman held a scoped Mosin Nagant. The fire support gunner lugged an MB-77B1 assault rifle. And then there was Qiongzhou. Standing on the bridge wings, Qiongzhou looked like he had walked off the set of a South American mercenary movie. A VZ-68 submachine gun slung over one shoulder, Russian binoculars on his chest, a GLOCK-17 on his hip, a U.S. military kabar, and a jungle machete crossed on his lower back. He wore aviator sunglasses even in the dawn light, held a radio in his left hand, and gripped a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun in his right. At his feet sat a golden Labrador retriever strapped into a custom canine life vest. If he'd had a cigar, the caricature would be complete. Qiongzhou was a former long-haul trucker recruited into the Special Recon Team by Zhu Ziliang. He was a gun nut, a veteran of IPSC and IDPA shooting competitions in the Old World. He had drifted after DDay until the North American gang. Zhu Ziliang and Bai Wei recognized his talent. Qiongzhou had blazed through the 12-week basic training in 8. His physical endurance, honed by years of trucking, was exceptional, and his familiarity with firearms was second nature. Bai Wei was impressed. The Americans really did have a culture of violence that no other nation could match. His appointment as detachment commander had caused a minor political stir. The Special Recon Team was already becoming known as the private army of the North American gang. With Chen Saijian and Zhu Ziliang, both Chinese Americans, leading other detachments, Qiongzhou's promotion meant 3 out of 4 commanders were effectively American-aligned. But Qiongzhou didn't care about politics. He wanted action. "All hands check equipment," Qian bellowed. "Life vests on." The soldiers strapped on their kapok-filled vests. "Protect your weapons." Qian reached into a pouch, pulled out a condom, and unrolled it over the muzzle of his shotgun. Around him, his men did the same. It was the cheapest, most effective waterproofing available. "Slow down, lookouts eyes open," shouted Ming Dynasty, the captain of the landing craft. He had taken the helm himself. The entrance to Daoist was littered with submerged reefs. He checked his watch. 0550, T-10 minutes. "Rowboat at 3 o'clock, the lookout shouted. "Battle stations," Ming Dynasty ordered instinctively. The starboard machine gun swiveled. "Yellow flag, I see a yellow flag. Stand down." Ming Dynasty exhaled. It was the pilot boat. Qiongzhou, a corporal from the Yulin Marine Detachment, stood in the bow of the rowboat, waving the yellow signal flag. A former fisherman, he had spent months sounding every inch of this bay, mapping every rock and current while pretending to fish. Guided by the pilot boat, the vanguard formation slipped into the bay. The channel was already marked with red-flagged buoys. Inside the bay, preparations were complete. Bai Guoshi and his team had been working for a week, laying out anchorages with buoys that doubled as gas lamps for night operations. On shore, the landing zones were cleared. A reinforced concrete cistern had been built and latrine pits dug. The stage was set. The invasion of Yulin had begun. End of chapter. Chapter 561. THour Hu Zun was jolted from his sleep by a frantic pounding on his door. "What is it?" He was instantly awake. His subordinates knew better than to disturb him without catastrophic cause. "Master, it's bad," a servant burst in, panting and gesturing wildly. "The bay, ships, there are so many ships. Pirates." Hu Zun sprang from the bed, throwing on his clothes. "Sound the gong, arm everyone, prepare for battle." He barked at his concubine, who was sitting up in stunned silence. "Get dressed, woman." Outside, the brass gong began to clang fast, urgent strokes that shattered the morning peace. The stockade erupted into chaos. Militiamen dropped their bowls and scrambled for weapons. Swords, spears, bows, and a dozen rusty matchlocks were distributed from the armory. 2 small cannons were dragged screeching toward the gate. Huzun rushed out, gripping a large saber in his left hand and a foreign flintlock pistol in his right. The street was a scene of madness. Merchants and ship captains, trapped in the market for the winter trade winds, scurried like headless flies. When word spread that a massive pirate fleet had arrived, faces turned ashen. Some men sat in the dust and wept for their doomed ships, others ran for the harbor. Reaching the west gate, Huzun found a mob of 100 sailors and merchants pushing against the militia, screaming to be let out so they could board their vessels and flee. The wooden bar of the gate groaned under the pressure. "Open the gate, let us out." "Fools," Huzun roared. He charged into the crowd. "There are dozens of ships out there, you'll never make it." 2 men ignored him, their hands clawing at the locking bar. Swing. Huzun's saber flashed. 2 heads tumbled into the dust. Blood sprayed the front ranks of the mob. Silence fell instantly. "Have you gone mad?" Huzun flicked blood from his blade. "You want to run? You'll just be target practice. Forget your cargo, stay here and you might keep your heads." Cowed by the violence, the crowd retreated. Huzun ordered the militia to herd them into the inns, then climb the watchtower. His breath caught in his throat. 50 or 60 ships filled the bay. He saw a 5-masted giant that dwarfed anything he had ever seen. But it was what lay beside it that chilled his blood. Sleek, terrifying vessels that moved without sails or oars, slicing through the water with unnatural speed. Iron ships, ghost ships. Then he saw the warships. 3 frigates approached the shore, forming a line of battle mere cables from the pier. Their gun ports flipped open in unison, revealing the black muzzles of cannons. Huzun counted 12 guns on the facing broadside alone. "Master, shall we fire?" a militiaman asked, trembling as he held a match to the touch-hole of a rusted stockade cannon. "Fire my ass!" Huzun slapped the man across the face. "You think this is a funeral procession, you want to die. But master, surely they're here to sack the town." "If they wanted to sack the town, we'd be ash already." Huzun stared at the black muzzles. "We guard against an assault but do not provoke them. Tell everyone, do not fire unless ordered." Huzun wasn't foolish enough to think his few hundred militiamen could hold this stockade. His show of force was merely a message. "We are a hard nut to crack. Negotiate, don't chew. Prepare 50 jars of wine, 2 roasted sheep, 200 taels of silver, and 100 bolts of cloth," he instructed his manager. "Pile it at the east gate." "Master, that might not be enough to buy them off," his secretary whispered. "I know it's not enough," Huzun snapped. "It's a greeting gift. Let's see what they want." While Huzun sweated, the landing operation proceeded with the mechanical precision of a clock. The first transport docked at Yulin Stockade's pier. Cargo doors groaned open. Laborers, swaying on unsteady legs, filed down the gangways. The transition from sea to land was chaotic. In the crush, several people slipped from the pier into the water. Small boats stationed for rescue fished most of them out, but a few, weighed down by packs and exhausted by days of vomiting, sank like stones before help could arrive. Those who made it to the beach collapsed on the sand, gasping like landed fish. Team leaders moved among them, kicking and shouting, herding them toward the distribution center. Their steaming cauldrons awaited. Lingao took an enamel cup from a cook. The liquid inside was dark and smelled pungent. He took a sip. Bitter, slightly sweet with a strong herbal aftertaste. He drank it all. Almost immediately, a warmth spread through his belly. The trembling in his legs ceased. His mind cleared and a surge of artificial energy flooded his exhausted body. He looked around. Others were having the same reaction. Men who had been dragged ashore were now sitting up, color returning to their faces. "What is this? Magic water," Lingao muttered. It was energy supplement type B. The formula, developed by Dr. Chen Saijian and Liu San, relied on a single active ingredient, coca extract. The transmigrators had brought coca plants for exactly this purpose. Despite ethical debates in the health department, pragmatism had won. For high-intensity labor in extreme conditions, nothing beat the Andean coffee. Alongside the soup, cigarettes, great production brand were distributed freely, unlimited supply. Fueled by coca and nicotine, the labor force was revitalized. Team numbers were called. Lingao's squad was marched to the construction site. With the help of engineering vessels and floating cranes, a second pier, Pier Number 2, was assembled from prefabricated concrete components in record time. Generator barges moored alongside, their diesel engines thrumming as they began pumping electricity into the grid. Pier Number 1 would handle personnel. Pier Number 2 was for heavy cargo. 4 steel derricks were bolted into place. Bundles of light rail tracks were offloaded. Under the command of Shan Daoist, the road engineering team laid track using prefabricated frame roadbeds. They moved with practiced efficiency, bolting gravel-filled frames and rails together. Within 2 hours, a double-track line extended from Pier Number 2 to the cargo yard a kilometer inland. Then, the Daoist lowered a strange beast onto the new rails. It was a steam locomotive, but only just. Manufactured by the Lingao Mechanical Works, it was essentially a small boiler and piston engine bolted onto a flatbed railcar. The machinery was exposed, the aesthetics were non-existent, and it looked like a toy built by a madman. They named it the Meteor. Technician Liang Xin, his face already blackened with soot, fed high-quality Hongji coal into the firebox. Steam hissed from the valves. Shan Daoist checked his watch. 3 minutes ahead of schedule. Start, he waved a green flag. Liang Xin pushed the throttle. The Meteor whined, wheels slipping on the track before finding grip. Clank, clank, clank. The chain of 10 flatbed cars jerked forward. It moved 10 meters and stopped. What happened? Shan Daoist leaped onto the engine. Pressure drop. Liang Xin wiped sweat from his eyes with a greasy wrench. I don't see a leak. Fix it fast. Shan Daoist looked anxiously at the waiting crane. Every minute counts. Liang Xin hammered on a valve. A hiss of steam, then silence. Pressure began to climb. The Meteor shuddered and resumed its journey. It crawled toward the cargo yard at a staggering speed of 5 kilometers per hour. It was slow. It was ugly. It broke down constantly. But it was a machine. One trip by this pathetic little train replaced hundreds of trips by manual laborers. Shan Daoist checked his watch again. 2 minutes delay. Acceptable. At the central command tent, Sun Zio sat before a large table covered in charts. This was the brain of the operation. Following Wen Daisy's obsession with standardization, Sun Zio used the project system. Every task from latrine digging to rail laying was a distinct project with a dedicated manager and a strict timeline. Sun Zio's finger traced a line on the Gantt chart. Pier 2 operational, rail link established. Unloading of heavy equipment Group A begins. Now, in the 17th century, amidst chaos and pirates, the cold logic of modern logistics had arrived. End of chapter. Chapter 562. The fall of Anyoule Market. Wang Liuobin and the command staff approached Pier Number 1 in a motor launch, noticeably bedecked with 4 fluttering command flags. An army squad from the Expeditionary Battalion stood at the bow, providing an armed escort. On the pier, Wang Tao waited. He had changed into a crisp field uniform, his chest adorned with every decoration he had earned. The Hainan Circumnavigation Medal, the Bopu Defense Service Bar, the Yulin Development Medal, and the Collective Third-Class Merit Badge. Behind him, the Yulin Marine Detachment stood in formation, a forest of gleaming bayonets under snapping banners. The handover was formal and swift. Technically, Yulin had been a naval jurisdiction and Wang Tao, a civilian administrator, had merely been acting commander. Now Ziyazhu commander, Sanya Expeditionary Battalion, and Li Haiping commander, Sanya Base Fleet stepped forward. Bugles sounded. Infantry and marine squads presented arms. I hereby relinquish command of Yulin Stockade, Li Haiping announced, saluting. I hereby assume command. Ziyazhu returned the salute. Documents were exchanged. The simple ceremony marked the end of the frontier era and the beginning of the occupation. "Ceremony complete," Wang Liuobin said, cutting through the pomp. "Is the command post ready?" "Ready, please follow me." The new CP was located inside the central bastion of the original stockade. It had been gutted and remodeled days prior, partitioned into offices and a war room. The beds were made, the desks polished. Wang Tao, who was scheduled to return to Lingao the next day, felt a pang of melancholy. He had built this place from nothing, raising chickens and fighting malaria. Now, it was being handed over to the big shots. Ziyazhu promised to preserve the stockade as a monument to self-reliance, but Wang Tao doubted his native chickens would survive the week. In the conference room, a large-scale map was spread across the main table, covered by a sheet of glass. Clerks armed with grease pencils stood ready. "I assume command," Wang Liuobin stated. Clerks immediately began placing markers on the glass: ship berths, supply dumps, troop concentrations. The chaos of the landing was reduced to tidy geometric shapes. The 4 leaders gathered around the map. "Security situation?" Wang Liuobin asked. Ziyazhu cleared his throat. "Maritime threats, negligible. The Navy can handle any pirate raid. Land threats, minimal. Yazhu City is 60 kilometers away. Intelligence confirms there is no road connecting us, just dense jungle and mountains. No Ming army can traverse that terrain to attack us. So we can relax, basically. The only potential threat is the Li tribes. They might ambush small patrols for supplies, but they lack the numbers for a sustained assault. Bandits? This place is too godforsaken even for bandits," Ziyazhu scoffed. "Bandits need victims. Here there are only monkeys." He drew lines on the glass. "First company will disperse platoons to the Tiandu River, Anyoule Market, and Luoyou. Second company holds the stockade. Marines concentrate at Luoyou to guard the battery construction. The most dangerous window is after the escort fleet leaves. We'll be relying on the battery." "Those 2 guns," Ziyazhu muttered. "We'd be better off hoping the noise scares them away." "As long as the defense holds for a few days, the main fleet will be back," Li Haiping assured him. Discussion turned to the expansion. Yulin Stockade would grow north, south, and east. New Yulin would feature 10 bastions, double walls, and a massive warehouse district for ore export. A signalman entered. "Report, envoys from Anyoule Market are at the gate. They request to see the maritime lord. Meet them." "No," Wang Liuobin was blunt. "I don't care what they want. The schedule says Anyoule Market surrenders in 1 hour." "I've ordered the bombardment for T plus 45 minutes, Li Haiping said eagerly. "The sailors can storm the beach. 1 charge, it's ours." "Wait," Wang Liuobin checked his watch. "Send Wang Tao." Wang Tao was summoned. "Do you think you can talk Hu Zun into opening the gates?" Wang Liuobin asked. "No," Wang Tao admitted. "He's a local warlord, stubborn. Guarantee his life and family's safety. Guarantee his personal liquid assets, but not his real estate." "I'll try. You have 45 minutes. If he refuses, we level the place." Wang Tao hurried to Anyoule Market. He wasn't being sent out of mercy. The planning council simply calculated that a pristine town was more valuable than a pile of rubble. They needed the buildings and they needed the labor. Inside the market, Hu Zun was sweating. His secretary had returned with the rejection. These Australians were arrogant beyond belief. "Who do they think they are?" Hu Zun raged. Suddenly, a voice like thunder rolled over the town. "Attention, citizens of Anyoule Market. Attention. Resistance is futile. Open your gates and surrender immediately. Your lives will be spared. Opposition will result in destruction. You have 30 minutes. The voice was colossal, booming from the sky itself. Hu Zun's face went white. He had never heard a loudspeaker, a high-power PA system mounted on a special service boat. To his 17th century ears, it was the voice of a god or a demon. "Master, listen," his secretary pleaded. "They have sorcery, we must surrender." It's nothing," Hu Zun stammered, terrified. "They're bluffing, tell the men, 5 taels for a wound, 50 for a death." But the militia had dissolved. The sight of the iron ships and the booming voice had broken their will. Commanders threw down their weapons and begged Hu Zun to capitulate. With 5 minutes left on the clock, the gates of Anyoule market swung open. Wang Tao met Hu Zun at the entrance. The mayor was trembling violently. Brother Wang, Brother Wang. Hu Zun threw himself into a bow. For the sake of our friendship, save me. I will do my best, Wang Tao said coolly. But you and your family will have to endure some inconvenience for a few days. Hu Zun shoved a heavy jewelry box into Wang Tao's hands. Please. Put in a good word. Wang Tao weighed the box, heavy, a nice retirement fund. He immediately handed it to the discipline officer beside him. Evidence. Police squads led by Zheng Erjin marched into the town. They moved with discipline, rifles shouldered. Looters, someone shouted. In the chaos, opportunists were smashing shop windows. Zheng Erjin didn't hesitate. Shoot them. Crack, crack. 2 looters fell. The rest scattered like rats. Gongs, Zheng Erjin ordered. Sound the curfew. Anyone on the streets is shot on sight. The town fell silent. The militia surrendered their weapons or simply dropped them and ran home. Within an hour, Sun Xiao arrived with the confiscation squad. At Wang Tao's suggestion, Hu Zun's home was spared from looting. He was a useful puppet, a man who knew the local landscape. With his family and wealth held hostage, he would be a loyal dog for the new administration. Anyoule market had fallen. Not a single shot had been fired by the invaders. End of chapter. Chapter 563. Sanya City. Hu Zun had no choice. Resistance was impossible. He surrendered his jurisdiction, his warehouse filled with scavenged goods, and essentially his dignity. The natives of Anyoule market hid behind shuttered windows, peering through cracks at the new masters walking their streets. These sea pirates wore matching tight-waisted jackets and carried long muskets, moving with eerie discipline. There was no looting, no burning, no screams of rape. The tension in the air began to ease. Then the gong sounded. All shopkeepers, ship captains, heads of households, assemble at the East Temple. No one dared refuse. They filtered out of their homes, a timid herd. Fanghui stood on the stone steps of the temple, holding an oversized tin megaphone. He was the appointed civil affairs liaison for the Sanya region, which effectively made him the emperor of Anyoule market. He swept his gaze over the crowd, inhaled deeply to summon his qi, and bellowed like an auctioneer. Fellow townspeople, his voice boomed in perfect Hainan dialect. For good measure, he could have repeated it in Cantonese, Hakka, Teochew, or Wencheng dialect. He was a linguistic chameleon, and he used it to dominate the space. By order of the Sanya Construction Command, I announced the following. First, requisition. All grain, materials, and assets were subject to Australian seizure. Receipts would be issued, repayment would come later. Second, curfew, martial law after dark. Third, corvée labor. All able-bodied residents were now employees of the Construction Command. No one leaves the town without a pass. If you obey, Fanghui shouted, his tin voice ringing off the tiles, your families and property are under our protection. Follow the police team's orders, do not resist, do not delay. He paused, letting the silence hang. Then he waved a hand. Bring them up. The police dragged 3 ragged men onto the stage. They were the looters caught during the surrender. This is the price of disorder, Fanghui stated, his voice ice cold. String them up. A crude gallows had already been erected in the square. The police moved with practiced efficiency. No trials, no speeches, just the kick of a stool and the snap of rope. The 3 men jerked and danced in the air. Below, the crowd trembled. Several men wet themselves. The message was received. The new masters are civilized, but they are not soft. Next, Fanghui turned to the ship captains. Hand over your manifests. We will purchase necessary cargo at Guangdong market prices. Unnecessary cargo you keep. Your ships are yours, but your crews are ours until the trade winds return. The captains handed over their papers with shaking hands. Fanghui commandeered the town's public hall as his HQ. The health team sprayed the place with disinfectant until it smelled like a hospital. Inside, the planning council's abacus army set up shop. The clack of beads and the scratching of steel-nibbed pens filled the room as they catalogued every bolt of cloth and sack of rice in the town. You killed 3 people, Sun Xiao complained, looking up from a ledger. That's 3 units of labor wasted. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, Fangyue shrugged. Order is cheaper than chaos. They moved on to labor allocation. Cooks were sent to the mess halls. Craftsmen, saws, hammers, trowels were drafted into construction teams. Then came the special service personnel. 60 prostitutes for a population of under 1,000. Sun Zio raised an eyebrow at the register. This town is a den of vice. Good news for us, Fangyue said. It means we don't have to force decent women into comfort work. Prostitutes are working class too, Sun Zio said, ever the humanitarian. Ideally, we should liberate them. Liberation can wait. For now, they serve the great cause. Fangyue was a pragmatist. Keep the brothels open. Just ensure the health team inspects them. While Anyoule Market was reorganized, the rest of the invasion force broke ground. 4 construction sites opened simultaneously: Yulin Stockade Expansion, Luoyou Battery, Tiandu River Outpost, and the designated site for Sanya City. At the cleared ground outside Yulin, a massive labor camp rose from the sand. It was a grid of prefabricated huts, centered on Zhuo Tianmen's engineering headquarters. Hygiene was enforced with military rigor. Latrines were flushed with wastewater. Drinking water was boiled and distributed from central cisterns. Bathing was mandatory in the communal showers, fed by river water treated with bleach. In this tropical climate, disease was a deadlier enemy than any Ming army. The warehouses were strict no-fire zones. No smoking signs were posted everywhere. Electric lights were used at night. Grain, the lifeblood of the project, was stored in sealed tin drums to prevent rot and rats. 200 meters from Anyoule Market, the migrant laborers were setting up tents. They would build the new city, Sanya City. It would not be a renovation of the old market. It would be a new organism, born of planning council blueprints. The layout was a strict grid. The centerpiece, a 5-story brick-and-stone city hall built like a fortress to serve as a last redoubt. In front, a commercial plaza. Beneath the streets, brick-lined sewers. We don't build medieval cities, Jiatuisi had declared during the planning phase. Waste would be fed into biogas digesters to fuel street lamps. Coconut shells, an infinite local resource, would be carbonized in dry distillation furnaces to produce charcoal and chemical feedstocks. The water system, designed by Tiandu, avoided lead and expensive copper. It used aqueducts and settling tanks feeding into concrete public cisterns. The cisterns featured a coin-operated innovation. Insert a token, get 20 liters. A lesson in capitalism and conservation for the new citizens. Walls. No. Walls are obsolete, the plan stated. Sanya City would be defended by wide earthen ramparts and deep, seawater-filled moats. When the city inevitably expanded, the ramparts would be bulldozed to form the foundation for a ring road, and the moats lined to become drainage canals. It was forward-thinking urban planning disguised as fortification. The goal was clear. Sanya City would be a model. A showcase of cleanliness, order, and Australian superiority. It would awe the natives and provide a civilized vacation spot for the overworked elders. To build it, they needed bricks. Shipping them from Lingao was wasteful. Make them here, Zhu Tianmen ordered. Clay deposits were found near the Tiandu River. Kilns were built. Since local wood was needed for construction and carbonization, coal was shipped in to fire the kilns. It was a complex logistical chain, but the machine of colonization was beginning to hum. End of chapter. Chapter 564, Blasting the Development of Sanya, was powered by steam. From the standard Type 2 to the Mosey series, and even the lightweight Suichou Type 1, a copy of American small-scale engines, steam power was ubiquitous. It drove piles, hoisted cargo, and pumped water. But steam engines eat coal. 3 dedicated colliers shuttled constantly between Lingao and Sanya, yet the stockpiles dwindled. Zhan Wuya, the energy czar, issued a grim warning. Even if fertilizer production ceased, Lingao's reserves of lignite and peat would be exhausted in a week. They needed anthracite. They needed Hongji. The Planning Council turned its eyes south to Vietnam. The Hongji coal mines were a black gold mine waiting to be tapped. but the geopolitical risks were high. Invading Hongji means war with the northern Trin, Wuda argued at the State Council. We cannot open a second front without a major garrison. Is the northern court really a threat? A committee member asked. Hongji is uninhabited wilderness. Don't underestimate Vietnam, warned Eshuis, the Southeast Asia expert. Since the Han Dynasty, they have expanded aggressively. Their maxim is, what is yours is mine, and what is mine is mine. The Trin and Nguyen lords have been fighting a civil war for decades. Their armies are battle-hardened, equipped with European firearms and trained by Portuguese and Dutch advisors. They are not savages. If we build a stockade, they will attack. What about allying with the South against the North? We could, Eshuis nodded. But what do we gain? Vietnamese troops, we don't need them. And we can't secure the mines effectively while fighting a jungle war. Peaceful penetration, then, Wuda concluded. Commerce first. Buy the land, establish a trading post, and mine quietly. The Liaodong station was tasked with the job. For now, the voluptuous beauty of Vietnam would have to be wooed, not seized. Panda rode his cross-country motorcycle through the Sanya wilderness, a large pack strapped to his back. Inside was professional-grade EOD gear imported from America. It's only good for leaving an intact corpse, his old colleagues used to joke. Panda was the deputy commander of construction, specifically in charge of blasting. Zhu Tianmin knew civil engineering. Panda knew how to blow things up. His workforce was a patchwork. 1/3 veteran pioneers from the Expeditionary Battalion, the rest crash-trained laborers. To cover all the sites, road building, obstacle clearing, quarrying, Panda had to split his qualified personnel into thin, dangerous slivers. He sped from site to site, putting out fires metaphorically and sometimes literally. Safety protocols were a suggestion. Just days ago, a transport boat carrying black powder had vaporized in the bay. 6 men gone just like that. Black powder was weak and unstable. Panda had demanded high explosives. Nitroglycerin, stabilized into dynamite, and ammonium nitrate explosives had been shipped in. They were more powerful, but in the humid heat of Sanya, stable was a relative term. A radio message crackled in his helmet. Misfire at Site 0 plus 1400, Tiandu Road, Panda cursed. A misfire was a bomb waiting for a victim. He arrived at the site. A small hillock blocked the road alignment. What happened? Fuse burned, no bang, the squad leader reported. I waited 15 minutes, then pulled the charge. He held up the cylindrical cartridge. Panda exhaled. At least they followed protocol. He examined the charge, cheap ammonium nitrate. Dampness had likely ruined the sensitivity. Good work, Panda said. Don't use this one, dispose of it later, continue operations. The team drilled new holes. Panda climbed the slope to supervise. He watched nervously as laborers gathered below to watch the show. Get them back, Panda shouted. Minimum safe distance is. A gasp from a soldier nearby cut him off. Panda turned. Time seemed to slow. A 75-gram explosive cartridge slipped from a pioneer's sweaty fingers. It tumbled through the air, falling toward the rocky ground below. Panda's mind flashed with every explosion he had ever seen. Ammonium nitrate was shock-sensitive. A drop from this height onto rock, dead. He dove. It was pure instinct, honed by years of service. He hit the dirt, flattening himself against the earth. Thud. No boom. Panda blinked. He looked up. The cartridge lay on the rocks, intact, but the laborers were rushing forward. Curiosity was a fatal disease. Don't touch it. Panda scrambled to his feet. He lunged, snatched the cartridge from the ground, sprinted 3 steps to the edge of the embankment, and hurled it toward the Tiandu River with a roar. He threw himself flat again. The cartridge spun through the air, a perfect arc. Splash, boom, a column of water shot skyward. The shockwave slapped the onlookers into the dirt. Panda lay panting, his heart hammering against his ribs. He checked his limbs, still attached. Everyone okay? He croaked. I'm good, the squad leader stammered, pale as a ghost. The laborers were groaning, picking themselves up. They were shaken, bruised, but alive. Panda stood up, dusting off his knees. The soldier who had dropped the charge was trembling, held by 2 guards. Disciplinary action, the squad leader asked. Panda looked at the terrified kid. No, he just made a mistake, but no more blasting for him. Put him on shovel duty and hold a safety briefing tonight. Everyone attends. End of chapter. Chapter 565. Malaria strikes luck is a finite resource. The blasting team had escaped disaster, but the rest of the project was not so fortunate. In the feverish drive to extract iron ore, safety protocols were trampled by the march of progress. Workplace accidents became a daily ritual. The rush orders from the mechanical works meant that equipment arrived in Sanya fabricated by hastily trained apprentices. These machines were then operated by equally green native laborers. The result was carnage. In the first week, 2 boilers exploded, killing 11. An automatic brick-making machine disintegrated during operation, shrapnel killing 1 man and maiming several others. The death rate stabilized at a chilling 0.778 persons per day. And this was on the relatively benign coast. What would happen when they pushed into the mountains? We need to slow down, Zhuo Tianmin argued. Strengthen safety education, reduce the workload. We need iron ore, Wang Liuobin countered, his face set like stone. Deaths are rising, yes. Will education stop a boiler from blowing? No, our mission is iron, everything else is secondary. This is treating human lives as consumables. Zhu Tianmin's voice rose. This is national destiny, Wang Liuobin said quietly. If we fail here, everyone dies eventually. Write a report to the manufacturing supervisor if it makes you feel better. We can co-sign it. Zhuo Tianmin swallowed his anger. He knew Wang Liuobin was right in the cold calculus of survival. He wrote the report, but morale was plummeting. The laborers were terrified. We need to do something for them, Wang Liuobin conceded. He Fanghui find a cemetery site. A cemetery? Yes, a nice one. High ground, good feng shui. Burying the dead in shallow graves scares the living. Make it a park. He Fanghui found a gentle slope overlooking the sea. He cleared the brush, planted flowers, and laid out flat stone markers in the style of the Qiongzhou Martyrs' Cemetery. It was a beautiful place to be dead, yet posthumous honors did not stop the bleeding. The Yulin-Tiandu railway line was a meat grinder. The route winded through subtropical jungle where the air hung heavy and wet. Casualties from landslides and falling timber were common, but the true torment came from the wildlife. Leeches, millions of them. They dropped from trees, they crawled up boots. The construction command issued multi-layer anti-leech socks and tubes of salt, but it wasn't enough. Shan Daoqian declared war on the jungle. He employed a scorched earth policy. Bulldozers stripped the earth bare for 50 meters on either side of the track. Flamethrowers and brush fires incinerated the undergrowth. Drainage ditches were dug to dry out the breeding grounds. Laborers worked in sweltering 30-degree heat, bundled in layers of protective clothing, choking on the smoke of burning Qiongzhou wormwood designed to repel mosquitoes. Meter by meter, the rails extended. A coal gas locomotive chugged back and forth, bringing food, ammo, and fresh bodies to the front. But the jungle had a weapon they couldn't bulldoze. 40 days after the landing, the first cases appeared. Dr. Hippo walked into the field hospital ward. 6 patients lay on the cots. Some were shivering violently under heaps of wool blankets, helpless against an internal chill. Others were flushed crimson, sweating through their sheets. Shaking fits, the natives called it. Malaria, Hippo pronounced the death sentence. Isolate them, screens on the windows, now. Yes, doctor. Head nurse Guo Fu moved efficiently to carry out the orders. She had become indispensable, and the health department was already grooming her to be the first native-trained physician. Tomorrow, summon all health workers, Hippo instructed, lighting a cigarette to mask the smell of sickness. Inspect every camp. Mosquito nets must be hung properly. No net screens. No screens. Burn wormwood 24 hours a day. Prevention is key, he continued. You will personally oversee the distribution of anti-malarials. Watch them swallow the pills. That includes yourself. I understand. Assign 2 nurses just for these 6, Hippo sighed, exhaling smoke. Keep them warm during the chills, cool during the fever. Hydrate them. Give them grade 1 sick rations. He looked out the window at the green hell of the jungle. This is just the beginning. We're past the incubation period. The peak is coming. With you here, doctor, we can overcome anything, Guofu said, her eyes shining with absolute trust. I'm not a god, Guofu. Hippo smiled bitterly. His stockpile of drugs was finite. The mosquitoes were infinite. Doctors aren't gods, she smiled, a sweet expression that made his heart skip a beat. But they are close enough. The news of the outbreak hit the command post like a bomb. An emergency meeting was called. If the workforce collapsed, Project Giant would grind to a halt. The real war for Sanya had just begun. End of chapter. Chapter 566, Riot, there is no cure, Hippo said bluntly. We have quinine which suppresses it. But if we face an explosive outbreak, we don't have enough beds, we don't have enough nurses, and frankly, we don't have enough drugs. Do what you can, Wang Liuobin said. Just prevent a total collapse. In the cold arithmetic of the planning council, a sick laborer was worse than a dead one. A corpse was a one-time loss, a patient was a resource sink, but labor was precious. It took 90 days and significant capital to import a worker from Guangzhou. They couldn't afford to let them die en masse. Prevention, Hippo said. Nets, screens, and smoke. The camp disappeared into a haze of Qinghouse smoke. It choked the lungs and stung the eyes, but it kept the mosquitoes at bay. Yet the parasite was already in the blood. Cases mounted. The hospital overflowed. Women from the migrant families were drafted as temporary nurses. Hippo watched his quinine reserves dwindle with mounting panic. They had miscalculated. They assumed Hainan's malaria was like Lingao's sporadic, but Sanya was a pestilent hotbed. They needed chloroquine, primaquine, modern synthetics they couldn't produce. They were fighting a 21st century war with 19th century weapons. Then the dying started. It began with 3 or 4 a day, then 10, then 20. The cemetery filled up in a week. He had to open phase 2. Every day, the funeral pyres on the secluded beach roared to life. The wind carried the cloying scent of burning flesh back to the camp. Panic spread like a contagion. Rumors whispered that the miasma of the railway line was a death sentence. Fear turned to anger. Though Shan Daoqian tried to lead by example, taking his pills and working the line, the laborers saw only death. Political security operatives flashed orange alerts. Riot imminent. The construction command convened. We need to calm them, Zhu Tianmin said. Better food, visible leadership, rotate the elders to the front lines. But it was too little, too late. The strike began the next morning. A labor team refused to leave the barracks. When captains tried to force them, they were beaten. Zhuo Tianmin rushed to the scene. He believed in reason. He believed that if he explained the science, that the medicine worked, that prevention was key, they would understand. He stood on the steps of the public hall. Brothers, listen to me. Taking the pills will protect you. I take them myself. To hell with your pills, a laborer screamed. Keep them. We want to live. A ceramic brazier smashed at Zhu Tianmin's feet. Don't be afraid, the mob surged. Logic died. Fear took over. A dozen hands grabbed the elder. Fist met flesh. Kill him, someone shrieked. Kill the running dog, Zhu Tianmin fell. Boots rained down on his ribs. For the first time since arriving in this timeline, he felt the cold, paralyzing terror of impending death. His status as a senator, a creator, meant nothing here. He was just meat. The riot exploded. The public hall was torched. The mob rampaged through the camp, looting supplies and hunting down the collaborators, the native team leaders and health workers. Several nurses were cornered and raped. News reached command. They have Zhuo Tianmin, Wang Liuobin said, his face draining of color. Send in the troops, Zai Yazhu pulled his pistol. He's a hostage, Qian Shuixi said coolly. If we wait, they'll realize his value. We have to hit them now while they're confused. Do it, Wang Liuobin ordered. Bring him out alive, crush the rest. The riot squad advanced. A shield wall of rattan and steel moved against the mob. Stones clattered harmlessly off helmets. The infantry didn't stop. They advanced in silence, a machine of suppression. Clubs rose and fell. The mob, disorganized and leaderless, broke instantly. The bravery born of desperation evaporated before the discipline of the army. Zhuo Tianmin was found in the dirt, battered, bleeding, but alive. The rioters had been too busy looting to finish him off. I'm fine, he croaked as they loaded him onto a stretcher. Just bruises. But as he was carried away, he saw the other victims, health workers with broken limbs, nurses weeping, their clothes torn, the shrouded bodies of loyal staff. He closed his eyes. The toll was heavy, 10 native staff dead, the public hall reduced to ash, taking valuable documents with it. The inevitable backlash was swift and merciless. Laborers have no right to strike, the council declared, and raising a hand against an elder is treason. We must kill, Ziyazhu raged. They beat an elder. If we don't wash this in blood, our authority is dust. Public execution, He Fanghui agreed. For the murderers, for the rapists, for the leaders. Qiongzhou stayed silent. He believed in workers' rights, but he wasn't suicidal. A line had been crossed. The next day, the entire camp was assembled on the beach. Bayonets gleamed under the tropical sun. The atmosphere was heavy with the promise of violence. In front of the assembled thousands, a massive funeral pyre burned. 11 white-shrouded bodies, the victims of the riot, lay upon it, their souls ascending in smoke. Beside the fire stood the gallows. The trial was a formality. In the name of the Senate and the people, 25 men were dragged up the steps. Ringleaders, murderers, rapists. The ropes tightened. The trapdoors fell. 25 bodies swung in the sea breeze, silhouetted against the roaring flames of the pyre. The lesson was burned into the memory of every laborer present. The grip of the Australians is iron. Work and you might live. Rebel and you will surely die. End of chapter. Chapter 567. The Daoist arrives. Ziyazhu announced the implementation of decimation, collective punishment for the labor teams that had participated in the riot. None save the elders knew what this ancient term meant, but they would learn soon enough. Terror would teach them. The 3 labor squadrons implicated in the uprising were herded to the center of the compound and formed into ranks. Then the counting began. 1 to 10, 1 to 10, 1 to 10. Every 10th man was dragged from the line and hanged. Military drums beat their unhurried cadence as the battalion's law officer counted aloud with mechanical indifference. 1, 2, 3, 4. One after another, condemned men were hauled toward the gallows. Some went slack with shock, their minds unable to process their fate. Others thrashed and fought, screaming protests that dissolved into gurgles as ropes cinched tight around their throats. A few stood rigid with bloodshot eyes, curses dying on their lips as the noose silenced them forever. The drums maintained their deliberate tempo until the moment a rope went taut and a body rose. Then they erupted into a thunderous roll. When the condemned man's struggles finally ceased, the drums crashed 3 heavy beats and fell silent. A heartbeat later, the measured rhythm resumed and the counting continued. The watching laborers watched in paralyzed horror. Some collapsed where they stood. When the drums finally stopped, 27 fresh corpses swung from the gallows. An announcement followed. The bodies would not be cut down. They would hang until they rotted, until birds stripped the flesh and insects picked the bones clean. Only then would the remains be cast into the sea. The survivors of this culling were formed into a punishment squad and assigned exclusively to the most back-breaking, exhausting, and dangerous labor. Their ultimate fate would be determined by the Political Security General Administration. For the native staff who had perished in the disturbance, the Sanya Military Committee arranged full honors. Their ashes were solemnly collected and interred. Telegrams went to Lingao requesting survivor benefits for their families. Killing could suppress the situation, but only temporarily. To sustain productivity, anti-malarial drugs had to be distributed, both to the recovered and to those still healthy, as a preventative measure. Hippo personally returned to Lingao and presented a requisition to the health department for additional compound anti-malarial tablets. Director Xinioran didn't dare authorize such a request on his own authority. Anti-malarial drugs were controlled substances. The matter was escalated to Planning Council Director Wudaokou, who approved the health department's use of stockpiled medications as needed. Even if we exhaust every last pill in our reserves, we must stabilize Sanya first, Wudaokou said. If Sanya fails, the coal iron complex cannot be built, and then what's the point of discussing Taiwan or Southeast Asia? Nutrition is also critical, Hippo added. The laborer's diet remains woefully inadequate, too many carbohydrates, not enough protein. They can't sustain heavy manual labor, and their immune systems suffer for it. Without proper nutrition, this kind of mass die-off was inevitable. I'll allocate 5 tons of dried fish and 1,000 jars of fish sauce, Wuda said. What about sugar? Nothing replenishes energy faster. Absolutely, Hippo said, satisfied. I'll take brown sugar. Nobody's sitting month here, why brown sugar? We have white sugar and rock sugar available. Hippo snorted. You believe that traditional Chinese medicine nonsense too. Brown sugar is just crude sugar with marginally more nutrients. It has nothing to do with postpartum recovery. Save the refined sugars for export. Fine, 5 tons of brown sugar as well. Much appreciated. Hippo thanked him and proceeded to the health department to request additional medical personnel. Nurses are nearly impossible to spare, sighed Zhang Zi, director of the nursing division and chief nursing officer. You've already been allocated 20. If you need more, I can only offer some third-term students, and not many. Her reluctance was well-founded. The health department was currently expanding medical capabilities across all fronts, particularly the training of junior practitioners. The barefoot doctors, hastily trained from among the elders, had proven disappointing. Most lacked enthusiasm and aptitude, dropping out once the curriculum advanced to memorizing medical texts and technical terminology. Director, she had abandoned that approach and shifted focus to training native nurses instead. After rigorous screening, roughly half of the first-term nursing class would transition to medical practitioner training. The remainder would undergo advanced nursing education. Compounding the shortage was a recent report from AI Bebe. With life secretaries about to arrive in large numbers, a baby boom was certain to follow. She recommended beginning immediately to train obstetrics practitioners, midwives, and pediatric personnel. Matters concerning elder offspring were not treated lightly. Director, she approved at once, which meant even the most promising second-term students had to be diverted to this new training track. The result: second-term students became the backbone of available nursing staff. Third-term students had barely completed basic training and lacked competence. Fourth-term students were even less prepared. Third-term students will suffice, Hippo said, explaining the situation in Sanya. We have many sick patients and insufficient nursing staff. Besides, you needn't formally assign them to Sanya Clinic, call it an internship. That's not the same thing. Zhang Zi remained unconvinced. How about I send you a batch of fourth-term students for internship instead? I know nothing about nursing specialities. Hippo shook his head firmly. You have several first and second-term nurses there already. The experienced ones can mentor the newcomers. As for doctors, not a single one could be spared, not even Zhang Zi's husband, the veterinarian Yang Beagui. Hippo was preparing to leave in disappointment when Zhang Zi stopped him. There is someone, rather unconventional, but he is a genuine doctor with Chinese medicine training. Who? Hippo was certain she wasn't referring to Liu San. The Religious Affairs Office just transferred his personnel file. They want us to arrange a placement. He explicitly stated he's willing to serve in the harshest locations, perfect for your needs. She paused. Speak with He Ping for the details. He Ping served as the health department's office director, handling various administrative matters for the department and its subordinate units. Occasionally, he moonlighted at the pharmaceutical factory as a guest equipment maintenance engineer, an arrangement he didn't mind since the factory director was his wife, Zhao Yanmei. He Ping kept a low profile. Not particularly brilliant, but absolutely obedient to leadership and never one to gossip. He maintained good relationships throughout the department. This person transferred from the Religious Affairs Office, He Ping said, producing a file. Named Zhang Yingchen. According to his resume, he received genuine training as a doctor at a Chinese medicine hospital. How have I never heard of such a talent? Hippo was surprised. Doctors, especially those with modern medical training, were the scarcest resource in the transmigrator collective. Since landing, he's been attached to the Religious Affairs Office conducting religious research, apparently uninterested in practicing his profession. His skill level is unknown, but he definitely holds a medical practitioner's license. He Ping added, "That's according to Director He of Religious Affairs." Damn, he's not some Christian missionary, is he? Hippo had no interest in foreign religion, but he reconsidered. Actually, fine, we could use some spiritual opium right about now. He doesn't seem like a missionary, He Ping said, uncertain how to characterize the man. Rather mystical, talks about Qi and the Tao constantly. He's not some Qigong master, is he? Hippo asked warily. He handed He Ping his requisition list, supplementary drugs, consumables, and equipment, already signed by the Planning Council and Director Shi. Most of this is manageable, but we don't have this much refined salt. Iodine tincture is also short of your requirement. He Ping shook his head. Hippo found this hard to believe. Refined salt and iodine tincture were the most common consumables in the health department, basic disinfectants that required no special authorization. We're short on those as well. There was an incident at the Liaodong salt works, He Ping explained. Before Director Wang was transferred, he had them equipped with a steam-powered salt operation, 4 boilers. A few days ago, they exploded one after another for reasons unknown. The chemical and food factories have heavy salt demands right now, so suddenly there's a shortage. And the iodine tincture, He Ping coughed awkwardly. Well, you know our iodine primarily comes from kelp and seaweed extraction. But lately, eating seaweed has become tremendously fashionable. Supply can't keep pace with demand. The fad had erupted just days ago. Rumors spread that consuming kelp and seaweed promoted longevity and rendered one immune to all poisons. The claim swept through the native population first. Previously worthless dried and fresh kelp vanished from the markets overnight. Eventually, even elders succumbed, though among them the purported benefits mutated into skin whitening, sun protection, and enhanced sexual performance. Every seaweed dish in the cafeterias was suddenly in desperate demand. Kelp and bean paste soup appeared at all 3 daily meals, and the food factory rushed to produce dried seaweed snacks. Meanwhile, in the Religious Affairs Office, Director He Ying sat reviewing meeting minutes. The document recorded an internal religious affairs symposium held after the new year. He Ying had spent much of the previous year conducting a social survey of religion in Lingao, gathering substantial first-hand material. At this symposium, Zhang Yingchen of the Religious Affairs Office had presented a paper titled Survey Report on Religious Conditions in Lingao. He then proposed the creation of a new Taoism. Zhang Yingchen was approaching 30, formerly a doctor at a Chinese medicine hospital, with a particular fascination for religion. He had dabbled in Buddhism, Taoism, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, achieving something approaching semi-professional expertise in religious studies. His deepest interest lay in Taoism, which he had researched extensively. His proposal had ignited fierce debate. Wu Shimeng, Bai Duolu, and others opposed it vigorously. The Lingao Church had no desire to see the pie divided. Dean Wu especially, though he still couldn't recite the rosary from memory, had been scheming to launch a comprehensive crusade of faith across all Lingao, uprooting every existing belief. Wu Shimeng's opposition wasn't rooted in genuine religious conviction. He simply didn't want competition eating into his share. In his remarks, he enumerated the countless complications that competing for believers would create. But Zhang Yingchen's proposal won He Ying's support. He had sponsored the county-wide religious survey precisely to determine what form of religion could best serve the natives of this era. He Ying understood the executive committee's thinking perfectly. Introducing Catholicism to Lingao, however enthusiastically the Jesuits embraced the project, was essentially just grafting skin onto a future new religion. Behind that borrowed exterior, a new organism would evolve, eventually becoming an entirely new religious form under complete transmigrator control. Everyone in the Religious Affairs Office understood this ultimate objective. But Dean Wu's recent activities had drawn He Ying's growing concern. Wu Shimeng had been tirelessly strengthening the church organization, accumulating ecclesiastical property, promoting changes in customs, training missionaries. Clearly, old Wu was building toward a state religion. He Ying agonized over how to respond. In the short term, Wu Shimeng's approach generated significant benefits for the Transmigrator collective. But this same progress would inevitably produce a Roman Curia-style ecclesiastical organization. And He Ying knew well, the Yuan Elder Council would never welcome a powerful church. What they needed was a tool, an absolute tool. Even Director Wen, who cared most deeply about religious affairs development, had repeatedly emphasized in his directives, pay attention to the degree of church building. Zhang Yinchen's idea offered an insight. Monopoly was dangerous. Only competition could create a virtuous cycle. After the meeting, He Ying submitted a report to the executive committee conveying Zhang Yinchen's specific proposals. This involved ideology, not something he could decide unilaterally. The response came written in Director Wen's hand. The opening line read, "Under a single radiant God domain, any religious form can be discussed." He Ying was puzzled. Where had radiant God suddenly come from? Was Director Wen planning to create some church of his own? Reading further, he found another line. The Dao saints, the lineage of Liaodong and Qiongzhou, are all great archangels under the great archangel commander of the radiant God. The same applies to Christ, son of the Palestinian carpenter. I see. He Ying grasped Director Wen's meaning. He summoned Zhang Yingchen for a formal discussion. Director He, you should come to my office instead, Zhang Yingchen said on the phone. I have many things to show you that wouldn't be convenient to transport. So He Ying went to him. Zhang Yingchen's office occupied a courtyard, befitting the religious affairs office's modest scale compared to the Lingao church. They couldn't very well work in the seminary, so they shared this courtyard with the Limiao affairs office. The latter stood empty most of the time. The compound was serene, its garden beds lush with flowers and trees in classical Chinese style. Within its walls, one could hardly sense the bustle of the outside world. Zhang Yingchen's office was elegantly appointed, suffused with traditional charm. The furniture, calligraphy, paintings, and ornaments had all been purchased with his own money from the cooperative, not the modernist furnishings issued by the planning committee. When He Ying entered, Zhang Yingchen sat in a red sandalwood bamboo joint chair wearing headphones, writing rapidly. Beside him lay a portable CD player. The red sandalwood desk displayed the four treasures of the study alongside locally manufactured dipping pens with iron nibs. A three-tiered rosewood shelf held rows of books, Ming Dynasty texts he had personally commissioned the Qiongzhou station to acquire. Most concerned Taoism. End of chapter. Chapter 568. New religion. He Ying knew that Ming Dynasty block-printed books commanded steep prices, and moreover, for an elder to spend silver personally required tedious exchange procedures through Delung. Most couldn't be bothered with such hassle. This Zhang Yingchen truly was willing to invest in his passions. On the snow-white wall hung a painting of Liaodong converting the barbarians, the work of some Ming local painter, likely also acquired from the Gu family spoils. Zhang Yingchen wore a curious outfit, a navy blue cross-collared Daoist robe cinched with a cloth sash at the waist, custom-tailored by the Lingao clothing factory to his own design. He had kept his hair in a short ponytail, lending him the air of a modern artist. The man was humming while writing rapidly. He Ying listened closely and realized he was composing lyrics to accompany scripture melodies. Such fine propaganda talent being used for this seems a bit wasteful, He Ying remarked, examining several new Daoist religious hymns Zhang Yingchen had composed. His tone carried a note of regret. Shining and generating heat in the most suitable position, contributing to the Transmigrator collective, that's the opposite of wasteful. Only then did Zhang Yingchen notice his visitor's arrival. He quickly removed his headphones and, with a smile, brewed fresh tea. As someone about to begin growing out my hair, frugal living and measured speech are necessities. I've quit tobacco and alcohol entirely. I fear I have nothing finer to offer you. No matter. He Ying thought the man was rather dedicated. He cradled his teacup and got straight to the point. I came to hear about your system for this new Taoism. Please examine this first. Zhang Yingchen opened a box beside him. Inside lay fresh-smelling new books, their binding clearly from the printing works. He Ying took one. The cover read Taisheng Dongyuan Dushi Yujing Supreme Cavernibus World-Saving Jade Scripture. He knew nothing about Daoist texts. Flipping through several pages left him somewhat bewildered. Look at these lines here. Zhang Yingchen pointed. He Ying read where indicated. In the age of the great Ming, when the world nears its end, when people lack sincerity and disturbances arise. Only the sounds of wailing over corpses are heard, not the echoes of immortal songs. The people are defiled, the 3 caverns are blocked, the disasters of the 106 calamity arrive, sword and pestilence. The demon kings unleash their poison, slaying the good and virtuous. Door after door knows misfortune, mournful cries echo one after another. The masses devour each other, self-creating their suffering, dragging each other to death, embracing ignorance and suffering, not knowing the way out. The great Ming, he asked hesitantly. Is this the great Ming we're currently in? Exactly this great Ming. Zhang Yingchen nodded and picked up another book. Now look here. When the great Kalpa arrives, in the central kingdom there are immortal man Wen Si, immortal man Wu Mei, and immortal man Ma Shu, leading 500 immortal saints. Together they board iron ships to receive Daoists who possess scriptures. Children await this. He Ying understood immediately. This described the Transmigrator Collective. Did you write this? He asked with surprise. Yes and no. Zhang Yingchen looked rather pleased with himself. He took another book from the shelf and opened it to a particular page. The title read Taisheng Dongyuan Shenju Jing Supreme Cavernibus Divine Incantation Scripture. He Ying carefully read the indicated passage. When the great waters come, in the central kingdom there are immortal man Tang Ping, immortal man Yu Guang, and immortal man Ma Qi, leading 80,000 celestial beings. The immortal men board iron ships to receive Daoists who possess scriptures. Children await this. That passage you just read about Great Ming, the original actually says Great Jin. You've been altering Daoist classics. He Ying suddenly grasped it. This Zhang Yingchen was formidable. To have conceived such an approach, only someone intimately familiar with Daoist texts, having conducted deep research, could manage it. He found himself regarding this doctor with newfound respect. Exactly. What I'm promoting is new Taoism, not a continuation of the old system. Zhang Yingchen nodded. I plan to use the Quandao Zhenji, comprehensive explanation of the true doctrine, compiled from Liaodong with Xianger commentary and the Taiping Jing, as the sole designated text for Lingao Taoism clergy. Can such drastic revisions actually work? He Ying remained skeptical. Though Taoism here in Lingao is weak, across the nation it remains a powerful presence. And this scripture surely isn't unique. If you alter it so blatantly, won't you be exposed? You needn't worry about that. Doctrinal disputes exist everywhere. It depends on who gains the upper hand. Zhang Yingchen was unconcerned, radiating confidence. Doctrine aside, the Catholic Church has already established a foothold. How would a newly emerged church coexist? Won't that create tremendous confusion in matters of faith? The method of reconciliation is for the 2 new religions to run parallel, mutually recognizing each other as sibling faiths while keeping each other in check. My Taoism template uses the messianic and earthly divine kingdom theory from the Taiping Tao branch of Taoism, which is practically identical to Christianity's 1,000-year kingdom of Christ concept. Zhang Yingchen leaned forward. There's tremendous room for development here. If we follow Dean Wu's approach, a single religion wielding extremely inflated divine authority, its future influence on the transmigrator state would eventually exceed even the Yuan Elder Council. That potential consequence must be guarded against. He Ying nodded. This had been preying on his mind lately as well. The other party's thinking was clear and organized. This proposal had genuine merit. Tell me about your specific approach. First, Taoism's ultimate faith is the Tao, as it says. There was something formless yet complete born before heaven and earth. Philosophically and theologically, this is incomparably superior to Christianity's Trinity doctrine. He Ying thought this opening was predictable. One typically begins by denigrating competitors. Second, the Taoist worldview derives from Daokai theory. From ghosts and gods and stars above to mortals and ants below, all are transformations of primordial qi, the qi of qigong. No, it's qi. Zhang Yingchen dipped his finger in tea and traced the character on the tabletop. Qi is prenatal qi, qi is postnatal qi. The two are completely different. He elaborated. So-called qi was a metaphysical mysterious energy, fundamentally distinct from ordinary qi. In Chinese medicine theory, it refers to the most fundamental energy constituting the human body and maintaining life activities. It also carries meanings of physiological function. In Chinese medicine terminology, qi combined with different words expresses various concepts. The qi of the 5 viscera, the qi of the 6 bowels, the qi of the meridians, and so forth. And an important concept in Taoism is one qi transforms into 3 purities. I see. He Ying suddenly thought of psychic energy for some reason. Did the concept of warp energy and such draw from Chinese Taoist ideas? Then thinking of the Tao's Tao and theory of harmony, he increasingly felt this might be the case. Zhang Yingchen didn't know Director He's mind had wandered into such associations. He continued explaining this most crucial concept in his religious system. Note, it's one qi, not one qi. Zhang Yingchen emphasized. Based on these 2 points, we can carry out our reforms. His approach was to begin at the root, using traditional Daokai theory as the foundation with natural deism as a reference. He would completely discard the Taoist ghost and god system represented by 3 purities and 4 emperors. All ghosts and gods would be explained as manifestations of Daokai at various levels. Second, Liaodong would be positioned as the sect founder rather than supreme deity, leaving expandable space for the supreme deity's final form. Third, toward all ghosts and gods, including the Taoist pantheon as well as deities from other religions such as Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, and Shinto. They would adopt the Vatican Congregation for the doctrine of the faith's attitude, guided by Daokai theory. These deities were merely manifestations of Daokai at different levels. The Japanese Shinto system has a concept of gonjin, manifestation, that reconciled contradictions between Buddhism and Shinto, creating de facto dual-track religious belief in Japan. Our goal is total integration of these beliefs into the Lingao new religious system, making them exist like saints within Christianity. Of course, in such integration, depraved local cults must be attacked. Depraved cult beliefs are to be eliminated, then positive local immortal beliefs reformed and converted. For example, Mazu and Baya Shengdadi, local deities with deep influence in Fujian. New Taoism must prioritize absorbing them, making them objects of new Taoism devotion. Simultaneously, we must reform the problem of local deity worship being practically detached from Taoist organization. Zhang Yingchen grew more animated as he spoke. Let's set doctrine aside. How does your new Taoism plan to conduct outreach? To what extent can such outreach promote the transmigrator collective's rule? He Ying interrupted his theological discourse. Director, he truly goes straight to the heart of the matter. Zhang Yingchen offered a smooth compliment. He explained, when proselytizing to ordinary believers, the emphasis would be on doing good, obeying the law, and supporting the Lingao regime, combined with the seed people of the 4 heavens doctrine. The goal was making people believe they were chosen seed people of the true sovereign. Simultaneously, drawing on prophecies of the true sovereign descending to the world, in Taoist scriptures like the Taiping Jing and Dongyuan Shenzhu Jing, they would promote the legitimacy of the Lingao regime. Of course, how to conduct outreach still requires coordination with propaganda department colleagues. That way they can complement each other, he said. I only have rough ideas at present, not fully mature, so I won't presume to share them yet. My first step is to establish new Taoism's image. Religious personnel must have distinctive markers clarifying their identity and demonstrating the religion's presence. He Ying nodded and again sized up this tall doctor. How long have you been researching these materials? Not long. I audited some Daoist studies courses in college. Consider it a personal hobby. I dabble in all religious forms. I prepared it for killing time during idle moments, never expected to actually use it. Zhang Yingchen shrugged indifferently, picked up the teapot beside him, and refilled He Ying's cup. In any case, new Taoism's vestments are the first propaganda weapon. We must give the public an intuitive recognition, distinguishing new Taoism from old Taoism. Therefore, I selected this Tang-style right-lapel narrow-sleeved turnover collar garment as the template, and had the clothing factory colleagues design this set of general clergy uniforms. With that, Zhang Yingchen pulled over a wicker suitcase, withdrew 2 gray-blue turnover collar robes with military uniform styling, and hung them on a clothes rack. To distinguish male and female clergy, the factory colleagues referenced military uniform regulations and sewed red armbands on the right sleeve. The Qian trigram armband represents male clergy. The Kun trigram armband represents female clergy, simple and clear. A false believer with considerable ability and religious aptitude. Looking at the military-style clerical robes before him, He Ying mentally labeled the man. Fundamentally, he was like Wu Shimeng, a dedicated professional religious huckster. The difference was that Zhang Yingchen covered his burning ambition with a rich layer of doctrinal theology, while Dean Wu simply charged in bare-chested. Zhang Yingchen talked at length, covering theological points, scripture compilation, doctrinal modifications, organizational management models, personnel training, and more. He Ying was secretly amazed. This person had obviously been scheming for a long time. Such material couldn't have been produced without months of repeated consideration and revision. The so-called killing time when bored was clearly deliberate understatement. Of course, establishing the Taoism Council still requires guidance from leadership and colleagues. Working alone behind closed doors won't do. There's inevitably some wishful thinking involved. These doctrines, precepts, rituals, vestments, and management are simply my personal rough ideas, all requiring everyone's supervision and control. He concluded his exposition in the manner of a standard-issue statement. As he spoke, Zhang Yingchen maintained his gentle smile, but He Ying felt he needed to reassess this doctor entirely. Your approach rather resembles the relationship between Protestantism and Old Catholicism. Indeed, that meaning is included. Zhang Yingchen nodded. New wine must go into old bottles. The final product is an entirely new religious system. Note, a system, not a single dominant power. A church capable of influencing all of society is dangerous to secular authority. He paused. I believe we should remind every elder engaged in religious activities, no matter what religion, religion is merely a propaganda and stability maintenance tool serving the Lingao regime. Beyond that, it is nothing. This is the inevitable contradiction between secular power and religious organizations. He Ying pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised a new concept. Since a state religion will inevitably develop the desire to meddle in secular society, and the two are irreconcilable, what about complete integration of church and state? Like England, for example, the monarch is the church leader. He continued, your 500 immortal saints, doesn't that mean every elder is a god within this system? Integration of church and state has a problem. England has a king as natural leader of the church. Who do we have? All 500 are archangels. Should Director Wen be Great Archangel Commander? Would you agree? Zhang Yingchen asked and answered himself. Obviously you wouldn't. No matter who became this Great Archangel Commander, nobody would accept it. The danger inherent in this is something everyone can see. Organize your proposal and I'll report it to the Executive Committee, He Ying said. This matter will probably require a hearing at the Yuan Elder Council Standing Committee. Ideological matters are no small thing. A hearing is no problem. I trust the elders will fully grasp my intent. Zhang Yingchen was quite confident. After all, Taoism was a native Chinese product, holding a very different place in elders' minds than foreign faiths. P.S. All the exposition on New Taoism's theory, concepts, vestments, and details was provided by LK Forum's Daoist, i.e., Zhang Yingchen in this book. Thanks are expressed here. End of chapter. Chapter 569, Breakthrough Good, but don't expect much support. The Executive Committee is notoriously stingy with funding and personnel allocations for the Religious Affairs Office. The Catholic Church currently operates mostly on Jesuit money. I don't need many resources, Zhang Yingchen said modestly. Just allocate me the necessary personnel. A dozen or so orphans will suffice. As for funding, current needs are limited. I can cover it myself for now. Personnel is extremely difficult. Everyone's competing for them. He Ying shook his head. And you want orphans. Do you realize orphans are a scarce commodity? There must be some available. My requirements aren't high. 10 would be enough. All boys ages 11 to 16, preferably 13 or 14, the fair-featured type. I'll train them personally. Everyone else is thinking about raising lowlies, but your tastes are truly distinctive, He Ying remarked. Not at all. Zhang Yingchen coughed awkwardly. I do have specific requirements. No orphans tainted with underworld associations. None who are too honest and inflexible. Preferably those who have received training in theater troupes or similar places, who understand musical instruments. Ideally with high hatred values. The more they despise this era, the better they suit our needs. Submit a report after the hearing passes, He Ying said. Purely a queue-up formality. The chances of getting people immediately are slim. Ultimately, Zhang Yingchen's proposal passed the Standing Committee's hearing and received Executive Committee approval. As for the novices he wanted, there were none available. Just as He Ying had warned, orphans were a scarce commodity in high demand from all quarters. His application wouldn't go through without waiting several months. Zhang Yingchen decided not to wait. He chose the Sanya Development Zone as his first missionary testing ground. Large numbers of laborers there desperately needed religious solace. Moreover, launching missionary work directly in Lingao would easily create conflict with Old Wu. Though Wu Shimeng was no crusader, it was wiser to avoid such direct intrusion into someone else's territory. He resolved to use his medical skills as a vehicle for spreading doctrine. To this end, he had He Ying temporarily transfer his personnel file to the health department, positioning himself to compete for an assignment to Sanya in a health service capacity. As a precaution, he also had He Ying provide an introduction letter bearing the Religious Affairs Office's stamp and the State Council's seal. The elders in charge at Sanya, Wang, Zai, Zhuo, Li, and the rest, were no gentle souls. If they mistook him for some cult operator and arrested him first to ask questions later, the embarrassment would be considerable. Beyond this precious letter, Zhang Yingchen's belongings were deliberately Spartan. He intended to emulate those missionaries who had blazed trails through thorns and ventured into remote regions, carrying only the most essential supplies, attempting the simplest possible lifestyle for living and proselytizing. This served not only to project the humble appearance expected of a religious person, but also to prepare himself for future missionary activities deep in wilderness areas. Besides the self-made Daoist robes he wore, he carried only a double-shoulder wicker backpack made by the Lingao clothing factory. Inside, several sets of coarse cloth undergarments issued to laborers, similarly labor-issued towels and enamel cups, a tin lunch box, an oilcloth rain cloak, 2 spare pairs of leather-soled cloth shoes, and army-issue cloth puttees. His Swiss Army knife was the sole piece of modern equipment. Beyond this was a standard medical kit, containing mainly various Chinese patent medicines developed under Liu San's supervision, plus a few crude antibiotics. Zhang Yingchen decided to train himself with this equipment at Yulin first. He approached the long-range exploration team and completed a 4-week wilderness survival course, learning direction finding, route selection, foraging, and various other skills. He also began studying several local dialects, including the most widely spoken Hainan dialect and military dialect. As for the Li language, there was nowhere to learn it yet. When Hippo returned, he brought smoking braziers, medicine, food, more nurses, and this suddenly appearing doctor. Wang Liuobin and the others had already left the command office. Only Zhuo Tianmin remained on duty. He'd suffered considerable injury in the riot and was temporarily convalescing at the command post. Zhuo Tianmin examined the dispatch certificate, then studied this strange man in his strange clothes with his strange hair. A wicker box on his back, a standard health department medical kit slung over his shoulder, a Model 29 jungle machete hanging from his belt, a bamboo hat resting on his shoulders, and several water-filled bamboo tubes around his neck. In this getup, he looked less like an elder and more like an ordinary native. "You're a doctor," the tall Daoist smiled and extended his hand. "Zhang Yingchen, I heard the Sanya development zone needed additional medical personnel, so I came here first. I'll need your assistance going forward." "Your appearance," Zhu Tianmin studied him skeptically. "Indigenous equipment setup," Zhang Yingchen explained. "I plan to venture deep into the interior to explore and gather herbs and incidentally make contact with the local Li and Miao peoples to gauge their receptiveness to doctrine." "I see," Zhu Tianmin nodded, "but this equipment is too crude." "It's sufficient." Zhang Yingchen wore his gentle smile. "Natives travel the same way, perhaps even worse equipped. If they can manage, so can I." Zhuo Tianmin had no interest in the man's peculiar hobbies, but remained skeptical of his stated mission. The person kept claiming to be here as a doctor, yet his introduction letter and dispatch certificate both bore the Religious Affairs Office's seal. Wang Liuobin cared nothing about whether the medical personnel temporarily supporting from Barren City was a Daoist or a priest. Once this self-proclaimed medical worker presented his attending physician certificate from Barren City's medical system, he was cleared to assist at the clinic immediately. But Zhuo Tianmin remained uneasy about this fellow who resembled a religious huckster more than a doctor. In his view, the appearance of such a strange doctor in Sanya, where nerves were already frayed from constant workplace accidents, was itself an uncertain factor. Having personally experienced the Li boss's riot, Zhuo Tianmin couldn't help voicing his doubts to Wang Liuobin. Wang Liuobin was unconcerned. In his view, Zhang Yingchen was at minimum properly trained. His medical skills surely exceeded those of the hastily trained veterinarians and nurses among the transmigrators, and a clergyman's appearance would serve as a timely emotional stabilizer for native workers. "The Portuguese and Spanish brought priests to the Americas and Southeast Asia," he replied without looking up from his engineering reports. "Religious brainwashing is an indispensable weapon for colonizers. Worst-case scenario, old Zhang is one of us, an elder too. Surely you don't think he'll carve a one-eyed stone figure at midnight and bury it at the work site to organize these natives for revolt." The discussion about the newly arrived Daoist doctor ended inconclusively. Zhang Yingchen, currently busy treating patients and assuring the dying that he could certainly transcend them to the elect heaven, had no idea two colleagues had just engaged in an unpleasant argument about him. He soon experienced his colleagues' hostility toward his missionary activities firsthand. One day he was paired with Guo Fu. During a break, he expounded some doctrine to her. The next day, Hippo summoned him for a very serious conversation. "I know you came to Sanya with an experimental missionary assignment. This was approved by the Central State Council." Hippo's tone was firm. "But you should know that according to Executive Directive 161, employees like nurses cannot be targets of proselytizing." Executive Directive 161 only prohibits proselytizing in schools, government offices, and the military. It doesn't say nurses can't be proselytized. At this stage, hospitals and clinics are government offices. Nurses are public servants, no proselytizing. Hippo had no desire for his nurses to develop religious inclinations, even though religious organizations running hospitals was common worldwide. To Zhang Yingchen, this seemed like baseless interference, but he didn't argue. To establish himself here, he needed support from the local elders. Confrontation would accomplish nothing and would only damage his prospects. So he redirected his missionary efforts toward ordinary laborers. He believed management wouldn't interfere with such proselytizing. Moreover, after the riot, the Sanya military committee bosses would surely be eager for some spiritual opium to soothe the masses. When Zhu Tianmin received Hippo's report, he felt somewhat uneasy. After conferring with Wang Liubin, Ziyazhu received orders to keep an eye on that Daoist. According to various reports, Zhang Yingchen wasn't particularly interested in traditional Daoist occult arts and immortal ascension. His missionary theory, in Zhu Tianmin's view, was practically a variant of Christianity. Setting aside his abstract explanations of the Tao, as Taoism's supreme object of faith, what this short-haired Daoist constantly preached was, the Lord Laozi pitied mankind's many hardships, and thus dispatched 500 true immortals aboard one iron ship, descending upon the South Sea, manifesting as holy sovereign forms to enlighten the people, awaiting the arrival of the land of great peace. Those who follow this enlightenment are the heaven-chosen people, who will surely have a place in the land of great peace. Even if they unfortunately perish, they will ascend to the elect heaven. This was practically nonsense, Zhu Tianmin thought, but he also acknowledged that under current harsh conditions, giving native laborers some spiritual sustenance was beneficial. Those who believed a good place awaited them after death would be braver facing it. Through everyone's collective efforts, particularly the widespread distribution of compound anti-malarial tablets and significant nutritional improvements, the malaria tide suddenly receded after reaching its peak. Mortality plummeted. By the end of the second month, no new cases of illness or death were reported. Sanya development had finally weathered its first hurdle. Though workplace injuries still occurred sporadically, the lifting of epidemic fears greatly calmed minds. Combined with Zhang Yingchen's tireless preaching that those who died from disease or accident had ascended to the elect heaven, the dual impact of material and spiritual support finally settled the previously anxious native laborers. As the environment was further modified and hygiene campaigns expanded, mosquitoes, flies, leeches, and various parasites saw their habitats deteriorate and their populations collapse. Illness rates dropped dramatically, and project progress accelerated substantially. On April 20th, amid crackling firecrackers, the railway finally reached the Tiandu iron mine site. Before enthusiastic cheers from the railway workers, Wang Liubin, Zhu Tianmin, and others symbolically drove the last spikes into the rails. The Yulin-Tiandu Railway was officially operational, the Transmigrator's first formally running railway line, distinct from the industrial tracks that moved raw materials around Lingao's industrial zone. This railway of less than 20 kilometers was later called the Road of Blood by certain commentators. Hundreds had died from workplace accidents and epidemics during its construction. The independent scholar DDay wrote in his work, The Bloody Giant Beneath the Modernization Mask, now banned. According to statistics, during the initial phase of Project Giant implementation, the foundational engineering work, railway, road, and communications construction, saw nearly 1,000 laborers die from accidents, overwork, disease, and malnutrition due to the extremely harsh climate and living conditions along the construction line, compounded by inhumane forced labor under certain individuals like Zhu, Wang, and Pan. For this reason, this section of the project was later called the Road of Death. Yet for the elders managing Sanya development, the completion of this line represented a decisive victory. The railway was like a great blood vessel, finally capable of continuously transporting construction materials and labor to the front lines. Wang Liubin wrote in his reminiscences, If we still had doubts about the prospects before this, then at the moment the railway was completed, I believed Sanya development's success was only a matter of time. Meteor number 2 locomotive departed from the crude wooden platform of Yulin Stockade Station amid firecrackers. Meteor No. 1 had been completely wrecked due to inadequate component strength and had no repair value. It was returned to Lingao for dismantling and recycling. Meteor number 2 used a Mosey Type 3 steam engine with 500 horsepower output. The massive boiler devoured premium Hongji anthracite, boiling thousands of liters of water into scorching steam that drove pistons and levers. The black iron wheels slowly turned. The fully loaded train of construction materials accelerated steadily, finally reaching 20 kilometers per hour as it headed toward Tiandu Station. The elders laid a foundation stone at the original site of Tiandu Town, formally commencing Tiandu iron mine development. Supported by bulldozers, explosives, and the Purple Lightning Kai wheelbarrows, labor teams wielding steel tools completely destroyed the local vegetation and original landforms. Wetlands were buried under waste soil and rubble. Grass and shrubs were cleared entirely. Vast swaths of brush were simply burned away. The river valley, once lush with subtropical vegetation, had now become mostly barren wasteland. The Tiandu River had dried up as well, dammed temporarily upstream, while the riverbed was dredged and deepened. Wang Liuobin planned to build a small reservoir nearby to supply Tiandu Town and the mining district with domestic and industrial water. If the water volume proved sufficient, they might add a small hydroelectric plant as supplementary power. End of chapter. Chapter 570. New Tiandu Town. Jai Runjai, director of the Sanya Special Zone Planning and Construction Office, set up a folding table in the shed beside the foundation stone, which doubled as construction site headquarters, and spread his architectural planning drawings across it. A gas lamp filled the dim shed with bright light. Jai Yuan and Jai Shu bustled about inside, tidying the space until it was clean and orderly, much to Jai Runjai's satisfaction. Having apprentices was indeed a blessing. These two served him perfectly in every way, except they couldn't meet his physiological needs. They'd reached the point where a single cough from him would bring them rushing with paper for spitting. Jai Runjai wasn't inclined to hoard knowledge. His apprentices pleased him so thoroughly that he taught with genuine diligence, despite having no natural interest in education. Under his guidance, these two had now mastered simple terrain and topographical surveying, along with basic cartography. Jai Runjai planned that once the Sanya development project stabilized somewhat, he'd concentrate on teaching them more specialized content. In the future, routine tasks could go directly to them without requiring his personal involvement. "All right, you may step out now." Jai Runjai heard distant voices calling attention and salute. The main military and civilian leaders of the Sanya region had arrived. They would review Tiandu's construction plans here. He walked out of the shed. Sure enough, at the station platform, Meteor number 2 stood venting steam. Laborers scrambled onto the flatbed cars to unload cargo. A group of elders descended from the platform while sentries presented arms. "Very nice setup you have here." Zayazhu was first to duck into the shed, plopping onto the long bench. "Better furnished than my command post." "That's all Jai Yuan and Jai Shu's doing. The kids do good work." Jai Runjai greeted everyone while instructing the two apprentices waiting outside. "Go brew a pot of tea." "What tea?" Wang Liuobin waved his tempered travel mug. "We all brought our own, just have them fetch hot water." Jai Shu retrieved 2 thermoses from the hot water station, luxury items only elders could enjoy, and poured for everyone. He turned up the gas lamp's valve, then withdrew. Outside the shed, laborers and vehicles streamed past continuously, generating considerable noise. But it didn't disturb the meeting underway. All the main military and civilian leaders of the Sanya region gathered around Jai Runjai, studying the Tiandu planning diagram he just completed and listening to his concepts. This originally humid subtropical valley would house over 10,000 miners and their families in the future Tiandu iron mine. Jai Runjai had to plan not only the layout for this emerging town, but also account for future development. Tiandu's iron ore quality was excellent, but the absolute reserves were limited. Given the transmigrator industry's enormous demand for steel, Tiandu extraction wouldn't continue beyond one generation. So from the outset, they needed to consider what would happen when nearby mineral resources were exhausted. From an urban development perspective, the Sanya Bay coast was far more suitable for a large seaside city. It possessed sufficient coastline as a tourism resource, local sea salt production potential to support urban development, and the Sanya River provided ample water. By comparison, Tiandu's development potential was limited. First, the area was constrained. Second, once mineral products were exhausted, the town would inevitably decline. Mining towns typically suffered severe pollution, making industrial transformation difficult and potentially requiring substantial environmental restoration. Thus, Tiandu had weak sustainability, and its water reserves, essential for any city, were also insufficient, rendering transformation to other industries quite difficult. Therefore, in the Sanya development plan, Jai Runjai designed Tiandu as a purely functional mining town, without separate industrial or commercial districts. The town would have only three parts: the Mining Company Administrative District, the Miner Living District, and the Mining Industrial District. The latter was simply a mechanical repair shop for the mine, also providing simple repair services for mechanical equipment throughout Sanya. The city and mining district's water would come from a small reservoir on the Tiandu River. According to surveys by Guoshi and others, combined with hydrological data from the old timeline, the Tiandu River's flow, like all Hainan rivers, varied dramatically between dry and wet seasons. Though the railway now made river navigation unnecessary, domestic water demands for the town and industrial water demands for the mine were substantial. The transmigrators also planned basic agricultural production near Tiandu. Combining all factors, a reservoir for flow regulation was essential. Hydroelectric generation was secondary. Small hydropower was unstable with insufficient output, useful only for enriching elders' lives. Tiandu's main energy would come from coal. Transport ships would carry iron ore away from Sanya and bring coal on return trips. Part would directly power steam engines. The rest would be converted to coal gas for lighting, cooking, and fueling local small industry. Too few supporting facilities, Wang Liuobin said, studying the planning map. The commercial district is also too small. He continued his critique. Miners will eventually have wives and children. Where will they be accommodated? Surplus labor also needs arrangements. According to your plan, this town is a typical bachelor town. Precisely. Jai Runjai explained his reasoning. Putting too much effort into this town is pointless, its development potential is limited, and Tiandu's ore reserves aren't that large either. Tiandu serving for 20 to 30 years is sufficient. If that's the case, the future Tiandu town will have no women or children. Jai Runjai nodded. In my view, this should be a labor camp model, similar to Jiazi coal mine. Miners, administrative personnel, and technicians would all use contract rotation systems, single male assignments. Work here 3 or 4 years, then go home. Food through cafeterias, no individual cooking. Fully socialized logistics management, food, housing, clothing, and travel all covered by the Mining Bureau. Life service facilities minimized. At most a few small restaurants and taverns for variety, plus a sports field and brothel for miners to blow off steam when idle. He continued, there's also Sanya City. When miners rest, they can go there for entertainment. This would drive local tertiary industry as well. With the train, travel between the two is quite convenient. As for Tiandu's future function, Jai Runjai believed that once ore extraction was complete, it could serve for military garrison purposes, as a land fortress surrounding Yulin Harbor. Forcing miners to stay single for several years, isn't that somewhat inhumane? Zhu Tianmen looked worried. I'd say this is too militarized, Qian Shuixi interjected. instinctively recoiling from such military-style management, though he'd resolved to speak as little as possible. "Call it whatever you like. If it works, it works," Qiongzhou explained. "This achieves maximum intensive management and reduces social costs. If you let them bring families, we'd have to arrange employment for the families. Without employment, labor is wasted. With families, they'd certainly cook for themselves. This isn't like Lingao, which has at least basic commercial circulation and agricultural product supply. There's nothing here. The greatest advantage of military-style management was convenient uniformity, food, clothing, tools. Even women would be uniformly allocated. For supply logistics, this massively simplified procedures. No, I don't think this approach is sound." Wang Liuobin shook his head. "First, miners without families won't feel any sense of belonging here. People come and go, nothing permanent remains. This place would always stay a labor camp. We're investing massive manpower and resources to develop a town. We can't be as wasteful as Americans or Russians, abandoning cities and moving on when resources run out. Second, women themselves are a labor resource. Arranging their employment isn't a burden for us. The timber processing factory, coconut drying factory, and food factory in the Sanya development plan all need substantial manpower. There's no reason to force miners to use prostitutes for physiological needs while importing labor from outside." He leaned forward. "Final point. What we need most is population, especially children. Such forced bachelorhood wastes large numbers of childbearing-age people. It's disadvantageous for population expansion, particularly the new generation. Children born in the coming years in transmigrator-controlled areas could be educated entirely according to transmigrator wishes. In 20 years, they would grow into the native backbone of the transmigrator nation. I agree. Our priority should be expanding Sanya's population cluster. That's how we form a stable ruling base." He Fanghui nodded. "To put it bluntly, without their own women and children here, when you ask miners to fight and defend the mine, that'll be difficult." The final decision was to moderately expand the miner living district. Miner housing wouldn't consist purely of collective dormitories anymore. Besides dormitory buildings, some family unit corridor apartments would be constructed. Living district support facilities would correspondingly increase, adding an elementary school and kindergarten. Besides cooperative commercial premises, some commercial space would be reserved for future merchants to open shops. As for the stringent defense system Qiongzhou had originally planned, Liaodong felt it unnecessary. Qiongzhou's defense system was essentially the same as Sanya's: ditches and earthen ramparts. But Liaodong believed Tiandu's defensive pressure was actually much less than at Yulin Harbor. From Tiandu further inland lay Li territory. The Li's military capabilities were quite limited. A people who had to purchase all their iron externally were at a great disadvantage in warfare. And according to Hu Zun's testimony, the Li occasionally raided but rarely launched large-scale armed incursions. If we wanted to fight, our several thousand miners equipped with standard spears and safety helmets, having received military training, would be sufficient to advance to the foot of Wuzhai Mountain. This is already the most simplified defense facility. How can it be further simplified? Qiongzhou was unhappy to see his plans successively rejected. Use the village model that German colonizers used in their eastward expansion. Wang Liuobin suggested. Use the buildings themselves as defensive works. The specific approach was to arrange individual buildings in square or circular clusters, with each household's doors and windows facing the central courtyard. Walls facing outward would have no windows. Buildings would be connected by log or brick walls. Only one fortified main gate would be maintained for entry and exit. This is too crude. Qiongzhou found it inconceivable. He'd seen this method before. When building enclosed residential communities, the outermost ring of apartment buildings was simply sealed together with walls. This approach might work against petty thieves, but against armed enemies, Qiongzhou thought it completely unreliable. Back then, German settlers used this method to resist Slavs and expanded German territory from Swabia to the Oder River, deep into East Prussia, and their buildings and walls were made of wood. The Li we face don't even possess Slavic-level armaments. The Slavs at least had iron weapons. Besides the Li, we should also consider Ming troops or pirates. If they can cross mountains and traverse Li territory, then they're neither Ming troops nor pirates. Zayazhu was confident. Even if they had that ability and persistence, reinforcements from Yulin Stockade would arrive by train in at most 30 minutes. A few thousand armed miners resisting for 20 minutes should be manageable, right? Actually, looking at your planned building designs, Fang Hui interjected, most buildings are 2-story or higher brick structures. 2 stories would be 5 or 6 meters tall, correct? Lingao's city wall isn't much higher. Besides eliminating windows on the first floor facing outward, second floor and above could still have windows, at most add tin shutters. The final decision was to cluster all buildings, then add several blockhouses at strategic points as defensive cores. Each blockhouse would be garrisoned by core militia. The administrative district office building would be fortified like the Sanya City Public Hall. Finally, a ditch would be dug around the entire Tiandu town as basic defense. At the meeting, Zayazhu raised the concept of armored patrol cars for security. He suggested requesting Lingao to build several flatbed railcars equipped with Suichao-type steam engines, or, better yet, single-cylinder diesel engines. The car bodies would have simple armor on all 4 sides and be equipped with a typewriter. The railcar would conduct scheduled patrols on the Yulin Stockade to Tiandu track. When encountering enemy attack, it could reach any point along the line at maximum speed and strike enemies with concentrated fire. Given the technical level and fighting will of enemies in this era, I believe at least in the South China region, no enemy can sustain an attack under typewriter sweeping fire. Zayazhu was quite confident. Besides serving as a mobile force for reinforcement, the armored patrol car was mainly intended for regular surveillance along the railway. Zayazhu wasn't worried about enemies attempting sabotage. He was concerned that so much railway track might attract local covetousness, triggering a large-scale rail theft wave. End of chapter. Chapter 571, Initial Results. Who would come to this remote wilderness to steal rails? Are they tired of living? Zhu Tianmin was dismissive. There are people who follow right behind artillery impact points to pick up shell casings. This is nothing compared to that, Zayazhu said. Besides Anyoule market, according to special recon team reports, there are still some scattered settlements in the Sanya special zone. Can you guarantee they won't come steal rails? The problem was that scattered settlements within dozens of li were vanishingly few. Zhuo Tianmin couldn't imagine how many thieves could possibly come from a total population of less than 200 or 300 people in these pathetic hamlets. And what would they even do with stolen rails? He felt this was merely a pretext. Sure enough, at the subsequent Sanya Military Committee meeting, Zayazhu proposed that to clean up the surrounding environment, a comprehensive public security rectification campaign should be conducted throughout the greater Sanya jurisdiction. The specific measure was to transform all villages and stockades in the area, like Anyoule market, by concentrating populations and forcibly relocating them to settlements under transmigrator control. In short, labor intensification. You're creating strategic hamlets. I firmly oppose this. Zhu Tianmin registered strong protest. Concentration and resettlement was a Japanese and American trick. You're picking that up too. Call it whatever you like. If it works, it works. Zayazhu remained unperturbed, but everyone agreed the proposal was pointless. Not because they worried about disturbing villagers, but because the massive effort would yield limited additional labor, while resettlement would cost manpower and resources. Poor cost-effectiveness. In the end, only a courtesy visit to these villages was approved, to assess the situation and gather any useful intelligence about local resources. Rather than rounding everyone up and forcing them to work, better to entice them with material benefits, Fanghui suggested. Besides, since they're able to survive there, they've surely developed the surrounding area to some degree. We can still obtain resources from them. I propose opening a cooperative locally, using commodity exchange to penetrate the interior. The potential consumer population of a few villages is too small. There are also the inland Li people, Fanghui continued. They have no money, but they have mountain goods. We trade them salt, sugar, and various daily necessities, making them dependent on Sanya trade. Then we recruit cooperative partners among the Li. When we eventually penetrate Li territory to establish governance, they'll serve as suitable grassroots foundations. Trade isn't just about profit. We don't actually need profit, do we? This can be delegated to migrant households. We don't need to do everything ourselves, Wang Liuobin said. Have the cooperative set up a consignment point, find some small merchants to operate it. We provide policy and supply channels. He paused. But I've examined the Anyoule site. The plot is too small. With the new city almost linear in layout, future expansion into a major city will be difficult. Jai Runjai is conducting planning research, Zhuo Tianmin said. He also thinks the original plan had major omissions. He'll have a report on specific modifications in 3 days. Now let's discuss project progress. Wang Liuobin cared most about this. When can we ship ore? Right now I'm organizing manpower to break through the road to Qiongzhou, labor working in 3 shifts. Zhuo Tianmin spread out the map. Qiongzhou isn't high and the terrain isn't too complex. The main road building problem is the overly dense vegetation. Clearing it takes considerable effort. He checked his notebook. In another week we can break through, though the road surface won't be high grade, only passable for people in single-wheel carts. Getting people up there is victory, Wang Liuobin said. Once people can reach the site, we can clear the mine while building the road simultaneously, 2 approaches at once. Wang Liuobin had participated in the Tiandu mine survey and knew the local geological conditions well. Tiandu ore was high quality but with limited absolute reserves. The exploitable pit diameter was only about 300 meters. The ore body was very regular. Simply stripping the surface layer and setting up mining sections would enable extraction, convenient for either manual or mechanized operations. The fastest way to strip the surface layer was whole mountain blasting. They'd conducted overburden blasting before during Nanbao development. But Panda surveyed the site and declared it would be extremely difficult. For complete stripping, setting aside technical difficulties, which I don't fully understand either, looking at the mountain's condition, we'd need at least 10 tons of yellow explosive, not black powder. Everyone knew this was impossible. Never mind where 10 tons of nitroglycerin explosive would come from. The fat for making glycerin remained scarce. Even with ready explosives, shipping them would be a hazardous venture. The Navy cursed every time they transported a load. Ideally, we'd build an explosives factory locally, even if it can only produce black powder, Panda said. Upcoming mining will have enormous explosive demand. Shipping constantly from Lingao is inconvenient and unsafe. Besides, we're already planning to build a coconut drying factory here for oil pressing, ready-made coconut oil. That's for the future. What about now? Wang Liuobin asked. For safety, fire small charges first, stripping soil and rock layers progressively until we expose the ore layer. Black powder and ammonium nitrate will last another month. After blasting, manually clear a work face. With a work face established, we use hand mining supplemented by small charges, Panda said. I think this is the safest approach. This isn't like doing blasting at Nanbao with explosives right next door. If it doesn't work, just blast a few more times. Let's do that then, Wang Liuobin decided. Ants gnawing a bone gnaw it open bit by bit. Other sites must also push forward. Especially the Luoyou and Yulin stockade fortification and dock projects. We must complete basic construction before summer. Summer would bring heavy rainfall and risk of direct typhoon strikes. If basic construction wasn't completed in time, The current temporary wooden buildings and simple docks could be destroyed by waves and storms. The entire Sanya Development Command was consumed by a rush-to-work spirit. Elders worked day and night almost without rest, lights burning through the darkness. Everyone knew the Yuan Elder Council and Executive Committee were watching Sanya. The sooner they shipped the first load of iron ore, the louder their voice in the Elder Council would be. Hundreds of laborers toiled day and night under Zhu Tianmen's direction, repairing roads and leveling foundations. Jai Runjai ate and slept at the Tiandu site's temporary shed, designing and drawing and supervising construction simultaneously. Li Haiping simply slept at the just-blasted flat Luoyou mountaintop battery construction site. All Marines became laborers. Sun Zio's planning council calculators clattered their abacuses like raindrops, and Sun Zio's daily work was compiling countless reports. Detailed forms tracked daily labor deaths, injuries and illness, personnel replenishment status, categorized material consumption and inventory, earthwork completed and planned. These data reports didn't need to be sent back to Lingao immediately. The Planning Council representative only telegraphed daily to report project progress and required personnel and material replenishment. But since Wuda took office, he'd particularly emphasized establishing a complete archive system, requiring all projects to maintain records for future reference, experience summary, and accountability. Wang Liubin studied the progress chart's multicolored markers in the Yulin Stockade command post. Every day, telegrams brought the latest progress from each site. He constantly marked symbols showing whether schedules were exceeded or missed, adjusting labor, machinery, and materials, calculating how much longer until ore could ship. According to the Planning Council's plan, ship the first ore load 10 months after DDay, achieve annual production of 10,000 tons of ore at 18 months, expand to 60,000 tons annually after 24 months. Looking at this progress chart, Wang Liubin felt somewhat uncertain. This work vastly exceeded his previous experience. He'd been a project manager before, but handling such an enormous and crucial project was a first. Not to mention he actually had little knowledge of construction and mining. He could only push forward, learning as he went. Generally, conditions were improving. Workplace fatality rates had dropped to acceptable levels. Those convalescing from malaria were beginning to recover work capacity. Available labor numbers showed restorative growth for the first time. According to Sun Zio's projections, they wouldn't need fresh labor replenishment from Lingao for a while. The brick machine that had caused the catastrophic workplace accident was repaired. Now, apart from occasional minor breakdowns from worn parts, it ran normally. The Sanya brick and tile works used continuous kilns with steel cables and iron trackway carts, far more efficient than Lingao's rotary kilns. Brick and tile production could now fully meet construction demand. Besides cement, steel reinforcing bars and bamboo reinforcement still requiring Lingao supply, bricks, tiles, stone, and lime were now fully sourced locally in Sanya. The timber processing factory was also under intensive construction. Once completed, it could not only supply sufficient building materials locally, but also ship timber products and byproducts to Lingao. The cargo space previously occupied by these bulk goods would be repurposed for coal. Sanya's coal demand was steadily increasing. The Planning Council required Sanya to maintain at least 15 days coal reserves beyond daily consumption. Steam engines and boilers had risen to dependency-level importance for the Transmigrator Collective. The only problem was that boiler quality remained concerning. The mass-produced steam engines and boilers manufactured in rush mode had high failure rates, at one point affecting project progress. At his request, Zhan Wuya specially dispatched a repair team composed entirely of elders to conduct a major overhaul of all boilers and steam engines used in the project. Panda led blasting teams in continuous blasting at various sites. The entire Yulin region echoed with explosions. Laborers and migrants knew this was just blasting, but for the former Anyoule market residents, the sudden increase in explosions disturbed and unsettled them. They believed these Australian sea pirates were fighting some unknown enemy. Zun remained in the seaside temporary detention center with food, drink, access to showers, and permission for his family to send clean clothes, quite preferential treatment. The only difficulty was knowing no one around him, which kept him nervous. He had no idea how these pirates would deal with him. He now understood they were the so-called Australian pirates. He worried for his own life and feared they might harm his family. Zun had several concubines and a 14-year-old daughter awaiting marriage. Wasn't this a plump morsel everyone coveted? And these were pirates who'd supposedly mount old sows when the lights went out. The daily blasting intensified his terror. Inland, to his knowledge, there was no force besides the Li people. Fighting the Li obviously wouldn't require such excessive firepower. As for government troops, if they came, they'd come by sea. They absolutely wouldn't come through the wilderness overland. He kept trying to extract information from his guards, where they came from, what they were doing here, and most importantly, what they planned to do with him. But the guards said nothing, responding only with the barest necessary words, and they behaved the same among themselves. Zun wondered what kind of people these expressionless guards were. How could they stand facing each other for hours without exchanging a single word? After about a month of agonizing waiting, someone finally came to see him. The visitor was an Australian. Zun recognized him as one of the same people as the so-called manager Wang from Lingao. He saw a man of medium height, powerfully built, with close-shaved head, double chin, dark eye bags, and thick lips. He wore the gray short jacket common among the Australian short hairs, with a bag slung diagonally across his body and a bamboo hat at his shoulder. His appearance and dress exceeded all of Zun's social experience. He couldn't figure out this person's background. Hegemony politely inquired about his living conditions and health. "I'm well enough. Your honored group has treated this prisoner quite generously." Zun smiled bitterly. "Heh heh," Hegemony laughed, patting his shoulder in a friendly manner. "Old Hu, don't take this personally. In another 20 years, you'll look back on today and feel grateful to have been our prisoner." Zun was speechless. What kind of shameless person was this? Having your family estate seized, you were supposed to feel grateful. What nonsense! But he didn't dare show his feelings, only murmuring agreement. Seeing the visitor in good spirits, he hurriedly inquired about his family. "Your family is fine." Hegemony was brief. "Still in your original residence. I've posted some police at your door to look after things. The household is all safe, you can rest assured." "Thank you, Master Zun relaxed somewhat upon hearing the residence was safe. With his whole family at their mercy, there was no need for deception. "You needn't stay here any longer," Hegemony said. "Today you go home." He was told to gather his things and was led out of the Anyoule Market public hall. Outside, the weather was fine and sunny, the light dazzling. After a month indoors, the sudden brightness made Zun dizzy. He nearly fell. Then, under special escort, he returned to his own residence. Walking down the street, Anyoule Market had completely transformed. The original palisade walls had been entirely demolished. Some street buildings were also torn down. Only a few brothels and small eateries remained in business. The inns and warehouses where sea merchants had stayed were also intact, with people in black short jackets and waist sashes standing guard at the doors. His own residence remained unchanged, just with the main gate tightly shut. Returning home naturally brought a mix of joy and sighs. Fortunately, everyone was safe and the pirates hadn't come to harass them. Every few days, vegetables, fish, shrimp, and grain were delivered free of charge. Everything at home is fine, not a cent or a mosquito missing, but everything you had stored in the outside public warehouse is all gone. His wife was still chattering. "Don't think about those goods." Zun waved his hand impatiently. "If they'd wanted to take things, even the household goods would be gone. What's the point of mentioning the warehouse?" Zun's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't figure out what this group wanted. It seemed these people, calling themselves from Lingao one moment, from Australia the next, intended to settle here permanently. Watching their major construction work made that clear. While Hu Zun fretted at home, he didn't know he just narrowly escaped the terrible fate of being exterminated along with his whole family. How to handle this former Beacheng of Anyoule market had produced two different opinions in the Sanya military committee. The most extreme view held that Hu Zun was a leader of the old order, likely to collude with authorities, and thus a potential threat. For safety, he should be executed along with his family. The other view held that Hu Zun had merely exploited weak government control to become a local strongman. He had no significant misdeeds, knew the local situation well, and moreover had surrendered voluntarily. Killing him would give the transmigrators a reputation for cruelty. Future encounters with similar people would then face determined resistance. His whole family is now in our grasp. Any suspicious moves and we can wipe them out immediately, legitimately. Hegemony fought to spare his life. HMPH, do we need legitimacy? Ziyazhu scoffed. Honestly, this person is of little use to us. Keeping him is just a hidden danger. As for our reputation, cruelty is also a weapon. That's on the Huns and Mongols level, not helpful. After much deliberation, Wang Liuobin decided not to create too many enemies at this stage. The final decision was to spare Hu Zun as an example for future recruitment and pacification efforts. So Hu Zun was placed under house arrest, forbidden to leave. His household could keep 10 servants, limited to maids, old women, and men over 50. All other servants were confiscated. Of Hu Zun's 3 sons, only the one under 10 years old remained. The other 2 were sent to Lingao to study, effectively hostages. Hu Zun couldn't understand how Lingao had become Australian territory, but he was powerless to stop them. He could only pack their bags and see them off. Hu Zun's former secretary, after a period of vetting, was retained under Hegemony as a clerk. As for the militia commanders, who were of pirate background and had some martial skills, they were taken to Lingao to supplement the Navy's recruit battalion. Former Anyoule market militiamen with local families were organized into labor teams. Single men were shipped to Lingao to replenish the labor pool. As for Hu Zun's clansmen and relatives, every single one was sent to Lingao for resettlement. End of chapter. Chapter 572, Luoyou arrives. It seems we need to make a trip to Lingao. Luoyou set down the letter in his hand, speaking as if to himself. The person standing beside him said nothing. Ever since the trip to Fashion, Luoyou had seemed to develop an obsession with this place called Lingao. His subordinates didn't understand why their master had suddenly become interested in a small county that even most Guangdong natives knew little about. Only his closest confidants understood. Boss Li believed the source of the hottest-selling Australian goods flooding the Guangzhou market lay in Lingao. As a merchant, his sensitivity to such matters far exceeded others. Recently, an increasing variety of previously unseen goods had appeared on the Guangzhou market. All were wholesaled through Guangzhou's Zicheng Trading Company, the Australian goods firm. Luoyou paid extreme attention to Australian goods. He assigned someone to visit Zicheng Trading and Zizhen's studio daily, immediately purchasing any new merchandise that appeared, from precious curiosities to worthless candies and pickles. Now in his head office's counting room stood a specially designated room filled entirely with Australian goods available on the market. He had noticed something significant. Unlike the previous Australian goods, which were all exquisitely expensive luxury items, the recently wholesaled merchandise from Zicheng Trading consisted entirely of practical, everyday consumer goods. The quality remained as fine and useful as ever, but prices were far more accessible, affordable for moderately prosperous families. Sewing needles packaged in bamboo tubes, 12 per pack, not only excellent steel but completely smooth and burr-free from shaft to eye. Flavor essence in wax-sealed porcelain bottles, adding just a little to dishes made them extraordinarily delicious. Hard candies in brilliant colors, not only beautifully shaped but with various fruit flavors. Thick towels full of loops soft against the face, wonderfully absorbent, far superior to plain washcloths. Socks of unknown material, thin, soft, breathable. Little wooden sticks that ignited with a strike anywhere, requiring no flint. And finally, paper white as snow. Luoyou had never seen paper so white. The finest tribute-grade Quanans paper still showed a faint yellow tinge upon close inspection. This paper was absolutely pure white, like winter snow. As for the paper's smoothness, Luoyou had never seen its equal. Of course, speaking of white paper, the large sheets of whitewash paper used in the capital for interior decoration were also quite white. But that was ordinary paper coated with white clay, useless for writing, with a very rough surface. Nothing like Australian white paper. What amazed him even more, buying a thick stack, if you randomly pulled out any sheet, the quality was exactly the same, virtually without defects. No matter how many you bought, they were identical. He'd noticed this phenomenon with all Australian goods. Randomly pull a needle from each of 2 packs. Their length, luster, and thickness matched exactly. Not only could they make things well, but quality was always consistent. This was what made Australian goods formidable. And the final point was even more terrifying: the price. The recently sold Australian goods from Zicheng Trading were still pricier than local alternatives, but against comparable local products, they showed enormous price advantages. Australian paper, in its most common grade, cost about the same as the cheapest local ledger paper, yet the quality was dozens of times better. Under such price advantages, sales of local and imported paper plummeted. The market was flooded with all varieties of Australian paper. Subsequently, Zicheng Trading began selling various paper products, ledger books, student calligraphy copybooks, various cards. Paper quality was excellent, printing was exquisite, and prices were even cheaper. With these 3 factors combined, over 90% of goods in Guangzhou's paper shops became Australian paper. Only some specialty painting and calligraphy paper and coarse paper for plastering work continued using original products. Luoyou could never figure out how Australian paper could be sold so cheaply while still turning a profit. This paper surely wasn't shipped from some distant Australia, but even if, as he suspected, it was manufactured in Lingao, he still couldn't understand how the Australians managed it. Lingao had never had paper-making workshops. It couldn't be said to possess particularly abundant or cheap paper-making materials. If the Australians were running a loss-making business, what was their purpose? Luoyou became increasingly, intensely interested in these Australians. In the room storing Australian goods, a purple sandalwood curio shelf stood filled with miscellaneous Australian items, edible, usable, playable, a dazzling array. Luoyou would sometimes come here to admire and handle these novel little gadgets. His favorite was a crystalline transparent, divine mechanism self-igniting fire. Inside, you could see water like liquid. Lightly flicking, the small wheel produced a flame. This fascinated him. Sometimes he thought, if this device were used to ignite artillery and muskets, wouldn't it be better than smoky, easily extinguished matchcord? Because he was preparing to bid on Guangdong's official artillery and firearms manufacturing contract, he paid close attention to anything that could improve performance. Unfortunately, this item was too expensive, and Liaodong's shop had been out of stock for some time. As for Zicheng Trading, they'd never sold it at all. He'd had an assistant inquire, would bulk orders bring stock? Zicheng Trading's clerk had flatly refused, saying this item won't be available again for 3 or 4 years. I absolutely must go see, he muttered to himself again. Master wants to go to Lingao, Gu Beicheng, standing nearby, asked cautiously after hearing him say this a second time. Indeed, I'd intended to go later, but now it seems time waits for no one. Luoyou gazed thoughtfully at the pile of correspondence and ledgers on his desk. Among them was a letter from the capital head office. The letter's content was simple, informing him that the Jurchens had retreated. The Zunhua branch was completely destroyed, personnel and cargo both lost. Instructions had been secretly sent to the Shenyang branch manager to determine whether any company employees or family members had been captured, and to arrange rescue if possible. Other branches throughout the capital region had suffered varying degrees of property loss, some looted by Jurchens, some extorted by various military units and local militia claiming army provisioning. In some, losses were severe. And Governor Yuan, on whom he'd once placed high hopes, was now imprisoned. Capital opinion was hostile. Things didn't look good for him. Upon receiving this letter, Luoyou sighed deeply. Whatever Governor Yuan's crimes, his fate was likely ill. Such a national disgrace and military defeat couldn't go without someone taking responsibility. He'd thought that with Governor Yuan governing Liaodong, the Ningjin defense line would be impregnable. Even if unable to recover Liaodong in 5 years, at least keeping the Jurchens out should have been possible. Who could have imagined they'd bypass through Mongolia, entering through Jizhen at Don Pass, clearly catching the court completely off guard? The vaunted Guaning Iron Cavalry wasn't so impressive after all. Thinking of the Jurchen cavalry sweeping through, how many families destroyed, how much public and private wealth plundered, Luoyou was filled with grief and indignation. Not just grief and indignation, but disappointment as well. The Tartars had been merely a small tribe among the Jianzhou Jurchen. The now-deceased Narhachi had been nothing but a retainer under Li Qingliang. Yet they'd beaten the great Ming, with its 100 million subjects and dominion over all under heaven, into continuous retreat. After losing Liaodong, now even the frontier walls had been breached. Right under the capital, beneath the sun of heaven's nose, they'd ranged hundreds of Li routing government troops completely. Even Zhenhua had fallen. What on earth was wrong with this great Ming? By Luoyou's former thinking, with the great Ming's resources, even if field armies couldn't win, relying on artillery and firearms, strong walls and solid fortifications, just defending without attacking should have been enough to grind the Jurchens down through attrition. Now it seemed the Jurchens were actually growing more vigorous. Given Luoyou's understanding of the later Jin and the Great Ming, this Jurchen incursion was definitely no loss-making venture. They must have seized enormous amounts of people, grain, wealth, and livestock, enough for a prosperous new year. As for government troops, they'd likely been following far behind to escort them out the door. Grief, disappointment. Luoyou knew he was merely a merchant, unable to affect matters of state and military. But manufacturing firearms and modernizing armaments, these he could work at. Luoyou's earlier maneuvering through connections to lobby the viceroy of Liangguang and the Guangdong governor to award him the contract for copying Dutch cannon had shown initial success. Before long, the official document would arrive. Though Quark had already dispatched someone back to Europe to purchase equipment and hire craftsmen, the shipping time was long. Even if all went smoothly, it would take over a year and a half. The Australians were also reputed to have formidable firearms. Since they could manufacture such fine and useful goods in Lingao, they must have skilled craftsmen and machinery there. Whether buying machinery, hiring workers, or establishing a joint venture with the Australians, Luoyou just wanted to get the foundry working sooner, producing more firearms for government troops. "Please send for Mr. Quark," Luoyou instructed. John Quark, or Quark Qiong, was living very comfortably in the Great Ming. He'd grown tired of staying at the Li family trading house in Macau and had come to mix at Luoyou's Guangzhou mansion. From time to time, he'd accompany Luoyou on free tour around South China. Luoyou wanted to keep him close and looked after him meticulously, women and strong liquor, whatever he wanted. This English merchant was so happy he'd forgotten about home. Quark's mood was good. The Indian cotton cloth he'd shipped in had been stuck in Macau and Guangzhou, unsold for years, until recently when it all suddenly sold out. Though profit margins weren't large, combined it was a tidy sum. And this boss Li's plans to cast cannon and carriages represented a potentially major deal. He dispatched one of his clerks with a personal letter back to England to see if any ironworkers and technicians were willing to come to China. He'd also instructed his clerk to try to procure the latest specialized foundry machinery. The prospect of becoming arms supplier to the Chinese army made him somewhat giddy. The Portuguese were already mercenaries for the emperor. Wouldn't it be even better for the English to be the emperor's arms dealers? At least they wouldn't be trading their own lives for money. He'd heard the Tartars had attacked near the capital this time, and government troops had suffered several defeats. He was even secretly pleased. The more pressure on the emperor and his officials, the easier they'd be to persuade. Quark had learned from Luoyou that European firearms had performed well in all the battles, so the more defeats government troops suffered, the greater their desire to purchase new weapons to arm their forces. Of course, he didn't express such thoughts aloud, only vigorously joining Luoyou in cursing Tartars and barbarians. Going to Lingao. Quark was somewhat surprised. Luoyou had talked about this for a long time but never acted on it. He himself, as a foreigner unfamiliar with the place, he didn't even know which direction from Guangzhou Lingao lay, naturally couldn't go either. That's right, I'm thinking of going in the next few days to have a look. Luoyou nodded. Excellent, I've long wanted to see this place. Quark was quite excited. I want to see how they make those things, and that ship too. I want to see as well, Luoyou smiled. Actually, you should be even more interested in them. Why? Quark was puzzled. Heh, do you know who bought your cotton cloth? It was the Australians. Now Quark was truly astonished. Indian cotton was cheap enough, but shipping it to China still couldn't compete with local cloth prices. When he'd shipped in those several thousand bolts, they'd sat for years with barely a tenth sold. Only those with more distinctive patterns had moved. He'd originally harbored grand ambitions to sell English woolens in the north, but seeing the situation, he knew woolen cloth was absolutely unsellable. Though I have no proof, Luoyou nodded, I'm certain it was them. Lingao, Quark said. Is commerce flourishing there? Or does it have a good harbor? He suddenly had ideas. Since the Australians could settle there long-term, perhaps English merchants could also get a share. After all, no European nation besides the Portuguese had successfully established a stable trade base on China's coast. The Dutch didn't really count as being in the South China Sea proper. If he could establish trade relations with the Australians, or even establish an English trading post, it would greatly benefit English-China trade, earning himself great merit. If the other side wasn't strong, he could also lure the East India Company to send an expedition to drive them out. The company would owe him likewise. Looking at it this way, Lingao was absolutely a must-visit. Even if no business deal materialized, at least he could scout the situation. The place is sparsely populated with virtually no commerce. Luoyou had no idea this Englishman had already conceived so many schemes. He knew equally little about Lingao himself. In preparing for this trip, he'd had great difficulty finding anyone familiar with Lingao, learning only that it was a typical, remote backwater within the province. As for harbors, there are a few, but they don't count as good ones. That's strange. What are the Australians doing in such a place? Heaven is high and the emperor far away, Luoyou said. You mean Lingao is a place beyond the emperor's reach? China is vast. The emperor has many places he cannot attend to, Luoyou said. But once the emperor learns of something, he must intervene. End of chapter. Chapter 573. Hegemony over the Qiongzhou Strait. The decision to depart for Lingao was known only to a few close confidants within the Li household. Luoyou reckoned the court would sooner or later send troops against Lingao, so the fewer who knew, the better. Besides Quark, he brought only Gu Beicheng, his personal servant Sai, and a few capable household attendants. Though the matter was settled, it was now year's end. The third year of Qiongzhou arrived in the blink of an eye. Year-end affairs were tedious, many social obligations to fulfill. After handling all public and private business, the second day of the second month, the Dragon Raises Its Head festival passed before Luoyou finally found time to arrange the Lingao trip. The most convenient way to reach Lingao was of course to take a Guang Shipping Company vessel from Guangzhou. These ships primarily carried cargo but also took passengers, with extremely cheap fares. However, the environment was noisy and uncomfortable, with people and cargo mixed together. Using his own private vessel would be too conspicuous, and the seas were unsafe. If some maritime heroes caught wind and kidnapped him for ransom, that would be troublesome. While he was pondering this, Sai reminded him that the Yang Runketang firm in Fashion had business dealings with Lingao. Why not go through them? Does Master still remember? At Mr. Lin's banquet in Fashion last time, there was a Mr. Liu from Lingao at the table, said to be the manager of a pharmacy there. His family seems to be related to Mr. Yang of Yang Runketang. Going through this route would be both safe and well-connected. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? At Sai's reminder, Luoyou recalled it too. He immediately ordered his diary brought over. He had a habit of recording everything, large and small. Of course, his diary wasn't about how his mood was bad today, or how so-and-so was a scoundrel, or which concubine needed discipline, such trivial personal matters. Rather, it concerned commercial affairs, what business he'd conducted that day, whom he'd met, what they'd discussed, what new ideas had occurred to him. This habit he'd learned from Portuguese merchants while doing business in Macau. He found this method helped him not forget things, so he developed the practice. No matter how busy each day, he would record it all before sleep. Flipping through his diary, he found details richer than what Sai had mentioned. So Runchatang Pharmacy in Lingao was indeed a useful channel. He then summoned his chief secretary, Advisor Feng, to ask if there was a Runchatang branch locally. Runchatang has no branch in Guangdong. Advisor Feng had an excellent memory and knew every shop and person who had ever done business or had contact with Liaodong trading, but they have an accounting office in Fashion, specifically handling dealings with Yang Runketang for buying and selling medicines. The person in charge is called Liu Benchen. If Master wishes to go to Lingao, you could ask Mr. Yang Shi to make introductions, Advisor Feng said. Runchatang in Lingao and Yang Runketang in Fashion are branches from the same root. The two proprietors are first cousins. Though going to Lingao was confidential, and the fewer who knew, the better, Yang Shi need not be avoided. This man had been involved with Luoyou in trading Liaodong goods and had connections to Lingao. He absolutely wouldn't dare speak carelessly outside. The decision made, he sent another personal servant who handled confidential matters to Fashion to arrange this. Luoyou wanted to go to Lingao. Yang Shi naturally wouldn't slight this god of wealth. He immediately contacted Liu Benchen. Within just a few days, the servant returned from Fashion, saying everything was arranged. Because the matter was confidential, when Luoyou left Guangzhou, he only announced he was going to inspect the Fashion branch. As a prominent merchant in Guangzhou, he received visitors daily and couldn't secretly vanish for 10 days or half a month. After reaching Fashion, Liu Benchen would arrange his travel to Lingao. Yang Shi showed every courtesy to this god of wealth, specially chartering a double-masted Fujian ship, one that regularly sailed to Lingao. The captain knew the route well. He'd also carefully furnished the cabin. He even wanted to send capable household servants to attend them on the voyage, but Luoyou declined. He didn't want to make too much of a show. Yang Shi could only send along ample food and wine for the journey. The voyage passed without incident. This day the weather was fine. Luoyou emerged from his cabin to get some air on deck. He saw the waters here were extremely narrow, with green mountains, trees, villages, and estates on both shores clearly visible. Curious, he asked, "Where are we?" "We've reached the Qiongzhou Strait. That over there is Liaodong Island." The captain looked quite relaxed, pointing to a small island near the shore on the ship's port side. "This is the boundary between Lingao and Chiangmai. Past Liaodong Island is Lingao County's coast. In less than 2 hours we'll reach Bopu Harbor." Luoyou nodded. He'd never been to Qiongzhou before and had no conception of this large island. His businesses span Guangdong, yet Qiongzhou Prefecture alone he'd never touched. The place was sparsely populated with meager products. Besides timber, coconuts, betel nuts, red and white rattan, and such, There were no major exports and nothing much to sell there either. What did the Australians rely on to prosper such a remote, desolate little county? Luoyou found this intensely interesting. Quark also emerged from the cabin. He was dressed entirely in Ming Chinese fashion, except for a jet-black square scholar's cap to conceal his hair. But his blue eyes still betrayed his identity. The captain had seen foreigners before and thought nothing of it. "God, what beautiful scenery," Quark said. He somewhat greedily breathed the fresh sea air. These past days he hadn't dared show himself, and only now emerged. "The captain says we'll reach Lingao in a few more hours." "Really?" Quark said excitedly. "I really want to see the legendary Great Iron Ship." As they were talking, they spotted a triangular-sailed vessel cutting through the waves near the coast. Luoyou immediately realized this wasn't a Chinese ship. You could tell from the hull design and rigging. It looked like a Western sailing ship. "What kind of ship is that?" He pointed it out to Quark. "That's a triangular fore-and-aft rigged sloop." Quark was no less astonished than Luoyou. This was a typical triangular-sailed sloop, identical to those he'd seen at his English seaside hometown. But he'd never seen one in Asia. This type of vessel generally only sailed coastal waters and didn't run long-distance trade. "That's an Australian patrol boat," the captain interjected. "From here on to Lingao is Australian territory. The Australians patrol here." Luoyou was somewhat surprised, truly brazen. The Navy doesn't intervene. The Navy would need the ability first, wouldn't they? They're only good at demanding money. When they see a few pirates, they run faster than rabbits. Would they dare meddle in Australian affairs? The captain's words dripped with contempt for government forces. "The Australians patrol here daily. When they encounter pirates, they wipe them out. When ships are in distress, they're willing to rescue them, no hesitation. Since Lingao's patrol boats appeared, the Strait has become much safer. Pirates don't dare enter." "That ship, she's sailing beautifully," Quark exclaimed. "Sailing close to the wind, God!" he shrieked again. The ship had heeled over at an angle that seemed about to capsize. "The Australians are truly first-rate sailors." Quark mopped his brow with a large handkerchief. "Even in my homeland, they're no better than this. They sailed great iron ships across vast oceans to come here. Naturally, they'd be skilled in seamanship." Luoyou watched the triangular-sailed vessel's movements closely. Its speed was swift and agile. The court navy's clumsy, obsolete warships would have trouble even defending themselves without cannon. The patrol boat gradually drew closer, so close he could see sailors scurrying about on deck, furling and unfurling sails. On the tilting, pitching deck, sailors in blue cloth jackets still moved and worked rapidly. From the mast to both gunwales hung rows of fishing nets. He didn't know their purpose. Everything on deck was orderly, and most conspicuous were the long cylindrical objects wrapped in oilcloth on the fore and aft decks. "Probably Australian cannon. Quickly raise the flag," the captain ordered a crewman. Soon a triangular flag was fluttering from the mast. The sloop seemed satisfied. It turned its bow away and departed. "What does that mean?" Luoyou asked with interest. "This ship of mine is registered at Bopu," the captain said. "So I have a flag. Raising it means I can pass inspection-free and sail directly to Lingao. Unregistered ships may be ordered to heave to for inspection." Interesting. Luoyou thought the Australians' management was highly systematic, not like merchants' methods at all, more like a government. "What if you don't stop?" Quark suddenly asked. "What's this red-haired gentleman saying?" The captain shook his head. "Not stop. Never mind the cannon up there. One shot and even an immortal couldn't take it. Even a volley of muskets would be quite enough. Besides, inspection doesn't take your money or goods. Why look for trouble?" the captain added. "The Australians in Lingao are quite good. Their officers are polite and don't extort money. Recently, ships entering and leaving port pay no duties. Merchants doing business there all speak well of them. Tax-free imports and exports, that's to attract merchants to trade there." Quark was quite excited. This suggested the Australians welcomed merchants for trade. His chances of establishing a trading post there were very good. Though Macau was fine, it was Catholic territory after all. If not for Luoyou's protection, he'd have been expelled by the zealots long ago. possibly killed. He knew perfectly well what happened to his countrymen caught smuggling slaves in the Americas by the Spanish. As for Guangdong, he could only stay in the Li family's residences and trading houses, avoiding going out. Life was comfortable enough, but rather boring. If he could establish a warehouse in Lingao, he could use it as a base to trade with the mainland, buying silk, sugar, and porcelain, storing them in Lingao, then catching a ship back to Surat to resell when the opportunity arose. Once he had more money, he'd simply buy his own ship for shipping. When his resources grew larger, he could negotiate with the Australians to allow an English trading post, bringing more English merchants to trade at Lingao. As trading post agent, his opportunities would be immeasurable. John Quark's merchant heart beat wildly, as if countless gold coins were glittering before his eyes. He could hardly contain his impatience. Quark Qiong swallowed and asked, "Are there many people coming to Lingao to trade?" "Not many at first, but in the last 6 months or so it's picked up." The captain puffed on his pipe. "You can sell just about anything. Plus you can bring back lots of marketable Lingao goods on the return trip, coming and going without empty runs, earning double. Why wouldn't everyone be willing?" "I see. Are you two gentlemen also here to trade?" "What makes you say that?" Luoyou asked. "Who'd go to that place if not to trade?" The captain laughed. "Besides, there's this red-haired gentleman. Red hairs never lift a finger unless there's profit. Wherever there's money to be made, they'll walk through mountains of knives and seas of fire. They'd fish coins out of a boiling oil pot." Quark Qiong laughed heartily, agreeing repeatedly. Mercantilism was fashionable in Europe at the time. To Chinese ears, such words were disparaging. To this Englishman, they were praise. Luoyou found this amusing and chatted with the captain for quite a while, only returning to his cabin when the sea grew rougher. "Pack up the things, we'll be arriving soon." Luoyou instructed Sai, then frowned. "Where's Baya Cheng?" "Reporting to master," Sai said carefully. "He's still seasick today. He can't get up from his cabin." Such delicacy. He'd been resting in his cabin since boarding due to seasickness. Luoyou thought it had been 5 or 6 days now, and the seasickness still hadn't passed. The young man was about to be married, yet still so frail. As the sole blood descendant of his wife's family, would he have the ability to rebuild the family fortune? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly worry. While he himself lived, he would naturally do his utmost for Baya Cheng. But his own health was deteriorating. If something happened to him, never mind Baya Cheng establishing his own household and reviving the family name, even finding a secure position in the Li family would likely be difficult. Luoyou knew several close clansmen in his lineage had complained about him nurturing and promoting an outsider. Constantly, clan members sent intermediaries to approach his father or other elders, wanting to place their own sons and nephews under him to learn some skills. And Gu Baya Cheng's existence repeatedly became evidence of his unwillingness to favor clan members. HMPH, useless at work, but every one of them is skilled at grabbing money. In recent years, over a dozen clansmen had come to Qiongzhou seeking his patronage. Apart from a few, most were prepared to coast on ancestral connections. That was still manageable. Worse was their aggressive maneuvering, constantly trying to get close to him to serve, hoping to land some money-handling position as manager or steward. "We share the same surname Li. If nephew doesn't look after uncle's affairs, who will?" Luoyou had heard this kind of talk until he nearly vomited. Facts proved that clansmen were less reliable than hired outside staff, and when it came to skimming money, they were utterly self-righteous. "It's all Li family money, why can't I use it?" Luoyou was quite helpless against such people, yet couldn't easily send them away. He could only assign them idle positions, keeping them well-fed and comfortable to avoid trouble. Whenever Luoyou thought of these clansmen, he felt vexed. For diversion, he took out a book to read. It was a copy of Shushu Jiazhang mathematical treatise in 9 sections, a work by the Song dynasty's Qin Jiashao. End of chapter. Chapter 574, Sites of Bopu. Luoyou was quite interested in mathematics. As a youth in Macau, he'd read many European and Arabic works and had developed considerable expertise in geometry and algebra. but outsiders assumed his mathematical enthusiasm was for business accounting. Some ignorant people even mocked him, saying Master Li loved money like his life and was afraid his accountants would cheat him, so he learned arithmetic to perfection himself. Luoyou had occasionally heard such remarks. Though not worth arguing about, he secretly smiled bitterly. The vast majority of his countrymen's concept of mathematics still remained at the most elementary level of practical arithmetic. Luoyou had widely read works by mathematical masters both Chinese and foreign, and had corresponded with contemporary mathematicians, but this subject existed only as amusement within a very small circle. Many considered it useless, clever trickery. Those more complimentary called it dragon-slaying technique, impressive but impractical. In terms of applications, only astronomy and calendrical calculation had use for it. Who needed it in daily life? With Luoyou's attainments in algebra and geometry, he could be considered one of the few mathematical talents in this timeline's Ming. But this talent had almost no practical use. In his daily life, he could only use solving geometry and algebra problems as recreation. He couldn't help feeling his talents were wasted. The content of Shushu Jiazhang was broadly in the realm of number theory, though not pure mathematical theory. It contained many practical applications, including astronomy and calendrics, surveying, market transactions, tax calculations, and more. It had both theory and practical use. Luoyou found it quite interesting. The more he read, the more absorbed he became. Finally, he spread paper on the table, took out a quill pen, and began working through the practical examples, a habit from his youth when studying under Jesuit missionaries. He had vertigo. After calculating for a while, he felt somewhat dizzy. He stood and walked around a bit, then simply returned to the deck for fresh air. Just as he emerged from the cabin, he saw Sai perched on a crate, holding onto the mast and gazing into the distance. Seeing his master emerge, he quickly jumped down to attend him. "What's there to see?" Luoyou was puzzled. "No proper behavior." "Yes," Sai said respectfully. "Master is right to scold. This servant was watching the salt boats." Luoyou looked and saw a fleet of vessels sailing on the ship's port side. These were all small to medium-sized vessels, double-masted Fujian ships, Guangdong ships, rice boats, tow-in boats, and such. The hull types varied, but each ship's bow was painted with white characters. Lin Yun, followed by Arabic numerals. Luoyou was startled. He recognized Arabic numerals and sometimes used them when keeping his private accounts. But his case was exceptional. Seeing them painted directly on ship hulls was a first. "Are these Lingao ships?" "That's right, salt transport boats from Manio," the captain said. "Manio port is right over here, there's a salt field." At this explanation, Luoyou had a vague recollection. There was indeed an official salt field here under the Hebei Salt Commissioner. "Where is all this salt being transported?" "To Bopu, of course," the captain said. The Australians were smuggling salt, Luoyou thought. He watched the salt fleet. About 10 vessels sailing in formation, each riding deep in the water, apparently carrying substantial quantities of sea salt. Such brazen salt smuggling, these people were bold indeed. The fleet maintained orderly formation, sailing single file one after another. The sailors wore the same blue jackets as those on the patrol boat. Some carried long muskets on their backs, standing guard on both sides of the gunwales. Luoyou counted silently. Each ship had at least 4 armed men. Several ships had strange devices mounted on their deckhouses, a round European goblet-style base supporting a long black box, with 2 sailors behind it holding it in place. He didn't know its purpose. Luoyou guessed it might be some kind of Australian cannon. Given their reputation for formidable firearms, having weapons unknown to either Ming or European wasn't surprising. With such a show of force, no wonder the authorities could only play deaf and dumb. Salt smuggling enforcement traditionally caught the small and let the big go. Those caught and punished were only small peddlers with a few caddies or tens of caddies. Catching one with several, she was already considered a major case. The truly big smugglers moving tens or hundreds were untouchable. not only because salt smugglers were fierce and willing to fight to the death, but also because such trade often involved gentry backing. With the Australians so brazen, who were the gentry behind them? Gao Ju could be counted as one of their patrons, and Master Gao was connected to Eunuch Yang in the capital. But even Eunuch Yang probably wouldn't dare support their antics to this extent. The Australians were clearly not so simple. The salt fleet gradually fell behind. Luoyou gazed at Ma Nio port. The salt fields along the coast glittered brilliantly in the sunlight. Among the salt fields stood windmills, their great vanes slowly rotating in the wind. These massive water-lifting windmills had become a signature feature of the Ma Nio coast. Very like the Netherlands scenery, Quark commented. What are these windmills for? Luoyou asked. I think they should be for lifting water, Quark said. Otherwise, I can't imagine what use they'd have. If it's for lifting water, why raise seawater? Luoyou observed. Why not just dig a channel to bring seawater into the salt pans? At that moment, the wind pushed the ship slightly closer to the coast. They could see that beside the windmills were wooden elevated platforms. The tops of these platforms had rows of channels filled with bamboo strips, densely packed but very orderly. Luoyou watched closely, though the distance was still too great. He could just make out that the windmills were indeed lifting water, which was continuously poured onto the platforms and flowed down. Luoyou's concept of salt making came entirely from books. He knew roughly that salt making first required making brine, then producing salt through boiling or sun evaporation. After watching for a while, he still couldn't understand what they were doing. Quark naturally didn't understand either. There was much more he didn't understand. For instance, inland billowing black smoke rose into the clear sky. Was something on fire somewhere? It's like that every day, the captain said, perceiving the passengers' puzzlement. This kind of black smoke is everywhere in Lingao. It all comes from brick chimneys taller than trees. I don't know what they're burning furnaces for every day. The ship soon reached Bopu harbor, docking at Lingao Point Pier. The natural stone breakwater had been improved, with over a dozen wooden jetties extending into the bay, serving as Bopu's passenger and cargo docks. Small to medium vessels could dock directly at the jetties to disembark passengers and load or unload cargo. Luoyou stood on deck, looking at this suddenly prosperous Bopu harbor, a port he'd never even heard of before. The bay was full of ships, but they were arranged very neatly, one after another alongside the jetties. He noticed that though the water area wasn't large, ship berths were clearly zoned, marked by colored floats on the water. Ships entering and leaving the port each had their own lanes. Everything looked orderly. That's the great iron ship. The captain pointed across the bay like an enthusiastic tour guide. Indeed, it was huge. Luoyou gasped. This ship's height rivaled Guangzhou's city walls. No, it was probably taller than the walls. As for volume, it was immense beyond measure. If it carried cargo, how much could it hold? Even 100,000 she of goods probably couldn't fill its hold. The Feng Cheng completely exceeded his comprehension. Luoyou's first thought was that this couldn't be made by humans. God, Quark spoke his mind for him. Only the devil could build such a thing, Luoyou nodded. He thought of what the captain had said about chimneys spewing black smoke everywhere in Lingao. Could these Australians be devil worshippers, conducting secret black magic here to increase their power? His heart grew wary. He touched his crucifix and silently recited the rosary. The largest ship England can build isn't a tenth of that, Quark continued. Incredible. Humans couldn't possibly build such a giant ship. He quickly crossed himself. God protect us. Luoyou couldn't help worrying about the state of his soul. Heh, quite frightening, isn't it? The captain had apparently long grown accustomed to such reactions and seemed rather pleased. This ship is made of iron too, can you believe it? Tusk, a tiny iron nail thrown in water sinks to the bottom, yet they make a ship this big that floats on the sea. Quark was still asking if it was really iron, if anyone had gone aboard to see. Luoyou said nothing. Whether it was iron no longer mattered to him. A ship this size would be astonishing even if made of wood. He shook his head. even feeling a twinge of regret about his decision to come to Lingao. He increasingly suspected the Australians were devil worshippers, or at least practitioners of some forbidden fallen arts. Quark, however, was unconcerned, eagerly looking around. On the embankment, two parallel black iron rails were laid. Flatbed carts were pushed along them by human power, their iron wheels making rumbling sounds on the rails. The carts seemed able to carry very heavy loads. Quark watched as 2 or 3 people pushed fully loaded flat cars rapidly along. Some were box-type, piled with black coal. What a good idea, Quark thought. This method could move heavy cargo with little effort. If horses were used for traction, efficiency would be even better. But China seemed severely short of horses. Using human power was understandable. Luoyou's gaze, however, was drawn to a series of tall towers on the embankment. The towers varied in height, but even the shortest was at least 2 zhang tall. All were built on stone circular platforms using iron bars and sturdy timber. From the tops of the towers, long arms extended obliquely into the air, with black ropes hanging from the arm tips. Such towers were everywhere around Bopu harbor. Across the bay, at what was said to be the shipyard, they were especially concentrated. Attention! Attention! Someone on the embankment was blowing a whistle and shouting, "Berth 15 beginning loading." With a rumbling sound, a long line of flat cars rolled along the track. Luoyou and Quark both started. This train of track cars wasn't being pushed by human power. Not only no human power, but no horses, mules, donkeys, oxen, or any other draft animal they could think of. The flat cars had no sails either. This long train of flat cars simply came along on its own, rumbling as it went. If anything was pulling the cars, it should be the first car, which carried a black iron device about half a table in size, plus a round iron drum-shaped thing. This black iron drum had a large wooden sign hanging on it, painted in red with 4 large characters, "Strictly no fire," along with a flame illustration. Beside this strange contraption sat a driver, his face blackened with soot, his clothes stained so nothing of their original color could be seen. Around his neck hung a white towel gone gray. This man gripped iron levers, constantly pushing and pulling, occasionally shouting something to people on the embankment. "I've heard Australian ships can sail without sails or oars. These carts must be the same," Luoyou said quietly. Quark watched for a while, his face showing an expression of horror. "The devil!" The flat cars stopped. At the sound of whistles, several people in blue cloth jackets jumped down from the rear flat cars. Luoyou noticed everyone here wore these short blue jackets, some with belts at the waist, some without. The common feature was that they all wore some kind of woven headgear, probably rattan helmets. Luoyou couldn't understand the purpose of these helmets. Had the Australians learned from the southern barbarians in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and started training rattan-armored troops? These men climbed into a circular cage beneath one of the towers. They ran rapidly inside the cage, making it rotate. The long arm on the tower rose with it. Then the others pushed with all their might, swinging the tower toward the flat cars. One person continuously blew a whistle and waved 2 small flags, one red and one green. Luoyou watched for a while and understood. This was directing the men on the rotating drum which way to turn. Under his direction, the arm slowly extended over the first flat car and lowered a huge iron hook. The men on the flat car hooked it onto some rope netting on the car and quickly jumped off. At the sound of whistles, the men in the cage began running again, and the crane's head began to rise. What had seemed like a pile of rope netting was actually a net bag filled with many hemp and straw sacks. A squirrel cage crane. Quark recognized the device. Such things were also used in Europe, though quite cumbersome and requiring many men. This squirrel cage crane looked much simpler and lighter, probably an Australian improvement. The arm began moving toward the ship. On deck, another person was blowing a whistle and waving 2 small flags. The arm moved over the ship's deck, the cables slowly loosened, and the net bag landed safely on deck. Next, the crane lifted cargo from another flat car. This time it wasn't a net bag but a wooden pallet, neatly stacked with crates, the crates securely wrapped in netting. End of chapter. Chapter 575. Customs compared to contemporary European squirrel cage cranes. The Lingao version used a gearbox and cam controller, both increasing output efficiency and preventing sudden reversal that could cause injury or death. This 21st century technology-improved squirrel cage was far superior in both efficiency and safety to anything Quark Qiong had seen before. Even for a trader like Quark with little engineering knowledge, the advantages of this loading system were obvious. A full flat car of goods was loaded in just a few minutes, using fewer than 10 people total. With manual carrying, it would take 1 or 2 hours. Quark Qiong's deepest impression since arriving in Ming was that the Ming rarely used animal power or machinery, with a tendency to overuse human labor. He discussed this with Luoyou, who explained that while machinery was certainly convenient, each machine displaced many workers, invisibly robbing them of their livelihood. Even if it's just a bitter bowl of rice, people still need to eat, don't they? Luoyou had looked down on this red-haired foreigner for not understanding statecraft. Luoyou was interested in machines. He often inquired about such things from European missionaries and merchants, and even ordered books. Yet he greatly resisted their practical application. This made Quark somewhat unable to understand his logic, though the extreme cheapness of Ming labor did leave a deep impression, especially the workers in Luoyou's establishments. By Quark's standards, their wages were unimaginably low. No wonder his repeated suggestions that Luoyou introduce certain English machines for his enterprises were always refused, and Luoyou even justified his refusal as doing good, because using machines meant dismissing surplus workers and ruining their livelihoods. Was it really doing good, or was it because human labor was so cheap that this great merchant refused to use machines? Quark thought it was probably both. This great merchant only welcomed one type of machine without hesitation, those for tasks that humans simply couldn't do. For example, machinery for casting cannon. At this moment, this great merchant was watching the loading operations intently. Even his earlier fear was gradually fading. Flat cars and box cars ran back and forth on the tracks, some pushed by human power, some arranged in trains that moved on their own. Some cargo was transported to berths for loading onto ships, other cargo was unloaded from ships. Tower cranes continuously rotated and lifted, cargo flowed constantly. The speed and frequency dazzled Luoyou. All kinds of goods were being transported. Exports from Lingao were all well packaged, either uniform-sized crates, or neat grass bags and bundles, or sealed rattan baskets and bamboo containers. Some were straw-wrapped jars. They bore various markings and symbols. Luoyou could just make out some boxes marked fragile and handle with care. Imports were less uniform, far more varied. Some was husked rice and unhulled grain, some was sugar, some was timber beams. Some flat cars carried Guangdong pig iron. He'd been having his men stockpile pig iron as raw material for casting cannon recently, and had familiarized himself with the material's forms and standards. He'd always wondered why pig iron was in such tight supply. Now, seeing the mountains of iron ingots and bars piled on those flat cars, he understood why a formerly worthless commodity had risen so much in price. The Australian's iron purchases far exceeded his own scale. What did Australia need so much pig iron for? Luoyou was puzzled. The various Australian goods they sold rarely required large amounts of iron. This iron, once imported, was surely being stockpiled. Could they be forging weapons and plotting rebellion? Luoyou shivered. But even more was the black coal. Most of the box cars were loaded with pitch-black coal. The Australians' demand for pig iron and coal seemed staggeringly huge. The captain advised, "Gentlemen, after disembarking you'll still need to clear customs and show your passes. You'd better hurry and pack your luggage to go ashore." Luoyou had originally expected Runchitang to send someone to welcome him at the dock, so he'd waited on deck for quite a while. watching as passengers from nearby ships had all departed and still no one came to receive him. He could only tell his attendants to prepare to disembark. As a great master, Luoyou naturally had servants to manage everything. In no time, the servants had bundled up his luggage. With this master Li surrounded and attended, the entourage grandly disembarked. Besides the iron-railed track, the embankment also had pedestrian paths. These roads were paved with some unknown material, gray, hard, smooth, and level. Signs stood on both sides reading, "Keep right." Not just signs, white arrows were painted directly on the road surface, going on one side, coming on the other. Luoyou's party followed the arrows, keeping to the right. At the embankment's end stood a long building, square-shaped, with a clock tower in the center resembling a European church, though no bronze bell hung above, only a large circular opening covered by wooden boards. This building was strange. Strangest of all was its many doors. In front was a large open courtyard, currently uncrowded and rather empty. Large signs stood in the courtyard reading local, long-term valid, short-term valid, temporary, customs declaration, quarantine registration, refugees, green channel. Luoyou, newly arrived, didn't know what these meant. Quark was equally baffled. While they hesitated, someone in a blue button-front short jacket approached. "First time visiting Lingao." The man spoke impeccable Mandarin. Luoyou noticed a cloth tag pinned to his chest, reading customs in neat official script. So this was the Australian customs, but customs' main function was collecting taxes. Since the Australians weren't collecting taxes, what purpose did these customs officials serve? "Indeed," I quickly stepped forward to answer. "Are you carrying any goods?" "No goods. Please use the temporary channel." The man pointed the way. Luoyou had expected Quark's presence might cause some trouble, but the official seemed uninterested in foreigners. I went through the channel first to investigate, then returned. "Master, there's queuing for processing inside. Please rest here a moment and let this servant handle it." "Go ahead." Luoyou gave the order and chose a spot with a sun awning. His servants quickly unfolded 2 folding stools for the master and Quark to sit. Then someone poured tea from a white bronze pot wrapped in blue satin, and someone else offered hand towels. Quark had a snuff habit. His snuff box was immediately presented. This display drew stares from everyone in the courtyard. Luoyou, accustomed to such treatment, saw nothing amiss. But the accompanying advisor hand-coughed quietly and murmured, "Master, isn't this rather conspicuous?" "No matter." Luoyou thought the purpose of this visit was precisely to make contact with the Australians. Otherwise, why would he have gone through Yangshi? By now, the Australians probably already knew of his arrival. Luoyou sipped hot tea and surveyed his surroundings. Everything was extremely clean. People of all sorts came and went, each going their own way, attending to their own business. Whenever anyone hesitated or looked uncertain, someone in a blue jacket would come forward to offer guidance. Everything appeared orderly. Luoyou was nodding to himself, fanning himself with a folding fan inscribed by Zhu Zhishan, when his gaze swept to one side and his hand trembled. On one side of the courtyard stood 3 more buildings. At the entrance stood a wooden sign bearing a line of incongruous bold characters. "Great Ming Lingao County Bopu Patrol Inspector's Office." Never mind that the sign's format completely violated Ming protocol. The very fact that a Ming patrol inspector's office stood right beside the Australians' brazen customs building was rather ridiculous. This patrol inspector's office actually had a soldier in official uniform standing guard at the door with a staff, looking quite proper. Only his monk-like cropped hair revealed he was actually a cropped one, or what might be called a false crop. These Australians were certainly interesting. Just as he was thinking this, I came running over and dropped to one knee in salute. "Reporting to Master, the officer over there insists you personally come to fill out some form." This servant argued for quite a while but couldn't persuade him. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Luoyou folded his fan and stood. "Let's go meet them and see." Inside the building was a long counter. Behind it sat several people wearing customs cloth tags. Luoyou noticed they were all very young, 20 at most. Each had a stack of white paper before them, European-style dipping inkwells and Chinese-style writing implements. "This is our master," Sai announced with full authority. The clerk looked up to study him. "Forms need to be filled out. Can you read?" "No pleasantries, never mind the honorific master." Just as Sai was about to scold him, Luoyou nodded. "I know a few characters." "Excellent, fill it out yourself then." He handed over a sheet of white paper. "Pen and ink are available here." Luoyou took it and looked. The white paper already had many phrases pre-printed in grid format, name, year of birth, and various other details. It resembled an inn's guest register, but far more detailed. After some thought, he picked up a pen and began filling it out. Luoyou was using an alias for this Lingao visit, Yushacheng. He wrote this name, listed his occupation as traveling merchant, residence as fashion, and purpose of visit also as traveling merchant. Finally came the number, names, and genders of accompanying servants. Luoyou filled everything in and handed it over. The clerk glanced through it and stamped it with a seal. "Press a fingerprint." The clerk pushed over a box of red ink paste. Luoyou had pressed fingerprints on contracts back when his business was smaller, a common commercial practice. He hadn't expected the Australians in Lingao to use this method too. The form was then passed to the person beside him. This person verified it, then took a card from a drawer, made of thick, stiff paper, about half the size of a book. The clerk tore a long strip from the form Luoyou had filled out and pasted it onto the card. Then, using a bamboo-handled iron-nibbed dipping pen, he began writing something. "You must carry this card at all times during your stay in Lingao," the clerk said. "The card is valid for 30 days. Return it when you leave Lingao. If you wish to stay beyond this period, you must re-register at this office or the local police station before expiration to receive a new card." He emphasized his words to convey their importance. "The card is very important. Don't lose it under any circumstances. If it's lost or damaged, report it immediately." Luoyou took it and looked. The back of the card read "Temporary Visa" with the torn strip pasted below. It was a rectangular pattern of thick and thin black lines, with a row of Arabic numerals beneath it. The front, besides his registered name, origin, and occupation, showed date of issue, with a line at the bottom, valid for 30 days from date of issue. Luoyou noticed that not only he but also advisor Han Sai, and even every servant had all gone through the same process and received identical cards. Those who couldn't read had the clerk fill in for them. After receiving their documents, Luoyou's traveling party proceeded along the counter. Behind this section sat several young women in long blue cloth gowns. They wore cloth caps shaped like wontons, and their gowns were quite form-fitting. They looked quite attractive. Their chest tags read, "Quarantine." Behind these women stood 4 or 5 men, and women in black short jackets with belts at the waist, wearing disc-shaped caps. Their chest tags read "Police." Luoyou understood these small cloth patches indicated their assignments. A woman took Luoyou's card, looked at it, and called out, "Fashion." A woman behind her immediately flipped through a large ledger. After a moment she called back loudly, "No epidemic in fashion in the past 90 days. The woman then asked Luoyou a series of questions. Had he had a fever recently? Any coughing? She also carefully examined his complexion. This made the gentleman feel quite uncomfortable. Normally women either looked at him with fearful awe or shyly lowered their eyes. "Have you had any illness recently?" After receiving a negative answer, the woman called out "Passed" and stamped his card. Luoyou looked closely. The stamp was blue with 4 characters, "Quarantine cleared." Next was "Quark." The same questions were asked. Then Luoyou suddenly heard, "Have you ever had syphilis?" "God is my witness, no," Quark denied emphatically. "Gonorrhea? No, please step inside for a moment," the woman said. "Why?" Quark sensed something was wrong. "I'm not sick, I'm perfectly healthy. It will only take a moment." The woman was unyielding. Several burly men with clubs behind her moved closer. End of chapter. Chapter 576. The main road. Quark Qiong emerged from the small room with a face flushed crimson. It was quite a while before he told Luoyou what had happened inside. He'd been semi-forcibly stripped of his trousers, then made to lie on an iron bed, whereupon several women with faces covered by white cloth masks, showing only their eyes, came and scrubbed him from front to back below with brushes dipped in medicinal solution. Then his freshly cleaned and disinfected parts were carefully examined by multiple observers for several minutes and probed with cold, pincer-like instruments. Quark silently lamented his fate, but the burly men beside him made him dare not resist. He then heard people discussing that his body hair was too thick to see clearly, followed by debate about whether to shave him. Quark was horrified. He wasn't a woman. If his nether regions were shaved and anyone found out, he'd be a laughingstock for life. He pleaded desperately in Mandarin and Cantonese, saying he was willing to give up everything if they would just not do this shameful thing to him. In the end, whether due to his pleading or because they decided it was unnecessary, he barely escaped this ordeal. For days after I got back from Lingao, I still had that medicinal smell on me, Quark said helplessly. These Australians are truly strange people. But at the moment his face was stony as he followed Luoyou out of customs in silence. Outside customs was another cobblestone-paved courtyard. As the group was looking around, a young man in a blue servant's coat came hurrying over. "Excuse me, might this be Master Yu from Fashion?" "Indeed, this is our master," I nodded. "Greetings to Master Yu." The man immediately dropped to the ground and kowtowed. "This humble servant is from the household of Master Yang Shixiang of Lingao Runchitang. I've been specially sent by our master to welcome you. Please lead the way." The man quickly rose and led them forward. At the courtyard's edge ran a broad road with many signs posted along it. They bore what appeared to be place names: County Town, Ma Nio, Baron, and several others. Under each sign gathered groups of villager-looking folk carrying shoulder poles and baskets, waiting. Among them were also cropped ones, wearing the Australians' trademark short jackets. Everyone found this interesting. Suddenly from a row of buildings at the road's head came the sound of whistles, and a four-wheeled cart pulled by 4 oxen slowly appeared on the road. The ox cart was a long box shape, quite tall, with each wheel reaching shoulder height. 2 drivers sat at the front, a sign reading Baron hanging from the front of the cart. "Passengers, attention! Passengers, attention! The scheduled cart to Baron is now arriving. Please step back behind the safety line and queue for boarding." A man in a blue cloth jacket came out, holding a tin funnel to his mouth as he shouted. He also blew a whistle from time to time. The ox cart slowly pulled up to the Baron sign and stopped. The waiting crowd stirred, pushing and shoving toward the cart. The man with the tin funnel kept shouting, "Don't push! Don't push!" But clearly his shouting had little effect. Everyone wanted to squeeze to the front. To the front for what? Was the ox cart giving away money or rice? Then several people wearing conical hats and carrying short clubs at their waists appeared in the courtyard. They waved their clubs and shouted, and order gradually returned as people began to form a line. Clearly the locals were quite afraid of these police, with their conical hats and short clubs, probably Lingao's version of runners. The driver climbed down and lowered folding iron step ladders. The queuing passengers began boarding the ox cart one by one, seating themselves along both sides of the carriage. Then the driver raised a simple sun awning. Those with shoulder poles and baskets used the iron rings and ropes on the carriage's outer walls to secure their goods outside. This ox cart now looked quite odd, covered in external attachments. Luoyou's party naturally had no need for public transportation. Runchitang had prepared 2 sedan chairs and 4 or 5 wheelbarrows in advance. The master rode in the sedan chair. Servants loaded the luggage onto the carts and walked alongside. Lingao's climate was hot. Though it was only late February, the weather was already somewhat sultry. Runchitang had prepared bamboo strip cool chairs, both breezy and good for sightseeing. Luoyou sat upright in the chair. The road to the county town was level as a grindstone, entirely paved with black gravel, extremely compact. Vehicles he saw along the way traveled on it smoothly and quickly. Luoyou, who had suffered greatly from the mule carts up north, couldn't help sighing to himself. Even the Imperial Boulevard in the capital probably wasn't as smooth as this road. The road's center was marked with white lines. Every li or so there was an arrow indicating direction. Signs stood everywhere along the roadside, some with words and some with symbols. Luoyou could barely take them all in. What he admired most were the clear directional signs at every crossroads, telling you where each road led, not just the destination, but intermediate place names and distances, clear and comprehensible at a glance. He called Sai to bring over the Yang family servant who had come to receive them. What do all these road markings mean? They're traffic signs. The Yang family servant explained each symbol and label one by one. Truly meticulous, Luoyou commented. This is the Australians' work. Yes, this road was also built the Australian way. The labor and materials expended are beyond counting. Even someone with no engineering experience like Luoyou knew the road's cost must be immense. Though he didn't know what the black road surface material was made of or how it was laid, the roadbed had drainage ditches with perforated covers on both sides. Roadside trees, though only teacup thick, were carefully maintained, each trunk propped with supports, resting pavilions for travelers and livestock with water troughs and wells, watchtowers every 2 li. All told, this road must have cost several times more than an ordinary road. Such massive construction, the people of Lingao must be suffering greatly. Reporting to master, not at all, the servant smiled. How many people does Lingao have? Round them all up and there still wouldn't be enough for road work. He pointed to a large pile of gravel and sand on the road's right side. Just this river project alone has several thousand workers. They're all laborers the Australian masters brought in themselves. Where do the laborers come from? Shipped from the mainland. Every few days, several boatloads of people arrive in Lingao, the servant said. Shipped from the mainland, must be refugees. Yes, when they arrive, they look neither human nor ghost. First, they have to spend 2 months in the big barracks at Bopu, getting nursed back to health before they're fit to work. The servant smiled. We all say, this isn't like hiring workers at all, it's more like doing charity. The Australian masters are truly wonderful to the poor. This was unpleasant to hear. Luoyou gave an indifferent snort. The servant knew his master was displeased and said no more, just walking alongside the sedan chair. Though they couldn't see the work sites from the road, the endless piles of gravel, yellow sand, and excavated soil along the roadside suggested a massive project. Ox carts fully loaded with bricks, timber, bundles of thin bamboo strips, and many sacks waited in neat rows by the roadside to unload. Some sacks had torn edges, spilling gray powder. The squirrel cage cranes he'd seen at the harbor were here too, standing in rows. Strange though, no one was running inside them now. Instead, black iron machines puffed and wheezed, belching white steam and black smoke. Iron wheels of various sizes spun rapidly, making clanking sounds. Several men blackened by coal smoke attended these devices, constantly shoveling coal into them. From time to time, blue-clad workers in rattan helmets passed by carrying tools and pushing carts. They were covered in mud and dust but looked energetic, each one robust and dark-skinned. Occasionally they'd sing songs about strength. To Luoyou, accustomed to gentle crooning, this sounded like howling, though it was indeed quite stirring and inspiring. The laborers were very disciplined. Someone waved red and green flags to direct work, but there were no whip-wielding overseers. Everyone seemed to know what they should be doing. The entire work site appeared orderly. Luoyou watched this riverside construction and couldn't help clicking his tongue. River management on this scale. How much manpower and resources must Lingao be investing? Never mind the road construction and buildings. The Australians had really invested heavily here. If so, cooperation with the Australians was worth discussing. Luoyou reasoned. Regardless of where the Australians came from, how good their goods were, or how capable they seemed, the fundamental point was their ability to protect themselves. If they couldn't protect themselves, Sooner or later they'd be driven out or destroyed by either government troops or sea lords. Cooperation would hold little benefit for him. Only if they could guarantee their continued presence in Lingao was cooperation possible, just like his main partners, the Portuguese. Now it seemed the Australians' investment in Lingao was enormous. With such massive investment, they must have both the ability and determination to defend their property. With these 2 points established, Luoyou could discuss deeper cooperation with the Australians. Luoyou's party soon reached the county town. Along the way, he'd seen enough of the ugly buildings the Australians had constructed. Ugly wasn't because the buildings weren't solid or well built, but because they were all built to standard geometric specifications with almost no curves visible. All buildings had no decoration beyond whitewashing. Many were identical in form, proportion, and dimensions. The Australians' architecture's main feature was practicality and sturdiness. There were many multi-story buildings, not just 2 floors but 3, 4, even 5 or 6 stories. Luoyou couldn't understand why. Lingao had plenty of wasteland. Following the main road, many areas had not just no villages but not even cultivated fields, just wild grassland. Why would the Australians use such land-saving methods? As the county town walls came into view, not far from the city gate stood a circular fortress-style building. Around the fortress were expansive farmlands, some with lush green rice seedlings already planted, some covered with golden rapeseed flowers, some with rows of various vegetables, and some with unknown green crops. The growth was excellent, far more orderly and flourishing than the farms along the road. Luoyou nodded to himself silently. This place, as the sedan chair passed, he noticed the fortress gate was open. Several women sat there, some mending clothes, some holding children and chatting, a scene of peace. But on the gatehouse armed men stood guard with long spears. What is this place? Reporting to master, it's Zushan Manor. Zushan Manor. Yes, inside live the long-term workers and their families who farm the school lands. The servant said, all around are Lingao school lands. These school lands are well tended. They were contracted to the Australians' Tiandu for cultivation. The Australians know how to farm too. Luoyou was even more surprised. Outside reports only said they were skilled in techniques and capable craftsmen, making all sorts of ingenious things. He hadn't expected they could farm too. This was astonishing news indeed. That's right, the servant pointed out. This area of school lands used to yield barely 1 in 10. Only after Tiandu took over the contract did it become like this. What you don't know, master, is that just the preparation before planting was enough to astound anyone. He went on with great interest to describe how the Australians turned and leveled the fields, how they dug ditches, how they used over a dozen oxen to pull iron frames through the fields for cultivation, how they brought cartloads of charcoal and lime to spread on the land. Luoyou listened carefully, increasingly feeling the Australians' intentions differed from the Europeans. Europeans, regardless of nationality, came to Ming primarily interested in trade and commerce, or simply raiding and plundering. He'd never heard of any being interested in farming. Of course, their lack of interest was understandable. Ming was neither their homeland nor a colony for settlement. The Australians here were recruiting refugees, building roads and cities, dredging rivers, establishing farms. Though Luoyou hadn't read much history, he knew such activities far exceeded a maritime merchant's needs. The Portuguese occupied Macau merely seeking a temporary anchorage. The Australians were building a little Australia here. He suddenly thought, could this be another Jurchen situation? Thinking this way, cooperation with the Australians required extreme caution. With such complex feelings, Luoyou's sedan chair arrived at the city gate. 4 or 5 militiamen with long spears stood guard. It seemed the county town was still Ming territory. But when he noticed the militiamen's monk-like short hair, he knew this Ming territory was merely a facade. Present your documents. Now Luoyou knew what the card was called, a document. I handed over everyone's documents along with a prepared courtesy, a red envelope with 2 Qian of silver, something for the brothers to have tea with. No need. The sentry politely returned the red envelope. Sai was stunned. This was 2 Qian of silver. For 4 militiamen, this would be a substantial gratuity. Was it too little? The sentry simply took the documents and examined each one, then checked the luggage on the carts. Finally, he waved his hand. Enter the city. End of chapter. Chapter 577. Operation Willow. Sai had never encountered officials who refused money. The shock left him so stunned that he forgot to signal the sedan chair bearers to resume. Advisor Han quickly issued the order, and only then did the party finally set off again. Once the sedan chair passed through the city gates, the county town revealed few overt traces of Australian presence. Yet a discerning eye could detect their handiwork everywhere. The main street had been freshly paved and leveled, and drainage channels were still being dug along both sides. What surprised Luoyou most was the remarkable cleanliness. Not only were there no stagnant muddy pools or scattered garbage, but even the usual urine and excrement that accumulated in wall corners, unavoidable even in Qiongzhou, were entirely absent. To find such standards in a remote backwater like Lingao was extraordinary. The shops lining the street were few, a handful of general stores, tea houses, and the like. Though modest in size, their frontages were neat and spotless. Luoyou could tell these buildings had been recently renovated, walls not merely whitewashed but brickwork properly repaired. The county town seemed rather deserted, yet the atmosphere was peaceful and calm. Luoyou found himself wondering, how did Lingao's county magistrate coexist with these Australians? Could he truly be cowering in his yamen, playing deaf and dumb? Such composure would be quite impressive. Lingao's county town was small. After barely 200 or 300 paces, the sedan chair turned onto a cross street and arrived at Runchitang's premises. Rather than entering through the main gate, it turned the corner through a side entrance and was carried directly to the second reception hall, where stewards and servants stood waiting. The carrying poles were removed, the armrests taken down, and Sai hurried forward to lift the sedan curtain. Greetings to master. The receiving stewards and servants immediately kowtowed. Luoyou observed that Runchitang was quite substantial, and the servants conducted themselves with the proper manner of a great household. This pleased him somewhat. The complete absence of hierarchy among the Australian staff had irritated him greatly. Luoyou's arrival had already been reported to the executive committee by Liu San. This merchant's basic information had been added to the intelligence department's files after Liu San's visit to Fashion, later upgraded in priority due to his large-scale iron purchases across Guangdong. However, Luoyou's file remained fairly sparse. Beyond the stations in Guangzhou and Liaodong, the Transmigrator Collective had no intelligence sources on the mainland. After the External Intelligence Bureau was established, they conducted supplementary investigations of important native figures whose files dated from the Intelligence Committee era. Luoyou was among them. The Guangzhou station collected considerable material about him from various public sources, and gradually his profile came into focus. The External Intelligence Bureau didn't know the precise depth of Luoyou's relationship with the later Jin, but they knew at minimum that he maintained trade relations with later Jin-controlled territories, and that these relations were far from superficial. Consider, everyone, what does this Luoyou sell? Eshuis said. Liaodong goods, especially ginseng. Anyone who can trade ginseng must have influence within the later Jin regime. After Narhachi raised his banner, the later Jin placed extreme importance on ginseng as a medicinal material, even establishing a special official, the Wuhu da Zhangjing, specifically to manage ginseng collection, storage, and sales. It was their primary export for purchasing goods from within the passes, its importance comparable to oil for Gulf states. For Luoyou to trade ginseng, he must not only possess certain connections within the later Jin, but also be colluding with military families at the various Liaodong border garrisons. Otherwise, With the court's ban on Liaodong trade, he could not possibly transport goods back and forth over such vast distances. In other words, gaining Li Luoyou's cooperation would be equivalent to opening a Hainan-Liaodong trade route. Trade and intelligence networks could thereby be established. Moreover, Li Luoyou wasn't merely an adventurous Liaodong trader. He also possessed extensive commercial networks within the passes. The Transmigrator Collective could leverage his connections to establish their own intelligence and commercial networks. Previously, the collective had refrained from expanding their mainland networks. Manpower shortage was one factor, but lack of local contacts and unfamiliarity with the territory were equally problematic. Ancient local societies were remarkably closed. Without introductions and protection from local connections, outsiders found it extremely difficult to establish themselves. Though Gao Ju's influence was extensive, beyond Guangdong he was only useful in the capital. Elsewhere he counted for nothing. They weren't in a hurry to reach the capital, but Jiangnan was a region the Transmigrator Collective urgently wanted to penetrate. In their future plans, Jiangnan would serve as their primary market for selling goods and procuring materials. Jiangnan's rice, cloth, and silk in particular were trade commodities the collective coveted, and the region's flourishing commerce provided an ideal market for their financial services. Thus, while Li Luoyou was still in Fashion awaiting departure, Lingao's various departments had already begun mobilizing. Though they didn't yet fully understand his purpose, Li Luoyou's objective in visiting Lingao was obviously to conduct business, and the most likely possibility was weapons and munitions. The External Intelligence Bureau had learned that Li Luoyou was lobbying the Governor-General and Governor's offices in Guangdong, hoping to cast cannon for the government. His visit to Lingao was probably for similar purposes. After all, the Transmigrators were renowned for their formidable firearms. But within the Transmigrator Collective, there was little enthusiasm for exporting weapons. While arms dealing was the most profitable trade, it consumed their strategic materials, metal and coal. With both in short supply, large-scale exports were hard to justify. As for the technological gap and the possibility of Ming or later Jin forces copying their weapons, the industrial department felt there was no cause for excessive concern. Given the sophistication of Lingao manufactured weapons, handcrafted imitation was virtually impossible. At most, copies might approximate the appearance and structure, but the gap in material quality and processing standards would degrade their performance to very low levels. The final decision was to avoid mentioning weapons first, instead attempting to sell him other industrial products. These could be distributed nationwide and to Liaodong through his channels. A money-making opportunity Li Luoyou surely wouldn't refuse. The Transmigrator Collective especially hoped to use his commercial network to promote their financial product, Delung Bank bills of exchange, to major cities, then roll out the collective's currency when the time was ripe. All this depended on Li Luoyou's impression of the Transmigrator Collective. A special working group was therefore established to handle him, composed of temporary personnel from intelligence, political security, trade, and administrative departments. The operation regarding Li Luoyou was codenamed Operation Willow. The person chosen to lead Operation Willow was Liu San. Li Luoyou had come to Lingao through the Yang Runketang Runchitang connection. Liu San was both an elder and a Runchitang shareholder, as well as Yang Shixiang's sworn brother, and had once met Li Luoyou. Whether from principal or personal connection, having him make contact was most appropriate and convenient. Liu San received all intelligence materials on Li Luoyou. To avoid overstressing his sworn brother, Yang Shixiang wasn't informed about Operation Willow. Liu San thought it better to let contact occur naturally, ideally with the other party making the first move, to gain some initiative in negotiations. Yang Shixiang was already waiting in the flower reception hall beneath the eaves. After they met, there followed the customary round of courtesies and polite phrases about long admired and honored to meet. Luoyou inevitably complimented him on reviving the family business. This was Yang Shixiang's proudest achievement, and the flattery naturally hit its mark. He'd been curious about this merchant introduced by his cousin. The letter had only mentioned the visitor was very curious about the Australians and hoped to tour Lingao, perhaps finding business opportunities with them. Though his cousin's letter was vague, Yang Shixiang knew his cousin wouldn't write specially for an ordinary merchant. This person must be quite important, possibly even a government official. Yang Shixiang observed the man before him, about 40, medium height, a long face with a short beard, possessing the air of a prosperous gentleman. But looking closely, his gaze was quite sharp. This was a man who had weathered great storms. Yet at first sight, Yang Shixiang felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. He pondered this privately. Seeing the servants had already served tea, he asked, "Has the guest room for Master Yu been prepared?" "Yes, Master Yu will stay in the East Guest Courtyard," the steward quickly replied. "How should the red-haired gentleman be accommodated? Please instruct us, Master. Please have him rest in the East Guest Courtyard for now." Yang Shixiang had already known from the letter that a red-haired merchant would be coming. The East Guest Courtyard was newly expanded by Runchatang. Since their prosperity, visiting merchants and colleagues had increased, and the original guest quarters proved insufficient. This new one was built specifically for honored guests, 5 rooms wide with front and rear wing rooms, enough to accommodate Luoyou's entire party. Furnishings and supplies were complete. Luoyou's trunks and luggage were checked off item by Sai and sent to the guest courtyard for arrangement. Luoyou had also brought 4 types of fashion local specialties as meeting gifts. The gifts weren't too substantial, meant to show friendship, but weren't light either, since he was unfamiliar here and would be imposing on his hosts for everything. "Master Yu, this is too generous." Yang Shixiang felt somewhat uneasy. For their level of acquaintance, the gift was rather lavish. "No matter, I'll certainly be troubling Manager Yang for assistance." When Luoyou saw that irrelevant people had withdrawn from the flower hall, leaving only himself and his counterpart's personal servants, he spoke. "My surname isn't Yu." In truth, he'd met this manager before as well as Liu San, though it had been a brief encounter. There was no need to hide his true identity from them. "My surname is Li. Liaodong Trading in Qiongzhou is my establishment. So it's Master Li the great merchant. My apologies, my apologies." Yang Shixiang was greatly surprised. Everything suddenly clicked into place. Wasn't this Master Li the great merchant he'd seen at his cousin's banquet when he'd traveled to Fashion with his sworn brother? He hadn't paid much attention to this great merchant's background before, but as Runchatang's position in Guangdong's pharmacy circles rose, he'd learned something of this influential figure. This man was quite legendary in Guangdong merchant circles. As a youth in Macau, he'd worked as an errand boy for the Portuguese and learned fluent Portuguese. Later, he went to Liaodong to manage the family business. When Guangdong's garrison was abandoned, he'd fled from the city, barely surviving the harrowing journey. The Li family's century of Liaodong property was lost overnight. Returning within the passes and relying on the remnants left in the capital, he traveled south to Guangdong to pursue foreign trade. Within barely 10 years, he'd rebuilt the family fortune, becoming a renowned great merchant in Guangdong. That Luoyou traded Liaodong goods was an open secret in Guangdong merchant circles. Officialdom naturally knew as well. With just money, without some backing and means, he couldn't peacefully enjoy being a wealthy gentleman. "My visit has several purposes I'd like to request help with." Luoyou came straight to the point, not at all hiding his intentions. Of course. Yang Shixiang nodded thoughtfully. For Master Li of Guangdong's merchant circles to come under an alias meant there must be important matters to discuss, and these matters likely involved the Australians. One must be cautious. Beyond caution, he couldn't help feeling a small sense of pride. When he'd been what he once was, tending to a half-dead little pharmacy, how could he have dreamed of a great personage like Luoyou coming to pay him a visit? But for such a person to suddenly venture alone to Lingao to see him, The matters to be discussed were surely no small thing. I'd like to meet with the Australians, and I hope Manager Yang can act as intermediary. Yang Shixiang felt quite hesitant. This wasn't unexpected, but the Australians in Lingao numbered 1,000 if not 500. Which ones did he want to meet? If he wanted to meet major leaders like Director Wen or Lord Ma, Yang Shixiang wasn't sure his sworn brother's word would even carry weight. I'll do my best. Yang Shixiang nodded, deciding not to reveal Liu San's true identity for now. Better to consult with Liu San first before making any decisions. That very evening, he sent for Liu San and conveyed Li Luoyou's request. This brother dared not promise him first, nor did I say you're Australian. This matter is of great importance and must be handled cautiously. He specifically reminded Liu San that Li Luoyou might well be a government agent sent to probe Lingao's situation, or he might be here to negotiate something on behalf of the government. At that banquet in Fashion where we first met Li Luoyou, there was an official present. Liu San naturally knew about this, not just knew, but knew this official was a Jinyue probationary centurion. But there was no need to tell his sworn brother, it would only frighten him. Brother's advice is wise, Liu San said. Since he wants to meet with us, you may promise him. I don't know the Australian hierarchy. What level of person does this Master Li want to meet? What if he wants to meet your major leaders? I'll handle that myself, Liu San said. If he wants to meet Director Wen, I'll convey the request. Whether to meet or not is another matter. Good. Yang Shixiang nodded, then added, Brother should notify your colleagues to devise a response strategy. Yang Shixiang warned him, with you building cities and training troops here like this, the court will get involved sooner or later. If a large army arrives, there will be devastation. You should plan ahead. Liu San remained unconcerned, only instructing him to host their distinguished guest well. As for Liu San himself, he'd be staying at Runchatang frequently going forward. For convenience, he hoped Yang Shixiang could allocate a quiet, out-of-the-way courtyard with easy access for his use. End of chapter. Chapter 578, The Englishman's Usefulness. At this point, the executive committee members began to understand. What dirty work? Zhan Wuya asked. The Englishman's old trade, I suppose. Ma Jia shook his head. I'm against it. The cost-benefit ratio isn't favorable. Drug trafficking. Are we having them sell opium? Ma Qiongzhou objected. India has plenty of that. The small amount Li Huamei's channel brings in is enough for medicinal use. Aded, don't tell me you're going the drug trafficking route too. That's a double-edged sword. It cuts others and cuts yourself. Not drug trafficking, slave trading. Something the English are doing quite enthusiastically right now. Wuda said. Importing black uncles. Zhan Wuya shook his head vigorously. I don't want a future where the Chinese mainland has some African tribe. Black uncles' racial characteristics are too distinctive. Even after several generations, they'll be difficult to assimilate. If we must use slaves, I'd rather have Japanese or Koreans. At least they'll blend in eventually. Who said anything about black uncles? Wuda replied. I mean Southeast Asian natives. No good, no good, Ma Jia objected. Southeast Asian natives' endurance and physical ability aren't great. Besides, the mainland has plenty of refugees. Why not put more effort into recruitment instead of going all the way for Southeast Asian natives? Use them at Tiandu and Shilu, wouldn't that work? And Taiwan later, Wuda said tactfully. Besides, endurance isn't genetic, it's entirely nurture. Once they're sent to the mine, I'd like to see who still isn't hardworking. Capturing and transporting slaves costs money. The price won't be low. Do we have the purchasing power? Capture and transport is the English's business. We don't manage that, Wuda said. As for payment, we pay with sugar and tea. Silver would work too, but we don't have much stockpiled. Why do we need slaves? Ma Jia remained doubtful. In terms of labor efficiency, slaves are far inferior to free workers. And if the death rate is too high, you constantly need to buy more. Ongoing costs might not be any less than hiring laborers. When being used as consumables, slaves are obviously better than laborers, Wuda said. Have you all read the report from Sanya? Ma Jia replied. The incident has been resolved. Carrot and stick, all handled. By the way, I don't really approve of the decimation order. Long-term, it's inappropriate. Once development construction is complete, I propose establishing a formal court in Sanya rather than letting Wang Liubin proclaim the law at will, executing whoever he pleases. Natives' basic rights should still be guaranteed. Also, the Political Security General Administration's report says, current emotional status among laborers is blue. Importing slaves isn't necessary. This disturbance is just the beginning, Wuda said. Tiandu development hasn't even reached the mining stage. When it does, death rates will rise again. Heavy manual labor, subtropical climate, mountains and forests, these three together will kill more people than the malaria outbreak. Mining development in such an environment means filling in with human lives. Manpower attrition, if controlled within certain parameters, is still acceptable. Qiongzhou flipped through his notebook. I recall you submitted an attrition and replacement plan. Yes, but people have feelings. They're not numbers in a computer game, Wuda said. Suppression is fine, but have you considered this? From recruitment to becoming usable, how much time and resources do we invest in a laborer? These people could be trained as industrial workers or soldiers. Consuming them in low-skill physical labor like mining is too wasteful. Better to use slaves. Wuda elaborated his thinking. Laborers already in Sanya would gradually undergo training. Some would become technical workers and managers at the mine. Others would be integrated into Sanya's industrial and agricultural enterprises. The hardest, most dangerous mining work would be left to Southeast Asian slaves. This approach has two benefits. First, it firmly places laborers in our hands. The labor force becomes our ruling foundation in Sanya, not a potential stability maintenance population. Second, it avoids the drain of constantly shipping population to Sanya. Let the English deliver slaves directly there. We only need to ship sufficient sugar and other trade goods. This reasoning moved the executive committee members. Magia still disagreed but yielded. I abstain on this issue, but I oppose a comprehensive restoration of slavery. That issue is for the Yuan Elder Council to decide. When Daisy said, "Let's vote," Liu San gave Yang Shixiang a perfunctory verbal response about the pacification suggestion. Not that he wasn't interested, but such matters were for the Yuan Elder Council. He changed the subject, discussing the great Ming Watson's chain pharmacy idea. Yang Shixiang was interested but worried about mainland branches. First, he feared unsettled times. Second, branch pharmacies were difficult to manage, especially with Chinese patent medicines where quality couldn't be verified once processed. Don't worry about that. The troubles are in the north and west. Liu San said they'd focus on developing the Jiangnan market. It would remain relatively stable for 20 years. As for substituting inferior products, we can find solutions. Liu San pointed out that Li Luoyou's visit was an excellent opportunity. With his support, the matter could be accomplished with half the effort. Yang Shixiang nodded. After partnering with Liu San, he'd become more willing to take risks. Good. Once the pharmaceutical factory starts construction, I'll personally survey Jiangnan. Good, I'll go with brother. Liu San had long wanted to see the Qiongzhou medicine market. But with your hair, Yang Shixiang said, best if you could grow it out. I'll pose as a wandering monk, just buy a tonsure certificate. Liu San had no intention of growing long hair. If you become a monk, what about my sister-in-law? Yang Shixiang joked. Since you'll be staying here a while, I'll have Qiongzhou come to attend you. Liu San wanted to refuse but couldn't bring himself to. In truth, he missed Qiongzhou. Since that night of intimacy, her image had lingered in his mind. Matters of the heart are truly hard to understand, Liu San muttered, realizing he was falling for her. Yang Shixiang then said, looks like we'll have to properly entertain Master Li tonight. I'll host the welcome dinner. Brother, you arrange for tomorrow evening. They discussed how to ensure Li Luoyou's satisfaction with meals. Liu San suggested simple home-style dishes. When one's tired of delicacies, plain rice porridge and small dishes are more appetizing. Good, that's decided. Yang Shixiang then added, Those Australian gadgets newly installed in the guest courtyard. I'd like help finding someone dedicated to their maintenance. The East Guest Courtyard had been renovated by the Lingao Construction Company with bathing and sanitary facilities. The high-mounted water tank, water pipes, and heating furnace had cost substantially. The executive office subsidized half. Yang Shixiang had requested similar renovation for his own residence. Besides the guest courtyard, a set was installed in Suichun's studio in the garden. Liu San noticed a double massage bathtub in the order and understood. Manager Yang wanted romantic shared baths. Considering Mrs. Yang's recent displeasure, Liu San understood his sworn brother had probably committed the classic male vice of extravagance and debauchery, likely getting his hands on household maids. Just a few days after installation, Liu San had already had to find someone to unclog drains and fix faucets. "Just train someone from your household. I'll arrange for him to learn," Liu San said, exasperated. "Good, brother is too kind." In ancient thinking, free learning was practically charity. Before returning to Barren City, Liu San went to the agricultural station, instructing Fu Wuben to pack for Runchitang. He decided to use this opportunity to check his disciples' homework. Liu San's education of Fu Wuben focused on medicine, having him memorize herbalism texts and the Chinese herbal medicine pharmacopoeia. Beyond memorization, there was daily gardening work. With this disciple, the gardening required little attention, freeing Liu San to focus on new drug development. Fu Wuben was happy for the chance at personal instruction. He packed early and waited at Barren City's gate. "Master, let's go." Liu San's expression wasn't pleasant. He just had another quarrel with Anyoule. Anyoule had always had a fierce temper. Liu San's guilty conscience made him evasive, which only increased her suspicions. Arguments had become frequent. Leading Operation Willow let him temporarily escape his domestic troubles. This gave him some relief. Liu San walked with Fu Wuben toward the county town, questioning him on bookish knowledge. Beyond memorizing texts, Fu Wuben's daily tasks included gathering medicines throughout Lingao, training his identification ability while mapping the distribution of Chinese medicinal herbs. End of chapter. Chapter 579, Liu San's romance at the county town gate. The head of the county's fast squad waited with his men. The county town still wasn't classified as a green zone, so staying here required assigned security guards. Liu San considered that Runchitang was quite enclosed, with outsiders rarely coming and going. Security was guaranteed. He declined the bodyguards the Political Security General Administration offered, only agreeing to have the police station post hidden sentries at Runchitang's entrance. The residence Yang Shixiang arranged for him was a courtyard situated between Runchitang and the living quarters, small and secluded, rarely visited by ordinary people. A narrow passage led directly to a small door at the residence's rear, convenient for coming and going. The steward showed him around the courtyard. The rooms were old but recently renovated by the executive office, walls whitewashed, windows fitted with glass, floors properly installed, clean and bright. Liu San circled the rosewood desk by the window, wiped spotless. Bookshelves, curio shelves, brush holders, all fine things. Most eye-catching was a telephone on the desk. This gray-green hand-crank military magneto phone looked old-fashioned, but among the transmigrator collective, it was a symbol of status and power. Liu San cranked it 3 times and picked up the receiver. "County switchboard. Where would you like to connect?" A sweet female voice came through. Lingao Telecom had recently set up a telephone exchange in the county town, extending phone service beyond the county office to the Grain Requisition Bureau, the county fast squad, county police station, and various city gate guard posts. "Runchitang office phone test," Liu San muttered. "Hello, director, phone is working normally." "Thank you." Liu San hung up, looking at the dumbfounded Fu Wuben, who didn't understand what his master was doing. Liu San smiled. "A disciple's duty is to serve, unpack and tidy up." "Yes, master." Fu Wuben was looking around eagerly. "Where do I sleep?" Sleep in the East Wing room. A female voice came from outside. Liu San looked up. It was Qiongzhou. She still wore a half-worn blue cloth skirt, washed spotless, but her top was a water-red satin button-front jacket. Her twin hair buns were tied with red satin ribbons. This style of ribbon was actually a new fashion that had spread out from the transmigrators, specifically from Li Chiqi's sister Zhang Yu. She looked more put together than before. Liu San's heart stirred involuntarily. He smiled and beckoned. Qiongzhou approached with a graceful smile, placed both hands at her left hip and curtsied. Blessings to Third Master. Good, good. Liu San, having been at the Yang household for a while, knew something of proper household etiquette. Custom called for a tip. He had money. A few yuan in circulation notes would suffice. But Liu San had something special in mind for Qiongzhou. Let me arrange the luggage, sir. He's only a half-grown boy who still needs his mother's care, Qiongzhou said. Fu Wuben's face flushed. A country lad, seeing such a pretty, confident maid from a great household naturally made him feel self-conscious. He's my disciple, quite capable, Liu San said. Since you're offering to help, I'll excuse him from the task. Fu Wuben, having followed Liu San for some time, had developed a sense for such things. He quickly withdrew. Qiongzhou smiled and withdrew as well. Shortly she reappeared, bringing a basin of clear water. First she unwound the towel from his satchel and washed it, then brought hot water for him to wash his face and served tea, attentive and considerate as ever. Liu San had intended to focus solely on work, setting aside romantic matters, but seeing Qiongzhou, his mind wandered. Third Master, wash up first and change clothes. What would you like for dinner? Are you cooking? Of course the kitchen staff will cook, Qiongzhou smiled. If sir doesn't mind, I can cook, but not as well as them. I'd like to try yours, Liu San said. Good, Qiongzhou readily agreed. After all, you're half-master of this household. You can make that decision. He'd expected her to demur. Her straightforward acceptance surprised him. Looking at her now, her expression was richer than before. You seem happy about something, he probed. I have nothing to be unhappy about, Qiongzhou said as she undid his buttons and removed his jacket, half leaning against him. Again that infinitely wistful voice. Liu San felt a peculiar sensation. When she bent to unbuckle his belt, he couldn't help reaching to stroke her glossy black hair. Qiongzhou lowered her head further, avoiding his hand. Third Master, it's broad daylight. I was being forward. Liu San felt somewhat disappointed. In broad daylight, if someone saw, it wouldn't look good. Qiongzhou whispered, fetching a loose silk robe to help him change. Though brief, her words held intimate undertones that made Liu San's heart flutter. He took a small box from his satchel. Inside was a silver powder compact, a glass mirror compact from Zizhen Studios' mass production line for the middle market. Not handmade but machine-stamped in Lingao, then sent to Guangzhou for simple hand finishing and mirror installation. Low cost since it saved labor, but in Lingao, such items were rare. Qiongzhou was more shocked than pleased. She examined it again and again, opened and closed it repeatedly. Finally she set it down. Third Master's gift is too generous. A mere maid like me doesn't deserve it. What's undeserving about it? Liu San said. You've been looking after me all this time. I had nothing to thank you with. Consider this a token of gratitude. Qiongzhou still wouldn't accept, not from lack of desire, but because she'd seen such glass mirror compacts before. They were fashionable new foreign goods, quite expensive. Her own household's mistress and young lady didn't have one. Even the Yang household only had one for the lady of the house. A mere maid possessing one would make her a target of jealousy. But outright refusal would embarrass Liu San. That wouldn't do either. After much hesitation, she finally accepted and knelt to kowtow. No, no, not necessary. Liu San thought this business of constantly receiving kowtows wasn't that pleasant after all. Taking the opportunity of helping her up, he held her hand. Qiongzhou didn't pull away, only murmuring, "My hands are rough." That's fine. Liu San couldn't think of any other compliment. Labor is the most glorious thing. What? Nothing. Liu San quickly changed the subject. Has Master Yang recently taken a concubine? Not yet, but soon. Qiongzhou whispered. Yang Da's master sent 2 singing girls to Master Yang, who's quite taken with them. Xuechun's studio in the garden was built for them. Sending singing girls, Liu San's imagination ran wild. Suddenly he grew alert. Lately there had been many new faces at the Yang household. This required investigation. He asked, "The Yang household has added many people. Where are they from?" "Mostly people who came seeking employment. Some are sent by relatives and friends with recommendations." Xuechun thought nothing of it. Now that Master Yang is prosperous, naturally more people want to make a living here. Quite a few have been added recently. Runchitang, as a key enterprise, now recruited employees only through the quarantine camp's political screening. But the Yang household servants had never been monitored for their origins. A few spies slipping in would be troublesome. This should be noted in a report to alert the Political Security General Administration. Moreover, traditional enterprises often couldn't separate household from business. Traditional hiring favored one's own people. Family and relatives went without saying. Apprentices and servants, though not blood-related, also counted as insiders. Future branch expansion would give newly arrived household servants good opportunities. Runchitang had expanded rapidly lately. Yang Shixiang had mentioned several times that people weren't enough. Liu San had always been proud of his partnership with Runchitang, considering it inspired, a typical win-win situation. Now he could see this partnership had left significant problems. He resolved that the pharmaceutical factory and branch's personnel matters must absolutely not let Yang Shixiang meddle in. While pondering how to handle this, Xuechun returned with a tray containing a covered bowl. Opening it revealed mixed fruit sweet soup, papaya, coconut, lychee, mango, sago, and konjac, with floating tapioca pearls, fragrant, colorful, and beautiful. Chilled with crushed ice, it was refreshing and sweet. This dessert, like the ribbons in Xuechun's hair, was a new fashion brought by the transmigrators. Sago, konjac, and tapioca pearls were food factory products. The recipe had spread from the cooperative's restaurants. Liu San had worked up a sweat on the road. This sweet soup was perfect. Eating by the window, gazing at the swaying green shade and dancing flower shadows, he felt an indescribable lightness and relief, truly the pleasure of a southern king. "The sweet soup is my own cooking, not as good as the restaurants," Xuechun said. "Does third master have any food taboos?" "None. I only avoid 2-legged humans and 4-legged tables," Liu San joked. "But the more meat the better, the less fish and shrimp the better." Food hall supplies were getting better, daily eggs now, weekly pork, occasional beef. But the protein mainstay remained fish, shrimp, seafood, and bean products, so the elders particularly craved meat. "Good," Xuechun agreed. "Will you come again tonight? If I don't come, who'll bring your dinner?" After delivering it, Xuechun hesitated. "If Sir wants me to come, I'll come." Her face flushed slightly, shy yet almost coy, a young maiden's bashfulness. This tender coquettishness was exactly what modern men rarely encountered. Liu San, living with a fierce woman, had tasted even less of it. His heart and soul were enchanted. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her to his side. The soft, warm body against him made Liu San's heart pound. Xuechun said nothing, feeling uneasy. She'd always sensed that third Master Liu had special feelings for her, not merely craving momentary carnal pleasure. Since he had feelings, he wasn't heartless. She was approaching her lonely twilight youth. Was she to remain like this forever, an aging maid? She needed a proper destination. Her thoughts stirred. Her manner changed. She leaned closer to Liu San, making soft sounds. Liu San's hands roamed her waist and hips, making her heart race. Liu San stroked her face. "So hot." Xuechun turned her face away but pressed her body closer, as if only being held tight gave her heart security. Liu San released his hands. "Fetch me some tea." Xuechun quickly stood, turning away to button her vest and smooth her loosened hair. "The tea's gone cold. I'll get fresh hot tea." "Cold is fine." Liu San felt overheated, but in broad daylight someone might enter at any moment, and Fu Wubin was outside. He had to hold back. Xuechun poured cold tea from the pot. Liu San took a big gulp, refreshingly cool. Thinking of what had just passed, he felt like a high schooler fooling around under the stairs with a girl for the first time, excited yet fearful. After Qiongzhou left, Liu San made several phone calls to arrange for tomorrow's banquet and reception. The grand feast at the commercial hall was essential but not the focus. Banquets don't build strong nations. Excellent cooking, at most, makes people think you're all cooks. The focus was demonstrating their side's strength. Military exercises, artillery firing, movie screenings or factory tour. Should they show him the holy ship? Or give him a look at that stalled Project 854? This was quite a brain-racking problem. Blatant boasting was too obvious. Better let him raise the topic himself. Luoyou's party settled in. The newly renovated bathroom astonished him, a room entirely decorated with porcelain, complete with porcelain bathtub and toilet. The sheer novelty was remarkable, and the convenience and cleanliness of use were unprecedented. The bathroom's sensational effect exceeded even the all-glass windows. Not just Gu Beicheng and Quark came to look, but even the servants found excuses to peek. Everyone was mystified by the hot and cold running water at the turn of a tap. Where was the water heated? Quark had some idea. He said there should be pipes leading to some cistern. As for hot water, probably some kind of heater with people constantly stoking a fire. But he was greatly shocked that porcelain was used for toilets and bathtubs. Europeans overvalued porcelain. Initially it was worth its weight in gold. Quark, long in China, knew porcelain wasn't particularly precious here, but using it for such large sanitary fixtures, such extravagance was hard to imagine. Everyone was sincerely impressed by the Australians' lavishness. Luoyou enjoyed a thorough hot bath in the blue and white porcelain tub, washing off the dust of travel. He put on Qiongzhou grass slippers, loosely belted his robe, and came out to stroll. The courtyard had many newly planted trees and flowers. The climate here was even warmer and more humid than Guangzhou. Though only February, the courtyard was already lush. Leaves and petals danced gracefully in the breeze, elegant and peaceful. In the courtyard was an aged gourd vine, specially transplanted from outside the city. Now it had taken root, its dense shade covering the trellis. Servants had already set up a rattan couch and tables under the gourd trellis. Luoyou reclined on the couch, feeling cool breezes waft over him, the journey's dust swept away. Sai and the personal servants waited under the eaves. Gu Beicheng, being of the younger generation, couldn't sit either. Only Advisor Han and Quark had chairs. Advisor Han dared not be presumptuous and only sat on a rattan stool, but Quark sprawled in a rattan armchair, gulping kvass. "This stuff is delicious, sour, sweet, and thirst-quenching," Quark said, pouring a few more ounces of rum into his glass. "Who knew they'd have rum here? Want some?" "Drinking without food, that I can't do," Luoyou smiled. Sai had already brewed fine tea in his usual pot. "Beicheng," he ignored Quark. "Traveling here, what are your impressions?" "Reporting to Sir, first, this place is wealthy. Second, order is unsettled." Gu Beicheng replied carefully. Luoyou nodded. "How do you mean wealthy?" "Yes," Gu Beicheng responded. "From Bopu to the county town, just this one road plus the river project. Without 100,000 taels of silver, it couldn't be done. An unsettled order, blockhouses everywhere along the road, armed men on watch everywhere. Even the ox cart drivers carry muskets and swords. You observe well and think carefully." Luoyou agreed. "But you can't judge public order by defensive preparations. With the Australians' power, would they fear a few petty thieves? Then, too early to say." Luoyou snapped his fan shut. "Tomorrow in the marketplace we'll learn something. Where order was unsettled, markets inevitably declined. That couldn't be faked." The county town was quiet, seemingly confirming Gu Beicheng's assessment. But the Yang family servant had mentioned the most prosperous place wasn't the county town, but Eastgate Market outside Barren City, where the Australians were based. Luoyou knew the Australians would certainly entertain him well. The elaborate care they'd taken with his room showed they valued him greatly. He had now seen part of the Australians' strength. Clearly there was much more he hadn't seen. Luoyou prided himself on sharp judgment and careful thinking. The Australian's strengths and weaknesses couldn't be hidden from him. Just then, Sai came to report. Tonight, Runchitang's owner Master Yang was hosting a welcoming dinner. There was also an invitation from Liu San, inviting them to a banquet at the commercial hall in Eastgate Market tomorrow evening. Who is this Liu San? Runchitang's second proprietor, sworn brother to manager Yang. He was in Fashion too last time. Advisor Han reported. Oh, it's him. This Liu San is probably an Australian, Li Luoyou said. At Fashion I thought there was something strange about him. Sure enough. End of chapter. Chapter 580. Eastgate Market travels that evening. Yang Shixiang's family banquet was quite refined. Not the showy 5-5 feast with its impractical decorations, but 12 small dishes for drinks and 10 hot dishes. Local flavors blended with Guangdong official cuisine style, creating something distinctive. Though Li Luoyou sampled sparingly, he found the flavors quite pleasant. After dinner came tea and fruit. 2 singing girls, gifts from Yang Shi, kept them company, singing and playing drinking games. Though Quark knew nothing of such customs, with women present he grew excited, grinning foolishly and shouting approval. That night he even shamelessly asked Sai if he could get a woman to sleep with, much to everyone's disdain. Exhausted from traveling, Li Luoyou rose very late the next day, only getting up near noon. After lunch he told the attending steward he'd like to stroll around the county town and Eastgate Market and perhaps see some local sights. Was the area peaceful? How many people should he bring? The steward smiled. The area is very peaceful. Please enjoy yourselves as you wish. He quickly called out, prepare the carriage. Li Luoyou had ridden mule carts in the capital, an experience that nearly shook his organs loose. Hearing about carriage travel, his brow already furrowed. Sai quickly went to speak quietly with the steward. No problem, the steward said. This is an Australian carriage, not a northern saddle cart, more comfortable than an open sedan chair. The carriage was naturally a red flag, though the design had been improved. More leaf springs, ball bearings on the axles, and a refined interior. The exterior was finely decorated by Zhejian Studios' skilled craftsmen from Guangdong, elegant yet luxurious. With limited horses, only 2 such carriages had been built. They weren't for daily use, only for diplomatic receptions. This resembles European carriages. Li Luoyou sat inside, his rear on the yielding spring cushion, factory-wound springs that weren't quite industrial grade but worked well for sofas. Lighter and more comfortable than English carriages, Quark said, examining the interior. Inside it's like the cool sedan chairs we rode. Due to Lingao's hot weather, this carriage didn't use the velvet and satin of the first red flag. Instead, cool, smooth bamboo, rattan, and gauze. Glass windows were set in frames with green gauze screens, plus fine bamboo blinds for shade. Besides 2 facing rows of seats, there were small side stools designed for Ming conditions. Carriages moved fast. Servants and maids couldn't walk alongside like with sedan chairs, but having them share seats with their master was unthinkable, hence these 2 small stools. Sai sat on one. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Master, this carriage is truly remarkable. What was remarkable was a hidden cabinet in the carriage wall. Inside were 2 rattan-cased bottles. Yesterday they'd learned these were hot water flasks. Scalding water inside remained hot even overnight. With these, wherever you went, you had hot water. Sai thought this Australian product far more practical than mirrors and such. 1 flask held hot water. The larger one was filled with crushed ice. Besides water and ice, there were several glass bottles of kvass with cork stoppers, plus some red-colored beverage of unknown kind. Quark, impatient, opened one to drink. What does it taste like? Li Luoyou teased. Sweet and sour with a strange fragrance. Quark smacked his lips. Quite good. After gulping down a bottle of kombucha, Quark felt like drinking more. But there was no rum in the cabinet, making the Englishman cry stingy. The carriage left the county town and rolled onto the main road. The weather was fine, neither too hot nor too cool, with favorable winds and timely rains. Farmers were in their fields, Workers and merchants walked or pushed carts and carried loads. The road was bustling with travelers. The two-horse carriage rolled grandly down the center of the road as people pointed and stared. Luoyou pretended not to notice, sitting steadily, though inwardly he regretted that traveling this way was too conspicuous. Shortly the carriage stopped. The steward climbed down from the driver's seat to report. They'd arrived at Eastgate Market. "Would Sir prefer to disembark here, or shall I drive the carriage inside?" "I'll disembark here." Stepping down, he saw a gray dam spanning the river, water cascading over its top, white mist swirling, quite spectacular. Beyond, near the riverbank, stood a mass of red buildings surrounded by high earthen ramparts, towers rising from them. At the center of these buildings stood a tall iron tower unlike anything he'd ever seen. Across the river was another stretch of red buildings, jagged like sawteeth, with brick chimneys of various heights belching black, yellow, and white smoke. Luoyou stared, almost forgetting himself. Even in the most bizarre dreams, he'd never imagined such a scene. The wind carried rhythmic rumbling and hammering sounds. A pungent smell drifted, faintly sulphurous. Luoyou shivered. Under blue sky and bright sun, he sensed something of hell. Quark involuntarily crossed himself. "Gentlemen, this way, please." Eastgate Market's prosperity quickly captivated them. It couldn't compare to Qiongzhou or Foshan in bustling activity, but the orderly buildings and level roads were unprecedented. The atmosphere far surpassed Qiongzhou or Foshan 100-fold. The road's surface was spotless, not just no garbage, not even a fruit peel, and no puddles. The roadside trees, though small, already provided some shade. Puzzling were the poles along the street, topped with iron-framed glass covers. "What are those?" Luoyou asked. "Street lamps," the steward answered. Luoyou had guessed as much, but lined up along the main street, such extravagance was perhaps only seen in the palace. He'd heard eunuchs in the capital mention that the palace's eternal lanes had stone lanterns lit every night. Street lamps in a market town seemed excessive. Even with bustling night markets, shops would light their own lamps. Why bother with this? Luoyou was unimpressed. Strolling through the streets, pedestrians were numerous, rich and poor, all hurrying about their business. There were local natives, outside merchants, and Australians in blue, gray, and khaki button-front jackets with monk-like cropped hair. The Australians weren't few in number. But listening to their speech, most accents clearly came from Guangdong and Fujian. These must be the fake crops. True crops were impossible to count, but fake crops were many. Careful observation showed that despite similar clothing, details revealed their occupations. Those with brimmed hats, belts, and short swords were soldiers. Those in rattan helmets with open shirts and rolled sleeves were probably workshop craftsmen. Those in straw hats with rolled-up trousers were obviously farmers. The final category, neatly dressed, buttons all fastened, often carrying bags, Luoyou couldn't identify. He asked the steward. "Those are Australian clerks," the steward said. "They handle affairs and governance for the Australians." "Secretary-type people then, like Yamen clerks?" Luoyou nodded. "Yes and no," the steward said. "It's complicated. Just these clerks have many ranks. They call them cadres internally. Among those, there are still more distinctions that outsiders like us can't figure out. But you can see, sir, any cadre has 4 pockets on their jacket. Regular clerks have only 2 below." Looking around, indeed that was so. Luoyou nodded, then suddenly noticed women wearing similar clothes. "What? The Australians have female clerks too?" "Indeed." The steward reported this as news. "Australians don't distinguish between men and women. Women can be officials and managers. Some factories and workshops only hire female workers. A few female clerks aren't strange." The beggars and ruffians common in prosperous markets were entirely absent here. Not even street performers or martial artists. Luoyou found it strange. Had they specially cleaned up because he was coming? He couldn't imagine having such importance. They simply strolled through the market. Many shops lined the streets with every kind of merchandise. Luoyou entered a few at random, nothing unexpected. The Australian goods sold here were available in Guangzhou too, but the buildings made a deep impression. Nearly all were 2 stories or higher, 3 was common. Building after building, packed together. Neither he nor Quark could categorize the style. Quark said it vaguely resembled European architecture but wasn't the same. Hard to say if the buildings were beautiful or ugly, but they clearly saved land. Luoyou remained puzzled. Lingao had abundant wasteland. Why such economy? Ahead stood a large shop with 5-bay frontage, crowded with people. Approaching, he saw blue-skirted female clerks at the entrance greeting customers in various dialects: Cantonese, Hakka, Lijiu, Fujian. Luoyou frowned inwardly. Female clerks in a shop, almost like using looks to attract customers. But entering, he found the looks claim ridiculous. These female clerks were all sturdy and robust. None had any delicate charm. Each wore a wooden name tag on her chest. Their jacket backs bore 3 large characters: cooperative. First time here, sir. We have all kinds of fresh goods, retail or wholesale. We pack, ship, and the more you buy, the cheaper. A female clerk noticed Luoyou's hesitation and eagerly promoted the shop. Luoyou didn't refuse and entered. The shop was enormous. At the center was an atrium reaching to the roof. 2nd and 3rd floors were galleries. Standing in the middle, the lofty space was overwhelming. Most astonishing was the ceiling, glass skylights. Glass skylights weren't unknown. Some houses used translucent mica, ox horn, or polished giant clam shells for light, but those were small pieces. Here was glass, huge pieces. The entire atrium was covered with an iron framework inlaid with whole glass panes. Sunlight streamed through, making all 3 floors brilliantly lit, utterly unlike the dim interiors of ordinary shops. What grand ambition! Luoyou couldn't help exclaiming. On the 3rd floor gallery hung a large signboard, black with gold leaf characters: Cooperative. Flanking it, 2 wooden pillars bore the inscriptions: Quality at fair prices and no bargaining. Luoyou asked the steward what cooperative meant. I don't know either, the steward said, probably an Australian name. The central atrium had a circular counter staffed by 5 or 6 blue-skirted female clerks. These were in their mid-20s, attractive. Each had a small box-like device before her. When customers came, the clerks pressed something on it, producing a clear ding, then a drawer popped out. Luoyou watched, fascinated but confused. That's for collecting money, the steward explained. Money goes in that drawer. Luoyou didn't understand the point of this, and the steward didn't know either. But the Australians seemed to love this device. Everywhere money was collected, they used these drawer-popping boxes. Beyond the counter, more female clerks stood throughout the atrium, approaching confused-looking customers to offer guidance. My, young Gu Beicheng, who'd never seen such a display, blushed. This doesn't seem like a proper establishment. It's a kind of business strategy, Luoyou said, seeing it differently. Without real valuable goods, a few women won't help. The shop manager is actually an Australian woman, so all the clerks are women, the steward added with interest. Oh, quite a remarkable woman. Indeed, her business ideas are one better than the next. Look at this shop, from construction to hiring to setting rules, all her doing. I'd like to meet her sometime, Luoyou said. No sales counters in the shop, only display cases with glass fronts showing various goods, visible but not touchable. Each item had a stiff card noting prices, 3 types: retail, wholesale, by case, and batch. Bulk said negotiable. Goods of every variety dazzled the eye. Most were daily goods and local products. As Luoyou suspected, Australian goods were really Lingao goods. The cooperative mainly did wholesale. Customers selected from the display cases. Clerks wrote tickets on the spot. Customers took tickets to the central counter to pay, received a slip, then walked further back. What happened there? That's how it works here, the steward explained. Select and pay in front, then pick up goods with your slip in back, Quark asked. If the actual goods don't match the samples? Impossible. Quality here is guaranteed, the steward said. Australian goods' greatest advantage is consistent quality. Whatever the sample looks like, the goods look exactly the same. Even if there's any difference, it's microscopic. He then asked, what's this yuan in the prices? I notice payment isn't in silver or copper coins. They use circulation notes. After the steward explained circulation notes and showed him the actual paper money, Luoyou fell into deep thought. Today's sights had brought many shocks, but none compared to circulation notes. Luoyou was no economist. He didn't understand monetary theory, but his merchant's mind understood perfectly the difficulty of promoting paper currency and the enormous benefits once successful. Throughout Ming, coin minting had been neglected. People suffered from currency shortage and circulation difficulties. Private casting of small, debased coins was rampant. Even officials didn't prohibit it. Token currencies similar to circulation notes existed locally, but never on such a scale. From the steward he learned the Australians had strict systems for note use and exchange, with a special granary for management. These practices went far beyond mere expedient solutions to coin shortage. The Australians' elaborate efforts to promote circulation notes here, such ambition. This was clearly not just about settlement and trade. Luoyou added another layer of doubt. The cooperative's second floor had more glass display cases. The third floor was small private rooms, mostly closed. Occasionally people entered and exited. The steward said for major transactions, clerks would invite customers to these rooms, serve tea and tobacco, and negotiate at leisure. Our manager has done business here too. Master Yang also purchases here. No, sells. So the cooperative not only wholesaled Australian goods but also bought local products. Runchitang's mass-produced plum vinegar pills, secret recipe dried tangerine peel, lotus leaf tea, withered grass tea, stew spices, and such partly sold through here. Traditional pharmacies carried many such products that were neither strictly medicine nor not major business items. Shops didn't expect profits from them. Mainly they built relationships with local customers. Low prices, convenient for households, quite popular. Liu San greatly valued this business, believing these products had huge potential in the vast rural market. He mass-produced them with uniform packaging for sale. The profits were limited, but the branding effect was extraordinary. End of chapter. Chapter 581 Continued Travels in Eastgate Market. I didn't expect that your third master Liu is not only a famous doctor but also proficient in the art of commerce. Third master is indeed a remarkable man, the steward praised sincerely. That Runchitang has its current standing is truly thanks to third master's assistance. So the Australians are quite capable then. Who says otherwise? Farming, manufacturing, fighting, building, trading, they're good at everything. There's hardly anything they can't do. Let's go find a place to rest. Luoyou closed his fan. Gu Baicheng knew his uncle's intention was to do business with the Australians, yet upon arriving at the place for Australian wholesale goods, he remained unmoved. Finding this strange, he hurried to remind Luoyou. No matter. Luoyou shook his head. This is a wholesale place for small clients. We'll just look. Luoyou had his own calculations. He had come specifically to talk business with the Australians. They would certainly give him a much larger discount. Luoyou believed the resources in his hands were sufficient to ruthlessly negotiate prices with the Australians. Just as they were about to leave, there was a commotion at the door. A female clerk from the cooperative in a blue skirt suit waved a small triangular flag, leading a dozen people bursting in through the main gate. Come, honored guests. This is Lingao's largest wholesale market, the cooperative main store. This store possesses over 1,000 varieties of goods. From mirrors used by the Empress down to pickles eaten by commoners. Everyone take a good look. All kinds of Australian goods are here. Buying them back guarantees profit. It's not easy coming to Lingao. If you don't buy more goods, you'll be letting down your own 2 legs. The female clerk shouted through a triangular paper cone while waving the flag. Following behind was a group of merchant-looking types. Suddenly arriving in such a magnificent and opulent shop, they looked around, somewhat timid and shrinking. Everyone drink some tea first, don't stand on ceremony. Look slowly, choose carefully, there is plenty of time. As she spoke, Other female clerks were already bringing out tray after tray of cups containing hot tea, herbal tea, kombucha, and kvass, allowing the petty merchants who had just disembarked, queued for half a day at customs, and sat on an ox cart for a while to recover. These were petty merchants coming to Lingao to traffic goods. Ever since the rescue of the High family's five-masted ship, merchants on board discovered a much closer source of goods, so later they flocked specifically to Lingao to stock up. Qiongzhou of the External Liaison Department, intending to promote the Transmigrator Collective's light industrial products, quickly discussed with the Executive Committee, should they organize an Eastgate Market one-day tour for these people. Thus, this Eastgate Market one-day tour activity continued. Once petty merchants passed customs, they would be organized, loaded onto specially prepared ox carts in groups of a dozen, and taken to shop in batches. The prosperity, cleanliness, and order of Eastgate Market opened the petty merchants' eyes. The dazzling array of goods made their hearts itch. There were too many novelties here unseen on the mainland. Thick towels, currently becoming popular among Guangzhou city dwellers, sewing needles with excellent steel tips, snow-white granulated sugar, colorful candies, light, soft, and breathable knitted socks, small wooden sticks that ignited with a simple scratch anywhere without needing flint, snow-white smooth paper, and many various unseen foods and liquors. The dazzling goods left the petty merchants overwhelmed, each calculating which items could sell for big money back home. But to buy these things, silver and copper coins were useless. Here they only accepted paper slips, circulation notes. A long queue formed in the hall of Delung Grain Bank. Petty merchants all ran to Delung, first using silver to buy rice tokens at the day's listed grain price, then exchanging rice tokens for circulation notes at the counter. Over time, for customer convenience, besides the exchange point at Eastgate Market, Delung also set up temporary exchange points in some designated shops. Previously, there was only one commercial hall for wholesale shopping. After the second plenum, wholesale points expanded to multiple locations, including the nationalized, cooperative, Tiandu Sauce Garden, and even Runchitang joined this system, accepting large amounts of circulation notes. Yang Shixiang was willing to accept large amounts of circulation notes, mainly considering the need to pay for services like buying machines from the Transmigrator Collective. There was also a newly opened specialized rattan goods store. It displayed many novel styles of rattan where never seen before, including various rattan furniture, daily necessities, and tools. Lingao traditionally exported red and white rattan as its largest commodity. Wu Quanming felt it was a pity to export such good resources only as primary products. He set up a special rattan workshop to develop rattan products. These products had certain specificities requiring large display spaces, making them unsuitable for consignment by the commercial hall or cooperative, so the Ministry of Commerce opened a dedicated rattan store. After petty merchants selected their goods, the shops collected shipping fees and packed them. Then the post office unified collection and consignment. When they boarded Gaoguang Shipping's return boats, the packed goods would already be loaded in the hold. Gaoguang Shipping's routes also expanded from strictly Guangzhou Lingao to regular scheduled routes like Guangzhou Qiongzhou, Guangzhou Zhuwen, and Lingao Qiongzhou. This introduced the concept of regular liners and expanded the source of customers. Under the Transmigrator Collective's vigorous promotion, the Eastgate Market shopping one-day tour gradually gained traction. Petty merchants welcomed such thoughtful arrangements. Merchants coming to Lingao to traffic goods increased. Besides those simply bringing cash to purchase, many began bringing goods to trade. Many goods now didn't need Guangzhou procurement, but were brought directly by mainland merchants, satisfying not only the transmigrators' needs, but also ordinary people's daily necessities. This was also beneficial for Lingao's social supply. The Transmigrator Collective couldn't manufacture everything themselves. Luoyou watched with interest as this group of petty merchants loudly commented on the goods' quality and calculated potential profits in the store. First-timers didn't know the rules and tried to haggle. The female clerks just pointed to the no bargaining sign with a smile, saying nothing. The Australians not only welcomed big business, but also spared no effort for such small clients, fearing only that care was insufficient. What was the purpose of such practices? And judging from the steward's introduction and his own observations, the Australians didn't like silver. They wanted goods, not silk or porcelain, the most popular export goods, but ordinary commodities: iron, coal, cloth, grain, timber. He suddenly startled. What the Australians wanted were all necessities for state and people. This thought suddenly intruded into his mind. He thought of when the Qiongzhou Jurchens traded with him. They valued grain and iron tools most, often willing to pay high prices. This was similar to the Australians. Seeing they were somewhat tired coming out of the cooperative, the steward opened a private room in the cooperative restaurant. Li Mei was checking accounts in the restaurant. Hearing distinguished guests had arrived, she personally came out to entertain. Luoyou saw this female Australian who did big business, wearing only a very simple blue cloth skirt and jacket, with ear-length short hair, not a single piece of jewelry on her body, nor an inch of silk. This attire couldn't compare even to a slightly respectable maid in a Guangzhou great household. Doing such big business yet enjoying such simplicity, Luoyou admired this greatly. At least he couldn't do it. Li Mei knew of this manager Li's arrival long ago and was now extremely attentive. She specially presented the highest grade bird's nest coconut milk mixed fruit sweet soup, smooth, fragrant, and cool, containing many unknown fruits, making even Luoyou, who didn't favor sweets, feel extremely satisfied. As for Quark, he ate with eyes glazed over. Luoyou sought opportunities to inquire about the Australians' internal affairs, but although this female Australian was attentive, she either diverted his probing questions or merely smiled. Quite a tough character, Luoyou thought. According to the steward's introduction, this Li Mei should be a powerful figure among the Australians, apparently some minister. Since they had met, he should curry favor properly. She might be useful in the future. With this thought, he changed the topic, his words becoming very earnest, and praised the cooperative's operation. Sure enough, a look of pride appeared on Li Mei's face. Seeing the timing was about right, Luoyou signaled with his eyes. Say I was prepared and took out a brocade box from his carried bundle. A trifling local product from Liaodong, I hope you will accept it with a smile. He cupped his hands. In the future there will be many areas needing Minister Li's care. Where do you start? You are too polite, sir. Li Mei smiled like a flower. Taking the box and opening it, she saw a ginseng root with full whiskers and leaves. Even by this spacetime's value, it was an expensive gift. This made her hesitate. Recently, she did want to buy a few ginseng roots for herself and her husband for winter tonic use. But according to regulations, valuable gifts had to be turned over. If she wanted to keep it, she had to buy it at market price. She didn't begrudge the money. This ginseng was of such good quality that buying it herself would be a bargain. But this manager Li's relationship with their side wasn't clear yet. Would accepting the gift rashly cause any sequelae? She had suffered once before, so she had to be cautious in this regard. After considering again and again, she returned the ginseng. This gift is too heavy, she said. I am ashamed to receive it. Despite repeated offers, the other party still politely refused. Luoyou used ginseng as a brick to knock open doors. It worked everywhere, yet now the other party strictly refused. He was quite surprised. Li Mei exchanged pleasantries with them a bit longer before excusing herself. A while later, someone brought 4 cotton bags. The bags were exquisitely made with dense and neat stitching. On the bags, colored silk threads embroidered the words, "With compliments of the cooperative." This is a small token from Minister Li. Not accepting his gift, but giving him a gift instead. Wondering, he opened it to see the most popular and mass-market Australian product, one large and one small towel. Blue and white patterns dyed very fastidiously. Although popular Australian goods and quite practical in a place like Lingao, they were ultimately low-value items. Sending them specially, was there some significance? These Australians' minds were truly different. Luoyou had a strange feeling. He had more common language with the Qiongzhou Jurchens. At least he could understand the barbarians' thinking. With this group, he felt completely lost. Go, let's stroll some more. Luoyou waved his fan. Reaching a crossroads, he saw a building made of the best red bricks. Asking, he learned this was the place managing market trade. There were people standing guard at the door, likely a yamen-like place. But commoners went in and out the main entrance steps, and the guards didn't stop or question them. Interested, Luoyou wanted to go in and look. Nothing to see inside, the steward said. Just places for handling affairs. No matter, I just want to see how affairs are handled. Saying so, he stepped onto the stairs. This yamen indeed wasn't much to see. Australian buildings used massive amounts of glass for windows, so rooms were always bright. This made Luoyou, accustomed to dim interiors, uncomfortable. He couldn't imagine handling affairs in such a room. In the center was a large table displaying 3 items, a huge balance scale with many weights beside it, a ruler seemingly made of steel, and a small bucket made of sheet iron. Before the large table stood a sign reading Public Scales. According to the steward, this was specifically for standard measures. Anyone buying or selling on the street who doubted dimensions or weight could come here to recheck. If they didn't know how, specialized clerks would help. Luoyou nodded, approaching to examine closely. The measurements seemed different from the great Ming's. Looking carefully, the ruler's graduations were called gongchai meter, the weights gongzhen kilogram, and another unit gongshi quintal. The small bucket was volume, called gongsheng liter. These weights and measures must be brought from Australia. Must be, the steward said. Different from this dynasty's standards. He pointed at the meter ruler. This ruler is about 3 kai and a bit of this dynasty's construction ruler. And they just use it like this. Since Eastgate Market opened, these 3 measures were set up, the steward said. Originally, whether a foot was long or short, a caddy heavy or light, everyone claimed theirs was most accurate. With these 3 measures, there's a standard. In trading, there's no dispute over quantity. Those unconvinced just come here to weigh and measure. Everyone found it convenient, so they all use it. Privately establishing weights and measures. Luoyou added another crime to the Australians. Turning around, he saw a large room on the left of the atrium separated by a waist-high wooden fence. The fence had a gate, currently locked. Inside were long tables arranged in a horseshoe shape. The middle table sat high above. On the wall behind the middle table hung a huge wood carving, looking somewhat like a European coat of arms. On top was a red sun, in the middle a balance scale, below were wave patterns. Looks like a court, Quark suddenly said. This reminded Luoyou. It indeed looked very much like a European court. Asking, it really was a place for judging cases, formerly called Eastgate Market Summary Court. According to the steward, this court specifically managed all sorts of trivial cases. Littering, fighting, short weights, theft, also handling small trade disputes and issuing notarized documents. Trials were simple. A few words, facts clear, immediate judgment. Half a day could clear a dozen cases. General public order cases had no plaintiffs or defendants. The court judged and closed them directly. For instance, theft caught by police was just a formality in court. Judgment read, then dragged directly to the labor reform team as free coolie labor. As for cases with plaintiffs and defendants, both sides had to pay money first to buy standard official paper to fill out complaints. This official paper was unified format, unified printing. All legal documents were written on this paper. They handle notarized documents here. Luoyou suddenly interjected. Yes, they do, but few people do it. Most don't quite understand. The steward pointed to a row of framed notices on the wall. It's all written up there. Go, let's take a look. Luoyou called to Quark. Luoyou read carefully, exchanging a few words with Quark occasionally. Quark could speak Chinese but not read it, judging only by Luoyou's translation. From what you say, this group of Australians uses a European legal system, Luoyou said. At least Great Ming doesn't have notarized documents. Indeed, and these statutes. If the Australians wrote these, the drafters must be very familiar with Roman law and various continental codes, Quark said. I only know a little law, but based on what you say, the Australian judicial system clearly relates to Europe but is different. He shook his head. I have a feeling they might be more advanced than us. More advanced than your motherland, Luoyou joked. Hee, how can my motherland compare? Quark didn't hide it. If an overseas colony can achieve this, who knows what the mother country looks like? I really want to go see. Coming out of the administration office, the sun was gradually slanting west. Pedestrians on the street had dispersed somewhat. The streets became empty and quiet. Quark bought some trinkets on the street, saying he planned to send them back as gifts. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky, from far to near, as if some monster was screaming one after another. Gu Beicheng's face turned pale. Luoyou also felt a chill, just about to check the source. The steward hurriedly reassured, "No matter, it's the steam whistle for the morning shift getting off work." The whistling sound, one long and one short, rang 17 times. Shortly after, groups of people in oil-stained blue coarse cloth clothes began to multiply on the roads. Like a tide, they instantly crowded the entire East Gate market. Workers laughed and talked loudly, flocking into cheap wine shops and eateries. Roadside snack stalls also perked up, shouting their wares with vigor. East Gate Market was instantly filled with a strange mix of sweat, oil, and food aromas. The street market, which had grown somewhat lonely, instantly became vibrant again. End of chapter. Chapter 582 Trade Agreement. The workers surged forward like a tide, paying no heed to Luoyou's party swaggering down the middle of the road. The steward hurriedly guided the group to the roadside, finding a tea stall to sit down. The stall owner knew the steward and rushed over to greet them and pour tea. "No need for tea, we're just resting our feet, leaving in a moment," the steward said. "Don't bother." Seeing these filthy workers pass by him without a care, he felt very unhappy. He sat wooden-faced, saying nothing. They sat for a good while until the workers on the road gradually thinned out. Just as Luoyou was about to rise, the steward suddenly ran off in a hurry. He returned a moment later. "Third Master has already set up a banquet at the commercial hall to welcome you, Master." That evening, arranged by the commercial hall's restaurant, Liu San and personnel from Foreign Affairs, Commerce, and Intelligence hosted a banquet for this great manager Li. Before taking seats, Liu San introduced them one by one to Luoyou. Those attending were mainly members of the Operation Willow team and heads of relevant departments. Li Mei was also prominently listed. She was invited first because it concerned her department, and second, when it came to socializing skills at the banquet table, there was no more powerful existence among the 500. Because it was a formal occasion, the elders all changed into formal suits, no longer treating fatigue uniforms as daily wear. Only in Luoyou's eyes, these formal suits weren't much better, hardly distinguishable from their fake crop subordinates, just slightly better fabric and cleaner. No wonder Australians had no distinction of rank. Luoyou kept smiling and saying "long admired," while eyeing these short-haired men like monks. He suddenly realized they were all young and all had smooth chins and upper lips. Suspicion arose. Could they all be eunuchs? But thinking again, their speaking voices were normal, so probably not. Luoyou, Quark, and 2 others were invited to the table. Sai and the others were invited elsewhere. Gu Beicheng didn't dare take a seat originally, but Luoyou, seeing the Australians didn't care much for hierarchy, and insisting on great Ming ways might provoke ridicule, told him to sit too. Compared to the luxurious banquet hall, the meal appeared very simple. The elders agreed that although this had the nature of a quasi-state banquet, it should focus on refinement and thrift. Thus, dishes like tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried broccoli, vegetables not yet existing in this space-time, appeared at the feast. They were exquisitely cooked, giving Luoyou a refreshing feeling. Though Quark's gluttonous desires went unsatisfied, he hardly ate any meat. Luoyou saw the commercial hall's interior was luxurious and comfortable, yet the banquet was extremely simple. Not only were dishes light and palatable, but there were no second and third presentations by the head chef for tips, nor singing girls or young boys to sing songs and urge drinking. Thinking they eschewed extravagance, he felt a measure of admiration. The servers at the banquet were all young women, wearing crisp, starched black high-collared one-piece dresses with white ruffled aprons, which only covered the front, with just cross straps in back. The skirts were short enough to reveal feet. Both black shoes and socks were visible, making Gu Beicheng blush immediately upon seeing them. Their hair wasn't styled, either hanging short to shoulders or tied in a ponytail with various colored ribbons. On their chests was a small, shiny silver tag. Luoyou looked for a long time before reading the words health. The black and white attire looked clean and efficient. Compared to great Ming women, they possessed a different kind of beauty. But having these young women dressed prettily just to serve dishes and wine, without accompanying drinking or singing, wasn't this superfluous? The drinks on the table were entirely Lanling wine and kvass, not counting the rum Quark loved. None of the famous wines that Qiongzhou sold in Guangzhou were present. Except for Liu San's opening toast, there was no urging to drink. The atmosphere was relaxed, discussing idle matters. Those present could at least understand Luoyou's Cantonese vernacular, and Luoyou could actually understand 70 to 80% of their Australian. Communication wasn't difficult. Li Mei was a master of the banquet table, very skilled at adjusting the atmosphere. Soon it became cordial and friendly. As the banquet progressed, Luoyou confirmed again. The so-called Australian spoken by this group carried quite a few accents of Liaodong military speech, which he found increasingly strange. Luoyou was considered very knowledgeable among the natives of this spacetime. Speaking of his trips to Nanyang and India, everyone listened carefully, occasionally asking questions. Only when Luoyou mentioned Australia, the faces of the elders present became less animated. Except for some explanations in a captured manual, no one knew what this so-called homeland, Australia, actually looked like. Was it the 21st century version or the 19th century version? Seeing their hesitant expressions as if hiding something hard to say, Luoyou became more convinced of the rumor. This group of Australians had failed in palace struggles in their motherland, and were forced to flee to Great Ming in iron ships for their lives. Hearing that most Australians coming to Lingao were single, and mostly young men, it was likely their father's generation failed in rebellion and, facing destruction, sent them overseas to seek refuge and a new life. They came to Great Ming probably because of same script, same race. Rumors outside had long said Australians were descendants of Song people from Yashan. Thinking this, he reminded himself not to ask more about Australia to avoid embarrassing them or bringing up sad memories. But since so many men came single, they would have needs to marry and settle down. Luoyou didn't quite believe the rumors of Australians causing trouble for women. In his view, if they just wanted women to warm beds, wash, and cook, whether buying with money or forcing with guns, it wouldn't be hard. The so-called shortage of women must be a shortage of women worthy of their status. Luoyou thought, these Australians must include many sons of high officials from Australia. They would have high requirements even for concubines. In a backwater like Lingao, how could they look upon daughters of ordinary country landlords? Thinking here, he was already calculating how to cater to their tastes in this regard. After the meal, Liu San invited them to move to the lounge. This lounge was similar to the banquet area, equally tall and bright, with crystal glass chandeliers. Large paintings hung on the walls, neither landscape nor flower and bird, nor quite Western oil paintings, seemingly a mix of both. They depicted either mountains and rivers or snow-braving pines and plums. Directly facing the screen was a magnificent painting, a great river surging into the sea amidst mist-shrouded mountains, a red sun rising over the sea with 10,000 rays of light, and in the center of the light was that iron ship of the Australians. 4 large ink characters were titled horizontally, Splendid Rivers and Mountains. Using splendid rivers and mountains, a phrase implying sovereignty territory for a ship painting. What grand ambition! Luoyou suddenly grew alert. Large Persian carpets covered the blue brick floor. Luoyou felt heartache at a glance. These were top-grade Persian goods, sold by inch not piece. Now not only were they filthy, but they also had many burn marks. As for the chairs, unknown where they were looted from, not only were they not a set, but arranged strangely in a semicircle. Behind the tables and chairs was a large red sandalwood screen inlaid with mother-of-pearl, gold, and silver wire, exquisitely carved. Normally such a large screen belonged in a grander hall. Placing it in this Australian room gave a feeling of being forced in. Actually, Duguo Qiyuhun had originally arranged this room, modeling the layout of Ziguang Pavilion in Zhongnanhai. But the commercial hall rooms didn't suit such a layout, resulting in this strange appearance. Although decorated as a state guest house, there were no state guests initially, so the Eastgate market management staff often used this room as a lounge and smoking room, ruining a fine Persian carpet. Each chair had a name card. Everyone took seats according to cards, saving the tedious etiquette of yielding seats. Once seated, maids served fine bone china coffee sets. This was high-grade bone china fired under Xiao Beileng's supervision. Recruited Foshan ceramic workers used his process flow, selecting fine kale and clay, sieving it, adding bone ash, finally firing at extremely high temperature in a gas kiln. Shapes and patterns imitated modern spacetime, coming out exact. This bone china was produced very little currently, except for a small amount sent to Guangzhou for THour to develop the domestic luxury porcelain market. The rest was kept for self-use in Lingao. The coffee was hand-roasted from the first batch of beans harvested from Wu Nanhai's tropical crop garden, fragrant in aroma. Wu Nanhai named it Golden South Sea. Quark and Luoyou had seen this beverage with Arab and Indian merchants and didn't find it strange. Instead, the porcelain attracted their gaze. Quark couldn't put it down. Luoyou felt this porcelain's shape and texture didn't look like great Ming firing. Could Australians fire porcelain too? Then again, since they were descendants of Yashan Song people, having a few ceramic artisans among them wasn't strange. After coffee, the conversation officially cut to the main topic. Before the negotiation, Liu San had already determined several basic points in the Operation Willow working meeting, approved by the Executive Committee and the Senate Standing Committee. Luoyou to transport and sell goods for the Transmigrator Collective. Luoyou must assist the collective in opening commercial houses locally. If necessary, joint ventures can be opened. Luoyou to procure designated goods for the collective, prices negotiated annually for bulk procurement. Lingao has the right to choose payment in goods or currency. Luoyou's branches on the mainland and overseas to provide acceptance services for Delung bills of exchange. But before stating demands, everyone wanted to hear what this great manager needed from Lingao. Luoyou didn't hide his intentions. After complimenting the collective's sturdy ships and sharp cannons and being rare in the world, he straightforwardly requested to purchase munitions. The volume wasn't large. Specific types were even simplified to cannons, muskets, and short muskets. Liu San hesitated. He hadn't expected this to be Luoyou's real purpose. Of course he came for trade opportunities, but trading for munitions. Unlike selling paper or matches, munitions consumed massive strategic materials and were high-consumption items for industrial capacity. Moreover, munitions were sensitive strategic materials affecting the mainland power balance. Involving foreign policy, it wasn't something Liu San and others could decide. Unexpectedly, Luoyou raised an issue beyond Liu San's authority right at the start. The present elders looked at each other, unsure what to do. Luoyou, being who he was, saw their embarrassment and knew it was difficult, But since most of his purpose in coming was for this, he wouldn't give up easily, so he said, "If there are difficulties, please speak freely." Liu San steadied himself. "This matter is not within our authority. We need to ask superiors for a decision." Luoyou nodded in understanding. "How long?" 3 to 5 days for a result. "Good. If selling guns directly is inconvenient, could you help set up a gun factory?" Luoyou raised his second request, actually his real goal. Since selling weapons was a big deal, helping build guns probably also needed superior decision. "I will report your request together." Liu San smiled bitterly. "This concerns military and state affairs. Hope proprietor Li understands." I understand. Next was Li Luoyou's request for trade privileges. Lingao was free trade. Currently import tax was fully waived, export partially waived. Anyone could trade. Li Luoyou wasn't a small merchant hitching a ride. His scale was large, strength great, so he demanded privileges. Specifically, exclusive export rights for Australian goods, mainly Australian glass mirrors. Li Luoyou prepared to ship them to Nanyang and India for sale. For the latter, he also planned to sell to Europe through the Goa window. Europe's Venetian glass mirrors were world famous, not only priced exorbitantly but limited in production. Lingao's Australian glass mirrors seemed endless, and prices were much cheaper. Especially recently, Lingao began large-scale sales of cheap glass mirror compacts of various materials through Guangzhou channels, which had even more price lethality. Such compacts were small and light. A sea ship could transport massive quantities. Even adding long-distance freight costs, selling in Europe could yield over 100% profit. Such small, high-priced goods didn't even need to go to Europe to make huge profits. Sea ships could exchange for other goods at trading ports along the way. Actually, Li Luoyou never thought of shipping directly to Europe. He planned to sell part to Goa, for Portuguese merchants to resell to India, Red Sea, and East Mediterranean, part to Quark to ship to Surat, reselling directly to local British merchants. Of course, this secret couldn't be told. "I'm willing to guarantee sales of 100,000 units annually. 50,000 porcelain, 3,000 lacquerware, 20,000 others," Li Luoyou said. "Price at 50% of your retail price in Guangzhou." "Too cheap." Li Mei shook her head directly. Of course she couldn't agree. Currently Zhengji gave Gaoju an import price of 60% retail. If she gave Li Luoyou 50, he could flip it to the domestic market and destroy Gaoju's business. What Li Mei hated and feared most in business was trans-shipping. Distributors exploiting regional price differences to dump goods, wrecking prices so no one made money. Opening European channels, 50% isn't excessive. Besides, I have to ship to Portugal, thousands of miles, braving wind and waves. "Your ships don't need to go to Europe," Li Mei almost said. "Actually, you've never been to Portugal, but thought better of it, leaving some face. Just shipping to Goa or Surat is enough to offload." Li Luoyou's smile stiffened slightly. In Great Ming, people who knew Goa or Surat were almost non-existent. There were many sea merchants, but they went to Japan or Nanyang. They knew Manila and Batavia, but knew nothing of Indian routes. Furthermore, we already have a trade agreement on the Goa route. Li Mei remembered the route monopoly agreement signed with Li Huamei last year. It had a few months left. Although the Commerce Ministry's general opinion was not to grant monopoly rights anymore, but adopt free trade, this monopoly claim could raise her own bargaining chips. Both sides launched into lengthy negotiations. Finally, a trade agreement with Li Luoyou was reached. Li Luoyou could transport and sell all products on the Transmigrator Collective's permitted export list to regions other than South Zhili and Liaodong, Guangdong/Guangxi, including Liaodong. Discounts for these goods would match those given to Gaoju. In that case, my costs are much higher than Gaoju's. Li Luoyou was dissatisfied. My spending on the road is much greater than his. If he wants to ship goods to Liaodong or the capital to sell, he also has to pay transport costs. On this point your conditions are the same, Li Mei said. Distance is profit, distance is price. You and all merchants know this. For goods sold to Surat and Goa, the collective granted an extra 0.5 discount. This discount used a rebate model. Luoyou paid full price at procurement. After a fiscal year ended, the discount would be returned to him. Using goods, cash silver, or circulation notes was up to him. For goods exported to Surat and Goa, a trade agreement for the following year must be signed in November of the preceding year, specifying order quantity and type. The collective granted a 10% fluctuation margin. If orders exceeded the margin, the rebate discount on the excess would be cancelled. Also stipulated, domestic sales goods settled over 3 festivals per Great Ming custom. Foreign sales goods settled in cash. End of chapter. Chapter 583, Deep Cooperation. Of course, settlement over 3 festivals didn't mean unlimited credit. The Ministry of Finance and Delung Bank intended to have a certain credit limit, equivalent to export credit. The limit would be adjusted anytime based on import-export status. However, this credit was interest-free. As for the settlement currency, it was designated as Lingao circulation notes. This made Luoyou somewhat awkward and advisor Han at a loss, refusing shining white silver and insisting on some circulation note nonsense. Besides Lingao, there was nowhere else to find this stuff. Luoyou said, "I don't have circulation notes. Does your group not accept silver? The settlement currency here is circulation notes. Silver or gold is just a commodity," Chen Si said. "It doesn't matter if you don't have circulation notes. You transport mainland goods to Lingao for sale, and we pay you in circulation notes." This former bank credit review clerk had volunteered to become director of bank planning after Delung's separation and restructuring. Having done credit review for 7 years, becoming credit management director would have been normal given his professional level. But he really didn't want to continue endless paperwork, so he applied for the planning position instead. This was novel. Not wanting white silver but wanting goods. What kind of business logic was this? Business stressed real gold and silver. Getting gold and silver was best. Took no space, didn't rot, convenient to spend or hoard. Those refusing cash were either able to swap for more profitable things locally, or the place had no cash. Australians' thinking was truly strange. "Is your meaning this?" Luoyou organized his thoughts. "I ship goods to Lingao to sell, earning circulation notes to buy your goods." "Exactly. Isn't this superfluous?" Luoyou shook his head. "Why not just barter?" "All right, then you say how many caddies of ginseng for 1 mirror?" He was instantly speechless. Without money as an equivalent, calculating prices was impossible. If so, I must set up a local shop and build a warehouse. Luoyou hesitated. "Extra expenses. We provide the land for your shop. You only pay for construction, which we will also build." Li Mei was generous. "Additionally, we have a guaranteed purchase catalog. Anything you bring, we buy at classified prices regardless of quantity." She handed over the latest guaranteed purchase catalog listing 31 goods and prices. "For these 31 goods, all import taxes are waived, and we buy them all at guidance prices." Luoyou looked. Coal was surprisingly first, followed by many metals: pig iron, wrought iron, copper, lead, zinc, tin. Then people's livelihood materials like grain, cloth, cotton, oil, timber. Seeing the end, his eyelid jumped: horses, donkeys. What did Hainan need horses and donkeys for? Most of these are bulky and cheap, extremely troublesome to transport. Luoyou still had the traditional maritime merchant mindset, liking high-value, small-volume items. "Profit isn't large, but your cost isn't large either." Li Mei continued analyzing. "Most can be bought all over the South. Profit is made just by shipping here. Plus the volume is huge. Even earning a few cents per pack adds up to a large sum. Isn't a guaranteed profit business good enough? We set guidance prices, adding 10% gross profit to Guangzhou market prices. Calculating this way, his profit wasn't low. And shipping only to Lingao meant dozens of trips a year. Small boats could do it. Unlike going to Nanyang or the Western Ocean, requiring waiting for monsoons, ocean-going ships, and hiring expensive navigators. As for goods outside the guarantee, you are free to bring them for sale. Currently, customs waives import tax on most commodities, Li Mei said. The general commodity transaction was thus settled. It was also confirmed Luoyou would open a Liaodong trading branch in Lingao, specifically responsible for local business contact. Additionally, we will provide you with export credit. Export credit. In case your limit isn't enough and cash on hand is insufficient, but you need large stock, we can provide extra export loans at favorable rates. However, restricted export catalog goods cannot get loans. With Luoyou's reach, a simple note could mobilize over 100,000 taels of silver in Guangdong anytime. He was originally disdainful of red tape like credit limits, but since they only accepted so-called circulation notes here, this system became very useful to him. Both sides negotiated details of the Liaodong trading branch. Luoyou thought besides contact, this branch could do some retail business. Given Lingao's situation, retail had future potential. Consider it laying foundations. During negotiations with Li Mei and others, Luoyou had figured out Australian business habits. Australians had no sentiment in business, only rules. No hints. Everything had to be stated clearly face to face. Everything must be written down. So details about this branch were discussed exhaustively. Knowing Eastgate Market was the best location, he explicitly requested land there. Possible, but area is limited. Li Mei agreed immediately. Only 200 square meters of building land. How big is that? About 1/3 of a mu. How to build a counter room with that? Luoyou was very displeased. He didn't want to build 3 or 4 stories, a pigeon coop without even a courtyard. I'll pay to buy. Li Mei said, Eastgate Market land prices are high. How much per mu? I'll buy 10 mu, depends on which plot. What? Luoyou thought these Australians were truly profiteers. Eastgate Market is now a Class I zone. Land prices highest. Li Mei timely unrolled the market plan. See, these streets are Grade A in Class I highest price, and plots are generally small. There isn't even a 10 mu plot to buy here. Her finger tapped the map. If you want a large plot, better buy here. Road just finished, slightly secluded now, but will be bustling in a few months. Great appreciation potential. Appreciation. In Luoyou's concept, except for rent-collecting fields and productive forests, ordinary land didn't fluctuate much. And he was buying land to build a branch. Even if it rose to tens of thousands of taels per mu, so what? Sell the branch. After some haggling, Luoyou bought a 10 mu plot beside a newly developed street in Eastgate Market. 1 mu was a free gift from Li Mei representing the Commerce Ministry. Chen Si then proposed establishing a joint exchange service. Luoyou pondered. Bills issued by Delung Bank Guangzhou were becoming popular in Guangdong. Their method was simply the allied business model, jointly honoring payments among merchants with large cash flows. Indeed very convenient for users. However, this joint exchange had great risks. Luoyou thought. A bill was ultimately a piece of paper used for fund flow. The momentum existed now. Some merchants passed received bills on without cashing them. Convenient, yes, but someone would surely think of issuing empty bills to increase floating capital. 100 taels principal acting as 1,000 taels flow. This drum-passing game relied on credit. Once an issuer or acceptor had problems, a crash risk emerged. This matter required caution. He considered repeatedly and decided to refuse. Refusal wasn't just due to financial risk but political risk. Australians could protect themselves in Lingao, he was quite sure of that, but their mainland assets were hard to say. If the government turned hostile and confiscated Lingao assets on the mainland, the loss borne by an ally would be devastating. Of course, whether the government would turn hostile and to what degree was another matter. After all, neither Delung nor Guoyou's properties ever claimed to be Australian business. If Australians did their homework and spent money well, it was possible the government would ignore these properties or be loudly hostile publicly but lenient privately. But since the wind direction was unclear, he didn't need to rush in. So he politely expressed refusal. This reply surprised Chen Si slightly. In his view, Joint exchange had risks but brought greater benefits to Luoyou, definitely a win-win. However, even after repeated elaboration on risk control and potential profit, Luoyou remained unmoved, changing the subject. This slippery fellow, Liu San, was anxious. 3 of 4 goals reached consensus. Only this business DeLung valued most was rejected. Wasn't this his negotiation failure? He repeatedly signaled Li Mei to join the fray. Li Mei was a business veteran. Seeing this, she knew talking was useless and would only reveal their weakness. The opponent would suspect DeLung had problems and was desperate for a strong partner to inject capital. If great manager Li thought that, never mind cooperating with DeLung, he might reconsider even the trade agreement. So Li Mei interjected, slowly shifting the topic to doing business with Quark. Quark also got a trade agreement. Quark had the right to ship any Indian and European goods to Lingao, enjoying partial tax exemption like other traders. The collective stipulated every ship must bring not less than 1/3 of total load in Indian saltpeter and lac. Besides that, he must bring unlimited quantities of woolen cloth, combed and processed wool, tanned sheep and ox hides, cotton cloth, cotton and jute. Additionally, annually ship 500 chests of Indian opium to Lingao packaged at the 20-pound standard, total 10,000 pounds. Opium cannot exceed the limit, fixed at 500 chests, excess confiscated, Li Mei said. Also, opium is not tax-exempt. No problem. Quark thought opium wasn't a scarce item. British merchants shipped it to Ming decades ago, at most 200 or 300 chests a year. Also, there are several deals to do with Mr. Quark, but it's not time yet, Li Mei said. Good, we'll talk later. Quark was very excited. The trade conditions lifted Quark's spirits. This Englishman had struggled to find goods Great Ming needed. He could only peddle spices, seafood, and rarities from India and Nanyang. His attempts to sell British woolens and Indian cottons had failed miserably. Now finally there was export potential for bulk commodities. His only dissatisfaction was settlement in circulation notes. But when Li Mei told him he could use notes to buy white sugar at the commercial hall, the Englishman rubbed his hands in excitement. White sugar was too hot. No need to ship to England. Shipping to Surat would sell it. British merchants could resell to Persia and Arabia besides Europe. That night Luoyou clicked his abacus, calculating which goods yielded max profit. From a stability angle, the 31 guaranteed items were best. Low profit, but they bought unlimited quantities. Profit was very stable. Pity they weren't interested in his best-selling high-profit items. Liaodong goods like ginseng and deer antler, extremely hot on the mainland, but Australians lacked interest. Key point, they seemed unwilling to sell big cannons. In his view, weapons money was easiest to earn. Portuguese didn't want to sell. Wonder if Runchatang is interested. Yang Shixiang should be. He knew he'd wholesaled such goods to Yang before. He suddenly thought, since this Australian Liu San is Runchatang's second owner and shares profit, he could open a breach through him. But this was long-term work. He couldn't stay long in Lingao. Calculating, he suddenly had an idea. He called for advisor Han and Gu Beicheng. As for Quark, some things he didn't need to know. All right, we've seen it. Australians are different from ordinary red hairs and different from our great Ming, Luoyou said. Beicheng, sit. Tell me, how are these Australians? Australians value profit. Gu Beicheng hesitated. But nephew sees that while valuing profit, they also keep credit. Correct. Luoyou said. Australians indeed value profit, but this group is different from ordinary Westerners. Advisor Han said. If they purely valued profit, they wouldn't have refused to sell us cannons today. Whether they are willing is yet unknown, Luoyou said. But seeing today, buying cannons may not succeed. These Australians probably have other designs on Lingao. Australians implicitly intend to partition Lingao. Gu Beicheng blurted out. Luoyou tapped his fan on his palm, nodding after a long while. We can't guess their thoughts immediately, but Australians will likely stay here a long time. There is great business to be done. He suddenly asked Gu Beicheng, how about you be the manager of this Lingao branch? Gu Beicheng apparently hadn't expected such a question. he was instantly dumbfounded. After a long while, since uncle cultivates me, nephew will naturally serve with utmost sincerity. Advisor Han knew young Master Gu's status in Luoyou's heart more important than a son, incense bearer for his wife's maiden family. Putting him in a remote Australian place like Lingao, he quickly advised, "Master, please think thrice, here is not like the mainland." "No matter," Luoyou said. "Here is actually easier to do business than mainland branches." Lingao's commercial and social environment was simpler, only Australians needed dealing with. Unlike the mainland requiring a manager to be slick and handle all walks of life to support the facade. And while Australians valued profit, they weren't unreasonable people, much better than Westerners. "Here you are the manager. I give you all authority a manager should have." Luoyou thought this child had been by his side long enough, seen much, but his independent ability was hard to say. This wasn't a long-term solution. He needed a place to practice alone. After 2 days, he was quite satisfied with Lingao's social environment. "Yes, nephew will be conscientious. You've never stood alone. You'll marry soon, can't be under my wing forever. Lingao's environment is cleaner than the mainland, fewer messy things. I'm assured leaving you alone here." Luoyou exhaled. "Just maintain good relations with Australians and handle business contacts well." He looked at his nephew. "I give you another 1,000 taels silver principal for this branch. Besides contacting Australians, do whatever business you want. As long as it's not wicked, I support it all. Losing money doesn't matter." "Yes," Gu Beicheng said respectfully, "only I ask Master to assign capable stewards and staff to assist." "Don't worry, pick anyone I have you choose. Whoever you pick is yours," Luoyou said. "Picking wrong doesn't matter. Knowing mistakes allows correction." Advisor Han understood Luoyou's intent and stopped advising. Training the young master was good. But he felt necessary to remind. "Master," he whispered, "these Australians have partition intent. If the court sends troops to crusade, Lingao becomes a Usra hell." End of chapter. Chapter 584, Slave Trade. Luoyou thought the court probably lacked the ability. Leaving aside how sharp Australian firearms were, just with Australian defenses at Bopu and fast ships in the Strait, unless the court mobilized tens of thousands of troops and hundreds of warships, the Australians wouldn't even bother looking. No need to worry. Australians have sturdy ships and sharp cannons. Moving them won't be easy. Luoyou deliberately didn't lower his voice, checking his nephew's expression. Seeing no fear, he felt this was feasible. "Even if there's trouble, Beicheng, you drop the shop and leave immediately. I won't blame you. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. It's not shameful. Yes, nephew will remember Master's teaching." The three discussed who to send to assist, how to do business, what goods to prepare, how to escape if trouble arose, and how Guangdong would respond. Only after everything was settled did they rest. While the Li family deliberated, Quark was quietly invited to Liu San's office in Runchitang. Led by a servant with a lantern through dark passageways and unmanned alleys, dizzy from turns, he was brought to a courtyard. The courtyard was brightly lit. Liu San, who had negotiated with him earlier, waited before the room. Quark was welcomed into a wing room and was astonished upon entering. Why was the light so bright? In the courtyard Luoyou stayed in, the Yang family provided their best, with 4 candle stands in a room, yet lighting them all still left it dim. This room looked like dozens of candles were lit. The light source came from a lamp on the table. Under a glass cover, a flame jumped, emitting light that made the whole room snow-bright. The room was simply furnished. A Chinese desk, a few beautiful rattan chairs. Besides Liu San, there was a young man he hadn't seen, medium build, slightly chubby, ordinary looks, scholarly air, wearing a frame on his face inlaid with 2 pieces of glass. Quark knew these were spectacles, but seeing them perched directly on the face was a first. He couldn't help looking curiously. The man sat in a chair, silent, just looked him up and down. "Mr. Quark, please sit," Liu San smiled. "We have another deal to talk about. You will definitely have great interest." Very good, Quark thought. A deal discussed only with him obviously wasn't something good. Liu San rose to close the door and draw the curtains tight. Seeing such secrecy, Quark felt uneasy, wondering what they were up to. "Mr. Quark, to talk business with peace of mind, we have to be cautious." The spectacle-wearing young man on the rattan chair suddenly spoke, and in fluent English. Quark was startled. In this space-time, English was neither an academic nor noble language, just one of countless European languages. Few outside Britain spoke it. His greatest pain coming to Great Ming was the near non-existence of English speakers, forcing him to learn Chinese himself. His Chinese was passable, but expression was sometimes difficult. Hearing someone speak English now, he felt greatly relieved. Difference existed between Old English and modern British English, but communication was unimpeded. The speaker was Su Tianqi, a university language student fluent in English and German. Useless after DDay, he fell into the basic labor pool until Ma Qiongzhou's mechanical card data system needed technical translation, borrowing him to the Grand Library. Afterward, he returned to labor. After the second plenum, the masses of basic laborers excitedly declared, "Our spring has finally come." Su Tianqi was formally transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Actually, there wasn't much to do there. Main work remained translating technical data. This time counts as formal work. "Mr. Quark, have you traded slaves?" Quark shook his head. "That is dangerous business." Slave trading was hugely profitable. Even if half died en route, a ship could earn hundreds of % profit, but risk was immense. Ships waiting at African slave stations for inland dealers often saw crews die of terrible fevers. High profits meant constant prying eyes. Attacks on slave ships and stations were frequent. If caught by Spanish en route to South America, from captain to sailor might be hanged or given to the Inquisition. Even converting to Catholicism meant years of slave-like hard labor before release. Those daring this trade were the boldest, most ruthless and unbridled men. Quark hadn't considered it even at his lowest point. "Now there is an opportunity," Liu San explained through Su Tianqi the business of shipping Southeast Asian natives to Sanya. "Natives you ship to Sanya we pay with sugar, tea, or raw silk." Quark hesitated. "You need slaves, I understand, but why these natives? They are small, lazy, and very ferocious, not working material." "Are there lazy and ferocious slaves?" Su Tianqi said. Quark nodded. "Fine. But capturing and shipping them is difficult." "That counts in your cost," Liu San said. "I believe British merchants are troubled by finding no suitable trading port with China." British merchants had no footing in Nanyang, forced to operate in Dutch territory. The Dutch wanted monopoly trade with China, causing friction in Banten, then killing 8 Englishmen in Ambon. The British bore a grudge-crying Ambon massacre daily as a pretext for revenge, but their East Asian strength was negligible against the Dutch. Portuguese and Spanish were deeply rooted. Even the Dutch couldn't dislodge them, let alone the British. "You mean? Please look." Liu San opened a map of the South China Sea. "You drew this?" Quark was astonished. The map was exquisite, depicting coastlines previously unmapped or guessed. "Correct," Liu San said. "Maps were level 1 controlled items, he didn't want to dwell on it. Here is Qiongzhou Prefecture." He pointed to Hainan Island. "We are here," pointing to Lingao. "You plan to open this as a free trade port?" Quark asked. "No, not here. Lingao has deficiencies as a trade port," Liu San said. "Specifically here." He pointed to the southern tip of Hainan. "There is nothing here," Quark said. "No, we have a port here." Liu San said. "Transport slaves there and we pay you best white sugar, crystal sugar, and raw silk." "You have a port there," Quark shouted exaggeratedly. He didn't know the name, but geographically it was a choke point between China and Southeast Asia. Superior location. Closer to China than Dutch-held Formosa. Very convenient for British ships. If he set up a warehouse there. Gold began dancing before Quark's eyes again. "I want to see for myself. As for slaves," Quark hesitated. Slave trading was profitable but hard to start. No existing chain like African slaves. Southeast Asia had no such industry. Quark had to build the chain. Referencing the African model, bribe local chiefs to capture slaves, exchange goods for captives, build fortified trading stations to hoard slaves. Stations needed defense against jealous rivals or backstabbing chiefs. This was a huge expense. Quark calculated costs, finally shook his head. I cannot do this deal. Initial investment is unbearable. To prove he wasn't lying, he listed expenses to Liu San. I need to build or buy ships, hire enough hands. Station needs fortification, cannons, weapons, a small garrison, precious gifts for chiefs. Otherwise they won't catch slaves or give land for the station. We issue you a slave trade patent. Commerce and diplomacy had prepared this, granting you monopoly on slave trade to Sanya for 5 years. A patent. Quark's eyes lit up. With this, he could organize a joint stock company, raise shares, pull in more merchants. Financial problems solved. How about it, you can form a joint stock company? Liu San seemed to know his thoughts. Yes, with a patent, funding is easy. Quark lost interest in Luoyou's gun factory. How could that compare to slave trading's quick money? But it needs considerable time, Quark said. I must go to Surat to raise shares, buy ships, recruit men. Earliest first shipment by year's end. Year end coincided with Tiandu infrastructure completion and mining start. First batch would arrive just in time. Acceptable, but hurry. If you cannot deliver the first batch by December end, patent is void. Quark, seeing wealth but having to wait half a year, burned with anxiety but agreed. Good, I guarantee delivery. This patent includes only Southeast Asian natives. You may not traffic other slaves unless we request. Liu San warned. Found carrying others once, patent void. I asked to set up a warehouse in this San. Yeah, Quark proposed. Aloud. Since it's a trade port, merchants are welcome, as long as you follow our laws. Simultaneously that night, a state meeting convened in Bairn City to discuss selling munitions to Luoyou. Most opposed selling munitions. Dangerous to sell quality weapons to a potential enemy. If Great Ming attacked, transmigrators didn't want to taste their own 12-pound Napoleon cannonballs. If Luoyou resold to Liaodong, consequences were severe, disrupting mainland balance. Historically, Guanning Army was a supply team, losing many firearms to later Jin. The upcoming Dengzhou mutiny would give Manchus firearms, soldiers, and technicians, enabling their own red barbarian cannons. If Luoyou resold, firearm advantage would tilt to later Jin earlier. Great Ming's firearm-reliant defense might collapse. Some suggested making inferior cannons, slightly better than red barbarian ones, and selling good matchlocks. Open a weapon workshop for Great Ming. Comrades, weapons need metal. Our iron and copper rely on imports. They are strategic materials. Checked how much iron or bronze a cannon needs. Importing from Qiongzhou to cast cannons to sell too strange. We don't lack that money, Qiongzhou said. Plus energy consumption, electricity or coal isn't abundant. Processing supplied materials. Luoyou supplies copper, iron, coal plus extra. Little significance. Zhan Wuya said. Don't forget labor hours and machine wear, all costs. Exporting weapons was vetoed. Someone proposed exporting Lingao's Type 30 revolvers, low metal labor, ammo uncopyable by Ming Jin. Buying meant relying on Lingao for ammo. Revolvers can't be used in battle formations. To natives, they're just ingenious contraptions. Generals and officials would love one for self-defense. Possible, but they might not want it. Knowing it's a toy, Luoyou isn't stupid. He knows it's useless for big wars. Won't buy many. Also, I fear a Jinyue agent sneaking up on an elder watching an opera and putting a round in his skull with a Type 30, said Wu Mu of Political Security, assessing risks. Final decision, no munition sales. Wuda suggested helping Luoyou build a gun factory. Not selling guns, but selling a factory. Chengdong couldn't understand. Putting the cart before the horse. Strictly speaking, selling simple equipment. Moderate technology diffusion. Wuda suggested selling simple industrial equipment. Like boring and rounding the bore, not in Chinese tradition. Selling dedicated cannon boring machines drastically improves their imitation of red barbarian cannons. Power improves limitedly, not affecting our safety or mainland balance. Besides boring machines, he suggested iron mold casting technology. improves yield, durability, and efficiency. Iron mold casting isn't advanced. We'll use Rodman method and solid casting deep drilling. Iron mold won't affect our lead. Also blowers to improve efficiency. Power, steam engines. Stage 1, water turbines or windmills, Wuda said. Of course provide gearboxes, otherwise useless. What benefit? Ma Qiongzhou didn't understand. Selling guns consumes resources, selling machines too. We can sell services. Seeing the parts maintenance bill, Luoyou will go mad, Zhan Wuya said. Don't just think of money. Selling guns to Qiongzhou is net consumption. Selling machines is blood creation, Wuda said. We can't produce everything forever. Uneconomical. Sooner or later open production to private sectors. Since opening, we don't want them using handicrafts, or our equipment manufacturing won't develop. Lack of orders. Anyone seeing transmigrator factories was awed by industrial efficiency. Yang Shixiang wanted to mechanize his medicine factory, but Lingao's economy was weak. Few could invest. Industry consumed population. Labor was tight. Adding private industry demand worsened bottlenecks. If the nearby, capital-rich, populous Pearl River Delta joined industrialization, Lingao's equipment manufacturing would develop hugely and create dependency. Machine supply, maintenance, upgrade would rely on Lingao. End of chapter. Chapter 585 Canon Foundry. But to let people know the benefits of machinery, they must see it to believe it. The transmigrators couldn't drag everyone to Lingao to witness their industrial capability. The only way was to set up a model on the mainland. Since Luoyou wanted to build a gun factory, this was the best prototype. Wuda believed the efficiency demonstrated by these machines in production would have a huge impact on the natives, enough to spark their interest in new technology and equipment. Handicrafts and commerce in the late Ming were very developed. A group of workshop owners already exists, Wuda said. We can't intervene in Jiangnan for a while, but Guangdong has potential. By upgrading equipment, we can cause a batch of new factories to rise locally, mastering relatively primitive but scaled industrial production capabilities. This lays a foundation for our future control of the Pearl River Delta and its industrialization. In the long run, controlling equipment manufacturing meant controlling all manufacturing. Such technology diffusion wouldn't harm Lingao's technological hegemony, and continuous external orders would stimulate Lingao's local equipment manufacturing industry. But can people of Great Ming link gun factories with productivity? Seeing it, they'll at most think, this Australian gun factory is powerful, but that's it. They won't link it to civilian industries like weaving and spinning. I also doubt it, Zhan Wuya said. Modern people live in an industrial society and have basic industrial common sense. Ancients, especially ordinary merchants, probably lack this associative ability. Foundry owners might realize it. For example, mechanized blowers. We can't underestimate native creativity too much, Wuda said. Besides, windmills and water turbines exist domestically. We're providing an upgraded version with better efficiency and higher output. The value of these two is clear to most people. At this point, when Daisy coughed, I want to query something. According to our strategy, we uphold non-interference and mainland balance. Now, not selling guns to Great Ming but directly exporting gun-making tools. Isn't military technology diffusion against strategic policy? I think it's negligible, Wuda said. Wang Zund himself is a gun-making fanatic. Every time he organizes casting, it's by the hundreds. We provide equipment merely to make his guns slightly better quality and faster to manufacture. The most direct result is just enabling him to make a few more cannons. Wuda said. Finally, even if we gave them 12-pound Napoleon cannons now, I don't think Ming troops can do anything to the Jianzhou Jurchens. A few new weapons can't change anything. More cannons wouldn't save Great Ming's fate. History proved this. Sun Yuanhua hiring Portuguese instructors to train a new army using Western firearms in Dengzhou ended with annihilation in internal strife, proving tools couldn't save Great Ming. Thus, Transmigrators selling some equipment to Great Ming wouldn't qualitatively change the mainland balance. Gentlemen, I remind everyone not to forget one issue. Eshuis jumped out to remind everyone again. After Zhang Zhilong accepted pacification, he got large aid from Qiongzhou. From large warships to cannons, the Fujian provincial administration gave him much aid. Guangdong and Fujian are neighbors, and Wang Zund is a major gun maker. Likely some cannons will flow into Zhang Zhilong's hands. Zhang Zhilong is busy fighting Li Qiuqi himself, otherwise he'd have come to hit us long ago. Wuda was dismissive. Even if a few guns fall to him, they'll be used on Li Qiuqi. This issue was debated for a long time in the state meeting. Finally, a compromise was reached. Export only water turbines, windmills, gearboxes, blowers, and cannon boring machines, but not iron mold casting technology. The latter boosted production speed too much. Though some estimated Great Ming's tragic financial state made making too many cannons unlikely. Then someone proposed in the state meeting that while technology diffusion was inevitable, how to diffuse and what to diffuse should be evaluated by a specialized department to avoid threatening the strategic situation. Thus it was decided to establish a Technology Coordination Office under the Ministry of Science and Technology, specifically responsible for evaluating exported technology and products. Luoyou didn't know a secret meeting was held for this issue. In the following days he was leisurely, touring everywhere. Liu San, intending to show strength, also arranged for him to visit everywhere. The holy ship was now a hot attraction. For someone with state guest qualifications like Luoyou, he certainly had to see it. Early the next morning, Liu San accompanied him by carriage to Bopu, entering the naval pier surrounded by barbed wire. Luoyou carefully observed the Australian soldiers wearing blue uniforms and straw hats. They were different from soldiers seen in Eastgate Market. Besides blue uniforms, they wore round, flat-top straw hats with black ribbons, trailing 2 streamers behind the neck. Liu San prepared new IDs for him and Quark, stamped with prominent red seals valid today and valid once. After checking IDs and documents, Liu San led them onto a gig boat, heading for the Fengcheng. When Luoyou stepped onto the Fengcheng's deck, standing on this high and open deck with sea breeze blowing, his legs suddenly couldn't move. With difficulty he regulated his breathing, slowly stepping forward. Beneath his feet was rough steel plating, huge rusty chains. Luoyou carefully walked to the gunwale and looked down into the dark green rippling water, feeling a wave of dizziness, quickly retracting his gaze. Although a ship, he felt no swaying or heaving, truly solid as a rock. Luoyou touched the cold steel gunwale. This ship exceeded his comprehension. He pondered a moment and asked Liu San, "This ship is so huge, how does it move?" "Using machines." "Machines?" Luoyou asked. "If not animal traction, then windmills or water wheels." "Windmills and water wheels obviously can't work. Are there many horses and oxen driving it inside?" "How many would that take?" "Even many horses and oxen couldn't drive it." Liu San thought Luoyou had some insight, having the concept of power. "It uses the power of steam." Actually, Fengcheng used a large marine diesel engine. Liu San felt unable to explain the internal combustion engine concept, so he picked a simple one. "Steam, can I see it?" "Why not? But the machine on this ship is huge, and it's dark below, hard to see clearly." "There are similar but smaller ones in the factory. Ship machines can also be used in workshops." "Why not?" Liu San found it strange. Luoyou didn't pursue it, staring long at the Armstrong rifled heavy gun on deck pan glowing with blue light, looking at the circular sliding track below and the huge conical shell standing beside it. Originally, he suspected this gun was a fake for show. Aside from anything else, could human strength move such a giant gun? But if such an iron ship could be driven from Australia 10,000 miles away to Lingao, what was this gun? Australians invested such capital here. They had such sharp weapons. Thinking here, the hope of buying guns from Lingao suddenly became very urgent. He suddenly whispered to Liu San, "Any news from your superiors regarding selling guns?" Although Liu San hadn't received formal notification, the meeting situation had been communicated to him. Selling guns was definitely off. He equivocated. Haven't heard yet. If this matter gains Third Master's assistance, I would be endlessly grateful. Saying so, he signaled with his eyes. Liu San naturally understood. Not to mention actually helping, just leaking a bit of wind would bring valuable gifts immediately. The ginseng he wanted to give Li Mei yesterday, unbeknownst of quality, certainly wasn't cheap. Detailed investigation or asking favors would surely prompt this great manager Li to give a 100-year premium old mountain ginseng without hesitation. But this benefit absolutely couldn't be taken. A report about Li Luoyou wanting to gift Li Mei had arrived that night. He could only equivocate. This matter requires patience. Li Luoyou pretended to gaze at the sea view, asking in a barely audible voice, "Which persons need my attention?" Liu San had to pretend not to hear. Seeing these Australians dead set against bribes, Li Luoyou was disappointed. Thinking again, they indeed didn't lack ordinary wealth. As for ginseng, perhaps overseas people didn't know its benefits. Seems only the beauty trap might work. Calculating all the way, he was brought to the Bopu arsenal. This was the Transmigrator Collective's main artillery manufacturing base, producing for both Army and Navy. However, Navy demand was high, so current production focused on naval guns. For safety, this arsenal itself was a fortress, with stone foundations, red brick walls, bastion-style main gate, and moat. Heavily armed Marines stood guard before the gate tower. Huge roars and crashing sounds constantly came from within the high red brick walls. White and black smoke constantly emanated from behind the walls. The air smelled pungent and biting. Li Luoyou hesitated, seeing Quark also hesitant. This place looked frightening. Both involuntarily crossed themselves and silently recited a scripture before following Liu San inside. Inside the arsenal were iron-framed buildings, each 3 stories high, doors open, containing black steel machines roaring tirelessly. On iron rail tracks, workers pushed sliding carts loaded with iron ingots and steel blocks. They visited the casting workshop. The massive heat from over a dozen operating cupola furnaces made the two almost unstable. Workers were wrapped tight, faces covered with towels, wearing black eye shields. Red-hot iron water hissed flowing into pouring gates. Smoke filled the air. Quark coughed violently, covering his face and fleeing. Li Luoyou was much better. Since planning to undertake gun casting, he often watched workers cast guns in fashion. So he could endure it. He really wanted to see how the famous Australian cannons were made. As it looked now, Australian casting didn't exceed his expectations, making molds pouring. Of course, their scale was much larger, using more tools and equipment, working much faster than fashion workers. But he immediately discovered differences in the next workshop. The cast cannon blanks were solid. How to use? He saw workers use a crane to lift blanks into hot ovens for heating. When ready, blanks were lifted again, finding the red-hot blank carefully hoisted onto an iron sliding cart, clamped between huge iron jaws. Then the jaws turned 90 degrees. Workers pushed the cart to a large drop hammer machine. Amidst steam, Li Luoyou watched the huge iron hammer slide from the top frame, ruthlessly pounding the red-hot cannon blank. Workers operated iron clamps, turning the blank during intervals when the hammer was lifted, allowing the hammer to strike inch by inch. Red sparks constantly burst out amidst huge hammering sounds. Hard iron blocks changed shape like dough under the hammer. The huge vibration and heat made the group unable to stay nearby for a minute. Li Luoyou was soaked in sweat after watching a short while. Pungent smells, thick smoke, huge noise, and powerful force demonstrated by machines. Neither Li Luoyou nor Quark had seen such scenes. Quark had seen England's textile mills and shipyards, but compared to here, they were quiet gardens. Workers in clothes stained black by smoke and sweat worked amidst smoke and noise, operating huge machines, running and shouting. Dozens pushed a machine together, muscles bulging, looking martial and powerful. Li Luoyou felt his hair stand on end. This seemed like a devil's armory, a hellish smithy. A fear soaked his heart. He felt he was losing self-control. God, was his soul to be lost here? He prayed secretly, feeling he should leave immediately, but an unprecedented power kept him from leaving. He vaguely realized he saw something he shouldn't see. A power no one in this world had ever seen or harnessed. A door suddenly opened to him. He uncontrollably wanted to see clearly. Forged cannon blanks were sent away on iron sliding carts. Luoyou saw them again in the next workshop. He thought these shouldn't be the ones just forged, as piles of blanks sat there. Here stood many black machines on stone bases. On the roof, iron shafts spun rapidly, extending many belts downwards, spinning rapidly, driving many iron wheels. Hammered steel castings were mounted on huge iron beds, slowly advancing at an angle. Looking closely, he found the cannon blank spinning rapidly towards a knife-like object. Strands of iron shavings flew continuously from the cannon body. Meanwhile, foul-smelling oil dripped constantly on the cannon, seemingly flowing from the knife. Soon, the originally rough hammered surface became a blue-shining smooth surface. Luoyou stood dumbfounded. Slicing iron like mud, these words appeared in his mind. He'd seen Japanese swords slice iron like mud, but those were made of refined steel, taking countless efforts, treasured even in Japan. Australians actually use such treasure knives to peel cannons. The next scene shocked him even more. A cannon blank fixed on a rack, a multi-edged steel drill spinning rapidly, rotating into the center of the solid blank. Iron shavings were brought out by the drill head mixed with black sewage. A smell of hot iron mixed with grease filled the air, so the bore was drilled with a knife. Australian knives were so formidable. Luoyou thought this wasn't wood but a big iron block. Iron hitting iron at most chipped. How could it dig a hole? Finally, he saw finished products. Cannon barrels of various sizes shone blue, mounted on iron racks of sliding carts. Luoyou calculated secretly. Just this casting workshop was making over 50 cannons simultaneously. In fashion, with workers and materials sufficient, it would take 5 or 6 months. Just drying a clay mold for pouring took a month. Truly breathtaking. Luoyou felt soul-shaking shock. No wonder everyone says Australian firearms are peerless. Cannons made this way, how can a few blacksmiths melting iron and pouring compare? Quark also nodded. Manager Lee, this gun factory is 100 times better than the best in Britain, Europe, he inhaled greedily. If they opened full capacity, conquering all of China wouldn't be hard. Expand production. Luoyou was shocked. Didn't you see many machines weren't running? Quark said. If all started, he shook his head. Manager Lee, regarding proper gun factory matters, I think it's unnecessary. Luoyou didn't know he had settled the slave trade deal with transmigrators. Having a faster, easier money channel, he lost interest in the Foundry and used this to decline. Luoyou thought he spoke from sincerity and nodded. Only this national sharp weapon, they may not be willing to sell. Liu San, seeing them looking somewhat lost, hurriedly invited them to the arsenal office to rest, serving hot towels and iced kvass. Spirits somewhat settled, Luoyou immediately had a pile of questions. Why cast solid then drill instead of hollow? What knife cuts iron? Why hammer the cannon body? Liu San professed ignorance to all questions. Luoyou thought he was preserving secrecy and stopped asking. Actually, Liu San wasn't an engineering major. He really didn't know. End of chapter. Chapter 586, Bribery and Soliciting Bribes. Finally, at Luoyou's request, Liu San took them to the power workshop to let him see the power of steam. Luoyou was startled by the boiler workers, who were black with soot all over, showing only the whites of their eyes as they continuously shoveled black coal into the raging furnaces. As for the large iron box called a boiler, it emitted wisp after wisp of white steam everywhere. Luoyou and Quark watched the movement of the steam engine's pistons, connecting rods and flywheels for a long time, remaining silent. The shock embodied by such powerful force was simply too great. If the Australians were to set up such a gun factory for the great Ming, Luoyou immediately shook his head. How could that be possible? Not to mention that Wang Zund could not afford this money at all. Even if the imperial court were to undertake it, the appropriation alone would probably cause a huge uproar in the court. This gun factory was worth at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, where would so many master craftsmen come from? The craftsmen he hired in Fashion could at most melt iron and pour iron water. They didn't know how to operate machines. Thinking of this, his interest had waned. It seemed this trip, buying guns, was impossible, and setting up a gun factory was even more hopeless. The business deal reached with the Australians was certainly good, but he was already making plenty of money. Earning an extra 100,000 taels a year was just so-so. Because his interest had waned, he simply had no interest in continuing the tour that day. Pleading illness, he returned to Runshitang. After Liu San saw them back, he immediately went to the executive committee to report the whole situation, and also mentioned Luoyou's attempt to bribe him. He seemed to become very depressed looking at our arsenal. Probably he felt we could manipulate the power of ghosts and gods and was frightened quite a bit, Wen Daisy said. Looking at the intelligence department's data, this boss Li has great potential as a Ming loyalist. After seeing the production process, he probably had a premonition that the Great Ming is doomed. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? He might bring the Great Ming's army to suppress us right away. Suppress? Will he pay the military expenses and provisions? Wuda scoffed. Letting the government know a bit of our strength isn't bad. At least let them know this place isn't so easy to chew. I think you could totally accept his bribe. Wu Nanhai happened to be in the compound for business and joined the banter. Say that after your efforts and maneuvering, you finally agreed to build a monkey model gun factory. For this, you maneuvered the gentlemen of the executive committee and spent countless favors. All right, stop joking. Ma Qiongzhou interrupted Wu Nanhai's idea of disguised asset increase. The impression we give now must be one of integrity and devotion to public duty. It's not worth blackening our names for this little thing. I feel the same way. Liu San thought that the ginseng was probably gone. That night, Liu San visited Li Luoyou with a mysterious expression, telling him, the higher-up said selling guns is not allowed, but they can sell him the equipment for a gun factory. Li Luoyou was stunned. This was originally what he always wanted. The so-called giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him to fish. But after seeing the Foundry yesterday, he had completely dispelled such fantasies. He couldn't afford this kind of gun factory even if he bankrupted his family. Thank you, Master San, for your trouble and the good intentions of your superiors. As for this gun factory, this humble brother is probably powerless. Li Luoyou cupped his hands with a bitter smile. Before coming to Lingao, this humble brother thought he was knowledgeable. After the viewing yesterday, I realized I was a frog in a well. Liu San was stunned. He thought the other party would be moved to tears of gratitude, but he didn't expect him to say these words. The implication was obviously that it was too expensive. Thinking again, the things seen yesterday were indeed too fierce. There was a misunderstanding. This is a simplified gun factory. Liu San gestured for a long time. He wasn't from an engineering background himself, and he was facing an indigenous person of this space-time. Li Luoyou wasn't ignorant of science. In terms of algebra and geometry, he was probably wiser than Liu San, who had returned all his high school math to his teachers, but he knew nothing about industrial production. After painstakingly explaining for a long time, he finally made Li Luoyou understand his meaning. The Australians were willing to provide a set of simplified equipment suitable for the Great Ming's level. This set of equipment could completely produce cannons in Fashion, with higher production quality and efficiency than local methods. Are the cannons produced Australian cannons? Li Luoyou hadn't seen Australian cannons fire, but he had heard a lot. They shot particularly accurately, shot very far, dozens of li in one shot, and so on. And the production flow he saw in the Foundry yesterday also gave him the feeling that these cannons were extraordinarily powerful. If it were just an Australian version of the Red Barbarian cannon, they wouldn't need such precision work. This set of equipment is prepared specifically for manufacturing Red Barbarian cannons, Liu San said. What comes out is naturally still red barbarian cannons, but they will be easier to use than the red hares ones. So that's how it is. Luoyou felt slightly disappointed. But on second thought, setting up a foundry in Fashion was originally intended to build red barbarian cannons. This trip could be considered worthwhile. Subsequently, the Foreign Trade Department proposed a contract. It stipulated that Lingao would provide Luoyou with the complete equipment and production technology for a simplified gun factory, and be responsible for installation and worker training, while providing maintenance and spare parts service for 1 year. The total value of the contract was equivalent to 50,000 cuping taels. Luoyou sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the quote. This was even more expensive than the British gun factory equipment quoted by Quark. Quark estimated equipment plus shipping at 4,000 Spanish pillar dollars. Master craftsmen were calculated separately. The highest was no more than 220 taels of silver a year. The lowest was 100 taels a year. The total labor cost was less than 2,000 a year. This investment would probably not be earned back even if he built cannons for Wang Zund for 10 years. Let alone his investment in this project, just when the Guangdong Provincial Administration Commission would settle the full payment for the manufactured cannons was a problem. Luoyou's loyalty to the sovereign and love for the country struggled with his merchant nature in his heart for a long time. He couldn't make up his mind. Can we really not buy cannons? He still hoped to buy cannons directly. 50,000 taels could buy many cannons. The effect of Australian cannons brought back would definitely be more conspicuous than buying a set of equipment. Although he advanced most of the money, there was ultimately a meaning of government-supervised, merchant-managed in it. If he did things with great fanfare under the government's banner, but the results were not apparent, the Provincial Administration Commission's expression would not look good. Many people around Wang Zund were jealous of his assignment. Complying with the request would become a huge handle against him. In principle, no. Liu San adopted a bureaucratic tone. Seeing Luoyou looking like he had eaten a bitter melon, it was obvious his heart ached for the silver. Allow Li to consider it again. That evening, Liu San returned to his office in Runshitang. Just as he wanted to rest, take a bath, and have a happy time with Xu and Chun in the evening, their feelings were growing stronger day by day, and Xu and Chun had gradually let go a lot, becoming much more active than letting him manipulate her while lying down in the past. Just as he was thinking about what fresh tricks to play tonight, Fu Wubin suddenly came to report. Advisor Han was visiting. Advisor Han, Liu San was strange. This person was Luoyou's accompanying advisor, his confidant. Why did he suddenly visit him? Quickly invite him in. As they spoke, Advisor Han had already entered. This Advisor Han was about 50 years old, his eyelids always drooping, looking listless, only occasionally flashing brilliance when his eyelids lifted. Master San, Advisor Han bowed deeply, very polite. The student has come to disturb you. He spoke Mandarin, but his accent carried Minnan dialect. 2 servants followed behind him carrying food boxes. You are too kind, too kind. Liu San hurriedly returned the courtesy, inviting him to sit in the main room. My master brought some premium Wuyi tea, a tribute to the imperial court. The student saw that the tea here is not very good, so borrowed this flower to offer to Buddha to taste with Master San. As he spoke, the 2 servants were already busy, laying out the tea set and wind stove one by one. Liu San saw this was the so-called Kung Fu tea, only slightly different in form and daily usage. The servants lit the wind stove and put on cold water. Advisor Han signaled them to withdraw. The wind stove used premium red luo charcoal, and the cast iron kettle was not large. The water boiled slightly in a moment. There is no good spring water here, but shopkeeper Yang's family is indeed an old family. They actually have rain water from the previous year. Fujian's Wuyi tea, exquisite utensils, brewed just right. Although Liu San didn't know his intention, holding the mindset of taking things as they come, he tasted the tea while appreciating the tea set, chatting idly with Advisor Han. appearing extremely comfortable and casual. Advisor Han also deliberately avoided official business, only engaging in social niceties, wanting to deepen their friendship in a short moment. After changing the tea leaves once, Advisor Han finally said, "The student came here on my master's dispatch, specifically for the matter of the gun factory." Liu San nodded. As expected, he came to bargain. Theoretically, bargaining is expected for large transactions, but the debate on this issue within the Executive Committee and the Senate Standing Committee was very intense. Wuda's plan to sell equipment was only barely passed, so if the price of 50,000 taels were to be discounted, it would probably become the best ammunition for the opponents. Seeing Liu San reveal a difficult expression upon hearing his intention, Advisor Han became more certain of his calculations. He was indeed dispatched by Luoyou, but he also had another layer of purpose. Advisor Han flattered Lingao as people at peace and market prosperous, complimented them again, and then touched upon the request. "Regarding the price of this gun factory, I wonder if a concession can be made." Liu San naturally shook his head. The Foreign Trade Department only gave him the authority to quote, not the authority to negotiate business. Advisor Han then hinted, "In any business deal there is always a hat, markup cushion included. If Liu San could come forward to maneuver and lower the quote by 10 or 20%, Luoyou would definitely have a generous gift. Silver, women, anything was possible. I really can't help." Liu San continued to shake his head. "It's not that I'm being pretentious, it's really that the higher-ups have set a rule, not selling for less than 50,000 taels." He said in a sentimental tone, "I beg brother to understand in all matters." This was tantamount to shutting the door on the discussion. At this point, there was really nothing more to discuss. Liu San also couldn't be bothered to socialize with him anymore, speaking in circles with hypocrisy. Unexpectedly, Advisor Han didn't leave but started speaking differently. "My master likes your group's machines very much. It's just that the price is too high, and he hasn't been able to make up his mind, always wavering. Honestly speaking, the success or failure of this matter lies in a single word or thought." Liu San didn't understand what this meant. Was it all empty talk? Thinking carefully again, he suddenly understood. This was Advisor Han making an offer. The deal could be done, and at their quoted price, but Advisor Han personally had to be given a benefit. First, he tried to bribe him to lower the price. When lowering the price failed, it turned into soliciting a bribe. This business was truly creative. Liu San thought that the Transmigrator group absolutely prohibited accepting bribes, but giving bribes didn't matter. This was inherently a society where bribery was public practice. Nothing could be done without bribery. "I wonder how big a hat Mr. Han wants to wear," Liu San probed first. Master San is truly straightforward." Advisor Han said, "The total price of 4 likely meant 50,000 has been quoted. A hat cannot be worn." "How much kickback?" 10%. Advisor Han raised 2 fingers. 10%, Liu San almost shouted. This was 5,000 taels, definitely no-go. Not to mention 10%, even 1,000 taels kickback was impossible. There were already many people opposing this matter. If a huge kickback was involved, wouldn't it become a ready-made target? There was no need to even report it up. Liu San rejected it directly. "Won't Master San think thrice?" Advisor Han narrowed his eyes, sipping tea in small mouthfuls. "Truly powerless." Liu San shook his head. Seeing his attitude was very firm with no room for discussion, Advisor Han sneered slightly. "Australian machines are naturally beyond reproach, but after all they are just iron tools." Liu San was furious upon hearing this, thinking this Advisor Han truly turned his face faster than flipping a book. He also sneered. "Mirrors are made of sand, yet people rush to buy them with real gold and silver." Advisor Han smiled unfathomably and took his leave. Liu San looked blank, not figuring out what Advisor Han meant until the end. Luoyou received Advisor Han's report and knew that private maneuvering for a discount was hopeless. He then discussed with advisor Han whether to buy the gun factory or not. Luoyou rarely discussed business matters with others usually, but this time he really couldn't make up his mind. Advisor Han pondered for a moment and said, "The Australian's capability master has seen it all. The student need not say more. However, no one in the Great Ming knows how to use these machines. That is a difficult problem. According to Master San, they will help train craftsmen to operate them. Australians have always been trustworthy. This point can be skipped." Advisor Han said, "But the Australian price is not low. Within a year is fine to say, but if after a year, what if the Australians hold the machine to enhance their own importance?" This sentence was like a bucket of ice water poured over Luoyou's head. Only Australians knew how to use the machines, and only they could manufacture them. If they broke, only they could repair them. This was a big problem. "Master, the contract only covers repair and teaching for the first year." Seeing his employer's face change greatly, Advisor Han knew his words had moved him. His implication was clear. If the Australians asked for sky-high prices in the second year, would he use it or not? Using it meant being exploited. Not using it meant the machine bought with hard-earned money would become a pile of scrap iron. "Master, Australian machines are indeed good, but this is not like local craftsmen where if Zhang San can't do it, Li Si can, and if Li Si can't do it, Wang Wu can. One or two capable ones can always be found. Besides, you are serving the imperial court. If you want someone to come and they don't, that's being unappreciative. A card from the government office can deal with them. Nor is it like the English mechanics Master Quark invited. Once here they rely entirely on you, sir. Out the door they are blind. The Australians possess skills only they know, and they have a lair in Lingao. It seems the government can't do anything to them either. What if they put on airs and don't come to repair? Australians have always been trustworthy. They wouldn't do such things." Luoyou's confidence had wavered. "Master, let's leave that aside. Australians are ultimately people outside civilization. The court won't ignore Lingao forever. When the time comes to send troops for a crusade, fighting for a few years, Australians can't come to the mainland and the machines here can't be dismantled and sent to Lingao. Wouldn't that be a troublesome matter?" "Very true. This was a very worrying matter. What is your opinion?" The student believes that to have no worries for the future, one must spare no expense to recruit a few mechanics from among the Australians to bring to the mainland for maintenance. He continued, "Nothing more than using heavy gold and women to bind their hearts." Advisor Han didn't say not to buy, but proposed something fundamentally impossible to achieve. "This matter is fundamentally unfeasible." Luoyou had calculated this long ago. Liu San refused completely, only agreeing to train craftsmen for him. As for privately connecting with Australian craftsmen, he was unfamiliar with the place and people here, and judging by the Australians' guarded appearance, it was impossible. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Making this kind of broken stuff is simply shameful. Several technicians surrounded a table in the mechanical factory office. Spread on the table were 3-view drawings of several pieces of equipment. This was data just transferred from the Grand Library. The so-called gun factory equipment consisted of only 5 items: power unit, gearbox, pulley block crane, blower, plus a cannon boring machine. The 3-view drawings on the paper were all drawn according to actual equipment drawings from the 18th to 19th centuries. Absolutely time-tested old equipment. After discussion, everyone thought wind power in Fashion was probably unreliable, so water power should be the main source. Factories in the early Industrial Revolution almost all used water power on a large scale. Water power was more reliable than wind power and could maintain continuous production. It was the most suitable large-scale power source before steam engines. Hydraulic machines combined with gearboxes could output power to drive bellows much larger than manpower could, providing oxygen for multiple cupola furnaces at once, and cannon boring machines could also be powered by hydraulic power. "Manufacturing this set of stuff will take a week," Zhan Wuya announced after watching for a while. "I think it's quite boring." Although it consumes few resources and man-hours, I always feel it's inexplicable to make it, Xiaogui commented. Might as well sell cannons and matchlocks directly to that boss Li. It'd be more satisfying and at least let apprentices practice their hands. Selling guns and cannons is brain-dead. Sun Li jumped up. Selling equipment is madness. I see Wudu as a trans-trader. I want to initiate an impeachment. What is a trans-trader? Don't talk nonsense. I think Wuda selling equipment is not bad, Zhan Wuya said. Create an industrial model. Let the rich over there see that using machines for production improves efficiency and makes money. Everyone does it together, at least allowing Guangdong to slowly establish a primitive primary industry. This way we can import primary manufactured goods instead of always buying raw materials to process ourselves. Besides earning tens of thousands of taels for a few simple machines, this business is doable. Note, whether British equipment was worth this much money is unknown, written casually. Craftsmen's wages reference the wages of Portuguese soldiers hired to operate and teach firearms in the late Ming. At that time, the highest was 120 taels annually, with monthly food allowance of 10 taels. End of chapter. Chapter 587 Liaodong population. If that's the rationale, we should diffuse light industry. Why on earth would we diffuse a gun factory? Ordinary people won't be visiting armories on their leisure days. My position is that we sell Luoyou a complete silk reeling setup. Processing supplied materials is the wiser path. We earn money and raw materials while letting our apprentices get hands-on experience. Horseshit, the two factions had found little to quarrel about on technical matters, yet the question of whether to sell equipment and on what terms had nearly come to blows. Enough! Everyone cease this pointless bickering. Huang Tianyu appeared at the office doorway, his expression curdled with dismay. The man doesn't want it anymore. What? The room went silent. Regardless of where any man had stood on the question, this news hit like ice water dashed in the face. Of all the products manufactured by Lingao industry, some sold like wildfire and others moved at a crawl, but never, not once, had anyone outright refused them. In every elder's mind, Lingao manufacturing carried the same mystique as German engineering from the old spacetime, and now this native tycoon had simply declined. Even those who had most fiercely opposed the sale felt a strange sense of loss. It was rather like a woman you didn't fancy pestering you relentlessly for intimacy, offering herself entirely to your pleasure, only to suddenly refuse even a modest advance. The emotional deflation was palpable. Why won't he buy? Apparently the price was too steep. Huang Tianyu slumped onto a crate of parts. Says who? Those who had originally championed blocking the sale now appeared most crestfallen. 50,000 taels of silver, evaporating. Liu San told me. The formal notification should arrive any moment. Minutes later, the telephone in the mechanical factory rang. The secretary from the manufacturing director's office informed Zhan Wuya that Secretary Chuyu of the planning agency had officially canceled the simplified gun factory equipment order. The Political Security Bureau burned bright through the night. This particular courtyard kept its lights ablaze even past midnight. Secret police, in any spacetime, gravitated toward nocturnal hours. The compound hummed with ringing telephones, murmured conversations, and the heavy percussion of Chinese typewriters. UFO held the latest wiretap report, freshly organized and typed before the stroke of midnight. In an adjacent room, over a dozen indigenous clerks sat in cubicles partitioned by thick glass panels and sound-absorbing K-pop insulation. Every monitor was fluent in at least 2 dialects: Cantonese, Hainanese, Liaodong dialect, Hainan military dialect, Hakka Lingao dialect. Whatever tongue was spoken in this region, someone here understood it. They listened with fierce concentration to voices captured by various devices: computer microphones, tape recorders, recording pens. The sounds poured from cheap computer speakers purchased in bulk for barely 10 yuan each, carefully housed in protective wooden boxes. As they listened, the clerks dipped iron-tipped pens in ink, transcribing every word into notebooks. Once transcribed, the wiretap reports traveled to the typing room for formal transcription. The typewriters were heavy, clunking Chinese models, not imported from the old spacetime, but locally imitated. Inferior materials made them even more unwieldy than the originals. Big, black, rough. Yet in speed, the indigenous typists quickly proved they could outpace the elders themselves. To preserve equipment, the Political Security Bureau installed listening devices only in select locations. Though installation sites remained officially classified, any elder could hazard an educated guess. The commercial hall, certainly. The county yamen, the county school, the Jasmine Pavilion, and that small tea house directly across from the county yamen, which was practically saturated with bugs. Runchitang's East Guest Courtyard could be monitored at a moment's notice. Neither Yang Shixiang nor the distinguished guests lodging there suspected that their residence concealed interlayers and secret passages unknown to them. Monitoring equipment could be threaded into the walls whenever circumstances demanded. 99% of wiretap reports proved worthless. Useful material regarding civilian sentiment was bound into volumes and forwarded to the propaganda department. Complaints against grassroots staff or evidence of corruption went to the Cheka. Common crimes were routed to the national police. Reports flagged as serious situations landed on the desks of the General Bureau Investigation Division. Even mundane gossip and domestic trivia, if they touched upon certain keywords, required processing by specialized teams. These keywords centered on Ming officials, the county magistrate, local major landlords, names of pirates known to operate nearby. All such individuals had dossiers in the PSB, and any conversation mentioning them was filed under the rumors category. Regardless of outcome, every original manuscript was archived. Zhao Mengsheng had emphasized this point repeatedly in work meetings. The foundation of security work is a complete database. UFO thumbed through the stack, first extracting the report from Runchitang's East Guest Courtyard. Luoyou's arrival had elevated the monitoring status there from general attention to key attention. He read for several minutes, his frown deepening. This advisor hand spoke with poisoned intent, clearly determined to sabotage the deal. He hurried to telephone the Ministry of Commerce. "The Ministry of Commerce has closed for the evening," came the operator's sweet voice, still carrying an accent beneath her Mandarin. "Shall I transfer you to the duty room?" "No, never mind." UFO remembered then that it was midnight. Business discussions would have to wait. Still, if the intelligence reached the right ears before workday morning, Li Mei might have time to recalibrate, adjusting transaction conditions or whatever else was needed. This transaction was Wuda's initiative, and the relationship between the first deputy director and Wuda ran deep. UFO dared not be careless. He reached for his mobile phone to dial Wuda directly. Wait, he hesitated. The optics were wrong. This was Wuda's project, but plenty of people opposed it. Reporting directly to him would appear too nakedly partisan. He reconsidered. Rather than contacting Wuda, he would call Li Mei. She was the direct supervisor responsible for this transaction and had considerable personal stake in its success. She would surely coordinate with Wuda and devise a plan to salvage the deal. From a procedural standpoint, this was unimpeachable. But her phone was off. Li Mei was nearing 60. She slept lightly and never left her mobile powered through the night, unless specifically instructed otherwise. He ordered the report sealed and sent to the reception room. On the envelope he wrote, "Copy to Li Mei, Ministry of Commerce." "Urgent." He stamped it and handed it to the clerk. "Deliver by 7 tomorrow morning." What UFO did not know at that moment was that Luoyou had already made his position plain to Liu San earlier that evening. He had no intention of purchasing the gun factory equipment. The planning agency had already canceled the order. After hearing Advisor Han's words, Luoyou had been struck by a realization that chilled him to the bone. He had not adequately considered what the future relationship between the great Ming government and the Australians might become. The government tolerated their existence now, but that tolerance would not last forever. Luoyou knew intimately the pattern of relations between the government and the various Europeans who arrived in Great Ming hoping to make their fortunes. Europeans invariably sought to establish a coastal foothold for long-term trade. Local officials would ignore them at first, but when matters escalated beyond what could be concealed at the provincial level, troops would be dispatched for expulsion. Generally speaking, with the sole exception of the Portuguese, no foreign group had managed to hold coastal territory for long. The Dutch had occupied a portion of Taiwan, true, but they had ultimately been driven from Penghu. This knot coiled in his mind, giving him no peace. He resolved that until the relationship between the Australians and the government clarified itself, prudence demanded minimal entanglement. The Australians could pack up and sail away whenever they wished, but he had a family. He could not simply flee. In the end, he decided there was no need to rush into fervent displays of patriotic service. Better to avoid being branded an Australian lackey or treacherous merchant should hostilities erupt, lest he be forced to pour enormous bribes into Guangdong officialdom just to survive. When Liu San learned the deal had collapsed, his first reaction was disbelief. Then he caught Advisor Han's expression, utterly calm, betraying nothing, and yet Liu San could feel the mockery radiating from that face. He found himself uncertain whether to report that Advisor Han had visited to solicit a bribe and been refused. A gnawing suspicion told him that writing such a report would likely make him the scapegoat for the transaction's failure. He had not reported the bribery solicitation at the time. If blame were assigned, he would clearly be the primary responsible party, even though no one in the transmigration group would ever have agreed to such bribery. Liu San's mood curdled. After agonizing deliberation, he decided to omit that detail from his report, writing only that Advisor Han had visited to request a price reduction. Not lowering the price had been a directive from above. He had executed it faithfully. Besides, Advisor Han would never speak of his failed shakedown himself. Although Luoyou's arms deal fell through, both parties departed reasonably satisfied with the overall transaction. From one perspective, more money was always preferable. From another, they had secured 2 new supply channels. Luoyou's pricing undercut both Gaozhou and Huang Shunlong, especially for bulk goods. Most crucially, Luoyou had agreed that whenever needed, he could arrange for them to travel to Jiangnan and provide whatever covert assistance proved necessary. However, this assistance could only be covert, never overt. As for the capital at Beijing, that remained off-limits for the time being. The reason, Luoyou explained candidly, the transmigrators' accents were simply too strange. You must work to correct that accent. The dialect you gentlemen speak resembles the Liaodong tongue, far too conspicuous in the capital. Beijing swarmed with patrolling spies. The most trivial irregularity might be reported to the Eastern Depot. If some board agent decided to interrogate them, Luoyou could not bear that liability. As for venturing into Liaodong itself, Luoyou indicated that short visits for reconnaissance or trade were possible, but he could not guarantee their safety for any extended stay. Han people suffer grievously under Tartar rule. Even Fan Wencheng, that sycophantic pseudo-grand secretary who rendered the Tartars such service, was nearly killed by the old Tartar simply for being Han. You would stand out immediately. Extended residence there is simply not possible. Speaking of the plight of the Liaodong Han, Luoyou grew visibly agitated, sighing and lamenting their suffering. He spoke of the wall being breached and the massive looting of the previous year, when over 100,000 men, women, and children had been hauled beyond the passes. How many still survived? Who could say? Incompetent generals and the common people pay the price. Peasants eat chaff and weeds, sell their sons and daughters to pay the imperial grain tax, and for what? To feed a pack of useless parasites. Luoyou's reverence for Supervisor Yuan had long since curdled into bitter hatred. His words brimmed with venom. Liu San thought that regardless of whether Yuan Changhuan had died unjustly, public sentiment at the time had certainly turned sharply against him. The Tartars simply lacked the grain to feed so many mouths, Luoyou said bitterly. When the old Tartar still lived, grain was perpetually short, so they simply slaughtered Han people to reduce the number of mouths. When Huang Taiji became pseudo-Khan, he showed somewhat more leniency toward the Han, but grain remains insufficient. Insufficient grain meant they offered exorbitant prices to purchase from within the passes, willing to pay 10 or even more than 10 taels for a single shi of rice, several times the Central Plains market rate. Women and children deemed useless were sold directly to Mongolia in exchange for cattle and sheep. This pain was personal to Luoyou. He had traded in Liaodong for many years. The wretched condition of both Liaodong Han and captives was something he had witnessed with his own eyes, yet remained powerless to change. Speaking of it caused him immense anguish. After unburdening himself somewhat, Luoyou suddenly recalled that he was in Lingao, speaking of such matters to a group of overseas people who were not even subjects of Great Ming. He stopped short, cupping his hands apologetically. "Forgive me, I lost myself. I beg your pardon." Yet Liu San was thinking that since the Tartars were so desperate to sell captives due to grain shortages, the transmigration group might do well to purchase them. Women and children whom the Tartars didn't want and whom the Mongols wouldn't pay top prices for were precisely what Lingao needed. The Operation Willow meeting held before Luoyou's arrival had touched on this very subject. "Regarding this matter, we are willing to relieve the suffering of the common people," Liu San said. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" "If the Tartars cannot feed so many people and wish to sell them, we will simply go and buy them." Luoyou's eyes brightened. This Master San spoke sensibly. The Australians, whatever else one might say of them, considered themselves descendants of Huazia. Lingao was Great Ming territory. Arriving in Lingao would be 100 times better than falling into Mongol hands. Yet he shook his head. "This will prove difficult," he spoke cautiously. "The Tartars are exceedingly cunning. They will never sell young men, only women, children, the old, and the weak. With my modest connections, ransoming a dozen young men at once is manageable, but obtaining large numbers would be nearly impossible." He said no more. The Australians were not running a charity operation after all. They wouldn't necessarily spend substantial sums to transport women, children, and elderly who couldn't perform heavy labor from thousands of miles away. "We want women, children, and the elderly as well." "Saving one is saving one," Liu San replied, assuming the pose of righteousness incarnate. Women, Lingao suffered from a severe gender imbalance. Bringing in more women would help correct that ratio. Moreover, women were invaluable for light industry. As for children, they represented the human resources the transmigrators prized most highly. Nothing absorbed new ideas more readily than children raised on strong hatred. "Master San is truly righteous beyond measure," Luoyou said admiringly. "However, what the Tartars value most are iron tools and grain. I noticed these appear among the 31 goods you guarantee to purchase. Presumably your own needs are not yet fully met. How can you spare resources for ransom? I fear this will prove difficult." "Only grain and iron tools." Liu San felt as if someone had doused him with cold water. He asked hopefully, "Can we not sell other items?" "Though Huang Taiji is a Tartar, his shrewdness should not be underestimated," Luoyou replied. "Merchants who come to trade are welcomed only when selling materials essential for people's livelihood and state use. Grain and iron tools are preferred. Cloth and silk are acceptable. But luxuries like your glass mirrors, items of pure enjoyment, I fear would be prohibited the moment they were shipped in." "I see." Liu San found this problematic. Exporting strategic materials required executive committee approval. "Then we must approach this differently. If you have such intentions, I am willing to serve as your intermediary." "We would be most grateful, Proprietor Li." Both sides settled on a plan. Within the next 3 months, Luoyou would arrange for a small group of elders to secretly travel to Liaodong for first-hand reconnaissance, determining whether large-scale purchase of captives was feasible. For communication, Both parties would use Li Luoyou's branch in Lingao as the contact point, with Gu Beicheng acting as liaison. Beyond this channel, no other contact would be made. Li Luoyou produced a pair of patterned ox-horn seals that could lock together as one or separate into two halves. He left one half behind. Whenever there is a letter or message, use this seal pattern as proof. The seal speaks with my voice. This was his customary method for maintaining secrecy in his regular operations. It was simple and effective. Apart from his wife, his inner and outer studies each held two trusted confidants who kept ox-horn seals of different patterns. Only he knew which seal corresponded to whom. Ransoming captives brought Li Luoyou no direct benefit and might well fail, yet it eased something within him. His goodwill toward the Australians deepened measurably. In the following days, Li Luoyou continued his tour throughout Lingao. Wu Nanhai's intensive farm left a particularly deep impression. He then visited the Catholic Church in Eastgate Market. He had noticed its presence by accident, spotting people wearing wooden crosses on the street. Upon inquiry, he learned the church had existed there for some time. At his request, a visit to the church was added to his itinerary. At the Eastgate Market Church, he received a warm welcome from Wu Shimeng and others. Although Li Luoyou could never quite shake an indefinable sense of awkwardness around this Australian priest, the man was dignified and well-mannered, far more presentable than that malodorous German priest Ma Yanchun who seemed allergic to bathing. Yet his conversation simply didn't feel like that of a priest. Father Bai, on the other hand, struck closer to the mark. Li Luoyou was favorably impressed that the Australians permitted the church to build here, and when he heard a monastery had been established as well, he was genuinely surprised. It seemed the Australians held the Lord in high reverence after all. The church was modest, a pointed roof, a small bell tower, and long glass windows set into the walls. The architecture was simple yet beautiful. Li Luoyou took an immediate liking to it and donated circulation notes equivalent to 100 taels on the spot. Wu Shimeng expressed his thanks and presented a Chinese edition of the Catechism as a gift, an introductory text for Catholics, printed with exquisite care and beautifully bound. Li Luoyou appreciated it greatly and promptly donated another 100 taels of silver specifically for printing more copies. He further expressed willingness to purchase 500 copies. End of chapter. Chapter 588. Wudaokou financial meeting. Another effect of visiting the church was to put Li Luoyou's mind at ease. He had secretly suspected that the Australians worshipped devils and drew their extraordinary powers from the netherworld. But seeing such a magnificent church, the cross, the priest, his suspicions evaporated. He immediately attributed their remarkable abilities to the extraordinary wisdom and power bestowed by God. At last he could depart Lingao with a tranquil heart. It was a calm and unhurried day. The barren industrial district continued belching smoke of various hues, and wastewater flowed ceaselessly from the treatment plant's drain into the Wenlin River. Temperatures climbed steadily, and the river seemed greener than in years past, and now carried a faint stench. Water in certain diversion channels had grown so foul that daily cleaning crews were required. In a relatively remote quarter of Eastgate Market, for yes, Eastgate Market had by now developed into proper city blocks, no longer a single street as in earlier days. New cross streets sprouted from the central avenue as it extended outward. Fresh blocks took shape, plots of land were enclosed by fences, marked with signs bearing strange foreign text. Some sites already bustled with construction of new buildings, others lay fallow, left for commoners to plant vegetables. At the intersection of 5th Street, colloquially known as Wudaokou, or Five-Way Crossing, stood a newly completed tea house. The ground floor sold tea leaves, while the second and third stories offered seating for patrons. This establishment was a new venture opened by the cooperative. Tea was a mass-market daily necessity, and consumption in Lingao was rising sharply. The island produced no tea itself. Every leaf was imported from Fujian. The cooperative had opened this tea house not merely to regulate people's livelihood, but also as a mechanism for withdrawing currency from circulation. Both the executive committee and the standing committee had agreed that private capital could be cautiously introduced into non-critical industries. This tea house had received investment from several Tiandu clients, who now held 49% of total capital. These same clients were planting tea, an economic crop, in the surrounding hillsides under official guidance, working to eventually meet domestic demand. The guest seats on the upper floors were immaculate and well-furnished, attracting a steady clientele. Most patrons were local small landlords and merchants who had recently prospered, along with indigenous employees from the various expanding departments. The most frequent customers of the Wudaokou tea house, however, were elders from the fiscal and financial systems. The establishment stood very close to the newly opened Delung Bank head office, and many wandered over to chat and relax during breaks. Gradually, this place supplanted the cold, angular lounge in the original Financial Commission compound back in Bern City, which was all primary industrial simplicity and concentration camp ambience. The tea leaves arrived from Fujian and underwent simple sorting, reprocessing, and packaging at the Light Industry Ministry's tea factory. Nearly every famous Fujian tea of this spacetime could be found here. The most popular was oolong tea, which had already appeared by this era. This tea house was a microcosm of the intersection between diligent, simple pioneering celestial merchants and the new forces of Lingao. Fujian tea, Lingao-style packaging and service, cooperation between indigenous merchants and monopoly state enterprises. The operation ran naturally and smoothly. Since the Wudaokou tea house opened, it had gradually become the gathering spot for elders in the fiscal and financial sector. Even indigenous upstarts who came for tea understood that the third floor was not a place for them. The leisure lives of elders were generally not very stimulating, and finance people spent their days drowning in reports and numbers. To adapt to a future fiscal system that might one day lack computers, subordinate departments of the General Fiscal Directorate were pushing what they called manual accounting. This deliberate regression aimed to ensure that if computers ever disappeared entirely, the ability to aggregate reports would not vanish with them. Current computer systems were reserved only for relatively complex accounting work. Days spent reading reports, clicking abacuses, cranking hand calculators, and sliding slide rules drove everyone to endless complaint. Adding to their misery, every elder had been assigned apprentices who, rather than lightening the load, initially increased it. The more tedious the work, the greater the emphasis on leisure and relaxation. Hence this place became a daily pilgrimage for many, not only for idle chatter but sometimes even for holding actual work meetings. The long-term gatherings gradually crystallized the fiscal and financial elders into several informal cliques, primarily the accounting clique, the bank clique, and the fiscal tax clique. The lines between cliques were never sharp, personnel frequently overlapped. These minor factions loosely coalesced, later forming what would be known in the Senate as the Wudaokou faction. This system lacked the scale of the law club, the rigorous thinking and organization of legal professionals, or the grand ambition of the Marxism-Leninism Institute to dominate all things. Instead, various small factions stood like trees in a forest, mutually contemptuous of each other's financial, economic, and fiscal philosophies, and unwilling to defer to anyone. Consequently, at the Second Congress, the financial group failed to secure a larger slice of power and achieved correspondingly less than the law club. Within the primary coal-iron complex, finance, or rather, the fiscal department under the current system, was indispensable but far from paramount. Everyone understood the limited prospects for expanding their influence. We are a service unit. On this point, the fiscal-financial clique maintained perfect unanimity. The fiscal, financial, and tax systems had just undergone comprehensive restructuring following the recent second plenary session. The former fiscal and financial committee had been divided and adjusted into multiple departments. The new system finally had a formal Ministry of Finance. The awkwardly positioned Cheka finally received formal status, and the tax department, which had long lacked clear standing, was formally established. In addition to assuming control of the County Grain Collection Bureau, a compromise product of the old Ming system, a new tax bureau was also being organized. The original Delung Grain Bank had been split into two entities. One retained the old name, Delung Grain Bank, and continued to handle grain purchase, storage, and sales. The currency issuance and financial business portions were spun off to become Delung Bank, which presently played a 3-in-1 role as central bank, specialized bank, and commercial bank. The new fiscal controller, Qiongzhou, never came to Wudaokou, but he supported his subordinates discussing professional issues here. The tea house was an informal setting where conversation flowed freely, unlike the formality of official meetings. Many things could be said openly. Thus it gradually became an important venue for operational departments to hammer out and formulate policy. The third floor consisted entirely of private rooms, with thin bamboo curtains hanging at the doorways and green plants adding decoration. Some rooms were tiny, accommodating only 4 or 5 people for casual conversation. Others were large enough to host gatherings of more than 20 for a working meeting. An indigenous waiter guarded the stairway entrance, both to prevent uninformed natives from stumbling onto the third floor and to tend to the thermos bottles and tea supplies. At this working hour, most private rooms sat empty. Only one was filled with guests. 7 or 8 people gathered around a circular table, trading jokes with each other. Their exchanges touched mainly on departmental business issues, and then, inevitably, the maid welfare that seemed tantalizingly within reach. Occasional bursts of knowing laughter, "You know what I mean," drifted out. Hot tea and plates of fruit sat on the table. The skylight in the roof was propped open. Smoke from several cigarettes and cigars curled slowly upward. This tableau of ascending green smoke had earned them the nickname Immortals Gathering from the natives. "I hear the quality of maids after training is quite impressive, far better than when they first arrived," said Yifan, head of the Cheka. A hint of frustration showed in his somewhat dissolute manner. "I'd truly love to get one early and train her personally." The Cheka had been established for months now, yet it hadn't landed a single big fish. Yifan was deeply disappointed. His audit work crawled forward at a snail's pace due to a chronic shortage of suitable personnel. Everything had to be built from scratch, and competition for resources was fierce. Consider the most basic accounting training class needed for auditing. He had championed its large-scale launch with the utmost urgency, but trained accountants were promptly intercepted by various departments. The executive committee had apparently awoken to a new reality. To have departments and enterprises keep proper records and perfect their financial systems, accountants were essential. And so Yifan ultimately received fewer than 10 people. Adding in apprentices he personally supervised and civilian staff who didn't require accounting or audit knowledge, he barely scraped together enough for a football squad. With this skeleton crew learning as they went, Yifan expended 10 times the effort he would have spent doing everything himself. His fledgling auditors made mistakes constantly. Every document demanded his personal review. The result, he still hadn't straightened out the accounts of enterprises under Wu Nanhai's agricultural committee. His famous declaration, "Drag the elder out and shoot him," had become an object of mockery. Giant bit into a mango. The good-looking ones have to be won by lottery bid. They're deliberately squeezing every last drop from our pockets. "I couldn't care less," said Wu Dai, flicking cigarette ash. A perfect cylinder of ash sailed into a glass cup already brimming with butts. He was about 30, medium build, well-proportioned and muscular, rather handsome, the sort who drew attention in any crowd. "What are indigenous maids, anyway? They're nothing special to look at, all short and small." Wu Dai expressed his disdain openly. "Never mind their looks, open their mouths and there's zero common ground with modern people. I have absolutely no interest. Then why did you claim the maid welfare fund? Everyone gets it. Why shouldn't I? Wudai said indifferently. Besides, buying one to do housework isn't a bad idea. That kind of life secretary is really only good for that. Transmigrators had rarely brought wives or girlfriends. Only Wu Dai had not only brought along a young and beautiful wife, but had also managed to abduct his sister-in-law. He made no secret of his ambiguous relationship with the latter, sometimes appearing in public with all three in tow, drawing sidelong glances from everyone. Du Wen had privately cited his wife and sister-in-law multiple times as textbook examples of women voluntarily placing themselves in patriarchal shackles, reduced to male appendages. You are truly the proverbial well-fed man blind to the starving man's hunger. Every time Yifan saw Wu Dai, he genuinely wanted to audit his accounts and find some excuse to drag him out and shoot him, thereby preventing one man from monopolizing too many resources. Unfortunately, the credit department of Delung Bank where Wu Dai worked hadn't yet transacted enough business to justify an audit. The idea had to be shelved. Jin Zhijiao coughed beside them. As the only woman present, she found such topics deeply uncomfortable and harbored a private unease. Would old Hu want a concubine too? Yifan noted her reaction and hastily steered the conversation elsewhere. Not out of respect for women, but simply because Jin Zhijiao was currently one of his most important generals. He needed to keep her in good standing. Jin Zhijiao was the wife of Hu Mui, an engineer at Lingao Telecom. Having graduated in accounting, she excelled at statistics and currently served as second-in-command at the Cheka. Any new policies lately? Yifan asked casually, flicking ash. Chen Si, director of the Delung Bank Planning Department, looked at him and stubbed out his cigarette. Are you genuinely unaware or merely pretending? The General Office of the Executive Committee issued a document on monetary system reform. They've asked us to supplement a detailed plan based on our last report. That draft for comment, Yifan said. Isn't that the report you submitted previously? A few months earlier, Chen Si had submitted a report to the First Executive Committee regarding fiscal and financial system reform. Besides advocating restructuring of the Fiscal and Financial Committee and the separation of finance from taxation, he had also raised the question of monetary reform. Correct, still largely the framework I proposed, but one can tell the Executive Committee is completely adrift on how to reform the monetary system. They're wavering badly. Not bad, though. At least the current fiscal system reform owes a great deal to your report. Delung was separated out. Tell me, was the ultimate goal of your report to split Delung in the first place? In the grain bank era, power within Delung had been held primarily by planning committee people. Financial and accounting personnel were essentially worker bees. Once the split occurred and the grain bank business was spun off, with a proper banking system established, those who ate from the financial and accounting trough immediately rose in status. A whole cohort ascended to middle management positions. I wouldn't put it quite that way. It was simply the natural course of events, Chen Si replied smoothly. A grain bank doing finance is absurd. The name didn't fit the reality. Can you imagine the People's Republic of China's Ministry of Grain issuing banknotes? So-called base money is the liability of the central bank. The central bank purchases treasury bonds to issue currency. Hence the first step in Chen Si's proposed fiscal reform had been to transform Delung Grain Bank into Delung Bank. That step was now complete, which explained why he was proposing monetary reform. Didn't the PRC Ministry of Grain issue food stamps for decades? Though we are admittedly more thorough, we combined two systems into one outright. Yifan offered his commentary. You studied finance as well. You understand better than anyone the flaws of our so-called circulation notes. Indeed, that's why I approved when you proposed that Qiongzhou use grain as the standard. Yifan nodded. Using rice as a general equivalent for fully convertible paper money was workable during the initial startup phase. In an underdeveloped region like Lingao, only rice could provide sufficient credible credit backing, and through foreign trade, rice prices, and thus currency value, could be stabilized within an acceptable fluctuation range. The biggest problem with pure grain circulation notes is that they function essentially as grain bank exchange receipts. The restrictions are too rigid. Other assets must first be converted to grain before they can become currency. This no longer matches our current socioeconomic development. Yifan summarized the situation. However, the reason your proposal passed back then was largely because your approach appealed to Director Ma, that industrialism fanatic. Yifan laughed. I suspect Director Ma fundamentally doesn't understand currency, but harbors intense hostility toward finance, and he craves complete control over the financial system. Director Ma is a planned economy zealot, said Wu Dai, lighting a fresh cigarette. He's also concocted a new monetary system plan of his own. Oh, I'd like to see that. I didn't know Director Ma had developed an interest in finance and fiscal matters. It's extremely long, Wu Dai said. I can summarize his thinking for you. I'm listening with respectful attention. Director Ma's monetary system, in essence, amounts to controlling world currency issuance by controlling trade channels, Wu Dai explained. His theory is, as long as you monopolize the logistics industry, you can monopolize the definition of currency. The pound sterling and the US dollar became international currencies in succession because they monopolized commodity circulation. He pulled a notebook from his pocket. Let me read you a passage from his original text. Purchasing things requires two prerequisites. A, someone must be selling, and B, a channel to buy must exist. With only farmers, you cannot buy rice. With only factories, you cannot buy clothes. Currency must be used, and the logistics industry must handle the transfer. Therefore, monopolizing logistics means monopolizing the definition of currency. The pound sterling and the US dollar became international currencies sequentially. The key point is that both countries controlled sea power. Mastering sea power has two meanings. First, owning a monopoly merchant fleet that others cannot compete with, so that all bulk trade passes through your hands, naturally giving you the right to set prices. Second, possessing the world's preeminent navy, capable of halting any trade route at any time without fearing retaliation. The US and UK both followed this model. The US need not care who extracts Middle East oil or who manufactures half the world's industrial goods, as long as these things are priced in dollars. Of course, if this could be achieved, it would be beneficial in the short term. Look at the old Spacetime's America, Chen Si observed. His abacus clatters along the same lines as the Americans, relying on international currency credit to accumulate infinite debt. Most of the overissued currency spins endlessly in the world market. He has a four-phase scheme in this plan, Wu Dai continued. Phase 1. Let this new currency, call it the Australian dollar, purchase our materials. We already have circulation notes, just swap them directly. Phase 2. Require Australian dollars to purchase others' materials, exchangeable with gold and silver. Phase 3. Require gold and silver to be priced in Australian dollars. Phase 4. Require everything to be priced in transmigration currency. The director is a true believer in planning as panacea, materials über alles, Chen Si said with a wry smile. To him, finance is essentially heresy. End of chapter. Chapter 589, New Monetary Policy. Yifan shook his head. I cannot agree with his line of reasoning. First, the pound and the dollar were built upon the foundation that Britain and America were, above all, manufacturing powerhouses. Our current production capacity has high efficiency but minuscule total volume. Most of our limited capacity and output must be reinvested in self-upgrading. In the short term, we cannot even effectively meet the industrial consumer goods demand of the Chinese mainland, so relying solely on Lingao's exports to support large-scale credit paper is simply unrealistic. As for using force to compel currency circulation, that's even more impossible. I don't approve either. Director Ma's thinking remains mired in that planned economy cures all ills mentality, Wu Dai added. He simply refuses to acknowledge the role of financial instruments. It's nothing more than the model from decades ago, when the entire country had only the People's Bank serving as both central bank and retail bank, until eventually the People's Bank retreated to the second line and spawned the four specialized banks to take over. Let's set that aside for now and discuss the new monetary policy, Chen Si interjected. We are, after all, a planned economy ourselves, and more rigorously planned than even Soviet revisionism. Monetary policy is a monthly cycle around here. Not a month passes without someone spouting nonsense about it on the BBS. Everyone fancies themselves an economist, Yifan remarked. I suspect the executive committee already has a headache the size of a bucket over this issue. First, they know there are problems with grain circulation notes. Second, they have no idea what to replace them with. Third, and this is fundamental, there are simply too many opinions. Wu Dai spoke up. From our perspective, basically copying the silver standard system is the most operationally stable approach right now, easy to implement and commoners can accept it. The current system was clearly an unsustainable stopgap. With that understanding, people in the fiscal and financial department had held multiple working meetings on the matter, yet disagreements persisted even now. We are a service department, Chen Si said. We cannot act against the executive committee on this. The production and sales departments are the driving force. We merely coordinate with their work to solve problems arising in the grand enterprise of transmigration, forecasting 5 to 10 years ahead at most. Fine. Enlighten us with your plan, someone prompted. Everyone present knew Chen Si had actually been commissioned by the executive committee to draft the new monetary system. His remarks were setting the tone. Current theories are bewilderingly varied, but they essentially distill into two schools of thought, Chen Si began. One advocates a silver standard, the other champions pure credit currency. Both have merits. My personal view, given Lingao's present circumstances, is that we should implement a credit currency linked to silver. I feel the silver standard works quite well at this stage, convenient, intuitive, and its credit is guaranteed, Wu Dai said. Consider the use of Spanish pillar dollars in China. Silver coins of only 90% fineness are actually more practical in circulation than scattered silver of 92.5% fineness, simply because they're beautifully minted and easy to value. In many transactions, a coin worth 0.72 taels can pass for a full tael. Minting itself generates profit, and we must consider foreign trade demand. Without silver, we simply cannot purchase goods. Mechanized silver dollars, Yifan mused. Once they circulate outward, they'll inevitably become hoarding objects for mainland landlords. Gresham's law, bad money drives out good. We must guard against this. China's silver black hole earned that name for a reason. That's acceptable. Let them hoard. They'll always need to bring silver back to purchase goods in Lingao. As long as outflow and inflow roughly balance, we're fine. Given our development trajectory, we'll probably face a serious trade surplus with severe inflation in the future, Wu Dai replied. Probably not that simple. What we need most are bulk commodities. Merchants selling bulk raw materials may not want to buy anything from us at all. They'll sail off directly with silver rather than purchasing our goods. Furthermore, what they take away will be standardized silver dollars, but what they bring might not be 92.5% pure. Everyone prefers to spend their worst currency. Exactly. For us, silver functions essentially as foreign exchange. Chen Si tapped his pencil against his teacup. And what about our circulation notes? They're really just RMB before the 1990s. The executive committee genuinely hopes circulation notes can circulate widely, but in practice this is impossible, at least for now. Despite various measures, the quantity retained in foreign merchants' hands remains limited. Circulation notes have no purchasing power outside Lingao. Foreign merchants will simply choose either to accept silver or to spend all their circulation notes before leaving. So you want to link the currency to silver, Yifan immediately grasped his intent. Exactly. Denying the value of silver is wrong, at least wrong at this moment. He opened his notebook. Let's examine where our problems actually lie. First, scarcity of raw materials. Except for steel, which will soon be self-sufficient, everything else relies almost entirely on imports. Second, export products rely almost entirely on indigenous distribution channels. Third, controlled population is far too small. This resembles early Britain quite closely. Correct, but our burden is substantially heavier, Chen Si replied. Britain only needed a sufficient navy. We must simultaneously build and maintain a strong army. Army, Navy, merchant fleet, constantly expanding administrative and technical teams, large-scale basic education, all require enormous investment. And our productivity. Unfortunately, the majority of industrial goods produced in Lingao must be devoted to infrastructure construction and capacity expansion, with only a small portion available for export, maintaining balance of payments in the current account. Yifan coughed. Chen Si realized he was veering into classified territory. Everyone understands my meaning. Yifan spoke. Of course. In the foreseeable future, Lingao's industrial production capacity is insufficient to meet even East Asia's demand for industrial consumer goods. Therefore, exporting grain circulation notes is impossible. No one will recognize them. So there's really only one answer. Copy history's method, temporarily promote paper money based on a silver standard. This is, after all, the only precious metal we can acquire in large quantities and that everyone recognizes. No, that's far too wasteful. Chen Si saw that his lengthy explanation had been summarily overridden by Yifan. It's credit currency linked to silver exchange rates, he insisted, pressing forward. The existence of silver circulation within Lingao's domestic economic activities is itself a waste of resources. Use silver dollar certificates, Wudaokou suggested. No actual silver dollars visible in the market, just stipulate that $1 of paper money can be exchanged for $1 silver dollar. Alternatively, implement an incomplete silver standard. Specify the silver content of banknotes but limit the amount exchangeable. That prevents a sudden run overwhelming our ability to pay out. If I had to choose between those two, I'd take the first. The second would only accelerate credit collapse given our low credibility. If notes cannot be exchanged for silver 100% of the time, what's the point of specifying silver content? Imagine a major merchant arrives to exchange a large sum of circulation notes, and you tell him, sorry, this exceeds the exchange limit. You'd better purchase goods instead. Do you think he'll appreciate the nuances of an incomplete silver standard with restricted exchange? Chen Si emphasized his point. He won't. He'll understand only one thing. Circulation notes can no longer be converted to silver. And then everyone who does business with us will know it, and our banknote credit is finished. If conversion isn't guaranteed, don't stipulate a silver content at all. You're making a great leap forward. Yifan rapped his knuckles on the table. Setting aside whether your so-called credit currency can actually be realized, first tell me, how large is Lingao's economic scale? You must understand that without knowing total economic scale, you cannot determine total currency issuance. Print money according to demand, and we'll be Chiang Kai-shek II. Isn't accounting for Lingao's economic scale your responsibility? Chen Si kicked the ball right back. The Ministry of Finance has issued a document requiring all departments to establish basic financial systems. Train indigenous accounting personnel a bit and they can pick this up fairly quickly. Difficult. Yifan uttered the single word. Very difficult. I have no one available for auditing right now. Talking about this is pure fantasy. He sipped his tea. Just accounting alone is enough to make your head spin. We'll discuss that later. Let me continue outlining my approach. Chen Si pressed on with his monetary policy vision. Simply put, we can emulate the Celestial Dynasty's monetary system. Prohibit precious metal circulation within our territory, not just for foreign merchants, but for all commercial activities within the controlled area. Everything must switch to circulation notes. Except with circulation notes, no one can purchase anything. Through withdrawing precious metals and through redemption, we gradually consolidate all precious metals in the controlled area into transmigration group hands, to be reserved and used as foreign exchange. Paper money is pegged to silver at a managed fixed exchange rate. This is not the same as a silver standard. The exchange rate between silver and circulation notes has meaning only in the context of trade. I understand your meaning. Yifan summarized. Use circulation notes exclusively within the transmigration group's controlled area. Foreign small merchants exchange for circulation notes through designated banks to purchase Lingao products. Bulk trade transactions are all priced in circulation notes but settled in currencies acceptable to the counterparty through specialized agencies. Foreign trade enterprises within the transmigration group's controlled area conduct external transactions through designated banks, priced in circulation notes. Circulation notes will no longer be anchored solely to the grain standard, but pegged to a basket of basic agro-industrial products. Circulation notes will have a designated exchange rate with silver. Roughly so, Chen Si confirmed. The key to this policy is mandatory settlement and sale of foreign exchange. Under Lingao's infrastructure, technology and policy influence, a cohort of domestic joint ventures and wholly owned enterprises will inevitably emerge. The silver and gold they earn from exports must be mandatorily settled at Delung Bank. For their domestic consumption, production expansion, and labor recruitment, circulation notes suffice. Silver needed for their imports is sold only after Delung approves. Of course, as circulation notes flow outward, some degree of daily commercial circulation will occur at overseas locations like Guangzhou and Liaodong. Unlike deposit slips, circulation notes in Luoyou's hands can purchase certain consumer services and products from Lingao-controlled enterprises in Guangzhou. But this volume will remain quite limited in the near future, of little significance. Your proposal is essentially still a disguised silver standard. You're merely using mandatory foreign exchange settlement to contain financial risks within the Lingao economy. Yifan pointed at a crucial issue. You must be clear on one point. Industrial products are priced in currency. Currency is not priced in industrial products. For Lingao, the biggest and most critical imports right now are coal, iron, and grain. Once Hongji and Tiandu production capacities normalize, the most important import becomes people. Mines use slave labor. Enterprises and agriculture use people imported from the mainland. As long as we don't fall out with Great Ming, how much can refugees possibly cost? Ultimately, it's a grain problem. And the likelihood of achieving grain self-sufficiency is high. Lingao will inevitably run a trade surplus in the long run. The only concern will be managing inflation. This closed economy can only prevent itself from being destroyed by inflation through capital export and technology diffusion. That's a problem to address later, Chen Si replied. The present fact is that we have a deficit, and this deficit will persist for quite some time. Your system still relies on steadily increasing silver reserves in the early phase, otherwise the risk remains substantial. Jian had been scribbling in his notebook at length. The problem is, our export growth hasn't been very impressive lately. After the first 5-year plan, when light industry capacity comes online, trade will certainly swing into surplus. I'm not overly worried about that. Fine. Ultimately, it comes down to one fundamental question. What is Lingao's economic scale? The scale of banknote issuance cannot be calculated based on silver reserves alone. It must be based on Lingao's economic scale. And doesn't that still require your efforts? Chen Si said with a faint smile. Fine, fine. If your policy passes, I'll need to talk to Qiongzhou. The accounting office must expand. Best to create a statistics bureau as well, enforce a unified financial accounting system. Yifan mulled it over. Currency will be singly pegged to silver. Gold coins follow market prices. Correct. Let's proceed this way for now. In the long run, silver is unsuitable as currency. Yifan stretched. Silver's volume is simply too large. Ideally, a gold standard or perhaps a stainless steel standard would be better. Wudai spoke up. Speaking of a stainless steel standard, there's another matter. Regardless of whatever plan the executive committee ultimately adopts, I strongly urge that we enforce a unified legal tender in Lingao and abolish the circulation of various silver and copper coins currently in use. Market circulation is far too chaotic right now. Silver coins, copper cash, circulation notes, all jumbled together. Copper cash and silver fineness vary wildly. Bank conversion is a nightmare. Director Ma has raised this multiple times, though he approaches it from industrial needs. Primarily to reclaim copper cash, there's actually little silver in Lingao's daily circulation. Copper cash is the bulk, but even the most degraded copper cash contains substantial lead. Isn't it better to spend it as currency and use it as metal? Someone observed. If you ask me, we might as well ship it directly to Southeast Asia. That kind of inferior small cash is the most widely used currency in Southeast Asia. Some maritime merchants make a living specifically trafficking these coins to Manila. The reality is that we need subsidiary currency most urgently. The circulation system most needs small denomination subsidiary currency. Wu Dai continued. Subsidiary currency is best minted in metal. The 1 fin, 5 fin, 10 fin paper notes we're using now are not ideal. Commoners aren't accustomed to them. Copper cash still circulates heavily for small payments. Everyone pondered this. Continuing to mint copper cash would be optimal, but copper was a strategic material in massive demand for both military industry and the power sector. And copper's self-lubricating properties made it invaluable in countless industrial applications. Lingao's copper reserves were already low. The planning agency would never agree. Nor could they issue iron coins. The psychological status of iron coins was simply too degraded. Historically, eras that issued iron coins were generally troubled times. Iron currency carried a reputation for worthlessness. What about issuing steel coins, like modern RMB? Shiny, resembles silver. We could call it mithril, Wu Dai proposed with enthusiasm. Modern RMB uses stainless steel. Ordinary steel-stamped coins look fine initially, but they rust within weeks. Commoners will recognize it as iron at a glance. You'll earn a reputation for counterfeiting. Inadvisable. What's required to make stainless steel? Yifan had long harbored designs on stainless steel coinage. If they had this mithril, why waste time debating? They could simply adopt a stainless steel standard. Only the Transmigration Group could produce stainless steel. Not a single gram of the metal existed in this spacetime. Issuance and usage wouldn't need to account for external factors. And mithril was attractive, substantial in weight. Replacing silver might actually be achievable. Requires nickel. Do we have any? The Holy Ship brought small reserves of virtually every non-ferrous metal, including a fair quantity of stainless steel. But the executive committee types will never release it for minting. According to those engineers' plans, even silver ought to be diverted to industrial use. As long as a suitable substitute exists, I have no objection, Yifan said. Can nickel be imported? Would have to import from Southeast Asia, might even have to mine it ourselves. These days everything must be done ourselves. Apparently Guangdong has deposits as well. But producing stainless steel is probably more complicated than we imagine. We can submit a report upward. Let the industrial department sort it out, Yifan said. Oh, we could also do aluminum coins. Aluminum products were once tremendously valuable, priced comparably to silver. As long as we control output, it could serve as mithril. Aluminum coins are too light and they don't age gracefully. I rather like the stainless steel concept. Wu Dai said. If only we'd known, we should have brought more 1 yuan and 1 jiao RMB. Issue and circulate them directly. The new coins don't bear country names, no explanation needed. Far too heavy. Rather than haul that weight, better to bring more stainless steel. At least then you can define denomination and size yourself. Agreed. We'll submit 2 proposals. The subsidiary currency problem must be solved. Everyone reached basic consensus on the issue. The next step was to finalize various details in working meetings and formulate a comprehensive proposal. This proposal would be submitted to the Executive Committee for discussion. Once passed, it would go to the Senate Standing Committee for approval. The latter step was essentially a formality. On the Executive Committee side, Director Ma's attitude remains unpredictable. Chen Si addressed Yifan. He's quite indifferent to the comprehensive economic accounting system you've proposed. End of chapter. Chapter 590 Financial Accounting System. I'm well aware of his position. His theory differs fundamentally from mine. Yifan leaned forward. His argument runs thus. Before industry is fully expanded and resources can be allocated at will across various departments, finance and accounting are merely bookkeeping. But even our current capacity is estimated based on project needs. Accurate and timely budget accounting cannot be divorced from production. Finance isn't merely government expenditure. It's also the instrument that regulates currency. Currency issuance and withdrawal are inseparable from finance. Yifan spoke with mounting fervor. His interest in monetary policy was actually subordinate to his enthusiasm for the fiscal and tax system. He had long styled himself the chief accountant, and privately calculated that Qiongzhou's position as fiscal controller was a political appointment. The man would step down after 2 terms at most. By then, Yifan would be a highly competitive candidate for the position. From obscure middle manager to potential member of the 9 elders, this prospect drove Yifan to spare no effort on matters where he could distinguish himself. Though the Wudaokou group had not coalesced into a particularly powerful organization, it could at least make itself heard. He expounded enthusiastically on his comprehensive fiscal and tax proposals. Some were already implemented, others existed only in his notebooks and countless memoranda. Writing memos and formulating policies had essentially become Yifan's primary recreational activity. What is the most fundamental and urgent problem facing Lingao's economy? Fiscal taxation, accounting, and markets, he slapped the table for emphasis. Without this modern system, we might as well abolish all currency and regress to an economic structure of physical rationing and barter. Put it that way and the director will certainly approve, Chen Si remarked. Tell us about your plan. Less commentary. Wu Dai added. Skip the names. Let's discuss the substance. As he spoke, he glanced around the room with visible unease. Very well, Yifan said. Many people treat taxation merely as a means of accumulation. In reality, fiscal and tax issues are enormously complex. Fiscal taxation determines investment in and consumption of public goods, determines the scale of public debt, determines control over financial markets. As for accounting, I trust everyone here understands. A fiscal system cannot be built without economic data. Accounting determines mastery of economic data, determines investment direction, determines the scale and particulars of imports and exports. Markets determine whether locations and institutions exist to execute currency issuance and withdrawal. Markets determine the government's control over currency. His speech covered territory familiar to everyone present. This was common knowledge. Yifan delivered it primarily to rehearse his presentation for the formal Senate fiscal and financial hearing. He intended to leave a full and profound impression on the assembled elders. To that end, he had practiced many times alone by the banks of the Wenlin River. The root of fiscal taxation is the tax itself. In adopting a tax system, apart from direct taxes like the agricultural tax that we must inherit, new tax categories should follow the turnover tax system of the old spacetime as closely as possible. As for a 2-level tax system, there's no need to replicate that here. Our territory remains quite small. Given our shortage of qualified indigenous tax personnel, maintaining 2 separate institutional structures is impractical. For now, only the National Tax Bureau holds authority. Local government finance will depend on full appropriations from above. Regarding public debt, it will be issued to all Lingao residents, underwritten by DeLung, and repurchased by DeLung when necessary. At our current scale, There's no immediate need to establish corresponding market institutions, but internal divisions within DeLung must be clearly delineated. Audit must be stationed within DeLung to prevent indiscriminate issuance and excessive repurchases. We should establish a financial committee combining the Ministry of Finance and audit to produce quarterly plans for DeLung's regular and irregular business operations. Public debt can wait, particularly while our jurisdiction is confined to Lingao, Wudai interjected. At this stage, the simpler this apparatus, the better, otherwise it drains too much energy. Without public debt, what currency can you possibly issue? How did you study finance? Yifan had long found Wu Dai disagreeable. Now he attacked him directly. I never said we can't issue, just that swapping hands between the Ministry of Finance and DeLung is sufficient. There's no need to sell publicly, Wu Dai countered. In a place as small as Lingao, what's the point of elaborating these mechanisms? Forget free purchase. Even with allocated sales quotas, who would you sell to? Plenty of people in Lingao have grown wealthy because of us. Shouldn't they contribute something? Besides, they're secretly transferring assets offshore anyway. How much could that amount to? Moreover, people transfer assets because we haven't yet radiated Tyrant's aura, Wu Dai replied. They still lack sufficient confidence in our prospects. Fine. Continue, Chen Si said. Next, accounting. This is the foundation of the entire economy and finance. Though Lingao currently has over 100 product lines, they essentially divide into 3 categories. First, heavy industry using coal, iron, and non-ferrous metals as raw materials, with internal infrastructure as the primary consumer. Second, light industry, primarily food processing, cotton textiles, garments, matches, and so forth, with Lingao residents as the main market, though exports are gradually increasing. Third, luxury industry, mainly sanitary ceramics, clocks, cosmetics, primarily for export, with gradual domestic market penetration. Of these 3, the first category constitutes Lingao's main external expenditure. Priced in silver, it generates no direct profit. The second category's raw materials are mostly imported as well, but profits from the export portion can sustain the entire industry's continued development, while domestic sales priced in grain coupons ultimately convert to silver pricing. The third category is supported by the first and represents one of our primary profit sources. Simultaneously, Lingao also has imports in the pure consumption sphere, grain and population. Grain supports population importation, and population costs must include inspection, quarantine, physical recovery, and so forth. This sector requires human resource cost accounting to determine the direction and method of population import through detailed analysis. The above covers only general cost accounting. Expense accounting demands a large core of basic accounting personnel. Given the relatively simple current production situation, a centralized accounting department can be established under the Ministry of Finance to uniformly handle all institutional accounts, while preparing reports separately, gradually expanding the general ledger's scope and accelerating preparation of monthly consolidated reports. Concurrently, accounting and taxation are inseparable. Not only central SOEs require accounting, fiscal tax and DeLung need it even more. The material you're presenting, I'd wager most of the Senate wouldn't understand a word of it, Chen Si observed. Obviously not. People who understand this work are all in the fiscal and financial department. Doesn't Director Ma extol engineers running the country every other day? Well, we're also a type of engineer. Chen Si suddenly perceived that Yifan harbored serious ambitions. One could have discerned this from his creation of the Cheka. He felt a flicker of wariness. So I'd suggest you avoid unified accounting, Wu Dai cautioned. That impinges on the material planned allocation system Director Ma insists upon. He won't surrender that concept easily. I'm aware of this. Yifan nodded. This is a proposal, not a final draft. Even if my plan receives full approval, implementation will reveal various problems. We'll adjust then. Finally, markets, specifically financial markets. Yifan pressed on. Currently, joint stock operations already exist among Lingao civilians and between civilians and the transmigration government. Therefore, first establishing an over-the-counter market for government-guided stock trading is an urgent necessity. Likewise, external joint ventures of Qiongzhou, Delung, and Liaodong can be incorporated into this market. Qiongzhou's outpost in Guangzhou could be considered the prototype of a Guangzhou stock exchange. However, the stock market is currently only a very modest pilot within the financial market. For Lingao's fiscal and monetary system, the most important priority is establishing a bond market as quickly as possible, beginning with public debt issuance. Public debt can regulate currency scale through the fiscal side, while Delung regulates currency via credit scale on the banking side. Simultaneously, the financial market must incorporate maritime and fire insurance institutions. Grand maritime trade rests on two pillars: the shareholding system and the insurance system. As for commodity trading, the cooperative already functions as the prototype of a commodity exchange. Securities exchanges, commodity exchanges, your insurance companies, table all of that for now, along with the bond market. Economic scale is too small, engaging in this is pointless, and we haven't nearly enough clients yet. Chen Si cut off his soaring rhetoric. At minimum, wait until we've unified Hainan and occupied Guangdong. The more grandiose you make these proposals now, the greater the likelihood they'll be shot down. The executive committee may not embrace Director Ma's theories, but they all subscribe to the simple is good philosophy. Fine, I'll simplify and be done with it. Director Yi, you've been theorizing at length. How exactly do you propose to organize this accounting and audit system? Jin Zhijiao had remained silent throughout, but now spoke up. According to your description, our Cheka effectively shoulders audit, accounting, and statistics all in one. How to coordinate relations with corporate accounting departments becomes a significant issue. I have thoughts on that, Yifan replied. The accounting system actually centers on central SOEs and shareholding enterprises. Due to the shortage of qualified accounting personnel and the small scale of individual enterprises, we can adopt centralized accounting, a single accounting center handling all Lingao enterprise data, with reports prepared separately. Internal transactions among central SOEs can be treated as related party transactions for now. Only imports and exports generate cash flow. Separate the expense accounting department to handle all enterprise expenditure disbursements. Additionally, establish a planning and budget department to coordinate budgets across all enterprises in Lingao, Guangzhou, Lei, and Sanya. Discussion of this is premature, Chen Si said. I think you need only improve the financial systems of each enterprise. Once data collection is complete, everything else can follow. Fine, Yifan pivoted. By the way, regarding additional bank security personnel for Delung Bank, Chengdong has no objections, correct? Chen Si asked. He was addressing Du Mo, Delung Bank's office director, one of the very few people who hadn't lost a single pound since DDay. Having done finance work previously, he had become part of the fiscal financial staff. He worked in the Cheka for a time, then transferred to become Delung Bank's office director after the separation, since he had prior experience handling office reception. Du Mo and Yifan aligned completely on many concepts. He was Yifan's devoted follower and one of his core personnel in the Cheka. The transfer had come suddenly and could not be refused. As for Yifan suddenly transplanting Jin Zhijiao from the organization department into his operation, Du Mo harbored considerable resentment. The Cheka he had imagined was something akin to Hong Kong's Independent Commission Against Corruption, not an accounting firm. Committee member Cheng signed off on it. I expect it'll be rubber-stamped at the next executive committee standing meeting. Du Mo indicated the request was buried in a large stack of signed reports, a minuscule bank administrative matter. The conversation drifted into casual chit-chat, touching on everything and nothing, pure idle talk. Yifan realized he'd drunk too much tea and needed to relieve himself. I should go as well. Let's walk together, Chen Si said. In the modern lavatory on the third floor, two men stood at adjacent urinals. Just as Yi Fan let out a groan of relief, Chen Si whispered, "Your plan essentially amounts to creating a SASAC, a state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. This will likely draw fire from the director, and Wuda will certainly ally with him. With a SASAC, the planning agency's status diminishes substantially. Once those two combine forces, your plan will face serious opposition. I'm aware of this." Yi Fan maintained his stance, whispering back, "There are 9 executives after all. Extremely risky." Chen Si expressed concern. "Don't forget President Wen. He may have presented as a liberal in the past, a petty capitalist, but at core he's also a planned economy adherent. He's a standardization fanatic. From that angle, his craving for control exceeds even the directors. As for Zhan Wuya, a thoroughgoing engineer, he'll certainly stand with President Wen. Ma Jia is slippery. Since this doesn't concern him, he won't stick his neck out. The others hold similar attitudes, mostly buying soy sauce, as they say." "What about the Senate Standing Committee? The Executive Committee doesn't rule with absolute authority." "Your plan is so complex and technical. Do you really expect Standing Committee members to understand it? They can only decide general direction. You want them to determine appropriation amounts and allocation. That's fine. You want them to decide how much currency to issue or how accounting entries should flow. These are professional issues. They shouldn't be managing that in the first place." Yi Fan was silent for a moment. "I still intend to try. I think you'd be wiser to stay calm and prepare a simplified version for submission." "I have a simplified version as well," Yi Fan said. "Submit the complex one first, stir things up, then introduce the simplified version. It'll pass more easily." He buttoned his trousers. "Excessively simple measures won't cause problems immediately, but will certainly create drawbacks over time. Regardless, I've stated my position in advance. The decision rests above. What do you plan to do about redeeming precious metals and copper cash?" Qiongzhou received the 3 principal generals submitting the proposal in his office. "This matter touches people's livelihood and public trust. We cannot proceed incautiously." His office was somewhat cramped, dominated by filing cabinets stuffed with various financial documents and dossiers. This had once been the aggregation point for all the Transmigration Group's financial data. As departments multiplied, substantial files had transferred to their proper destinations, and the once chaotic office finally looked somewhat respectable. The standard furniture remained, plain wooden tables and chairs from the earliest manufacturing runs. Decorations consisted solely of a few potted green plants. Many people hung looted Ming Dynasty calligraphy and paintings in their offices, or at least displayed a few pieces of Fujian-produced crock porcelain as ornament. Here there was nothing of the sort. The walls were glaringly white. Yi Fan sometimes felt this man's ascetic simplicity bordered on affectation. "Someone come," Qiongzhou called out. A young woman in the standard female clerk's uniform appeared at the office door. "Tea." "Yes, sir." The secretary withdrew. "You finally have a secretary," Wudaokou offered smooth flattery. "That's rare among executives, isn't it?" "Not that rare. President Wen and the director still don't have one. Now that elders have hope of being assigned secretaries, I dare to employ one. Otherwise, I'd become a target." Qiongzhou smiled wryly. A moment later, the secretary returned bearing 3 glass cups of kombucha. "This is all we have. Make do." "No problem. I love this stuff." Wudaokou immediately drained half his cup in one gulp. Yi Fan didn't drink. He went straight to the matter at hand. "Put simply, we issue a public notice specifying a final deadline for the circulation of silver and copper cash. After that date, all metal coins not issued by us are prohibited from circulation in Lingao." Seeing Qiongzhou frown immediately, Yi Fan knew the other man didn't fully approve of this proposal, which was within expectations. "This is an administrative measure requiring supplementary implementation procedures. My idea is..." "Before you elaborate, there's one point I must clarify." Qiongzhou raised his hand. "Both I and the Executive Committee, while approving the redemption of gold, silver, and copper cash circulating in the market, absolutely do not wish to leave commoners with the impression that we're looting their wealth. Commoners won't care about your economic policy or monetary policy. They'll only conclude you're plundering for self-enrichment. That's one concern. Worse, they might suspect we're about to flee, which would explain why we're so desperately hoarding precious metals and copper cash. Public sentiment is easily ruined and difficult to restore. Commoners have been betrayed by governments so often that they're intensely suspicious. Such major economic measures must be handled with extreme care. We absolutely cannot hand critics a handle to accuse us of competing with the people for profit. In truth, there is such an intention. Of course I know that. The key is propriety, propriety. Qiongzhou emphasized the word. The optics cannot be too ugly, especially in our foundational base area. Yes, we understand. Yifan nodded repeatedly. That's why in our discussions we emphasized soft measures as much as possible, achieving objectives through commodity circulation and taxation. But this will require considerably more time. The specific measures were as follows. After a transition period, all retail and wholesale channels controlled by the Transmigration Group in Lingao would switch entirely to circulation note pricing, no longer accepting silver or copper cash. During the transition period, shops would establish exchange counters accepting silver and copper cash and paying out circulation notes. During the transition period, dual pricing would apply, with devalued rates for silver and copper cash to encourage consumers to adopt circulation notes. End of chapter. Chapter 591, Foreign Intelligence Bureau. After a week of investigation, 2 of the candidates were swiftly eliminated. One man's consumption records revealed that he drank rum at cafes every single day, often finishing his daily quota. Colleagues reported that whenever he drank, he held forth loudly on current affairs and had been cited for drunk and disorderly conduct on multiple occasions. Such a person was immediately stricken from the list. The second candidate showed relatively balanced metrics but lacked any management experience. When Ming Lang interviewed him, it became painfully clear that his entire conception of intelligence work derived from thrillers like Seven, pure fantasy. That left Jiang Shan. His personnel file was exceptionally long. Dai Zai, the representative from the Central State Council, snorted after reviewing his materials. This is practically a standard-issue elite. Dai Zai had served as Ma Qiongzhou's subordinate in the Planning Committee and transferred to the Central State Council when the committee was restructured into the Planning Agency. The profile was indeed impressive. Jiang Shan, 33 years old, Master of Psychology, Social Psychology, Master of Business Administration, Enterprise Management, Bachelor of Medicine, Bioengineering. Born into a traditional Chinese medicine family, possessed rudimentary knowledge of pulse diagnosis and prescription. 2 years of marketing experience at IBM. 6 years of engineering, business, planning, and investment work at a central power enterprise. Served as project manager for large-scale single-unit wind power projects. Came from an airborne troop family, familiar with light weapons shooting and combat techniques. I believe he's relatively suitable, Ming Lang said. This directorship primarily involves intelligence analysis and administrative management. Based on his professional background and career trajectory, he has development potential. His confidential evaluation characterized the man as gentle yet resilient, soft on the surface but steely within, with calm and methodical thinking. Broadly speaking, he was an appropriate leadership candidate. Financial records were equally unblemished. This man almost never frequented cafes to drink. Monthly circulation coupons were spent only on occasional supplementary meals in the cafeteria. He didn't smoke at all. Informal reports indicated he was quite sociable but never commented on current affairs. Comrade Jiang Shan has arrived, the female clerk announced. A moment later, the man Ming Lang had studied countless times in photographs walked through the door. 178 centimeters tall, 63 kilograms. His body was very well proportioned, broad shoulders, long legs, a typical athlete's physique radiating health. His hair was cropped extremely short, lending him a capable, energetic appearance. Ming Lang thought that were it not for his round, almost baby-like face lending him an overly delicate look, this man could easily have served as a model of the pure Chinese under the new Chinese order. "Hello, Comrade Ming Lang." The newcomer greeted him briskly, offering a refreshing smile that immediately put people at ease. He wore a crisply ironed training uniform without a speck of mud, exuding a faint scent of disinfectant. He was currently working in the Ministry of Health laboratory as a member of the Vaccine Research and Development team. "Hello, please sit." Ming Lang inclined slightly from his seat. "The air here is quite pleasant," Jiang Shan observed, surveying the office with what appeared to be genuine appreciation. "It's nothing special. Offices are wherever they're assigned," Ming Lang replied. He cleared his throat. "Entrusted by the Executive Committee and the Senate, I hereby inform you." He set down the document in his hand. "I won't bother with the official boilerplate. I'm notifying you that you are now Deputy Director of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, though in practice, you'll serve as Executive Deputy Director. I thank the Executive Committee and the Senate for their trust." Innocent excitement flickered across Jiang Shan's face. "And of course, I also wish to thank you." "No, this has nothing to do with me," Ming Lang interjected quickly. "We followed standard organizational procedures." Of course. Jiang Shan then uttered a string of appreciative remarks, deftly narrowing the distance between them. It was evident he had done his homework on Ming Lang. He had clearly researched his family situation. "You flatter me." Ming Lang nodded, maintaining his polite smile, thinking, "I've encountered plenty of your type, seemingly effortless to befriend but possessing considerable internal cultivation. Easy to know, difficult to know deeply. Naturally, there remains a 7-day publicity period for your appointment. But since the Senate has already passed it, the publicity is essentially a formality." Several hours later, Jiang Shan arrived at his office. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau was a decidedly modest institution. What had been called the Intelligence Committee was actually just a joint conference body, with personnel regularly dispatched from various external-facing departments to participate in exchange and consolidation. Most administrative work had been handled by the General Bureau of Political Security. Now that a separate department was established, personnel from other institutions had all been withdrawn. Jiang Shan found himself a commander without troops. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau didn't even possess its own independent compound. He had been allocated merely a 2-story building. Rooms were stacked with file boxes transferred from other departments, still sealed with strips. The most classified materials hadn't yet been delivered. He would need to retrieve those from various departments personally. Jiang Shan selected an office. As Executive Deputy Director, he believed he had that authority. He chose a room at the end of the second-floor corridor. The location was ideal. Only the area was rather generous. He thought he might partition off a meeting room which would suffice for convening personnel. The office contained only a standard desk and chair, standard-issue configuration. Should he require upgraded configuration, he would need to draft a requisition list and submit it to the general office. No rush to acquire equipment now, Jiang Shan concluded. The general office would help him procure office furniture. His first priority was manpower and organizational structure. As the famous maxim goes, work is primarily about personnel arrangement. Jiang Shan had never conducted intelligence work, but everyone here had started from scratch, building something from nothing. Moreover, he had access to a powerful database for reference. Their configuration couldn't possibly be worse than what existed in this spacetime. He organized his thoughts and spread a sheet of white paper on the desk. To accomplish anything, one must first understand one's goals and positioning. The intelligence department belongs to the power apparatus, an important component of any regime, but its standing among important government departments can vary enormously. Setting aside behemoths like the CIA, the Red Army's General Staff Intelligence Directorate, or MI5, where exactly did the Lingao regime's foreign intelligence agency position itself? Or rather, who were the future enemies? Jiang Shan understood perfectly that intelligence work acknowledges no friends. Friends, planting spies on one another, is hardly rare in this profession. Never mind the French with their double-dealing. Even America's most stalwart ally, that most loyal British servant, wouldn't hesitate to plant intelligence personnel in the United States. Who were the transmigration group's enemies? He first drew a flag on the paper and wrote Ming beneath it, Great Ming. Then he drew several iron anchors with arrows marked Liu, Zhang, and Li. Third came a head sporting a Q, later Jin. Next, he sketched several three-masted ships flying different flags, British, Spanish, Dutch. After some reflection, he finally added a minority-style headdress representing the local Li and Miao peoples. First, Great Ming. Undoubtedly, though Great Ming's national power was declining in terms of territory, population, and economic strength, it remained the transmigration group's foremost opponent and the most dangerous. If Great Ming ever decided to confront the Lingao regime with the same gravity it devoted to later Jin, they would face a monumental crisis. Fortunately, Great Ming's internal strife was catastrophic. Its energy hemorrhaged into internal friction. Combined with a ruinous fiscal situation, unless Qiongzhou himself turned his attention to the Hainan theater, no overwhelming challenge would materialize. Since Great Ming served as the transmigration group's primary source of population and materials, and was simultaneously the key target of the group's incursion, Great Ming was obviously the paramount focus of intelligence work. He drew a 1 beside it. Intelligence work on Great Ming already possessed considerable foundation, particularly through the Guangzhou Station and Liaodong Station. Guangzhou Station monitored the central activities of the entire Guangdong province, while Liaodong Station provided early warning capability against large-scale land and sea attacks launched by Great Ming toward Lingao. Unfortunately, figures from the commercial department lurked behind both stations. From the executive committee's perspective, these stations would continue to prioritize trade over intelligence work for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, their existence provided an excellent basis for intelligence operations. Guangzhou Station's infiltration of Guangdong's power center had yielded fruit, and through control of the Kiwi Escort Agency, it had gradually penetrated numerous areas of Guangdong and neighboring provinces. With their support, intelligence personnel could dig deeper still. Later Jin. They currently formed no direct interest relationship with the transmigration group. Following Li Luoyou's visit, later Jin might become a trade partner, but nothing more. Later Jin was viewed as a border menace by Great Ming, but to Lingao it scarcely merited acknowledgement. This regime was destitute, built on extreme internal oppression and reliance on external plunder, little more than a bandit-style local power. In the near future, it posed no threat to the transmigration group. In the complete future, eliminating it would be trivial. Intelligence activities against later Jin could be placed last. He wrote a 5. The pirate merchants operating along the South China coast, represented by Liu, Zhang, and Lai, were now approaching the apex of their power. Zhang Zhilong wielded immense wealth and influence, constituting the transmigration group's greatest maritime threat. Fortunately, Li Qiuqi kept him in check. He wouldn't threaten the group immediately. He remained only a potential danger. Liu Xiang posed the most immediate maritime menace. Moreover, he had colluded with the Spaniards and already struck at Lingao once, suffering defeat. It was not unreasonable to assume he harbored a grudge. Jiang Shan drew a 2 beside Liu. Spanish, Dutch, Portuguese, and British. These 4 constituted the primary foreign powers in East Asian and Southeast Asian waters. The British maintained the smallest presence in Southeast Asia, merely factories in India and Siam, with limited strength. They had already established trade links with the transmigration group, not a current priority. Spanish and Portuguese flew under one king but harbored divergent agendas. Their coastal presence in China was modest, and their ambitions equally so. They merely wanted to preserve what they had. They wouldn't pose a significant threat to the Transmigration Group, and the group had no immediate designs on either Macau or Manila. Of these two locations, the former was Europe's gateway to China, the latter, a transit station for silver imports. The Senate judged it wise to let them continue operating for now. Qiongzhou considered the Dutch most dangerous among these four powers, not merely because they commanded the strongest forces in Southeast Asia, but because they were the most aggressive and ambitious. If Spanish fantasies of conquering China were mere idle talk, the Dutch had genuinely deliberated the question. He knew that in 1622 the Dutch had launched an expedition against the Chinese coast, seriously intending to establish coastal colonies. Only after discovering China's sheer size and the impracticability of their goal had they retreated from Penghu and relocated to Taiwan. As for the local Li and Miao peoples on the island, Qiongzhou ranked them last. Their strength was limited, and two dedicated departments already handled them. The Religious Affairs Office and the Li and Miao Affairs Office had both accomplished substantial work. He needn't intrude on their territory. Intelligence consolidation and analysis would suffice. Having established priorities, he turned to organizational structure, which needed to be submitted to the Organization Department for review the next day. After extensive consideration, Qiongzhou decided to first establish the Intelligence Analysis Division. Intelligence work begins, above all, with analyzing open intelligence. This was as true in the 17th century as in the 21st. Most intelligence could be obtained through public channels. The Transmigration Group didn't need to learn the emperor's marginal notes on memorials. Under ancient productivity conditions, any government measure became visible fairly quickly through bureaucratic operations. The plan he ultimately submitted established 5 divisions. The first division, the Domestic Division, would specifically target the Great Ming government. The second division, the Overseas Division, would address Spanish, Dutch, Portuguese, and British forces, with expansion as necessary. The third division would handle miscellaneous unclassified forces, currently focusing on pirates and maritime merchants along the Chinese coast, eventually incorporating future actors like Li Zicheng. The Intelligence Analysis Division would specialize in analyzing and consolidating collected intelligence. The Support Division would provide various forms of support for intelligence activities. Additionally, an office would handle all administrative, personnel, and archival work, as well as coordination. Given the existence of cross-organizational institutions like Guangzhou and Liuzhou, cross-departmental coordination would inevitably prove demanding. His organizational plan received swift approval, except for the Support Division. The Executive Committee determined that the Foreign Intelligence Bureau could rely on support from other departments. Within Great Ming, it could depend on the Ministry of Commerce. If force was required, the Special Reconnaissance Team could be deployed. Qiongzhou recognized this was not worth contesting. In the past, there had been too many elders without positions. Now there were clearly too few. He recruited his first elder, Wang Ding. As if to contrast with Qiongzhou, this man was approximately 30, about 1.6 meters tall, with a face so unremarkable he would vanish into any crowd. Yet Qiongzhou considered him advantageous for intelligence work. First, he was taciturn. Second, his appearance attracted no attention. Moreover, he had worked as a subordinate functionary in a certain powerful department. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs run. He spoke lucidly about intelligence analysis and offered original insights. Wang Ding had failed to make a name for himself in Lingao. Watching Chiang Shide flourish abroad, he had developed aspirations for an overseas intelligence posting. "I think you'd do better to remain here at headquarters as chief of the Intelligence Analysis Division," Qiongzhou told him. "But I'd prefer to go abroad, to places like Jiangnan to serve the organization." Wang Ding had harbored this intention for some time. Establish a small business as an intelligence station in Jiangnan, then dabble in silk and tea trade. those being the only Jiangnan specialties he knew. The Qinhuai 8 beauties were too expensive to dream about, but acquiring a few Suzhou and Hangzhou beauties as concubines remained within the realm of possibility. Heh! Jiang Shan shattered his pleasant fantasy without mercy. Do you imagine the executive committee doesn't know your little calculations? Look, anyone dispatched to Jiangnan must be capable of both generating profit and gathering intelligence. Do you really think they'd choose you? Of course not. This was beyond wishful thinking. Wang Ding possessed sufficient self-awareness to recognize that much. If you absolutely insist on dispatch, being sent to Shanxi or Liaodong is more realistic. Forget it. I'll be this division chief. Wang Ding immediately abandoned his dispatch request. He scratched his head. I did do intelligence analysis back in the day. Consider me half a professional. Exactly. Speaking honestly, what's so wonderful about being dispatched? Breaking away from the core is never advantageous. Fine, fine. I firmly obey the organization's arrangements, Wang Ding said. Tell me what's our first order of business. Finding people to serve as division chiefs and office director, obviously. Otherwise we can't function. Jiang Shan said, but that comes later. First, let's discuss how to actually conduct intelligence work. I oversee intelligence analysis. Please, this isn't the CIA with its rigidly compartmentalized regulations. Right now, my entire staff consists of you. He produced a silver cigarette case. Smoke one. Gladly. Wang Ding immediately recognized this wasn't locally produced Lingao tobacco, but genuine old spacetime cigarettes. Privately imported cigarettes had been virtually exhausted after 2 years. Only recently had salvage from a shipwreck yielded some American cigarettes for distribution. But looking more closely, it was actually Qiongzhou. He started. The preciousness of a Qiongzhou cigarette far exceeded that of condoms. You still have Qiongzhou? Yes, I brought a private stock, preserved quite well. Go ahead, smoke. Jiang Shan produced a matchbox and struck a light for him. Caught off guard, Wang Ding hastily drew from the flame, then inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Magnificent, the authentic taste of the old spacetime. Wang Ding's expression turned nostalgic. Now tell me your views. Jiang Shan slipped the cigarette case back into his pocket. In truth, he didn't smoke at all. He'd brought cigarettes purely for public relations purposes. Our intelligence work at the current stage is inevitably an appendage of trade activities. I think we must acknowledge this clearly, Wang Ding said. On this point, we need to position ourselves correctly. End of chapter. Chapter 592. Intelligence work meeting. Were Guo Yi and his colleagues merchants, or were they spies? Their identity and affiliation had never been clearly delineated, but obviously the merchant component predominated. Whether at Guangzhou Station or Luoyou Station, their primary mission was selling goods, importing materials, and funneling manpower to the transmigration group. Intelligence gathering was merely a sideline. As for Luoyou Station, its activities extended beyond sales and imports to encompass sugar production and distilling under the light industry department, sugarcane cultivation improvement under the agricultural department, and the agricultural cooperative jointly promoted by the Tiandu and Delung. These 2 stations have seen far deeper intervention from other departments than from us. The notion that we could directly command them is, I fear, unrealistic. Precisely so, Jiang Shan thought. The Guangzhou and Luoyou systems had grown accustomed to their unique status as political-economic intelligence complexes. Bringing these stations under the Intelligence Bureau's umbrella was pure fantasy. Neither the Executive Committee nor the Senate would sanction it. If he marched in demanding that this belonged to him and that belonged to him, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, this freshly minted institution, would only get a noseful of ash. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau sounded impressive, but in reality it was a hollow shell. Until it accumulated sufficient strength, no one would take it seriously. We must rely on the organizations, connections, and groundwork of the overseas stations, Jiang Shan acknowledged. Of course, we could start from scratch and dispatch less conspicuous intelligence personnel to the mainland independently. But But the executive committee won't approve, correct? Wang Ding said. You understand the executive committee's thinking as well as I do. They despise waste. Every elder is a treasury of knowledge and skills, even the so-called loser otakus. As for dispatching indigenous intelligence agents, I'm not certain how many are actually available. Jiang Shan reflected that he truly had no conception of how much foundation the intelligence system possessed. The answer would have to wait until all transferred materials were fully reviewed. That day, the two spent a full day and night reading through everything that had been transferred. Materials from various departments were a motley assortment. Fortunately, the quantity wasn't overwhelming. The most valuable items were undoubtedly those from the former Enemy Work Department, transferred from the General Bureau of Political Security. Whatever modest intelligence work had occurred in the past had been largely operated through the PSB Enemy Work Department. Lin Beiguang has established a base in Qiongzhou. This probably qualifies as a dedicated intelligence station. Jiang Shan noted. Lin Beiguang's station in Qiongzhou, the Wanfeng Grain Trust, not only employed 5 indigenous intelligence agents, but had also cultivated a local intelligence network headed by Ma Benyuan. Simultaneously, he had performed extensive work supporting production and export transportation from the Jiazi coal mine. His achievements were genuinely outstanding. Even the grain trust's commercial status was respectable. According to his financial statements, Wanfeng Grain Trust's profits sufficed to maintain the intelligence station's operations, with a small surplus remaining. If Lin Beiguang were willing to return and serve here, he would be more than qualified to direct the 3rd Division. Jiang Shan observed. Wang Ding thought, if he were willing to return, would this directorship have fallen to you? But he kept this to himself. Aloud, he said, there's also Monk Zhu Temple in Liaodong, another professional intelligence station. Chen Tianxiang had specifically requested the temple's reconstruction as an intelligence station. His current Liaodong activities were essentially based there. I believe we should recall everyone and convene a work meeting, Jiang Shan said after some deliberation, including representatives from Guangzhou and Liaodong. This is firstly a gesture of respect toward them. Secondly, we'll be coordinating extensively with those locations going forward. Failing to speak frankly face-to-face could cause problems later. Actually, you could reserve certain positions for dispatched personnel. They wouldn't necessarily need to return to headquarters. Guo, you could serve as director of the 1st Division. Lin Beiguang could perfectly well direct the 3rd Division. No need to recruit among elders in Lingao. You're handing out titles and making promises. Jiang Shan smiled. Once they become division directors, they'll have to take the work seriously, won't they? Exactly. The district magistrate can never match the man on the spot. One always cares a bit more about matters within one's own jurisdiction. Besides, frontline personnel understand many jobs far better than we do. What's the point of hastily promoting a few people who read spy novels to be division directors? Would frontline staff even respect them? Your reasoning isn't wrong, but they're all on the front lines. I worry they couldn't fulfill a division director's responsibilities. Leadership requires substantial administrative work, Jiang Shan said. Making Guo Yi 1st Division Director would probably please him, and the executive committee might not object. But later, when the Intelligence Bureau arranges personnel to enter Great Ming for operations, how would we discuss and coordinate with him? The process becomes impossibly complicated. Wang Ding conceded he had overlooked that point. With evident reluctance, he abandoned his proposal. So that won't work after all. The ideal arrangement would be to transfer frontline personnel back to serve as division directors while dispatching new intelligence officers outward, Jiang Shan said. That way, leadership possesses experience and newcomers gain frontline training. I'm afraid that's currently impossible. Jiang Shan recognized the impracticability as well. Commercial relationships and personal connections in ancient society were tightly interwoven. Transferring any one of Guo Yi's group would sever numerous commercial and social ties in Guangzhou. This wasn't the same as casually rotating executives in modern corporations. Let's hold an intelligence work meeting first. Ideally, we can communicate with everyone. Jiang Shan reached his decision. I also want to visit various departments first to understand the specific situation. Very well. What should I do? Wang Ding asked. You should visit the people on this list first, have casual conversations with them. Jiang Shan said, they're all elders who have volunteered for intelligence work. You worked in a powerful department before. You should have the skill to read people. Assess whether they genuinely want to pursue this invisible profession or merely fancy themselves. Great Ming's answer to 7. Understood. I'll go shortly. Wang Ding asked, you don't want the latter type, correct? No, the latter is also acceptable. At least they have enthusiasm. Jiang Shan said, the prerequisite is knowing how much manpower and budget I can actually obtain. The first intelligence work meeting convened by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau was held in Bopu. Participating institutions included the Ministry of Commerce, the Religious Affairs Office, along with the heads of 2 religions, the Li and Miao Affairs Office, the General Bureau of Political Security, and personnel from the 2 overseas stations. Zhang Xin represented Guangzhou, Chen Tianxing represented Liaodong. Lin Beiguang also traveled from Qiongzhou to attend. The meeting was hosted in Bopu, specifically in the private villa Wudaokou had constructed for himself. Following the second plenary session, Wudaokou had transferred the property rights to the general office to forestall inquiries from other elders on the matter. Because the location was both quiet and secluded, and less conspicuous than anything in Bern City, it had become an ideal venue for small-scale clandestine meetings. On matters of intelligence work, the executive committee had long believed a comprehensive integration and cleanup was necessary. First, to eliminate the political security department's interference in the intelligence system. Second, to consolidate existing systems and eliminate the chaos of policies issuing from multiple gates. Modern people were extremely sensitive about intelligence. Nearly every department aspired to run its own intelligence organization, or to become one. Even a department like the Agricultural Committee had submitted proposals to organize a Red Flower Society within the Tiandu system, an institution that would operate as itinerant peddlers roaming the countryside while conducting intelligence collection and propaganda agitation. The General Staff was likewise contemplating a General Staff Intelligence Bureau. This fanatical enthusiasm for everyone doing intelligence needed correction. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau was precisely the basin of cold water the Executive Committee poured over the heads of all these departments. At this intelligence meeting, it was clarified that external intelligence collection was the exclusive responsibility of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. All external intelligence activities must be planned and registered with the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Departments were prohibited from conducting external intelligence activities without prior notification. Simultaneously, it was reiterated that no department could establish its own intelligence organization or compile specialized personnel without authorization. Under the premise of unified command, it was stipulated that all intelligence consolidation and analysis work fell under the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's purview. Intelligence collected from all stations must first be submitted to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau for consolidation and analysis before distribution. Intelligence analysis was the heart of intelligence work, arguably the most critical function. Previously, intelligence collected by individual departments, with the exception of the General Bureau of Political Security, had typically been forwarded raw, without analysis. The recipients were generally the Executive Committee and potentially useful departments. The latter was a vague category. For example, the daily market retail price telegram collected by Guangzhou Station, recipients were the Executive Committee. But after the Executive Committee received it, determining whom else should see this intelligence became murky. Ministry of Commerce, Foreign Trade Company, Cooperative, Even Agricultural Committee and Civil Affairs Committee might theoretically need it. Out of excessive caution, the General Office had been copying intelligence to every conceivably interested department. This was not only wasteful but diverted receiving departments' attention. These intelligence items arrived unrefined, unanalyzed, unconsolidated, essentially raw material that each department had to interpret for itself. Supervisors were forced to spend considerable time reading and determining whether any given item was actually useful. Many grew lazy and simply filed everything unread. According to Wang Ding's plan, all intelligence would now undergo preliminary consolidation and analysis in the analysis division before being categorized and compiled according to timeliness and content. Each department would submit its required intelligence categories to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, which would then distribute according to security clearance. Urgent or major intelligence would be transmitted directly to the relevant executive committee member and counterpart department to ensure the fastest possible response time. Second was the establishment of a shared master intelligence database. All collected intelligence materials would be compiled by category and date for specialized storage in the database. When departments had needs, they could query directly according to their security clearance, rather than archiving separately as before, creating mountains of dead materials that only the truly curious ever consulted. In the division of responsibilities, Li and Miao Affairs Intelligence was classified as Internal Affairs. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau would no longer involve itself in intelligence collection and organization in this sphere. This work would be led by the Li and Miao Affairs Office, with support from the General Bureau of Political Security and Religious Affairs Office. A critical element of foreign intelligence work, the affiliation of overseas stations, was clarified at the meeting. Overseas stations fell directly under the Colonial and Trade Department. Previously, their status had always been ambiguous. Some were counted as intelligence ports, some as commercial ports, some under the planning agency. The things they handled were numerous and jumbled, yet of irreplaceable importance. Now that affiliation was formalized, coordination among parties would become easier. The meeting determined that overseas stations were obligated to support all Foreign Intelligence Bureau activities. To enable effective command, all overseas station heads would concurrently hold the position of intelligence station head within the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, creating a de facto, hierarchical relationship with the Foreign Intelligence Bureau Director. Thus Guo Yi of Guangzhou Station and Wen Tong of Liaodong Station became intelligence station heads of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Every overseas station established in the future would be obligated to collect local intelligence and support Foreign Intelligence Bureau activities. In practice, of course, station heads could delegate specific intelligence responsibilities to other elders at their station. Besides overseas stations, the Religious Affairs Office was designated a key assistance unit of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Zhang Yuchen's New Taoism, in particular, was seen as possessing tremendous intelligence infiltration potential. Chen Tianxiong noted specifically that Monk Zhu Temple in Zhuan was ideal territory for New Taoism to use as a base, serving simultaneously as a missionary outpost and an intelligence station. Zhang Yuchen, freshly returned from the Sanya development zone and Tan Dark, embraced this proposal enthusiastically. He offered to prepare New Taoism for close cooperation with the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. He was willing to contribute the graduates of the Taoist student training class, currently being prepared by New Taoism, for dual training in mission work and intelligence. This way, once Taoist students graduated and expanded to the mainland, they would become dual vanguards of ideological and intelligence work. Your Taoist student training class hasn't produced a single person, yet you're already promising to contribute them everywhere. Religious Affairs Office Director He Ying sneered. First you contributed to Li and Miao Affairs, then to the PSB for internal security. now to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. I am merely indicating the magnitude of the role New Taoism might play in our cause, Zhang Yuchen replied without changing expression. As for the source of Taoist students, I have submitted numerous reports. The implication was clear. If the role wasn't being fulfilled, the fault lay with those who refused to provide manpower. Wu Shimeng, seeing his Lingao church overlooked, hastily spoke up. Though the Lingao church faced certain restrictions on missionary work in mainland China, the Catholic faith could enable them to play a greater role in activities targeting Europeans. Moreover, the Lingao church already commanded a cadre of sufficiently devout believers available for deployment. Compared to New Taoism, which could only speak in abstractions about potential contributions, the Lingao church could immediately enter battle. Our believers are deeply devout, yes, deeply devout, Wu Shimeng said. They sincerely welcome martyrdom. Assigning them any task requires no consideration of consequences. And what exactly would your nuns and grandmothers be good for? Zhang Yuchen adopted a contemplative look. Laughter erupted around the conference table. Wu Shimeng was unabashed, arguing forcefully. What's wrong with nuns and grandmothers? Such elderly people attract no attention wherever they go. They make excellent intelligence personnel. I think we should leave the elderly in the convent alone, He Ying said. They've served your Lingao church long enough. Let them spend their remaining years in peace. We also have quite a few young devout believers, Wu Shimeng pressed on, eager to demonstrate his work in this area. I believe dispatching devout indigenous people with firm faith to serve in intelligence collection is highly suitable. At minimum, they won't betray us. Jiang Shan saw merit in using religion for intelligence collection and promptly expressed sincere thanks for the Religious Affairs Office's support. After the Bopu intelligence work meeting concluded, Chen Tianxing and Lin Beiguang were invited to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau for a private meeting with Jiang Shan and his team. These two were essentially the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's core intelligence personnel abroad. Jiang Shan valued them highly and conversed with elaborate courtesy. His first proposal was to invite Lin Beiguang back to serve as either 3rd Division Director or Office Director. No, I'd prefer to remain an external operative. Lin Beiguang shook his head without ceremony. I don't enjoy office work. I want to accomplish practical things in the field. Very well. Jiang Shan recognized that such a person would not be easily swayed. Pressing further would only diminish his own standing. Then I'd like to hear your views and suggestions on this bureau's work. Lin Beiguang smiled. Nothing complicated, really. First and foremost, people, we need to add personnel in substantial numbers. I too feel that manpower is desperately scarce, Jiang Shan nodded, but elders are a scarce resource. I'm not talking about elders, Lin Beiguang shook his head. As you said, elders are precious. How can we casually throw them into grassroots intelligence work on the mainland? Every death is a major loss. I'm talking about indigenous intelligence personnel. Lin Beiguang reminded Jiang Shan that several cohorts of intelligence personnel training classes had been conducted in the past, but the numbers were small, nowhere near sufficient. Personnel training must be prioritized. Indigenous intelligence personnel lack experience and need more opportunities for practice. I suggest increasing investment in Qiongzhou County. Newly trained intelligence personnel can all be sent to me. Lin Beiguang said. Oh, Jiang Shan wondered what this meant. Qiongzhou County was the attached county of Qiongzhou Prefecture, after all, just a county seat on Hainan Island. In the executive committee's eyes, it was merely an apple temporarily left unpicked. Were it not for the Jiazi coal mine, investing substantial intelligence resources there would be unnecessary. Before I explain, let me first describe our operational situation in Qiongzhou County. He began with his work report. Wanfeng Grain Trust's activities, work with the Hai family, Ma Benyuan's local intelligence network. In Qiongzhou County, we have already achieved considerable progress. Lin Beiguang said, the bureaucratic institutions of the entire Qiongzhou Prefecture are practically sieves. End of chapter. Chapter 593, Organizational System. Over the span of a few months, Lin Beiguang had intensified infiltration activities against the various yamens of Qiongzhou Prefecture. Working through Ma Benyuan's local connections and wielding the Gu family ledger as leverage for blackmail, he had swiftly penetrated most government offices. He had not only established a network of relationships targeting middle and lower-level figures, private advisors, clerks, yamen runners, but had also successfully bribed the servants of several principal local officials. Now, if needed, he could learn what book the prefect of Qiongzhou had been reading the previous evening by the following morning. The reason I advocate increased investment here is not to add standing intelligence personnel. We already possess considerable strength in this location, enough to guarantee the safety of inexperienced newcomers operating here. The purpose is to use Qiongzhou County as an internship ground for intelligence personnel. This was novel thinking. Jiang Shan reflected. Internship in a relatively secure enemy-occupied area. Precisely, Lin Beiguang nodded. Qiongzhou County is a microcosm of local Ming society. Though somewhat less prosperous than other areas, its government operations and social structures are highly representative. The experience our intelligence personnel, whether elder or indigenous, gain from activities here will prove far more valuable than internships in places like Eastgate Market. At minimum, they'll experience the tension of operating in hostile territory. Can their safety be guaranteed? Absolutely. Lin Beiguang was confident. If anyone gets caught, I have means to extract them, though it will cost money, of course. Good. I've noted this matter. He continued. I'm actively training 2 indigenous intelligence personnel, originally hoping to groom one to replace me in Qiongzhou. But recently I've realized the difficulty. They're simply too young, needing another 5 or 6 years to reach 20. It's not a question of ability, it's that in Great Ming, age is crucial for conducting social activities. He cleared his throat. Excessively young people struggle to command sufficient respect and trust. They're easily dismissed. Naturally, if we're infiltrating lower-class society, this hardly matters. But if we're using merchant identities or other professions that require contact with government and gentry, ages above 25 or 26 are preferable. I hope the Bureau will attend to this when selecting the next cohort of indigenous intelligence trainees. I see. Jiang Shan nodded thoughtfully. He recalled the files of the graduated indigenous intelligence personnel training classes he had reviewed. Without exception, all were under 20. Chen Tianxing had remained silent until now. We've run several training classes, all training teenagers. What use is this? Constantly emphasizing loyalty, but loyalty alone doesn't get things done. Teenage boys and girls could generally handle only office work. Deployed externally, they were capable only of simple errand running and making inquiries. This was a serious impediment to launching large-scale operations. Furthermore, intelligence training should have focus and must incorporate practical skills. Chen Tianxing elaborated. I reviewed their training materials. The content is essentially identical to the General Bureau of Political Securities, with heavy emphasis on illegal activity techniques. Completely unnecessary. What kind of intelligence personnel do we actually need? Nothing more than people who can accurately report enemy movements and numbers, local social sentiment, economic conditions. 90% of this is open intelligence. It merely requires additional effort to collect and organize. There's no need to go to great lengths teaching surveillance, kidnapping, arson, and such. That's not intelligence collection. That's intelligence warfare. My requirement for indigenous intelligence personnel is this. They need only master basic intelligence collection skills. They must know how to count. They should recognize a few characters. Ideally, they can write reports. If not, the ability to accurately articulate what they've seen and heard is sufficient. Teach them simple tradecraft. Beyond that, nothing else is needed. And there's no requirement for them to be utterly loyal and tested by fire. Suitable secrecy protocols and organizational systems can ensure that even if they're captured or defect, the broader operation remains unaffected. Low-level intelligence personnel can essentially be treated as consumables. They should also be taught cover and survival skills, Lin Beiguang added. Knowing one or two trades or possessing skills like chanting sutras and fortune-telling allows intelligence personnel to use professions as cover for mobility. Of course, we can also cultivate high-level specialists specifically, but I oppose directly training elite intelligence personnel from scratch. Such a system is unworkable. We should select outstanding performers from ordinary intelligence personnel who have worked in the field for some time, then provide them advanced education. Chen Tianxiong continued developing his intelligence personnel training theory. These were genuinely constructive suggestions. Listening to frontline personnel was indeed invaluable. Jiang Shan nodded to himself. He had considered some of these points but had not yet organized them systematically. Now these two articulated matters far more comprehensively than he could have. Very well. Going forward, we'll train intelligence personnel according to this approach. Jiang Shan immediately validated their suggestions. Hearing you lay it out, the thinking crystallizes considerably. Comrades on the front lines clearly think through matters more thoroughly. You flatter us, Lin Beiguang replied with modest courtesy. Seeing the atmosphere grow more harmonious, Jiang Shan continued. Regarding the launch of intelligence work, my thinking runs as follows. We divide intelligence work into two major categories. The first encompasses systematic, planned collection and compilation of stability information from various regions, materials easily filed for reference. For example, map surveying, traffic investigation, logistics and economic situation analysis, products, manpower, political composition and diplomatic tendencies, historical evolution, copies of gazettes and extracts of important publications, long-term garrison conditions, overviews of major public and military facilities, and so forth. Archived in the Master Intelligence Database, Wang Ding jotted notes. Yes. Sources for this intelligence can draw on various departments, including institutions like overseas stations, or we can dispatch specialized personnel to these locations for on-site investigation under cover of doing business, studying, or wandering. Given the slow pace of development in ancient society, data obtained from one investigation might remain valid for over a decade. That's excessive, Lin Beiguang shook his head. Verification every year or two remains necessary, particularly for traffic conditions and public sentiment. These are not peaceful times. The 17 years of the Qiongzhou reign are essentially an era of accelerating chaos. Society is changing rapidly. Broadly speaking, yes. Jiang Shan decided not to quibble over details, pressing forward. This data is enormously useful not only to military departments, but also to economic and industrial ones. Queries can be opened according to security clearance, including indigenous cadres within the system. Such intelligence can be obtained and transmitted through open and semi-open methods, distinct from other intelligence operations. We won't need to invest many professional personnel. We can adopt a government-supervised, merchant-managed model. Jiang Shan's government-supervised, merchant-managed concept resembled the model by which Guangzhou Station had cultivated the Kiwi Escort Agency, establishing various enterprises along traffic arteries and in important towns. Most staff could be locally recruited rather than dispatched from Lingao, with only a handful of intelligence personnel embedded among them. Such enterprises can simultaneously provide logistical support, goods flow, and transportation routes for intelligence personnel. Multiple birds with one stone, Jiang Shan said. At the same time, the enterprise's own operations ensure we don't need excessive funding support. We only spend startup costs, then let it sustain itself through its own profits. This is a memo I found in materials transferred from the former Intelligence Resources Committee archives, Wang Ding said. Dated August 1629, it coincides with your thinking. Is that so? I didn't see it. Jiang Shan expressed mild surprise. A few more boxes of materials arrived yesterday, Wang Ding explained. Let's look first. 2. Intelligence Resources Committee from Grand Library Historical Data Research Group, First-Class Historical Data Researcher. Eshuis Subject. Eshuis Views on the Intelligence System and Evaluation of Memo KBW 290322277. Confidential. Single copy only, restricted to business-related personnel. Intelligence agencies require supplementary materials. For reference, consider Japan's continental Ronin activities. The Lingao organization could actively dispatch Ronin groups, enthusiastic and loyal, to penetrate northward and southward, collecting intelligence through running schools, opening shops, and conducting business. This work is a highly specific and enormous spontaneous undertaking, requiring strictly educated indigenous elites who feel spontaneously that their dreams cannot be realized step by step within Lingao's existing system, that only by taking initiative toward the vast continent can they ascend to heaven in one bound. The Military, General Bureau of Political Security, and other relevant departments can participate jointly, implementing key leadership and business guidance work, but they should not interfere in specific business activities. This is a semi-open intelligence agency that can coordinate with other power departments, as well as an in-depth organization for collecting vast quantities of physical books and Ming Dynasty materials for advisory agencies. Launching foreign intelligence work into powerful long-range reconnaissance too hastily is, in my personal view, inadvisable. The Special Reconnaissance Team scale is insufficient to support such widespread operations. Staff ride-style field investigation can be conducted entirely through the intelligence system's public institutions. The Military Intelligence Bureau can establish two organizations. First, inland river coastal boat assassination teams, utilizing the advantage of silent close combat weapons in the chaos of pirate and river grain transport, eliminating certain enemy leaders without a trace. Dutch ghost ships could operate everywhere, in coastal cities with intelligence personnel and Ronin group reception capability. Light decapitation operations could be executed to deter enemies. Second, adopt ultra-long-range reconnaissance training, targeting the capability for light infantry squads to survive in wilderness conditions comparable to Discovery Channel's Bear Grylls across South China mountains. These are essentially hard probes of mountain infantry, specifically targeting local armed forces like mountain bandits and river pirates. Regular army plane warfare doesn't need them. The primary future use of such special armed forces is suppression of guerrillas and local bandits. Lin Baiguang nodded. He recalled this material, though not vividly. At the time, however, the Intelligence Resources Committee lacked clear organization, and the General Bureau of Political Security showed little enthusiasm, so the matter had been shelved. What is this Military Intelligence Bureau? Jiang Shen grew alert at the term. He had recognized the chaos pervading the Transmigration Group's intelligence system within days of taking over. Small wonder Lin Baiguang showed no interest in headquarters work, constantly seeking field assignments. At that time, both Army and Navy proposed establishing a specialized military intelligence bureau. Later, someone submitted a detailed memo discussing the organizational structure. Lin Baiguang said, but the plan consumed too many resources and the executive committee showed no interest. The matter was shelved. The second half of Eshuis' memo should be addressing that proposal. And then, nothing further, Lin Baiguang said. That memo should still be in the Intelligence Resources Committee archives. You can retrieve it. Jiang Shan sensed that Lin Baiguang and Chen Tianxiang were unwilling to delve deeper into this matter. He decided to table the subject temporarily and return to his government-supervised, merchant-managed intelligence system. Eshui's thinking is broader than mine, Jiang Shan observed. According to his conception, we can expand our channels considerably, not necessarily through enterprises or businesses. Religious facilities or schools could work as well. In this aspect, we can cooperate deeply with the Religious Affairs Office. Wang Ding noted, "Didn't Daoist Zhang already declare his position? HMPH. If you want to cooperate with him, you'll have to help him apply for personnel. That's his biggest headache." Lin Beiguang smiled. "You really think Daoist Zhang is cooperating sincerely, offering a free lunch?" Wang Ding said. "If you want someone to exert effort, providing some benefits is only right and natural. If his new Taoism can truly become as powerful as he claims, I think helping him secure some personnel is well deserved. Everyone benefits." Chen Tianxing added, "People like monks and Taoists can wander openly everywhere. The government pays them little attention. Spreading rumors is also their specialty. Regarding this kind of dispatched intelligence agency, I personally believe it's best not to form an open chain or branch model to avoid one agency's exposure implicating the entire network." Jiang Shan said. On this point, he had reservations about the Kiwi Escort Agency's extensive chain system, though better left unsaid. At this stage, they still needed Kiwi's cooperation. Later, he intended to gradually build his own system, or something resembling Eshuis' Black Dragon Society model. As for personnel management, we can draw from the reconnaissance network system operated by Zhao Mengsheng, Jiang Shan said. Following the formal establishment of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, Zhao Mengsheng had sent a memo briefing him on the reconnaissance network the General Bureau of Political Security had deployed in counties surrounding Lingao, and expressed that this resource could be shared in certain ways. Though Jiang Shan found this posture somewhat objectionable, he presently commanded few soldiers and generals. Without demonstrable performance, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Moreover, the Executive Committee's instructions had clearly stated, no need to invest excessive energy in intelligence work on Hainan Island itself. And the PSB had currently deployed the reconnaissance network only to a handful of counties near Lingao, not rolling out on a large scale. Disputing this with the PSB was pointless. Besides, in many respects, he still required the PSB's professional guidance and operational cooperation. The organizational structure of this reconnaissance network came from PSB Office Director Wu Mu, who had enthusiastically offered to provide faculty support for intelligence personnel training. The reconnaissance network stationed one reconnaissance instructor per district, supervising 2 to 4 reconnaissance groups. Each group comprised 3 people, one of whom served as group leader. When membership reached 5, the group split into 2. No horizontal contact occurred between instructors, no horizontal contact between group leaders. Vertical reporting and guidance proceeded by level. The reconnaissance instructor commanded all district reconnaissance work, collecting reports from group leaders and feeding intelligence back via traffic stations. Jiang Shan moved on to discuss second category work in intelligence operations, namely, covert line operations targeting confidential information and uncertain events, such as undercover agents infiltrating the enemy regime's core. Their value was comparatively high. Such covert line personnel would employ the traffic officer single-line model for direct contact. No contact would occur with the local reconnaissance network. I personally believe deep-sea sleeper agents have no value. Chen Tianxing opposed this flatly. At most, we're a dozen years from overthrowing Great Ming. Why bother with sleeper agents? Understanding what Qiongzhou thinks or what he writes on memorials holds little significance for us. At minimum, we can grasp the opponent's strategic moves. I don't deny that, but the cost required to reach that level compared to the benefit is simply too disproportionate. Chen Tianxing cautioned Jiang Shan. We know virtually nothing about the Great Ming system. Transmigrators bear no resemblance to ancients. To infiltrate the enemy interior, let alone ascend to high levels and the core, is purely fantastical. Even if some elder went mad with the desire to go undercover, I would oppose it. This would be sending them to their deaths. Lin Beiguang coughed. Not quite to the point of death. Infiltrating the enemy interior still has value. Naturally, reaching the highest levels is probably impossible. My personal view, there's no need to deliberately pursue opportunities to infiltrate the enemy interior, but we shouldn't dismiss suitable opportunities when they arise. Maintaining a few sleeper agents or relationships embedded in the enemy system remains useful. He offered a reminder. Consider our Tang Monk plan. Preliminary preparations for that plan are already complete. The difficulty with the Tang Monk plan is that it's nearly impossible for a modern person to impersonate a great Ming official. It amounts to completely re-educating and reshaping someone, Chen Tianxing said. If it fails, the losses are severe. Is the Tang Monk plan still being implemented? Jiang Shan had encountered this operation plan among stacks of files with rich supporting materials, staff-ride reports by Bei Wei, various social surveys from Luoyou Station, but no follow-through. Technically, the Tang Monk plan was never cancelled, Chen Tianxing said. The problem is, who volunteers to be the imposter official? Indeed. And according to the plan, once the first 5-year plan concludes, Luoyou will be ours anyway. Going to impersonate that prefect seems somewhat redundant. End of chapter. Chapter 594, Eshuis research. Jiang Shan's interest was piqued. I think if we can secure this prefect position, we might try transferring him to another post in advance. Spend money lobbying to have him reassigned to central departments in Nanjing or Beijing. Isn't it said that many in the Donglin party are equally vigorous in selling offices, that everything can be arranged with sufficient funds? The same question applies. Who goes? Chen Tianxing shook his head. In principle, planting such a person offers nothing but advantages, but we simply cannot identify such a person among the elders. Is the danger truly that severe? The danger stems from the fact that no elder possesses the ability to pass as a qualified great Ming official. The cover would be blown the moment they appeared in public. Setting aside the most obvious issues of accent and appearance, no elder commands the basic qualities of a great Ming intellectual. Lin Beiguang shook his head with evident regret. This cannot be learned through a few months of cramming. The opportunity is genuinely excellent, but if this were the Great Qing, we'd be fine. Donation-purchased officials run everywhere. Any riffraff can become an official, Wang Ding observed. Lin Beiguang said, I propose selecting a trustworthy indigenous person to impersonate the prefect of Luoyou. This is the only path by which the Tang Monk plan might succeed. Can indigenous people be trusted? Might they not become intoxicated with power and sell us out in pursuit of a genuine official hat? I don't fear much else, only that the elder pulling strings behind the scenes might suffer. If something goes wrong when we're so far away, we might not even have time to mount a rescue. His own crime would be equally severe, Lin Beiguang pointed out. I believe we can still control him. With sufficient ingenuity, methods exist. Eshuis was very interested in this matter at the time. I suggest you consult with him. This matter is extraordinarily difficult. Eshuis reiterated his familiar refrain. The ideal scenario would be finding an elder to serve as prefect, but I've studied it. Even with intensive cultivation starting now, assuming this person is intelligent and studies diligently, 2 or 3 years minimum would be required. He was responsible for historical data retrieval and compilation in the Grand Library and had ample idle time. During his leisure hours, he had devoted considerable energy to researching the feasibility of the Tang Monk plan. More accurately, this was a recreational scholarly project rather than a genuine attempt to advance the operation, similar to the alternate history topics he had once pondered, such as how a modern person might become an official in Great Ming. The deeper he delved, the more fascinated he became, feeling rather like writing a thesis or undertaking a project. Moreover, he possessed one significant advantage. He was actually living in Great Ming. Though the imperial examination tradition was not flourishing in Lingao, the county had produced one jinshi, several juren, and a batch of ziyukai. The imperial examination system existed living and breathing beside him. He didn't need to constantly speculate about books or verify authenticity. Beyond perusing historical materials, he had also visited a number of imperial examination figures in Lingao County, soliciting their knowledge on all aspects of the examination. This included several Ziyukai and Juren in the county, instructor Wang at the county school, and even Liu Daoist, who had received him once. Liu Daoist, unaware of Eshuis' actual intentions, had assumed this young Australian was inclined toward enlightenment and intended to sit for the examinations himself. He immediately grew effusive, holding forth at length about his own examination experiences, then explaining numerous techniques for composing eight-legged essays and trial poems. He even recommended several contemporary masters of white posts, mock examination papers, for Eshui to copy. During the palace exam, the characters on your scroll should be large, lustrous, and round. A good hand of calligraphy surpasses a good essay, Liu Daoist instructed earnestly. The palace exam is ostensibly administered by the emperor personally, but in reality it depends on scrolls recommended by the chief examiner. The emperor merely brushes in the rankings. The palace exam determines ranking in an instant, who actually reads your essay. The chief examiner recommends scrolls primarily based on calligraphy. Finally, Liu Daoist produced several collections of examination essays newly purchased from Qiongzhou, discoursing on recent shifts in literary style in the imperial examinations, and his views on the court's current tendencies in selecting scholars through essays. Though this knowledge was useless for Eshui's research, it left him in considerable admiration. Indeed, the art of guessing and gambling on examination topics was as old as the examinations themselves. But all this led Eshui to essentially despair of the notion that a modern person could successfully impersonate a great Ming official. Our imposter prefect needn't pass the imperial examination himself, which is marginally advantageous. But at minimum, he must understand the ways of the examination. For instance, the composition and evaluation of eight-legged essays. Without this knowledge, he'll expose himself when handling educational affairs within the prefecture. Second, he must be able to write poetry. Eshui explained. I don't know who among our 500-odd people can compose genuine classical poetry, but for someone who came up through the imperial examination, it's normal not to possess elevated poetic skill, yet strange to be entirely ignorant. Imperial examinations require trial poems in addition to eight-legged essays. If you cannot write poetry and don't understand rhyme schemes, questions will be raised about how you ever obtained your scholarly credentials. Everyone's heart sank. Eight-legged essays, trial poems, these might as well be ancient Sanskrit. Then I must address the calligraphy issue. A peculiar smile played across Eshui's face, the look of an intellectual relishing the opportunity to pose an impossible problem. Modern people have mostly developed the habit of word processing by computer. Nowadays, even writing with fountain pens and pencils produces crooked, twisted results. Writing with a brush would probably be inferior even to a young shop apprentice. Calligraphy requires practice, and additionally, anyone who passed the imperial examination can write white posts. That's a separate skill requiring separate practice. If you put it that way, there's truly no hope whatsoever, Wang Ding exclaimed. Chen Tianxing nodded with an expression of course, that's what we said all along. If not for these problems, why do you think the plan stalled? There are many more problems. The accent, for instance. We're accustomed to speaking Putonghua, but this Putonghua is based on modern Beijing dialect, and modern Beijing dialect developed from Qing Dynasty Beijing dialect. How did Qing Dynasty Beijing dialect originate? Eshui assumed a mysterious expression. Primarily from a mixture of Ming Dynasty, Beijing natives plus the 8 banners, and the large numbers of Liaodong hand troops they brought through the passes. The accent amalgamated from these 3 sources. Are you saying our accent bears similarities to the Tartars? Jiang Shan's face went pale. Strictly speaking, it's more similar to the Liaodong Han troops, Eshuis clarified. Of course, these two languages are not identical. The similarity may not be very high, but commonalities definitely exist. I feel the accent issue can be overcome. It's not too difficult, Lin Baiguang said. I can now speak Great Ming Mandarin, similar to modern Nanjing dialect. If one is determined to learn, it's manageable. 3 or 4 months should suffice. Besides, the accent issue isn't necessarily a critical flaw. Neither Guangzhou nor Liaodong have experienced leaks. The accent problem is comparatively the easiest to solve. An official learning Mandarin can generally muddle through, Eshuis said. But the first 2 points are genuinely difficult, especially the first. 2 years remain. Crash training should work, shouldn't it? According to Liaodong and the local Ziyukai, it takes approximately 10 years for someone to progress from beginning formal education to passing the Ziyukai examination, and passing depends significantly on luck. The difficulty of passing the Ziyukai exam substantially exceeds that of a master's degree entrance examination, Eshuis said. Although our imposter prefect needn't actually take the examination, he must be familiar with the 13 classics and possess slight proficiency in 8-legged essays and poetry. I fear this would require 3 or 4 years of effort, assuming this person is sufficiently diligent and genuinely interested in learning. To summarize, it's impossible for an elder to serve as this imposter prefect, Jiang Shan said. Is that your conclusion? I didn't say that. If someone is willing to study hard and is clever enough, perhaps 2 years might suffice. At least people capable of teaching this knowledge exist in Lingao. Eshuis said. The imposter prefect does have one advantage. Origin and native place details are ready-made, no fabrication required, and there are no photographs in ancient times. Impersonation is readily accomplished. There are many people clever enough, but I fear none willing to study diligently. Jiang Shan knew perfectly well. Asking this cohort of elders to immerse themselves in the 13 classics, 8-legged essays and calligraphy practice, burning the midnight oil and crowing with the dawn, would be worse than dispatching them to the countryside as agricultural technicians. At least in the countryside, peasants would flatter them, and they might have the chance to court a small landlord's daughter. It seems if we genuinely want to implement the Tang monk plan, we must select indigenous candidates. Lin Baiguang recognized that while Eshuis' discourse had a whiff of showing off research results, his reasoning was entirely sound. Jiang Shan said, for an indigenous person to possess both the necessary abilities and sufficient loyalty, such a candidate, his expression conveyed the difficulty. There is one person you might consider. Eshuis said, Zhang Xingjiao, you can pull his file. Thank you, Jiang Shan said. Our Foreign Intelligence Bureau intends to dispatch intelligence personnel to the mainland. In fact, many elders are eager for field duty, but after hearing you, I'm somewhat hesitant. I understand, Eshuis nodded. My suggestion is this. Dispatching elders is acceptable, but it's best they not assume official identities, unless they're being placed in desolate frontier military prefectures. Otherwise, once they socialize with local gentry, exposure becomes likely. Gentry maintain connections extending to the province and the capital. Even without formal reports, a joke or anecdote dropped into ordinary family correspondence might invite trouble. So dispatched personnel should continue following the Guangzhou and Liaodong model, merchants and the like. Merchants, monks, Daoists are all acceptable. Landlords can work at a stretch. Impersonating intellectuals and the fantasy of copying Chairman Mao's poetry or Nalan Xing's lyrics to become a literary hero should be abandoned immediately. Anyone harboring such notions cannot be trusted for field duty. Eshuis' tone sharpened with evident feeling. All unauthorized infringement of ancient people's intellectual property rights must be severely suppressed. All use of such materials must be approved by the Grand Library. Otherwise it is plagiarism. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom why Eshuis harbored such deep resentment on this point. No one knew that Eshuis had suffered a rather embarrassing incident while consulting a certain Ziyukai on examination knowledge just days earlier. This Ziyukai came from a modest rural family without stringent etiquette rules, and Eshui had accidentally glimpsed his daughter. Quite taken with her, Eshui had seized the opportunity to recite a CI lyric by Yuan made to demonstrate his talent. The other party's reaction was neither prostration and admiration nor deep appreciation, but rather profound surprise. It turned out another transmigrator had already plagiarized this particular Yuan Zikai lyric to court the same girl long ago. Recalling this, Eshui gnashed his teeth. Naturally, he couldn't share this with anyone. He simply continued writing intellectual property memoranda to the executive committee, urging strict control over ancient people's intellectual property rights and prohibiting elders from using them freely. All poetry, articles, and works from the late Ming onward must require application before use. Jiang Shan joked. Fortunately, this is late Ming. Only Qing Dynasty literati remain as plagiarism targets. There aren't many Qing Dynasty poets worth plagiarizing. He then coughed. I think we must organize a training class ourselves for intelligence personnel, including not only indigenous people but also elders willing to serve in the field. I strongly agree with this idea, Eshui said, especially for elders. Their appearance, mannerisms, living habits, and language differ too drastically from great Ming natives. Without proper training, rashly undertaking field work easily leads to disaster. Unlike Guangzhou and Liaodong stations, which are close at hand, with Lingao capable of launching rescue operations within 2 or 3 days if something goes wrong, once on the mainland, one can only rely on oneself. Never mind the Northern Administrative Division or the Eastern Depot, even being locked in a county jail is sufficient for an elder to lose several layers of skin. Researcher you command such extensive knowledge of Ming social conditions. How about working at the Foreign Intelligence Bureau? You would be our great Ming expert, Jiang Shan said. Most bureau positions remained vacant. If Eshui agreed, the directorship of the Great Ming Division would be well within his qualifications. If he preferred something lighter, they could establish an intelligence personnel training center for him to direct. As for rank, concurrent appointment as deputy director of the Great Ming Division would solve that. Part-time consultant poses no problem. Full-time is out of the question. Eshui refused flatly. He had settled comfortably into the Grand Library. Apart from assigned tasks, his time was almost entirely self-directed, ideal for research work that interested him. He had no desire to bury himself in paperwork at an operationally intensive office. If historical data questions arise, please call anytime. I'll certainly do my best to answer. That's part of my job. Failing to recruit this asset left Jiang Shan slightly disappointed. Eshui perhaps intuited his thoughts and said, I have a candidate in mind. He genuinely wants to work on the intelligence front. Are you interested? Of course. I'm desperately short of personnel. Jiang Shan left half his thought unspoken, especially personnel willing to sit in an office. You'll definitely be satisfied with this person, Eshui said. He's very interested in intelligence work. In our section, he handles literature retrieval and translation, and also assists the Ministry of Agriculture with bacterial cultivation on the side. His favorite amateur activity is translating and researching various trap-making and IED materials. He's personally tested several at the Bopu shooting range. He's extremely methodical in his planning. What's his name? I'll apply to the organization department for his transfer. Li Yan. PhD in stem cell biology, Eshui said. He once wrote a memo on intelligence work. You can review it if you wish, though the memo addressed military intelligence, not quite aligned with your purposes. Oh, is it Memo KBW 290322277? I don't recall the number. Eshui shook his head. I even wrote a response opposing his proposal. His material essentially clones the U.S. military system. Implementing that would bankrupt us now, perhaps in the future. Next, everyone discussed the next phase of station deployment. Planting stations on the mainland involved the Transmigration Group's future strategic layout, a matter on which no conclusions had yet been reached. However, eliminating Liu Xiang and Zheng Zhilong, seizing opportunities to occupy important strategic positions along the mainland coast, and opening mainland coastal communication lines had roughly formed a consensus. If we want to eliminate Liu Xiang and Zheng Zhilong, we must find ways to establish stations in Fujian. Only then can we effectively monitor Zheng Zhilong's movements. Eshuis said. Zheng Zhilong's lair is amping. He now holds legal status and spares no effort developing amping. Amping contains his substantial property and his clan. Another key location is Qiongzhou. Ideally, we would establish intelligence stations in the Jiangsu and Quanzhou areas of Fujian to maintain constant surveillance of Zheng Zhilong's and Li Qiuqi's activities. As for Guangdong, everyone agreed no additional major effort was needed. Guangzhou and Liuzhou stations were excellently managed. Combined with the Kiwi escort agency's coverage, substantial further investment in manpower and material was unnecessary. Simply smoothing the relationship between intelligence and trade would suffice. Regarding Macau, everyone believed a base should be established there, not only to collect Portuguese intelligence but also to gather considerable information about Zheng Zhilong. The Portuguese maintained extremely close ties with him. This base could serve simultaneously as a foreign trade window and an intelligence collection point. Two birds, one stone. We should also focus on Jiangnan, or the Yangtze River Delta region, Jiang Shan said. This will inevitably become the group's second major target after occupying the Pearl River Delta. Jiangnan's rich products, vast markets, abundant labor, and embryonic capitalist handicraft workshops made it a superior base compared to the Pearl River Delta of this spacetime. Voices in the Senate had long advocated, take Jiangnan to settle under heaven. The faction viewing Jiangnan as the primary strategic objective was ever vocal. Regardless of when the Senate or Executive Committee decides to take Jiangnan, we need access to resources and markets there. Station deployment is therefore absolutely essential. We can simultaneously nurture commerce while collecting various intelligence on the side. Multiple birds with one stone. Wang Ding's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Whoever goes to Jiangnan as station head basically wins the lottery. He felt renewed regret over his shattered grand plan. I'm afraid every department wants a stake in that region, Chen Tianxing observed. Delung Bank also wants to extend into Jiangnan, absorbing deposits and engaging in finance. Jiang Shan shook his head. Delung Bank should ideally remain a separate system, not intermingled with the intelligence and commerce departments. Maintain it as an independent line. End of chapter. Chapter 595, Black Dragon Society. If it's Jiangnan, we're essentially talking about Nanjing, Suzhou, Yangzhou, and Songjiang, these few locations. Eshuis said. Actually, for deployment in Songjiang, one might select Shanghai County. Songjiang itself is an industrial and agricultural city. Although it produces large quantities of cloth, its value as a commercial shipping hub is not as significant as Shanghai County's port. What about Beijing? For Beijing, Delung Bank will certainly establish a station, Jiang Shan said. Yanming is also planning operations to absorb illicit funds from corrupt officials and eunuchs. Our intelligence bureau should likewise open a small establishment of some kind to inquire about first-hand court news. We shouldn't forget Liaodong. A strange light glimmered in Lin Beiguang's eyes. Relying entirely on Li Luoyou as our intermediary isn't particularly secure. Besides, this man may not be fully trustworthy. We should send people directly to obtain first-hand materials on the ground. If necessary, establishing a commercial station is warranted. Long-term stationing in Liaodong requires shaving one's head and adopting the queue. No one is willing. Sending someone for reconnaissance is still worthwhile, not necessarily for permanent stationing. Jiang Shan reflected that whether long-term presence was even feasible remained a major question mark. With the plans settled, Jiangshan organized the meeting's discussions into a formal document and submitted it to Ma Qiongzhou. After reviewing the report, Ma Qiongzhou posed several additional questions, then said, "I have no objection to you filling out your personnel roster. Consult the organization department on how many people are willing to transfer to the Intelligence Bureau. Additionally, the organization department recently issued a document regarding staffing levels for various departments. Review it first and prepare a staffing table." "Yes, I'll go shortly." Jiangshan understood that Secretary Ma was a leader who preferred Soviet-style comrade etiquette. He valued concise, crisp answers and neat expressions. Personnel staffing includes not only elders but also indigenous personnel. Ma Qiongzhou added, "Discuss this matter thoroughly. It affects next year's fiscal budget. Beginning next year, all administrative institutions must maintain proper budgets and final accounts. Keep figures in mind." "Understood," Jiangshan nodded crisply. "There are several matters on which I'd like to request guidance." "Proceed." The government-supervised, merchant-managed intelligence collection approach mentioned in the submitted activity plan and the mainland station deployments, he said, "these all involve how to handle our working relationship with the Colonial and Trade Ministry." Although intelligence personnel could adopt various covers, merchants remain the most common and convenient identity, with the additional benefit of establishing commercial networks on the mainland. Two birds with one stone. "I'll need to discuss this matter with the Vice Minister of the Colonial and Trade Ministry," Ma Qiongzhou said. "Since both sides benefit, newly opened commercial stations should receive appropriate investment from them. Your intelligence work is merely a side operation." "Yes, that was my thinking as well." Jiangshan was pleased that the governor-director had accurately identified the crux of his proposal and expressed approval. "As for dispatching personnel to Liaodong, my personal view is that it's unnecessary. Since we have Luoyou as our intermediary, why send another elder? It's redundant effort. The later Jin's total capacity is only so large. Strike it lightly and it shatters. Who cares what Huang Teji, Dorgan, DDay, or Zhao are thinking? I believe clarifying the situation in Liaodong holds certain significance for future military operations to conquer the territory," Jiangshan said. "My idea is to emulate the activities of Japanese Ronin, collecting basic intelligence on Liaodong's geography, weather, fortified villages, commerce, population, and so forth, thereby providing intelligence support for future military action and comprehensive pacification. In the long term, no elder need remain permanently, but an elder should be dispatched to oversee the initial phase. If you feel this necessity exists, and there's an elder willing to shave his head and accept this risk, I won't oppose it, lest people say we don't respect collective opinion." Ma Qiongzhou expressed indifference. "But anyone who goes must receive approval from the organization department. Talents with specific specialized skills cannot be released." "Understood." Jiangshan felt a chill. He sensed something he couldn't articulate. Governor Ma viewed elders as essentially no different from indigenous people. "Regarding intelligence station deployment," Jiangshan continued, "beyond overseas stations operating in cooperation with the Colonial and Trade Ministry, I plan to establish a separate system, which I call the Black Dragon Society system." Ma Qiongzhou assumed an expression of disinterest. Whether it was Black Dragon Society, White Dragon Society, or Red Flower Society, he understood Jiangshan's intent perfectly. It was nothing more than a request for funding. Intelligence work cost money. Substantial amounts of money. Circulation coupons were useless for this purpose. It required hard currency, silver by the handful or goods convertible to silver. Silver now held the status of foreign exchange, requiring case-by-case applications. The procedures were exceedingly cumbersome. Jiangshan pressed on undeterred. The Black Dragon Society organization would be a non-governmental body, funded by private capital under the Transmigration Group system to establish stations throughout the mainland. The Intelligence Bureau would dispatch only key personnel to embed within for command. We could even consider recruiting intelligence and operational personnel locally on the mainland. He expounded for over 10 minutes on the organizational structure and operational model of this Black Dragon Society. Ma Qiongzhou then spoke. Have you considered which capitalists in Lingao would serve as funders for the Black Dragon Society? The government-supervised, merchant-managed concept of the Black Dragon Society wasn't poorly conceived. The problem was that overseas stations were transmigration group property, manageable through executive committee directive. But private capitalists, their sole consideration was profit. Without sufficient returns, who would assume such risks to join some Black Dragon Society? I've considered this carefully. First, Lin Quanan's Quanfu firm. Lin Quanan built his fortune handling bulk procurement for us. Now that our supply system is maturing and the foreign trade system is established, the days of obtaining profits from his early monopoly supplier status will inevitably end. He'll have to transform. Jiang Shan had conducted thorough research. Lin Quanan's orders from the Transmigration Group had been declining recently, with profits significantly reduced. He did gain some compensation from the rapidly expanding local population, but overall he was on a downward trajectory. Jiang Shan believed Lin Quanan was currently anxious to find new commercial outlets. Cooperation was highly promising. Lin Quanan already possesses extensive commercial connections throughout Hainan, but the Hainan market is small. Many materials he once procured are now acquired directly by us. He therefore harbors ambitions to expand to the mainland. Ma Qiongzhou's interest quickened slightly. Continue. The reason Lin Quanan has delayed his move is primarily that he feels he lacks backing on the mainland. After all, his fortune was built on our patronage, and we provided convoy protection for his commercial development. Once on the mainland, detached from Lingao's power, he lacks confidence. So I propose to exploit this psychology, make him feel that we haven't forgotten him, that our interests are bound with his, and moreover that a powerful organization stands ready to support him behind the scenes. Lin Quanan would be willing to become a member of the Black Dragon Society. Very good, Ma Qiongzhou commented briefly. What else? Runchitang, naturally. You're casting your net to catch all of Lingao's capitalists at once. Yes, Jiang Shan confirmed. Liu San of the Ministry of Health submitted a memo regarding establishing a Watson-style chain pharmacy across Great Ming, relying on Runchitang as the foundation. Runchitang's proprietor Yang Shixiang is investing in mechanized production of proprietary Chinese medicines, with most products sold through mainland channels. Expanding mainland investment aligns with his original intentions. We merely channel those intentions. Ahem, Ma Qiongzhou coughed. Yang Shixiang originally possessed his own commercial network on the mainland. His dependence on us isn't as pronounced as Lin Quanan's. Is there any realistic possibility of persuading him to risk participating in the Black Dragon Society for intelligence operations against Great Ming? 50-50, Jiang Shan replied candidly. Initially, there's no need to inform him. We simply use his branch institutions as cover, directly planting intelligence personnel inside. After he witnesses our intelligence agency's capabilities, we can approach him openly. This was certainly feasible, but Runchitang differed from Lin Quanan's Quanfu firm. Quanfu firm merely remained as a model for the Transmigration Group. Runchitang was essentially a Transmigration Group subsidiary. Moreover, Yang Shixiang and Liu San planned to pursue the chain pharmacy route across Great Ming. A single failure could wipe out the entire operation. Never mind Yang Shixiang's attitude. Liu San and the Ministry of Health, which had invested in Runchitang, would erupt in fury. You'll need to coordinate closely with Liu San, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Commerce on this matter, Ma Qiongzhou cautioned. Yes. If they object, we'll suspend the Runchitang plan, Jiang Shan said. By employing the Black Dragon Society system, we can substantially reduce investment costs. A portion can be borne by these capitalists, and the other portion naturally falls to us. Ma Qiongzhou thought. After all that discussion, they had returned to the fundamental issue. He said, very well, draft a plan, estimate the budget, and submit it. Ma Qiongzhou instructed Hu Wenyang. All documents regarding the Foreign Intelligence Bureau received in recent days should be delivered to his desk with priority. Hu Wenyang had been promoted to Secretary of the State Secretary. He was pleased to hold a private advisor level position at his young age, yet also felt awkward. He had quickly discovered that secretaries of various departments were almost universally young women. Every time a secretary's meeting convened, he became the single spot of green among 10,000 reds. Then proceed to the Colonial and Trade Ministry compound and invite their vice minister to meet. Ma Qiongzhou instructed. Don't bring him to the State Council compound. Use the General Office Lounge. He thought, though the other party is a vice minister, he is vice minister of a ministry equivalent to mine. We have no hierarchical relationship. Summoning him directly here would appear too domineering. Bad for my reputation. The Colonial and Trade Minister had not yet been elected. According to the Common Program, the 9 executive positions were all political appointments requiring Senate election. But several remained unfilled, either attracting no suitable candidates or attracting too many competing aspirants. The Senate had held several plenary sessions without resolution. Consequently, those with ambitions in these areas took the administrative official route instead. Positions below executive level were appointed rather than elected. Si Kaid had followed this path, smoothly becoming the office director of the Colonial and Trade Ministry, currently equivalent to vice minister, and effectively exercising most of the ministry's administrative powers. Si Kaid had studied radar. There were a few radars here, but building new ones proved exceedingly difficult. He quickly grasped what dragon-slaying skill, an impressive but useless specialty, meant in practice. Until now, his entire professional experience had consisted of maintaining the Transmigration Group's handful of existing radars. Ma Qiongzhou knew this man. Politically, he was an oligarchist, opposed to parliamentary democracy, irreconcilably hostile to the Qian brothers who headed the North American branch, and dismissive of Shan Liang as an ambitious demagogue. Ma Qiongzhou felt this person was well suited for work in the Colonial and Trade Ministry. People, too, enamored of universal values and democracy, couldn't handle this ministry's work. But characters who nakedly advocated genocide were equally unsuitable, too extreme, forever straining to prove their ideological loyalty, failing to understand that many things must be accomplished in stages. He placed an away sign on his desk. This sign came in 2 colors, green, indicating a brief absence of 15 minutes or less, yellow, indicating an absence potentially lasting an hour. This prevented people from waiting in vain. Ma Qiongzhou descended the stairs, exiting through the office building's rear courtyard door. An indigenous guard was posted there. He displayed his pass. The guard carefully verified the photograph against his face, then recorded his departure time and pass number in the register. He observed the guard's dark face, meticulously and somewhat clumsily, copying Arabic numerals according to regulations. Our system is truly taking root, he thought. Since people can be reformed, so too can society. Your pass, Chief. The guard stood at attention and opened the rear courtyard door. Thank you. Ma Qiongzhou pocketed the pass and walked slowly through. The rear door opened onto a long outdoor alleyway leading directly to the courtyard housing the Executive Committee General Office. The alleyway connecting various agency compounds allowed personnel from different departments to move directly between buildings without exiting through main gates, facilitating both security and access control. No one was in the alleyway. It was remarkably quiet. Ma Qiongzhou could even hear birdsong. Such sounds had grown increasingly rare near Bern City. The roar of machinery and the thick smoke from the neighboring industrial zone had driven away birds and animals. Yet the birdsong was so cheerful. Yes, spring had arrived in Lingao. This was subtropical territory after all. Winter was brief and barely noticeable. Leaves never withered. Flowers bloomed in all 4 seasons. At noon, one could always go about in shirt sleeves or even undershirts. Qiongzhou preferred places with distinct seasons, where one could sense the flourishing and fading of plants, the passage of years through seasonal change. He thrust his hands into his pockets. His mind returned to the documents regarding fiscal system, tax system, and accounting system construction recently sent by the General Fiscal Directorate, and to the conversation content of Yifan, Chen Si, and others at the Wudaokou financial meeting. He felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. This pressure was difficult for others to comprehend. Perhaps they wouldn't understand at all. Fiscal and economic systems. Wasn't this dignified institutional construction? As someone had said, without accounting and fiscal systems, should we regress to a barter economy? No, not like that. Qiongzhou thought. This is a line struggle. Put simply, it was the conflict between engineers and accountants, a struggle between two fundamentally different developmental philosophies. Accountants were eager to engage in finance, using economic indicators to control society, managing enterprises the way enterprises are managed. Engineers intended to employ a complex set of technical indicators to expand industry as rapidly as possible. Qiongzhou believed the accountant's thinking suited only individual enterprises, and specifically those capable of switching among multiple suppliers, multiple logistics providers, and multiple sales channels at will. Only such enterprises could be managed with capital at the center. He wrote in his private memo, "Under Lingao's current economic conditions, the thinking of Yifan and his cohort is meaningless. Capital cannot be applied uniformly across different suppliers, i.e., across other factories' production processes. One indicator cannot be linearly exchanged for another. Current circulation coupons are not real currency. Industrialized products have no mature market in this world to which microeconomics can casually be applied. Therefore, marketization does not hold. Complex indicators must be employed, i.e., technical core control. Only common technologies and mature technologies, i.e., technologies suitable for opening to indigenous operation, can follow the pure capital control route. High technology never follows the market, because value itself cannot be measured by the market. At this stage, only the engineer core route is rational. Planned economy must be maintained in core industries, using monopoly profits to cover development costs, using technological superiority to offset microefficiency losses. Yet from the perspective of a government, it was difficult to deny the roles of currency, accounting, auditing, and calculation. One might even say that without this system, no modern government could operate, including the minimal fiscal budgets and final accounts essential to modern governance. So the key question became, how to achieve balance. He decided he should speak with Qiongzhou. Qiongzhou ought to understand his reasoning. Of course, Qiongzhou currently also supported Yifan's faction's proposal, which was natural. Once that plan passed, the power of fiscal and economic departments would increase geometrically. Few could resist such temptation. He suddenly recalled that among documents recently sent by the General Fiscal Directorate to the Executive Committee Secretariat, one was a request regarding additional full-time bank security personnel. This report was inconspicuous, buried among a stack of routine submissions. According to procedure, as long as it passed in the Executive Committee and then cleared 3 readings in the Senate Standing Committee, the matter would be done. Qiongzhou thought. You want to create a Ministry of Finance Secret Service. Could this matter serve as a bargaining chip? He immediately dismissed the notion. The chip was far too small. Could such a minor agency as the Ministry of Finance Secret Service possibly be weighed against powers affecting the overall situation? End of chapter. Chapter 596. Cooperation. Yet this matter could serve as a warning bell, alerting other executives, particularly Wudaokou, president of the planning agency. Once the Yifan Chenxi system was adopted, the impact on the planning agency, as direct successor to the planning committee, would be immediately apparent to him. Qiongzhou rang the doorbell at the end of the alleyway. A small window immediately appeared in the ironclad door, revealing a pair of watchful eyes. "Pass." He handed it over. A few minutes later, the door swung open. The guard stood at attention and saluted. "Hello, Chief." "Good, good." He mumbled a few words, took back the pass, and asked casually, "Is Xiao Zishan in?" "Yes, sir." Ma Qiongzhou glanced at the blue brick building in the courtyard. Xiao Zishan's office occupied the top of the second floor. If he looked down from the window, he would see Ma Qiongzhou, and according to his consistent practice, would certainly come down to exchange pleasantries. Anticipating this, Ma Qiongzhou quickened his pace to escape that line of sight. The general office lounge was located in the general office's rear courtyard. Xiao Zishan had commissioned Li Xiaolu for a landscape design, resulting in an open pavilion-style pseudo-antique structure, with transplanted flowers and trees on all four sides. Jasmine was blooming vigorously now. Snow-white blossoms covered the branches, their fragrance almost overwhelming. This was a place resembling a tea house. The interior was bright and spacious, furnished with rattan chairs, very much like the tea houses Ma Qiongzhou had visited in Suzhou and Hangzhou. There were no waiters, however. Tea leaves, boiling water, and beverages came pre-packaged and arranged neatly on a low cabinet. One could bring one's own cup or use those provided. A sink ran along the wall, with spare brushes and small packets of bleaching powder. A notice was pasted on the wall: "Please wash tea sets yourself after use." Ma Qiongzhou brewed tea for himself. After waiting leisurely for several minutes, Si Kaid arrived in haste. "Hello, State Secretary," he greeted him. In truth, he and Ma Qiongzhou were not especially familiar. They had only met a handful of times at executive committee enlarged meetings. "Just call me Ma Qiongzhou, Comrade Si Kaid." "Very well," Si Kaid nodded. He was approximately 30, 175 centimeters tall, with a rather standard build and an unremarkable face. According to the General Bureau of Political Security's political assessment, this man was a chauvinist, harboring hostility toward Britain and America. His ideal was establishing a colonial empire and entering the Third Industrial Revolution within his lifetime. Regarding this last point, Ma Qiongzhou felt they might possess some common ground. Ma Qiongzhou outlined the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's station deployment plan. Jiang Shan's concept is that, for the current mainland layout, we should essentially adopt a system that combines intelligence and commercial functions. This maximizes the efficiency of people, money, and materials while avoiding redundant construction. "You mean something like the Guangzhou station model?" "Roughly speaking, but such stations may not achieve the scale of Guangzhou Station. Investment and operations under the Colonial and Trade Ministry's responsibility, while supporting intelligence personnel activities. Is that the idea?" "Precisely." Ma Qiongzhou nodded. "But I want to correct one point. Strictly speaking, all investments are provided by the Planning Agency and the General Fiscal Directorate." He detected a hint of bargaining intent and moved quickly to foreclose that possibility. "Yes," Si Kaid nodded. "What I mean is, if our ministry is responsible for commercial activities, then commercial considerations will inevitably factor into station site selection, rather than purely intelligence considerations. Some locations the Intelligence Bureau deems of critical importance, warranting permanent stations, may not generate sufficient profit from a commercial standpoint, or may even fail to cover the station's own operating costs. If such locations exist, the Intelligence Bureau will assume sole responsibility for them." Ma Qiongzhou was direct. "In that case, I agree to cooperate. But I hope the Intelligence Bureau provides a list of proposed deployment sites so the ministry can conduct a comprehensive assessment." "No problem," Ma Qiongzhou said. "I'll instruct Jiang Shan to contact you. You must keep this location list strictly confidential." "Naturally," Si Kaid said. "I'm drafting a report on expanding overseas stations. Since the Intelligence Bureau is also considering this matter, we could draft the report jointly with them. You can discuss the details with Jiang Shan." Ma Qiongzhou said nonchalantly. "How do you plan to approach your deployment?" Caid grinned. Regarding large-scale deployment, the Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Light Industry are equally anxious. They all want to expand the mainland market. Qiongzhou understood. Silver reserves had been steadily declining. The transmigration group's primary revenue source, Liaodong sugar's crushing season, hadn't yet begun. Meanwhile, industrialization expenditures continued without pause. As the departments chiefly responsible for earning foreign exchange, the anxiety of the Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Light Industry was understandable. We've discussed and decided to prioritize deployment in Jiangnan, Nanjing, Yangzhou, Suzhou, and Hangzhou. These 4 locations offer the greatest commercial value. Our high-quality industrial products will find markets there. It would also be ideal to establish 1 or 2 points in Fujian. Fujian was a major production region for export porcelain. Croc porcelain was manufactured primarily in that area. The province also boasted abundant tea resources. Both were crucial export commodities. For the transmigration group's own needs, kaolin and tea were highly desired resources. Second priority, Beijing and Zhangjiakou. Zhangjiakou, extracting money from Shanxi old wealth won't be easy. Zhangjiakou is a major trading hub for Mongolian goods, furs and horses. Doesn't the executive committee want those? Of course they did. Furs could be re-exported. Europeans possessed enormous appetite for furs. As for horses, the transmigration group suffered chronic shortages. Never mind that the agricultural committee people disdained Mongolian horses for their low shoulder height and small stature. This breed tolerated rough feed. Acquiring a few hundred for draft work would be quite valuable, certainly more maneuverable than plodding oxen. Besides, the army also had urgent demand for horses. Zhang Berlin had complained countless times. Using substitute livestock for troop transport and artillery hauling was a barbaric and backward military system. How would we transport Mongolian goods? From Zhangjiakou to any coastal port inside the passes, that's no short distance. That's where the intelligence department needs to get creative. First, we must cultivate relationships with frontier army generals, obtaining their assistance with transit procedures. Otherwise, horses simply cannot get on the road. Second, we need to secure a port in the northern coastal region for loading goods traded from the north directly onto ships. Are these all the deployment sites under consideration? Yes. Commercial deployment in the Jiangnan region can be denser. Zhenjiang and Shanghai could also receive stations, but we'll limit it to these for now. Too many sites and investment runs short. Very good. Qiongzhou jotted key points in his notebook. Caid couldn't tell whether this very good was praise for his work or simply meant that's all. He coughed. Besides the mainland, I propose establishing a point in Macau. Macau already has a fellow named Huang Shunlong, Caid reminded him. This man serves as our agent in Macau, but he's not very proactive in business. His operation amounts to sitting there receiving stolen goods and reselling contraband. His value to us is diminishing. He can no longer satisfy Lingao's appetite. We need a sales window capable of dealing directly with the Portuguese. Isn't there a Li Huame acting as agent? This person, Caid said, is highly suspect. You're likely aware she's probably unreliable. If that's the case, establishing a point there is worth considering. Finally, establishing a point in Vietnam, he said. Begin with Tonkin. This is our source for rice and coal. A trade station there is essential. Where there was a trade station, intelligence work would naturally follow. Establishing a station in Tonkin is a major undertaking. It would probably require coordination across all ministries. The Northern Court may not permit it. We must be prepared for military confrontation. What about probing first? Caid had been planning this for some time. Chang Shide from Liaodong Station had recently returned to Lingao specifically to discuss it with him. Liaodong Station and Guangzhou Station were preparing to establish a Vietnam trade company. Besides mining coal in Hongai, they would also conduct trade activities. Setting up a commercial station or goods firm in Tonkin wasn't difficult. As long as there was money to be made, the northern Vietnamese court still welcomed merchants. Many great Ming merchants already maintained warehouses and firms locally. The difficulty lay in mining coal at Hang Gai. That was far trickier. It was hard to imagine the northern Vietnamese court simply ignoring a group of strange overseas people digging for coal. Si Kai's calculation was straightforward. If Ma Qiongzhou didn't object, he would start small-scale operations in Hang Gai. Manpower and materials were already available. This matter still requires executive committee deliberation. It involves foreign relations issues, Ma Qiongzhou said. Tonkin isn't a collection of Southeast Asian native chieftains. They field hundreds of thousands of troops. Antagonizing them now, I'm afraid we couldn't handle the consequences easily. A few days later, the proposal for the Intelligence Bureau and Colonial and Trade Ministry to jointly deploy mainland stations passed the Executive Committee and subsequently cleared 3 readings in the Senate Standing Committee. As for deployment in Tonkin, the Executive Committee and Senate approved in principle, agreeing to dispatch a small-scale team for preliminary reconnaissance, with the proviso, minimize military conflict. Si Kai felt profoundly stifled. Colonization was supposed to be bloody. How could it be called colonial development without the accompaniment of cannons and muskets? We have to be timid even toward Vietnamese, he grumbled in his office. Then he picked up the telephone. Connect me to the organization department. Yes, organization department. This is the Colonial and Trade Ministry office. I'd like to request transfers of several personnel files. No, transfer procedures aren't needed yet. Correct, the first one is named Bei Kai. Li Yan stared at the mycelium under the microscope. This was the Agricultural Committee's biological laboratory, where 7 or 8 people crammed together. A cohort of PhDs and masters who had once studied molecular biology, stem cells, and other 21st-century frontier sciences were now researching practical fungal strains under Huang Dashan's leadership. This was one of 2 options for biology students. The alternative was the Ministry of Health's Biological Laboratory, which dealt specifically with viruses and vaccines. He recorded his observations on the clipboard. This work was tedious and dry, but fortunately he was accustomed to it. Following plans step by step had become integral to his life. Li Yan handed the microscope to someone else and walked out of the increasingly cramped laboratory. Emerging from the stuffy, overheated space into the outdoors, he found the air remarkably fresh. He inhaled deeply. Compared to other locations, the air at the farm remained pleasant. He had already received his transfer order. Tomorrow he would report to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. His perpetual work in retrieval and translation at the library had grown insufficiently challenging. He was accustomed to dry work, but that didn't mean he was content with simple work. Intelligence work suited his temperament perfectly. Li Yan had no intention of becoming some 7, nor what he aspired to be was an office planner. Ideally, a trainer, specifically teaching various schemes and traps and his beloved IEDs. Whether such devices would actually find use remained doubtful. A few days later, the first dispatch personnel training class commenced. It was designated first session because these students differed from previous cohorts. All were elders who had volunteered to dedicate themselves to intelligence or trade work. Everyone had submitted applications requesting frontline mainland assignments. The batch numbered about a dozen, varying in height, weight, and build, but sharing one characteristic: all were male. It wasn't that no women had applied. Quite a few ladies were willing to undertake this high-risk work. But after analysis, the Intelligence Department concluded that women's scope for activity in Great Ming-controlled areas was limited, unless she was willing to blend into lower-class society or go all in as a social butterfly like Miss Pipe. Fortunately, almost all women in the transmigration group had boyfriends or husbands, sparing Jiang Shan from confronting excellent female agents aspiring to infiltrate Qiongzhou's court, or preparing to burrow into Huang Taiji's or Dorgan's side through harem intrigues. This had always been his concern. The remaining handful of persistent volunteers also retreated after Eshuis enumerated the various living inconveniences they would face conducting intelligence activities on the mainland. Never mind the girls. I suspect these men might not endure the hardship when the time comes. Eshuis crossed his legs. Everyone imagines it's as comfortable as Qiongzhou and Liaodong, surrounded by maids, concubines, and servants. Where is such a cushy deal to be found? I must protest that characterization. Our early days developing Liaodong were extremely bitter. Chen Tianxing objected to lumping Qiongzhou and Liaodong together. Developing Qiongzhou had seemed far easier than Liaodong to him. Qiongzhou had Gaoju, High Official Gao, a wealthy and powerful local powerhouse to manage affairs and keep things under control. Liaodong had been carved out by their group through sheer struggle, constantly on edge and wary. The two situations were utterly incomparable, not to mention that the so-called enjoyment at Liaodong Station amounted merely to everyone acquiring a few women ahead of schedule, nothing approaching the lifestyle of the Qiongzhou contingent. Fine. Let's see whether anyone needs to be eliminated, Jiang Shan said to Li Yan. The latter had just been promoted to deputy director of the Great Ming Division, with concurrent appointment as head of intelligence training. The head title was the Intelligence Bureau's own creation. The organization department recognized only the deputy director position. Eliminating people now means future recruitment becomes more difficult, Eshuis observed. Currently, everyone believes dispatch is like Qiongzhou. Wait until they're deployed and cry about being deceived. After they return and spread the word, enthusiasm for going will evaporate. Very well, let's conduct brief interviews. Those truly unsuitable cannot be accepted. Li Yan insisted on interviews. As you wish. Su Qi, the person before them, wore a Navy uniform. Your Navy, active lieutenant, why have you come to us? Conducting naval military intelligence is my long-cherished ambition. Then you'll need to retire first, then reapply. We fall under the Central State Council system. We don't accept active-duty military personnel. Requiring this person to retire and apply afresh was clearly asking a great deal. Su Qi blinked. Make an exception. Don't you need military intelligence personnel who understand the Navy? The Foreign Intelligence Bureau collects military intelligence too, doesn't it? Correct, but your position is with the Navy. If you come to us, your salary can't be issued, and the Navy will count you as a deserter. This problem, Su Qi scratched his head. Salary was a minor issue. Becoming a deserter was a serious one. If you genuinely want to come, you must apply for retirement from the Navy, transfer your file back to the organization department, then submit an application. I really do want to be an intelligence officer, a naval military intelligence officer. Su Qi remained devoted to his aspiration. Perhaps you could help communicate with them. There's always a solution. So the telephone switchboard and transfer stations buzzed with activity for a while. Ming Qiu didn't know how to handle this either. Reasonably speaking, the Navy should possess its own intelligence analysis room. After urgent consultations, it was decided that Su Qi would work at the Foreign Intelligence Bureau with the status of naval military intelligence personnel, counted as Navy dispatched staff. Salary paid by Navy, allowance paid by Foreign Intelligence Bureau. He would be specifically responsible for naval military intelligence collection and analysis within the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Is this appropriate, letting the Navy stick its foot in now? Wang Ding asked Jiang Shan quietly. Looking at the Navy's and Army's intentions, establishing independent military intelligence bureaus later is virtually certain, probably one for each service. Aren't our hard efforts just making wedding dresses for others? Making wedding dresses is making wedding dresses. This is cooperation. Don't be too calculating. Jiang Shan assumed an expression of magnanimity. One of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's tasks is providing intelligence preparation for the Army's future mainland conquest operations. There's nothing inappropriate about the Navy sending someone to handle naval intelligence. Besides, our future activities depend heavily on Navy support. With such a person here, won't coordination be easier? Director Wang, everything should focus on the big picture. Very well, as you say. Next, Cheng Naifeng. You want to be dispatch personnel? Let me be a human trafficker. I have insights on this. After brief interviews, all candidates were accepted. Li Yan had them sign forms, take photographs, and complete paperwork. Once procedures were finished, Wang Ding appeared before them with a grave expression. Comrades gathered here have all prepared to accept dispatch to the mainland for intelligence and trade activities. Some comrades will remain at headquarters to work, but will inevitably travel for business as well. End of chapter. Chapter 597, Training. Going on assignment means penetrating deep into enemy territory. Whether you're operating in the Ming Dynasty, dealing with the later Jin, or navigating European colonial powers, every single person you encounter is an indigenous inhabitant of the 17th century. Don't make the mistake of judging their behavior by modern moral standards. On behalf of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Colonial and Trade Superintendent, I'm presenting a formal notice outlining the risks you may face while executing your missions. It's better you understand these matters now before you leave. Jiang Shan had insisted on preparing this notice. Eshuis opposed it, but in the end, Jiang Shan's view prevailed. His reasoning was simple: better to lay out the ugly truth from the start. He wanted to spell out every difficulty and danger of intelligence work, to kindle whatever heroic spirit these recruits possessed, and to preempt any complaints later. All right, enough with the old woman's prattle," called out a burly man from the back row. "I signed up because I'm not afraid to die, so spare us the empty talk." "It's still better that everyone knows," Wang Ding replied evenly. He recalled the man's file. Huang Hua, native of Heilongjiang, formerly employed at a machinery factory under the manufacturing superintendent. On his application, he'd stated his ambition to serve as a station chief in later Jin territory. His record noted business experience, a certain commercial acumen, mechanical knowledge, and familiarity with the geography and customs of the lands beyond the passes. He spoke fluent Korean and passable Shanxi dialect, quite a suitable candidate for operations in Jurchen territory. "This isn't about fear," Wang Ding continued, beginning to read the notice. "Sometimes what awaits you is worse than death." The notice painted a grim picture. You are participating in dangerous work. You will endure the hardships of travel on wretched roads. Whether by land or water, you may encounter bandits. Unless you possess the legendary aura of a commander who makes outlaws prostrate themselves at the mere sight of him, your fate will be to die where you stand. Local militiamen, yamen runners, and soldiers are hardly better than the bandits themselves. In certain regions, even ordinary folk wouldn't hesitate to rob and murder a passing traveler for a few scraps of dried food and a tattered garment. As for hygiene, cities aren't necessarily better than the countryside. Often they're worse. Epidemics flourish in densely populated areas. Water and food that locals tolerate with ease might devastate a modern person's digestive system. Beyond bacterial infection, you face the constant threat of parasites. Poor sanitation may make you ill, but even without sanitation issues, you might still fall sick. If you're injured during a mission, you'll have no medical services beyond the meager supplies you carry, and whatever local Chinese doctors are available. A dog bite or a wound from a rusty blade could prove fatal, and even if you're rushed back to Lingao, the journey is so long that you may well die en route. You will face attacks from fleas, bedbugs, ticks, and other parasites, creatures that exist in staggering numbers in this era, and not just among the poor. These pests won't merely leave you uncomfortable and covered in welts. They carry all manner of strange diseases, some of which can't even be effectively treated in modern times. Finally, once you're captured on the mainland, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau cannot mount an immediate rescue. If you're unlucky and there's no radio station nearby, or no one to notify headquarters in time, it may be months before anyone knows you've been taken. By the time a rescue team arrives, you may have been languishing in captivity for half a year, And capture doesn't necessarily mean your cover was blown or your work compromised. The Spanish might arrest you simply for being Chinese. The later Jin might arrest you simply for being Han. As for the Ming Dynasty, perhaps merely because you're a merchant with some money, some Eastern Depot spy or county yamen runner will decide to turn a profit off your misfortune. Even disguising yourself as a beggar offers no protection. You might be arrested and tortured simply because a crime occurred nearby, and the authorities need an outsider without connections to serve as a convenient scapegoat. The Ming, the later Jin, European colonizers, their governments, their organs of power, even private organizations, all practice torture. Some seek confessions, others simply want to squeeze money from you. Prisons in this era don't merely lack basic human rights, they may not even guarantee your right to survive. Jailers might kill you through any number of methods. Moreover, this is an age with a pronounced tolerance for certain predatory behaviors, so a fair-skinned modern person might very well fall victim to some lecherous older man. Even if you're rescued, you may suffer permanent psychological and physiological disabilities from the torture you endured and various other forms of abuse. This deliberately horrifying portrait of the future stirred considerable unease. It made the 17th century sound less like an era of the past and more like a descent into hell. If anyone feels they're not suited for this work, you may still submit a request to withdraw, Wang Ding said. The organization division's transfer procedures haven't been processed yet. We'll return your application materials, and no records will be kept. Silence filled the room. Of course, no one admitted to being afraid. First, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Second, they had the examples of Qiongzhou and Liaodong stations before them. No one had heard of such terrifying conditions befalling their operatives. Everyone who had been sent out was still alive and well, living quite comfortably by all accounts. HMPH, just a disclaimer, Huang Hua muttered, then said loudly. Fine, I understand. From now on, if something happens, it's our own fault, nothing to do with you. Just let me sign a death pledge with the Bureau. According to the agreement with the Colonial Trade Department, the transmigrators assigned abroad belong to both organizations without distinction. Training, however, fell entirely under the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's purview, with specific courses determined through interdepartmental consultation. Li Yan had originally wanted Hu Qingbai to allocate classrooms and dormitories at Fangqiati for intelligence training, but Jiang Shan objected. That location saw too much traffic, too much bustle. More importantly, it was too modern. It lacked the immersive feel of Ming Dynasty life. Ultimately, only Intelligence Training Center Division A was established at Fangqiati, dedicated to training indigenous intelligence personnel, field agents, administrative staff, and intelligence analysts. Intelligence Training Center Division B, tasked with preparing transmigrators as field operatives, was established in the former residence of Gu II in Lingao County town. The property had sat empty for some time. The building area was spacious enough, with sufficient open land around the rear courtyard for expansion. Better still, Lingao County town remained a well-preserved specimen of Ming society. Xing Buyu, head of the county liaison office, approached magistrate's secretary Sun Ruiwu and promptly arranged for this confiscated property to be sold on the cheap. It was an empty contract backed by paper money, but the county officials got their kickbacks. The construction company made minimal modifications, mainly adding living and training facilities. Thus the Intelligence Bureau Training Center came into being. For secrecy's sake, there was no signboard, no uniformed guards, only 2 reliable indigenous workers assigned to watch the main gate. Personnel and materials came and went only at night. Jiang Shan designed the training program, with curriculum recommendations from Wu Mu of the Political Security General Administration, Chen Tianxing of Liaodong Station, and Yu Eshuis. Since most operatives would work within the Ming Dynasty, training focused primarily on making them seem like Ming Dynasty people. Those willing to operate in European territories required less effort. They didn't need to impersonate Ming subjects. How to pass for a Ming person became the sole focus. Historical materials alone wouldn't suffice. Fortunately, both Guangzhou and Liaodong stations had accumulated years of genuine, first-hand information on daily life, customs, habits, social conditions, and countless other details. The first hurdle was appearance, the easiest to address. From the moment recruits entered training, they stopped cutting their hair and let it grow. Those intending to use Buddhist monk covers were exempt. Depending on face shape and intended cover identity, some would also grow beards. For full immersion, everyone dressed in Ming Dynasty clothing for daily activities and classes, wearing training uniforms only during specific exercises. Dormitories contained no modern items. Rooms were kept exactly as they would have appeared in the Ming Dynasty. Hard plank beds, sheets of local coarse cloth, rectangular wooden pillows. Windows were covered with paper. At night, the only light came from candles or oil lamps. Every meal was prepared by indigenous cooks in authentic Ming Guangdong style or authentic Ming Fujian style, cuisines that tasted completely different from the Cantonese and Fujianese food everyone knew. Twice a week, they also endured bitter meals reminiscent of the past: sweet potatoes, dark flour, and various coarse grains. These weren't the boutique multigrain packages sold in supermarkets at premium prices, but the genuine peasant subsistence fare. The cornmeal buns were made with husks, one bite and they crumbled, yet no amount of chewing could make them go down. The sweet potato porridge was more peel than rice, barely any white grains visible. This dietary regimen was designed to help the transmigrators adapt to the food of this era before deployment, so that those accustomed to polished rice and refined flour wouldn't suffer digestive collapse the moment they stepped onto the mainland. Fortunately, they'd all been eating brown rice since DDay, which had already conditioned their systems to tolerate actual coarse grains. Next came matters of accent and identity. After discussion, everyone agreed that posing as Cantonese was ideal. The Cantonese dialect had remained relatively stable over the centuries, and many transmigrators already spoke the local variety. Additionally, with the Guangzhou station established, obtaining household registrations and creating false identities was straightforward. If needed, they could even set up cover homes for field operatives. Language training focused mainly on Ming Dynasty Mandarin, the official tongue. Speaking it competently would get you through most situations. Communicating with local commoners remained more difficult, but that could be learned gradually at the deployment site. As for writing, everyone practiced brush calligraphy. It didn't need to be beautiful, just legible enough for letters and account books. Simplified characters, Eshuis noted, wouldn't pose significant problems. Such vulgar forms were already common in everyday writing. Classical Chinese was even less necessary. As long as you could speak Ming Mandarin, you could simply write vernacular. Most merchants operated at precisely that level. Once appearance and language passed muster, a person could roughly blend into Ming society. Of course, much remained to be learned: the living habits and appropriate demeanor befitting a Ming Dynasty person. Things that would horrify or enrage a modern person might leave an indigenous person completely unmoved. What locals feared or dreaded, a modern person might find utterly unremarkable. Never let your sympathy run wild and don't rush to play the hero, Eshuis emphasized. Don't assume ancient society was filled with simple, honest folk. Many modern scams and tricks have been passed down since antiquity. At best, you'll lose money. At worst, you'll bring endless trouble upon yourself. As for standing up publicly for justice, absolutely forbidden. Don't imagine that coming from the 21st century makes you some kind of Superman. Even if you can protect yourself, once you've offended the local powers, you'll never establish yourself there, and all your work in that region will come to nothing. Eshuis paused for a sip of water. I advise everyone to forget all the tropes from martial arts novels. Rescuing beauties, drawing your blade to help the oppressed, dramatic gambling exploits. None of this has anything to do with our work, and in fact it's actively harmful, sometimes fatal. Unless headquarters approves an operation with a complete action plan and necessary external support, don't attempt to organize underground societies. The Ming Dynasty has its own underworld organizations, often with deep foundations that even the authorities can't touch. Their methods are no less ruthless than any modern syndicate. Becoming a godfather in a Ming County town is no easier than it was back in your hometown in the old-time space. Even regarding romantic entanglements, they were warned to exercise strict caution. You'll be gone for years, and we can't expect everyone to remain celibate. Once you're settled locally, headquarters will arrange for a reliable domestic secretary to accompany you. Don't patronize brothels carelessly. You'll catch all manner of venereal diseases. Late Ming is a period when syphilis was both introduced and exploding in scale. Don't pursue married women, either. Ming law stipulates that a cuckolded husband who kills an adulterer and adulteress commits no crime. We didn't go through all the trouble of training you and sending you to the Ming Dynasty so you could end up like Ximen Qing with your head chopped off by some Wu Song. And don't pursue virginal unmarried girls. Can't we even visit high-class establishments? Someone asked. You mentioned in the last lecture that elite brothels in the Ming Dynasty functioned as social venues. If we're disguised as wealthy merchants, we'll inevitably need to frequent such places. And gambling, too, sometimes the mission may require it. Of course, that's different, Eshuis replied. However, high-class establishments are money pits with their own elaborate systems of etiquette. Those who don't understand will simply waste money and be laughed at. I'm not particularly versed in those customs myself. Lin Beiguang has someone under him who's an expert in these matters. We'll have him come later to teach you the intricacies of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling so you won't be cheated. That would be welcome. Someone continued pressing about the woman issue. Can we buy women locally? Yes, Eshuis nodded. Relatively speaking, purchased women are the safest option, but buying women requires proper procedures and channels. The so-called proper procedures meant purchasing whenever possible from established human markets and slave dealers. Although prices ran higher, you wouldn't fall victim to pigeon release scams, where a seemingly sold woman runs off back to her original handlers. Alternatively, there are daughters from humble local families. If you've taken a fancy to someone's daughter, you can engage a matchmaker to negotiate. If the price is right, arrangements can usually be made. What if a local family takes a fancy to me and wants their daughter to marry me? Someone asked. Eshuis spread his hands. That involves policy issues. I can't speak to that. Li Yan, who had been sitting off to the side, laughed and interjected. As long as you didn't bring a wife or girlfriend through the crossing, headquarters has no objection to you taking a wife or concubine locally. You simply need to ensure their reliability. However, if you take a wife, the Transmigrator Collective will recognize her status as wife. In other words, when you relocate or return to Lingao, you cannot take another wife. Is everyone clear? Clear, the crowd responded with evident enthusiasm. Remember, the deeper you penetrate into the mainland, the harder it is for headquarters to support you, Li Yan emphasized. In the two Guangs, we have Gaozhou as a protective umbrella, Qiongzhou Escort Bureau, and our special reconnaissance team. If necessary, the Navy can even shell Guangzhou, but where you're going, you'll have nothing. It may take headquarters months to receive any news from you. Everything depends on yourself. While slips in daily details aren't as immediately fatal as they would be in modern intelligence operations, if they accumulate, they'll still attract attention. Subsequently, instructors arrive to teach various common etiquettes and appropriate behaviors. When to bow with clasped hands according to one's status, when to kowtow, proper forms of address based on relationships. These courses were generally taught by the most reliable indigenous personnel, and Zhang Xingjia was among them. As a scholar, even though he lived in a small southern border county, he was thoroughly versed in all manner of proper ritual. The greatest assistance in this area came from an unexpected source, Wang Ci himself. This county school director had been lured by Qiongzhou under the pretense that we have long admired the rituals of the great Ming and hope to learn a thing or two. Wang Ci had grown quite demoralized watching the Australians demonstrate superiority in every conceivable domain, especially since he now survived entirely on their handouts to maintain both the county school and the Jasmine Academy. This mixture of wounded pride and practical dependence cut far deeper than the comfortable stupor in which the county Yamen's officials passed their days. Now, suddenly hearing that a group of Australians were yearning for civilization, and seeing that they had actually changed their clothing and hairstyles to Ming Dynasty style, he was so moved he nearly wept. His spirits lifted instantly, and he threw himself into teaching etiquette and proper conduct with tremendous enthusiasm. He even firmly refused any compensation, providing several years of instruction to the training class entirely without pay. After that, they brought in clerks and yamen runners from the reform study class, men diligently studying and painstakingly reforming their thoughts, to lecture on how Ming Dynasty local government actually operated, procedures for handling affairs, customary practices and common abuses, and how various identities, merchants, landlords, itinerant monks and Daoists, should interact with the diverse personalities populating a county yamen. They learned which activities required which local connections, how to offer bribes and divide spoils properly, and what to do if something went wrong, whether to escape punishment or simply to flee. End of chapter. Chapter 598, Becoming Ming. To deepen their practical experience, the trainees were given tour of the county yamen, everything except the inner chambers. Wherever they went, yamen runners provided specialized explanations. Wang Xiaomin, the advisor, was also occasionally invited for what were called discussion sessions. Unlike the yamen runners and clerks undergoing reform, his position was more elevated and his status more delicate. To prevent him from growing suspicious at facing a large crowd and refusing to speak freely, Qiongzhou would typically lure him to the liaison office under the pretense of drinking tea and wine. A small courtyard had been arranged at the county liaison office. With some tidying and repair, a few trees and flowering plants, the setting became rather elegant. It served specifically for meetings with county officials. The atmosphere was relaxed, the environment quiet, and conversation flowed easily. The liaison office occasionally held tea tastings and garden parties here to cultivate good relations. Advisor Wang's lectures took place in this courtyard. He had no idea he'd been granted this dubious honor. While he and Qiongzhou chatted expansively, the surroundings were in fact full of people. The space had been specially modified. Though it appeared deserted, the trainees sat in hidden chambers, listening to every word. Advisor Wang thoroughly enjoyed coming to the liaison office to relax and talk. Sitting idle in the county yamen had grown boring. Lingao had always been a place of slow business. As the Australians continued to intervene in county affairs, he had little to do beyond routinely transcribing official documents and handling bureaucratic paperwork. Moreover, the Australian simplified courts had absorbed much of the advisor's traditional business in criminal cases. So when someone invited him for drinks and conversation, Wang Xiaomin naturally accepted every invitation, drank at every visit, and expounded at length on whatever topic presented itself. As a result, Qiongzhou had to prepare discussion themes in advance, lest Wang's enthusiasm carry him endlessly off course. Yet the content of his casual conversation proved quite valuable. As an advisor, his observations and understanding of officialdom ran deeper and more comprehensive than those of clerks and runners. Moreover, advisors traveled extensively on official circuits, were knowledgeable and worldly, with perspectives far broader than the yamen runners and clerks of a small county town could offer. He had contact with every stratum of society, upper, middle, and lower. Li Yan's request for Wang to hold discussion sessions at the liaison office was largely intended to broaden the field operatives' horizons and deepen their understanding of Ming social conditions. Wang Xiaomin's sessions were all recorded, to be reviewed afterward and compiled into reference materials, but no real-time interpretation was provided. He spoke in Mandarin, and Li Yan required everyone to go back and summarize what he'd said into written reports. This primarily tested the field operatives' mastery of Mandarin. Secondarily, it trained their ability to reconstruct intelligence content from memory. Another major indigenous instructor for the Ming Dynasty Social Conditions lecture series was Zhou Shizhai, consultant to police headquarters. He taught all manner of Ming Dynasty social stratagems, trade secrets, and the various rules and risks of traveling abroad. Travel in ancient society was both arduous and dangerous. Whether rich or poor, one faced tremendous hazards on the road. Zhou Shizhai had escorted caravans and guarded estates. His social experience was extraordinarily rich. When traveling far from home, remember, scald your feet every day but don't wash your face, he advised, passing on his accumulated wisdom. Whenever conditions permit, scald your feet to drain blisters and soothe your muscles and tendons, but don't bother washing your face. Not washing one's face served to prevent the facial skin from cracking. The roads were dusty and the sun fierce, making sunburn and chapping common hazards. Ancient people had no sunscreen, so they used dust itself as a protective layer. As for dangers on the road, there were too many to enumerate. Zhou Shizhai focused on practical matters, how to avoid staying at black inns, which locations were prime ambush sites for bandits, how to arrange sleeping positions at night to minimize the risk of robbery. Once you're on the road, never let your money show, Zhou Shizhai counseled earnestly. Far too many people along the way will conceive evil intentions at the sight of wealth. Beyond outright brigands, among the cart drivers, boatmen, innkeepers, and porters, you'll find plenty of bandits biding their time. He then recounted how once, while escorting cargo, he was crossing a river when the boatmen, observing the quantity of goods, decided on the spot to commit robbery. The escort agency had barely managed to escape with the cargo intact. Much of the knowledge and tricks Zhou Shizhai imparted had been accumulated by the escort agency through years of convoy work. It was extremely practical for intelligence operatives heading into the field. Not only did the Intelligence Bureau invite him to lecture, but police headquarters also collected and compiled his teachings as reference materials. Liu Gang, who had long been selling illicit salt for the Colonial and Trade Department, was also invited. He'd made his fortune running contraband salt for the Transmigrator Collective. This time he was secretly brought in to lecture on Ming Dynasty commerce and illegal trade, especially on how a small or medium-sized merchant could conduct business in Ming society. He Xin, whom Lin Beiguang had rescued, was specially recalled from Qiongzhou to deliver a lecture series on Ming Dynasty brothels. This course covered many forms of entertainment and leisure in the Ming Dynasty. They learned the rules, jargon, scams, consumption standards, and taboos of high-class establishments. When He Xin heard he had to return to Lingao, he was terrified, thinking he'd fallen back into the clutches of the demon Fu Yaodi. To his surprise, upon returning he found himself teaching a strange group of people how to visit brothels, attend drinking parties with courtesans, play dice games. All manner of indigenous workers under the Transmigrators' control, provided their knowledge and experience might prove useful, would be invited into a palanquin at night and quietly carried into the training center. There they would sit face to face with several chiefs, speaking through a tightly sealed curtain, teaching everything the chiefs wished to know. No one saw what lay behind the curtain, but clever people could probably guess that Australian chiefs sat there as well. Whenever someone's accent was too strong, a chief would repeat their words in Australian Mandarin. To enhance the field operative's sense of immersion, Eshuis organized practical life scenario drills with indigenous personnel playing different roles. Each session, he designated a life scenario and assigned a field operative to one role while indigenous people played the others. When an operative checked into an inn, the indigenous people became the innkeeper and attendants, When buying a maidservant, they played the broker. When negotiating business, they became business partners. When visiting government offices, they transformed into gatekeepers, yamen runners, advisors, and county magistrates. Each performance used indigenous people who, whenever possible, had actual experience in such occupations to ensure maximum authenticity. To encourage the indigenous participants to challenge the field operatives, Eshuis scored each performance. The indigenous person who performed best at putting the operative under pressure could earn extra rewards. After each performance, everyone gathered for a replay-style analysis. Eshuis specifically required field operatives to memorize the jargon and secret codes used by various characters, and to understand their counterparts' thought patterns and methods of handling affairs. Don't harbor this sense that I am Superman. Don't imagine you can never lose. Eshui hammered into them during class. You were ordinary citizens in the 21st century, and you won't become important figures in the 17th century either. Without the transmigrator collective as a whole, you are nothing. Unless it's necessary and approved by headquarters, don't try to showcase your uniqueness anywhere, your vast knowledge, your distinction from the crowd. And certainly don't go around preaching democracy or one nation, one party, one leader, or any such nonsense. You're not being sent to the Ming Dynasty to become scientists, politicians, or any other kind of ists. Your mission is simply to seem like a Ming Dynasty commoner, nothing more. To ensure they truly seemed genuine, their sense of immersion had to be deepened through practice. At various stages, field operatives went out on internships in the guise of Ming persons. The internship content started simple, buying things, hiring servants, then gradually progressed to attempting to run a small business on their own. Everyone had to ensure that others couldn't recognize their true identity. Personnel from the Political Security General Administration's Operations Division followed and monitored the field operatives to observe whether any indigenous people detected them. Lian believed that since indigenous people in Lingao were those who interacted most frequently with transmigrators, if they could fool them, there would be no problem on the mainland. Later, these operations evolved into adversarial exercises. Both sides agreed on limited venues and numbers of participants. Then Intelligence Bureau trainees and Political Security Bureau trainees attempted to identify and apprehend each other within that space. Once they were generally deemed problem-free and convincingly disguised, the deployed transmigrators would be secretly escorted by the Special Reconnaissance Team on several long-distance overland journeys. The destination was typically Qiongzhou County. The deployed transmigrators, just like ordinary indigenous travelers, would carry simple luggage and minimal funds, traveling on foot or by sedan chair. These journeys gave them a first-hand feel for the actual operating environment. Lingao had already been transformed into near-modern conditions, quite different from the genuine 17th century world. In Qiongzhou County, under covert protection from the Qiongzhou station, they could move about for several days to half a month, experiencing social conditions under Ming Dynasty rule. This leg of the journey marked a passing grade. Afterward, field operatives would have the opportunity to visit Qiongzhou to witness what a major city of this era actually looked like. Beyond disguise courses, the transmigrators also had to learn all knowledge that might prove necessary for intelligence work. They studied surveillance and counter-surveillance, combat techniques and dagger skills, basic surveying and map-making, and how to accurately judge numbers, object dimensions, and distances using only visual estimation. They learned to operate radios and perform encryption and decryption, until there were reliable indigenous radio operators. All this had to be done by the transmigrators themselves. Radios were precious and limited in quantity, so most of the time they needed to use encrypted letters. The Intelligence Bureau had developed an invisible ink method, essentially writing with rice water, revealed by iodine. Since no one in the Ming Dynasty, besides the transmigrators, possessed iodine, security shouldn't be an issue. They also mastered a simple set of specialized code words. Center meant the Intelligence Bureau headquarters, swimming meant travel, sick meant arrested, doing wet work meant assassination, legend meant a fabricated cover identity and history, wine referred to invisible ink, pipa meant a radio, neighbor meant the Political Security General Administration, peddler meant a courier. Finally, they were sent to the Wilderness Exploration Team, where Liu Zheng and others guided them through a 4-week wilderness survival course, ensuring they could use these skills if they ever needed to escape. While Division B of the Intelligence Training Center conducted intensive training, Division A was also rapidly preparing indigenous intelligence personnel. Their curriculum was more extensive yet compressed compared to the transmigrators, but it focused on intelligence operations. This batch of personnel would be dispatched as aides to the transmigrators. All were men. It wasn't convenient to bring women on the road before settling down. One day, Li Yan gathered everyone together to announce some news. "Pack your things. We're going to Fangqiati now." Only after arriving at Fangqiati did they learn this was for them to select their domestic secretaries. Li Yan announced that the selected domestic secretaries would receive additional intelligence training at Division A, and once each person was settled in their work location, they would gradually be sent to join them and assist in intelligence work. "The leadership is really looking out for us," someone said, moved nearly to tears. Others were less appreciative. "Didn't you say we could freely buy women ourselves? Why do we need to bring domestic secretaries?" "Domestic secretaries are safer than women you buy outside, aren't they?" Li Yan replied. "And they can help you with intelligence work too, 2 birds with 1 stone. What's not to like?" Put that way, everyone was satisfied. Each person then reviewed the files and selected the girl they wanted. Most spent their female servant subsidy to purchase a C-grade maidservant. Those who had their eyes on higher grades could only register and await subsequent lottery results. The maidservants wouldn't arrive immediately anyway. According to Center's plan, they wouldn't be dispatched until at least 3 months after the operatives had settled in locally. Near the Cooperative General Store in Eastgate Market stood a very large building. This building was one of the few traditional-style structures in the market. It had a spacious front courtyard for parking vehicles and palanquins, with warehouses on both sides for storing goods. The main building housed the shop itself, its wooden counter polished to a mirror sheen with varnish and tung oil. The goods were numerous and varied, but unlike the cooperative, this place sold products from the mainland: cloth from Songjiang, silk and candied fruits from Suzhou and Hangzhou, porcelain from Jiangxi, tea and oranges from Fujian. All manner of northern and southern goods. Having such a well-stocked establishment in Lingao would have been unimaginable if the population hadn't multiplied several times in recent years, and people hadn't come into some money. The second courtyard contained a grand main hall. Square bricks covered the floor, with fine Guangdong rosewood side tables and officials' hat chairs. Large porcelain vases and a carved wood screen stood in the center. 8 lanterns bearing the characters Quanfu hung under the eaves. Strictly speaking, this exceeded what was proper. But in the southern reaches, the emperor was far away, and no one would bother about such things. In Lingao, there was even less need for caution. Such grand style, clearly a prosperous traditional commercial establishment of long standing. Everyone knew this was Lingao's premier imperial merchant, the property of Lin Quanan, designated supplier to the Australians. This Lin Quanan, 3 years ago, to everyone who knew him, and including himself, could never have dreamed that one day people would call him Master Lin, let alone that he could accumulate such wealth and influence. He sat in the counting room behind the main hall, surrounded by commercial documents and large account books. Master Lin was about 35 or 36 years old, yet his skin had already grown dark and full of wrinkles, making him look like someone in his early 50s. He was a man of humble origins. For nearly 20 years of his life, He had passed his days peddling goods from village to village with a carrying pole, living hand to mouth. But now, he wore a gown of Nanjing fragrant cloud silk from Guangdong, with straw slippers from Chengqiao and Kaifeng on his feet, studying his account books with rapt attention. Master Lin was a merchant who dared to be first in the world. In his early years, he could neither read nor use an abacus, but later, as his business grew, just as he'd been the first to do business with the hair-shorn pirates back in the day, he didn't hesitate to attend the literacy class run by the Australians. He learned to read, to use the abacus, and to keep accounts. These accounts were kept in Australian style, even using Australian numerals. This pleased him greatly, because this way no one else could understand them. A quill pen stood in an inkwell on the desk. Lin Quanan couldn't write with a brush. He'd learned this method of dipping and writing from the Australians. He was reviewing the pages of a large account book. Each page was printed with horizontal and vertical lines, with liabilities recorded on the right and assets on the left. On the first page, in large characters, was written, "Third year of Qiongzhou, year of the metal horse." After Lin Quanan finished reviewing the final item and carefully corrected an error, he leaned back in his chair wearily, feeling somewhat melancholy. The retail business was doing well enough, profits around 30% by rough estimate, but the volume of such sales was too low. He had grown accustomed to selling goods in large batches, and this piecemeal business no longer suited him. These past 2 years, he'd grown accustomed to smooth sailing in big deals. Lin Quanan recalled that 3 years ago, he'd been nothing but a peddler trudging through streets and alleys with goods on his shoulders. His capital had amounted to only 4 or 5 strings of cash. By walking village to village collecting vegetables, pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks for the hair-shorn pirates, the Australian masters, he'd made a fortune within a year and opened this Quanfu store. Then, under Master Qiong's direction, he gradually expanded his reach across the entire Qiongzhou prefecture, procuring all sorts of goods for the Australian masters. He made money until his hands went numb. His residence and shop had doubled in size twice in 3 years. He now had glass windows, porcelain toilets, porcelain bathtubs, and running water just like the Australian masters used, not to mention thermos bottles, crystal mirrors, and other small luxuries. Not only had he been able to afford a wife, he'd now taken 2 concubines. All of this came from the Australians who had arrived on iron ships. The Australians were his lucky stars, his gods of wealth. Recently, however, he sensed this lucky star's light had dimmed somewhat. The account showed that his largest customer, the Australians, had been dealing with him less and less over the past 6 months. He'd only closed a few large transactions in timber, and though he'd sold quite a bit of northern and southern goods, the volumes weren't substantial. Now the Australians were supplying their own vegetables, pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. They had so many vegetables they couldn't eat them all and were making pickles to sell. As for pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks, they'd recently been able to give their corps soldiers meat once a week. Australian ships continuously brought in whatever they needed from everywhere, naturally leaving less and less business for him. End of chapter. Chapter 599, Lin Quanan's new business at this rate. He could only resign himself to being a shopkeeper at the East Gate Market, selling northern and southern goods from the mainland. Of course, the comfortable life of a prosperous merchant wouldn't be bad. But for someone as ambitious as Lin Quanan, how could he content himself with such modest circumstances? Business demanded innovation and adaptation. Just as he was mulling this over, someone walked into the counting room. Lin Quanan opened his eyes and recognized his neighbor and tenant, Lin Li. Like him, Lin Li was a Willow, a Fujian person from the same village, with some distant family connection. They'd once arrived in Lingao on the same boat to seek their fortunes. The several dozen mu of orchard land and paddy fields that Lin Quanan had purchased in the countryside were now rented to Lin Li. In the past, Lin Li had been a peddler with a carrying pole, just like Lin Quanan himself. After Lin Quanan's successful dealings with the Australians, quite a few adventurous peddlers had followed in his footsteps, collecting vegetables, pigs, and sheep for the newcomers. But after earning a modest sum, Lin Li had bought over 20 mu of rice paddies, built a house, and brought his wife and family to Lingao to live off farming. With his whole family depending on just a dozen or so mu of land, life naturally ran tight. After Lin Quanan prospered, he'd simply rented his orchard land to Lin Li as well. Lin Li made a bow. He carried a basket in his hand, inside which were eggs carefully wrapped in rice straw rope. 2 chickens, their legs bound, struggled on the ground beside him. "Is that you, old Lin?" Lin Quanan said amiably. Lin Li was his old comrade. Though he'd later given up trade to farm, they were still friends from their humble days. "How have you been? Spring treating you well?" "Good, good, thanks to your blessing, master." Lin Li regarded this master before him with a mixture of envy and regret. 3 years ago, this master had been just like him, wearing local cotton clothes with thick patches on the shoulders, wearing someone else's discarded straw hat, carrying goods on a pole for dozens of li to sell from village to village, buying local products. Less than 3 years later, their positions had become as different as clouds and mud. If he hadn't bought land and built a house back then, if he'd continued peddling alongside his old friend, his family fortune would probably have grown to a respectable size. At least his old comrade still gave him some face, not only renting the orchard to him, but aside from requiring daily firewood, vegetables, chickens, ducks, and rice, charging barely any other rent. Life could still be cobbled together. Thinking of this, he sighed silently. He'd been foolish back then, always convinced the Australians wouldn't stay long, that the sensible thing was to earn some money, buy land, build a house. He never imagined the Australians' enterprise would grow and grow. Lin Quanan knew what he was thinking. He coughed once, expressed his thanks, and got down to business. "Are the laborers all ready? Can we finish in 3 nights?" "Everything is ready. We have enough laborers, myself, my wife, and my eldest son. He's 14 this year and can handle the work." He blinked. "Master, are you really going to do this?" "Of course," Lin Quanan said, polite yet warm. "Better safe than sorry. The situation in Lingao isn't entirely clear yet." He added, "Work at night, not during the day." "During the day, there's not a soul walking near my courtyard. It's very remote." "Better to be careful," Lin Quanan said. What Lin Quanan had ordered Lin Li to prepare was the digging of a cellar at his courtyard. Naturally, this cellar wasn't for hiding gold and silver. Lin Li hadn't yet earned that level of trust. What he would store there was dried grain, pickled vegetables, and salted meat, 10 shi of rice, a jar of pickles, and several cured pig legs. Enough provisions to last several months. Besides Lin Li's place, he'd made similar arrangements at several other locations, all in case the Imperial Army came to attack and the whole county fell into chaos. He'd have somewhere to hide. Lin Quanan figured that given the Australian strength, the Imperial Army probably couldn't win. But once the war reached a stalemate, life for commoners would become very difficult. Someone as wealthy as him would certainly become a target for various factions. If Lingao descended into chaos, he'd take his family and hide at these locations, surviving on these supplies for a few months until the situation clarified before re-emerging. As for his large fortune, he'd already identified suitable places for it. At the first sign of trouble, it could vanish without a trace. Over these years, he'd quietly bought several hundred mu of land in neighboring counties, all now rented out to tenants. If things truly became impossible in Lingao, he could flee to a neighboring county and at least become a small landlord. In short, Lin Quanan was executing a strategy of the cunning hare has 3 burrows. After seeing Lin Li off, Lin Quanan began to consider another matter. The previous night, Chief Qiong had suddenly arrived at the East Gate Market Merchant Association and asked for him by name. With Chief Qiong was another important chief who introduced himself as Bureau Director Jiang. Lin Quanan had come to understand the Australian bureaucratic system somewhat. He knew the highest were called executive committee members, followed by people's commissioners or ministers. Those called bureau directors or chiefs ranked slightly below. Chiefs without titles were ordinary citizens, though the Australians had a nicer term for it. Transmigrators, even though they were neither old nor particularly rotund. Jiang Shan inquired about his business situation, asked if he had any difficulties, whether there was anything he needed help with. Lin Quanan discussed his recent circumstances. He'd been built up by the Australians from nothing, and he firmly believed he still had value to them. Otherwise, there would have been no need to come speak with him like this. Doing business on Hainan Island, how large can the market be? Bureau Director Jiang said. The mainland is where the real opportunities lie. Bureau Director Jiang then proposed a rather enticing idea. The Australians intended to support him in doing business on the mainland, opening establishments there. They would provide him with all manner of preferential treatment in terms of capital and goods. They might even secure official backing for him. The condition was that he must completely follow the Australians' direction. Lin Quanan was bewildered by this request. Making money in business was of course desirable, but why did he need to be the one to front it? He had no power or influence on the mainland. If he did, he wouldn't have left his family behind to come to Lingao as a migrant laborer. We aren't Ming Dynasty subjects. Our appearance and speech are quite different. If you come forward, it avoids considerable trouble, Jiang Shan explained. This explanation was reasonable, yet Lin Quanan sensed things weren't quite so simple. The business Jiang Shan proposed he front was a northern and southern goods trading firm. In the Ming Dynasty commercial sphere, this was major enterprise. Not only did it require large amounts of working capital to purchase goods throughout the year, but it also demanded transporting various local specialties north and south annually. It involved extensive dealings with porters' guilds, shipping lines, coaching inns, and escort agencies. Only merchants of considerable capability and skill could manage it. Naturally, the profits were also high. Northern and southern goods were a two-way profit. The principle was never to travel empty. Carry southern goods northward, sell northern goods in the south. One trip meant double the profit. Lin Quanan's business had expanded over these years, and his horizons had broadened considerably. He'd learned about various trades. He estimated that to run a northern and southern goods business, an investment of at least 50,000 taels of silver would be needed. Silver, he could certainly raise it, but that would be almost his entire fortune. If the venture failed, staging a comeback would prove difficult. Lin Quanan knew he was a product of times make the hero. He'd simply seized an opportunity and used it well. If he failed this time, whether he could find such a favorable opportunity again remained very uncertain. Jiang Shan hadn't asked for an answer right then, just asked him to go home and think it over. I'll come to call on you tomorrow, Chief, Jiang said with a smile. I'm sure shopkeeper Lin won't pass up such a good opportunity. If he agreed, the opportunity was indeed excellent. He'd originally wanted to go to the mainland but feared having no power to rely on. Now with the Australian support, that worry was considerably reduced. It was just, how long could the Australians really stay in Lingao? He'd tossed and turned in bed all night thinking about this, but still hadn't made up his mind. Lin Quanan was no longer the Lin Quanan of old. In the past, he'd been a lone bachelor with nothing to lose, fearing nothing. Now he had a family and an estate. He'd begun to think twice before acting. Do it. He finally made up his mind. If he hadn't risked everything back then by carrying a load of vegetables to Barren Rapids to sell, by guiding the Australians to Gu Family Manor, how could he have today's fortune? Lin Li had also done business with the Australians back then, but he'd quit while he was ahead. Now he'd been reduced to a tenant, scraping by on Lin Quanan's leftovers. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he'd just end up being a more comfortable version of Lin Li. Having made up his mind, he sent someone to the cooperative restaurant to reserve a banquet awaiting Bureau Director Jiang's arrival to discuss business. Unexpectedly, more than just Jiang Shan came that afternoon. His old acquaintance Qiongzhou, along with another transmigrator he didn't recognize, who introduced himself as Si Kaid, came as well. They seemed to have known he would certainly agree to this commercial venture. 3 years ago, when we just arrived in Lingao, we were red-browed, green-bearded man-eating monsters. Yet you dared to bring a load of vegetables right to our doorstep to sell. Surely you're not afraid to do business on the mainland now, Qiongzhou said with a laugh. Negotiations proceeded very smoothly. Both sides agreed to jointly establish a new firm called Luoyou, all-possessing. The headquarters wouldn't be in Lingao. The specific location was to be determined. They would use the convenience of the canal to ship northern and southern goods. Luoyou's capital was set at 100,000 taels, calculated in silver. Quanan would invest 50,000 taels for 45% of the shares. The Australians would invest 50,000 taels for 51%. The extra 6% was compensation for the various logistical and security support the Transmigrator Collective would provide. The remaining 4% would be company shares, with the profits used for employee welfare and entertainment expenses. Both sides agreed that all investment funds would be deposited into a company account opened at DeLong Bank within 1 month. From then on, all monetary transactions would go through DeLong bills. This method was both convenient and secure. But from the Transmigrator Collective's perspective, it amounted to recouping 50,000 taels of silver in one go at no cost. As for the collective's investment, it was merely a matter of shifting figures on paper. Regarding management, Quanan would serve as managing proprietor, and a transmigrator would serve as chief manager. Personnel and financial authority would rest with the transmigrator. Quanan understood he was probably just being enshrined as a figurehead in this business. He'd likely just need to come forward for entertainment and socializing, so he didn't argue much about this. After all, the Australians were at least as good at making money as he was, if not better. Moreover, they'd promised him guaranteed principal with profit sharing. If the business suffered losses, he simply wouldn't receive dividends. His principal would be fully protected. If there were profits, they'd be distributed proportionally. The worst outcome would merely be losing a few years of interest, and there wasn't really anywhere in Lingao for him to lend money at interest anyway. Both sides drafted a memorandum. Then they agreed to formally sign and notarize the agreement 3 days later. This commercial practice was currently being promoted throughout Lingao. We don't know anything about the northern and southern goods business. Does shopkeeper Lin have any insights? Si Kaid asked. As a member of the Colonial and Trade Department, he was far more enthusiastic about this matter than the Intelligence Bureau. The northern and southern goods business is very profitable, Quanan said, but I don't know much about it either. I've only heard people talk. Quanan's idea was to establish Luoyou's headquarters in Qiongzhou, then set up branches in Nanjing, the capital, Suzhou, and Hangzhou. Setting up headquarters in Qiongzhou was convenient for transport. The profit in northern and southern goods came from regional price differences, and these differences were enormous. Dried bamboo shoots from Fujian cost only a few cayan of silver for a whole basket locally. Transported to the capital, they fetched several cayan per jin. Dongting red oranges from Suzhou, tangerines from Fuzhou. During harvest season, there were so many they could only be dumped, but transported north they became precious southern fruits. Sea cucumbers and shark fins cost only a few fin of silver in Shandong. Transported to Jiangnan or the capital, they became delicacies. But large-scale north-south transport of goods had always relied either on mule carts or the canal. Specifically, it meant using tribute grain boats. Each year, the tribute boats traveling upstream with grain were allowed to carry private goods for the boat soldiers. As for the downstream return when they were empty, carrying goods was an even more important source of income for the boat soldiers. Qiongzhou was an important port where north and south met on the canal. Setting up headquarters here meant that whether shipping northern goods southward or southern goods northward, they could conveniently arrange transport with tribute boats, while remittances and letters could be sent along with the boats, extremely convenient. As for the 4 branch locations, first, These were all commercially prosperous gathering points for goods. Not only was transportation convenient, but the residents had high consumption levels, making them ideal for retail storefronts, whether for individual or wholesale sales. Second, they could station buyers there or dispatch personnel to purchase local products. Take Hangzhou, for example. Not only could they purchase the various local products of the two Zhejiang provinces nearby, but from there, they could also take the Huihang route deep into the mountains of southern Anhui to purchase tea, dried bamboo shoots, and various mountain goods. They could also travel directly to Fujian to purchase its various local specialties. Why not use sea transport? Lin Quanan was taken aback. Shipping by sea from Jiangnan to the capital, he'd never considered that. After all, the flow of materials and people between these two places had always moved by the canal. I don't know about that either, Lin Quanan shook his head. I've only heard that sea transport is dangerous. If you hit storms and your cargo sinks, you're bankrupt in an instant. People prefer tribute boats. Even if a few sink along the way, it's not a total loss. Tribute boats are very slow. Yes, not only are tribute boats slow, but there are many abuses along the way, Lin Quanan said. He'd heard plenty of stories about schemes on the canal. From the moment goods were loaded, there was all manner of extortion, theft, and customary fees. All along the way, countless people ate off the water. But for merchants shipping goods, once it's handed to the boat soldiers, that's the end of it. All the dealings along the way are their business. It just costs a few more Qian in shipping fees. This is all about money, Si Kaid thought. If they could shift freight from Jiangnan to the capital onto sea transport and capture a portion of the canal's goods transport business, not only could the Transmigrator Collective make substantial profits, they could also develop a fleet spanning north and south. When the military needed to move by sea in the future, they'd have ready-made ships and sailors, and the routes could be scouted in advance. This meant the best place for headquarters would actually be Shanghai. Shanghai was the junction between China's northern and southern sea routes. Ships leaving port could easily head north to Tianjin and Liaodong, or south to Guangdong and Fujian, or penetrate inland. The location was extremely convenient. Going upriver from Shanghai along the Yangtze, one could easily reach China's main grain-producing region, the Huguang area. Seizing this golden waterway would allow them to use the Yangtze as a transportation hub, penetrating both banks, continuously absorbing the region's abundant products and human resources while selling large quantities of goods. If the Transmigrator Collective wanted to engage in Japan trade, departing from Shanghai would also be more convenient than from the Jinzia area dominated by Zhang Zhilong. The goods Zhang Zhilong shipped to Japan were primarily raw silk and silk products, followed by cloth, daily necessities, and medicinal materials. All these products were produced in abundance in the Jiangnan region. Purchasing nearby and shipping from nearby meant transportation costs would be lower than Zhang Zhilong's operation, confined as he was to just Fujian. Actually, Si Kaid was also contemplating the idea of shipping tribute grain by sea for the Ming Dynasty. Several million shi of tribute grain were shipped from Jiangnan every year. If they could take on that contract, the freight income alone would be enormous. But this idea was too ambitious. It probably couldn't be accomplished anytime soon. With discussions concluded, each side went to make preparations. Lin Quanan then made a request. If he was to relocate to the headquarters, he'd need to bring one wife or concubine and her children. His other family members could remain in Lingao. Jiang Shan naturally agreed. It was a reasonable request. What he didn't know was that Lin Quanan was also calculating that this opportunity would let him relocate some of his family and property, still executing his cunning hare's 3 burrows strategy. It's a pity your sons are too young, otherwise they could serve as your assistants. Jiang Shan had no idea what was going through his mind. I will depend on the chief's future patronage, Lin Quanan said politely. The Wanyu firm that Lin Quanan would open was called Mountain Root in Lingao's intelligence system, with the code name Gold Character Firm. Based on multiple discussions between the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Colonial and Trade Department, considering both trade and intelligence, the future mainland intelligence trade system would be modeled after the organizational methods of the Zheng clan. The Zheng clan's maritime operations, except for a brief period after accepting pacification during the late Ming, had been suppressed by the Ming court in the early period and blockaded by the Manchu Qing in the later period. End of chapter. Chapter 600. Land and sea routes whether under the Ming or the Qing. Both dynasties fully understood that the Zheng clan's power derived from the enormous revenues of maritime trade. One of their primary measures for attacking the Zheng clan was to impose blockades on mainland goods exports. Especially after Zheng Zhilong surrendered to the Qing and was subsequently executed, the Manchu Qing implemented powerful maritime prohibition measures, imposing a trade blockade on Zheng Chenggong. They enforced the maritime ban with not a single plank permitted on the sea, prohibiting the export of goods. Yet Zheng Chenggong, relying on Taiwan and the Jinzia region, was still able to continuously obtain large quantities of goods from the mainland for overseas trade. This was all thanks to the commercial intelligence network the Zheng clan had established on the mainland, the so-called two routes of land and sea, 5 merchants and 5 guilds system. This system operated with remarkable success. Not only did it continuously supply the Zheng clan with various mainland goods, but it also provided intelligence and logistical support for Zheng Chenggong's military operations on the mainland. In 1659, when the Zheng army attacked Zhenjiang, Zheng clan merchants had purchased large quantities of rice beforehand and stored it at Jinshan Temple at the river mouth. As soon as the Zheng ships arrived, military provisions could be supplied on the spot. When Zheng Chenggong's subordinate Huang Wu defected to the Manchu Qing, he revealed this system. But throughout the entire Shunjai reign, only 12 so-called Zheng spy cases were uncovered, and most details remained unclear, involving only 5 or 6 people. Clearly, the system had suffered little damage. Zheng Chenggong's system had the mountain route handling commerce and the sea route handling logistics and material distribution. Each route had 5 trading houses responsible for their respective areas, without mutual contact. What Jiangshan, Si Kaide, and the others were now establishing was essentially an imitation of this operational method. The mountain route was responsible for the Transmigrator Collective's mainland trade and procurement of materials. The 5 merchants used gold, wood, water, fire, earth as their code names. Luoyou took the gold character firm. The wood character firm was reserved for the Runchitang pharmacy system. The rest awaited assignment. As for the several purple character enterprises in Guangzhou and Huanan Sugar in Liaodong, both the Intelligence Bureau and the Colonial Trade Department felt these were too important to the Transmigrator Collective. For now, it was best to maintain their current arrangements. The sea route would establish 5 guilds, managing cargo and personnel transport, inns, warehouses, and also operating in finance, essentially a logistics financial services industry. They would use benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith as code names. The benevolence character would be the Kiwei Escort Bureau system. The righteousness character would be the DeLong Bank system. Both the land and sea routes' 5 merchants and 5 guilds would employ vertical management, with only commercial connections between them, no intelligence connections. Their operations would be kept secret from each other. Except for a few key personnel, most of the clerks and managers employed in the shops would remain unaware of their secret mission. The 5 merchants and 5 guilds would focus on collecting local public intelligence, while also providing logistical, transportation, and communication support. Beyond the land and sea routes stood the Black Dragon Society system, directly under the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. This system was composed entirely of intelligence personnel who would deploy reconnaissance networks for intelligence gathering in key locations. These personnel would use various identities as cover: landlords, peddlers, small merchants, clerks, Buddhist monks, Daoist priests, and the like. When necessary, they could also occupy a mountain stronghold or organize local militia to run small-scale armed forces as future mainland armed work teams. The Black Dragon Society had no horizontal connections with the land and sea routes. It mainly engaged in activities of higher risk, performing undercover, infiltration, and defection work. Black Dragon Society members couldn't hold positions in land and sea route shops to avoid implicating others if caught or exposed. When cooperation or support from the other side was needed, they had to present a special token or have instructions in coded correspondence. Establishing a large-scale commercial network on the mainland was a major investment project. This project required not only significant capital, but also considerable personnel. When it passed its third reading in the Transmigrator Parliament, it triggered considerable controversy, leading to a hearing. At the meeting, personnel from the finance, trade, and industrial departments each presented the current situation and the challenges they faced. Currently, investment in Lingao's industry, civil administration, and infrastructure was constantly expanding. The behavior of expanding production capacity and increasing population was greatly stimulating imports. Meanwhile, Lingao's self-sufficiency rate for raw materials remained very low. The result was that Lingao's dependence on foreign trade was constantly deepening. Lingao's finance division was finally encountering a difficult problem: foreign exchange shortage. The so-called foreign exchange was, of course, the most widely used hard currency of this era: silver. Constantly expanding industrial and mining enterprises, administrative organs, and military and police forces employed a vast number of people. Enormous administrative expenses plus industrial investments meant that the Finance Commission's physical silver reserves had dropped close to the warning level by April 1630. On paper, Lingao's trade had always been in surplus, and its silver reserves seemed more than adequate, but most of the reserves were merely accounts receivable in the Qiongzhou station's books. Similarly, the debt figures in the Qiongzhou station's accounts payable column for imported materials were also considerable. If it weren't for the approach of the first settlement day after May's Dragon Boat Festival, the Transmigrator Collective's silver reserve situation by summer's end would look quite ugly. Meanwhile, Liaodong, the Transmigrator Collective's largest source of silver, not only couldn't contribute revenue but actually required massive financial investment. Huanan Sugar Company, leveraging the Liaodong Sugar Guild, was organizing sugar cooperatives locally similar to Japan's agricultural cooperatives. They adopted a model of unified supply of seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, unified planting guidance, and unified purchasing. The most critical element of this system was providing farmers with substantial small, low-interest loans to free them from local rural loan sharks' control. This system was currently operating only in Zhuwen, but the capital investment needed amounted to at least 50,000 taels. Adding the 200,000 to 300,000 taels needed by autumn for purchasing funds to satisfy procurement demands, the second-half financial situation was becoming quite severe. Given this severe financial situation, why increase investment on the mainland? Asked Qiongzhou, a standing committee member of the Transmigrator Parliament. The funds invested now can't possibly return principal within the year, let alone generate sufficient profit. First, this system will be built gradually, not all at once. Sitting in the solitary chair at the center of the horseshoe-shaped table was Si Kaide. While this system served both commerce and intelligence, it primarily served commerce. According to the principle that whoever benefited most should answer questions, he had to take the floor. This system mainly uses existing mature commercial enterprises, which we lead and guide in expansionary investment, Si Kaide pointed out. Whether the about-to-be-established Wanyu or the Ming Dynasty Watsons that Runchitang Pharmacy planned to create, Both were private shareholding enterprises. The expansion funds would be primarily borne by them. But we also have investment, don't we? And this investment isn't a small sum. Certainly, while our nominal investment figure is large, the actual silver investment is limited. Are you saying that our investment is merely an accounting transaction? Kide hesitated for several seconds before answering. If you're referring to how the funds are transferred, then yes, that's correct. He immediately added, but we still need to commit some real silver, just a limited amount. Regardless, for Wanyu and Runchatang, the total investment won't be less than 50,000 taels, correct? Even at half your contract investment amount. Once this money is invested, how long before we recover the cost? I'm not even asking about profit. I don't think even Buffett could say when profits would definitely come, Kide said. But the time to recover principal is quite fast. For example, Wanyu's northern and southern goods business. According to historical records, naval calculations, and commercial department estimates, using traditional sand boats to transport northern and southern goods from Shanghai to Tianjin, approximately 2 months would complete one round-trip transaction. With 50,000 taels of principal after deducting expenses, the net profit would be between 3,000 and 6,000 taels, very considerable profit. The profit can't be returned to Lingao for immediate use, correct? Since the business needs to expand, capital must accumulate. Yes, that's true, Kide said. But while the initial investment is large, later stages won't require additional investment, or even if they do, it will be limited. The enterprise can sustain its operations and development through its own earnings. For our investment level, it's still quite worthwhile. The standing committee stirred with murmurs, apparently not entirely satisfied with this answer. Kide continued, regarding capital, there's another channel for supplementation. Everyone knows where the deposits at Delong Bank in Guangzhou come from, right? Mainly from deposits absorbed from local wealthy people through Purple Character enterprises. After our mainland commercial network is established, we can use the same method to absorb funds. Additionally, the Colonial and Trade Superintendent Department requests that the Grand Library's Historical Data Research Section's first-class historical researcher Eshuis be summoned as our witness. Approved. Eshuis submitted testimony. According to historical records, next year, the 4th year of the Qiongzhou reign, the Ming army would blockade Guangzhou Bay, prohibiting the Portuguese from entering and trading. This would abolish the long-standing convention that the Portuguese could come to Guangzhou City twice a year to purchase goods. If the Portuguese can no longer purchase Chinese goods directly, they'll certainly seek Chinese agent merchants to buy goods. The Guangzhou station can use this opportunity to sell large quantities of Chinese goods directly to the Portuguese. We can obtain huge silver foreign exchange reserves. If we can establish the mainland commercial network before next year, we can use this network to cheaply procure goods, then export them, whether selling directly to the Portuguese in Macau or shipping to Southeast Asia. The Portuguese's favorite commodity, raw silk, was mainly produced in Jiangnan. The first-grade export silk variety, Lanqian, Nanjing, was produced in Jiangnan. The proposal to establish a mainland commercial network finally passed its 3rd reading in the Transmigrator Parliament, though the Standing Committee added an attached condition. Any additional appropriations for these enterprises must be approved by Parliament. Additionally, Parliament also approved the Colonial and Trade Superintendent Department to conduct 1 or 2 exploratory trade investigation expeditions, each to Southeast Asia and Liaodong, to determine whether there were possibilities for establishing trading posts or agency offices in those regions. At the same time, Parliament also tasked the Manufacturing Superintendent Department to develop more export products as quickly as possible, ensuring a trade surplus in foreign trade to increase foreign exchange reserves and guarantee continued imports of production raw materials and population. The Colonial and Trade Department obtained all the authorizations they wanted. But the manufacturing superintendent department was quite displeased. This hearing hadn't gained them any benefits, and they'd been given more pressure instead. Developing new export goods was easier said than done. Most products of the departments and enterprises under the manufacturing superintendent department couldn't be exported. Even if they wanted to export, Lingao itself didn't have enough. Orders for machinery and equipment, which consumed most of manufacturing's production capacity, were booked out to 1633, all to be supplied for various industrial, mining, and agricultural uses in Lingao and the future Sanya region. The clothing factory's capacity had reached a figure indigenous people found unbelievable: 5,000 sets of various garments per month. Yet it still couldn't keep up with the ever-growing population. Sometimes purified immigrants couldn't even receive the standard 2 sets of clothing per person and had to be issued clothing vouchers to redeem later. As for shoes, their demands had never truly been met. The army could only manage by making their own mixed ragstrip, premium straw sandals, to keep soldiers from training barefoot. Proper leather-soled cloth boots were only worn during inspections, exercises, and outings. Even much of the light industrial products' capacity was being consumed internally. Take soap, for example. Capacity was limited by insufficient oil supply, and the high internal demand meant most soap was directly consumed in Lingao. Only a small amount of premium soap bars and transparent soap was exported as luxury goods. "Mo Zion, this is your problem to consider," Zhan Wuya said. As everyone knows, the only possibility for the heavy industry sector to export is arms and machinery. Since the executive committee doesn't agree to any of that, the heavy responsibility of exporting industrial products falls on your light industry department. He sighed. "I know you're in a difficult spot. Many products' raw materials are controlled substances, so even if they'd sell well on the market, you can't mass-produce them. But please try your best. I'll figure something out," Mo Zion said with a long face. "Could we submit a report to the executive committee, allow some grain exports? Then I could at least develop a lot of sweet potato products." "That's basically impossible, but I'll try again. You'd better pray for an extra-large sweet potato harvest this year, so abundant they're rotting. Maybe then it'll be possible." Mo Zion's problem was that the food factory's comprehensive utilization of sweet potatoes was too thorough. There was almost no possibility of waste. Back in his own office, he racked his brains for half a day but still couldn't think of anything that could expand exports. There were quite a few export products available to him now, from side dishes and snacks to medicine, cosmetics, sanitary ceramics, and paper goods. All sorts of things. After excluding varieties with capacity too low for anything but local consumption, and the varieties on the executive committee's export control list, he was left with about 40 varieties. Among those, the highest sales volume was MSG produced by Tiandu, pickled vegetables, and then needles and paper products. These 4 accounted for half of Lingao's bulk export commodity value. The export growth rate for Runshitang's traditional Chinese medicine formulas was very fast, but hand-manufactured capacity was low. Adding in Lingao's large internal consumption, export value remained relatively low. This wouldn't change until the new mechanized pharmaceutical factory went into production. MSG production was limited because it required sweet potatoes as raw material. Pickled vegetables and such could expand production. Vegetable yields were always considerable, especially in Lingao's climate where all vegetables could grow year-round. Unfortunately, his rice noodle plan couldn't succeed. Rice noodles heavily mixed with dried sweet potato powder had been on sale in Lingao for a long time, and both transmigrators and indigenous people had eaten plenty of it. He'd always hoped to sell this stuff on the mainland, but the executive committee still wouldn't approve the export. Mo Zion thought and thought but couldn't come up with new products. He had plenty of new product ideas, and trial sales in Qiongzhou had produced reasonable results, but what he needed were new products that could be shipped in large batches. Finally, he summoned Zun Suji and Zhou Dongshan. Zun Suji hadn't been very focused on work lately. Liu Yoren had lost hope of Zun voluntarily proposing marriage and had sent Liu Guang to make a direct proposal. They were willing to marry their grandniece, Liu Meilan, to him. Not only was the Liu family willing to give their daughter, but they'd also provide Liu Meilan with a substantial dowry. As for the room girl Jin Shanu currently at Chief Zun's side, Liu Guang indicated that Miss Meilan was definitely not a woman who couldn't tolerate others. This windfall left Zun Suji dizzy. He'd actually had some interest in this tall girl, but it had been only vague interest. He'd never thought about how to act on it. But marrying an indigenous woman, the executive committee had never given a definite answer about that. Now that he already had a female servant and secretary, would they agree if he suddenly proposed to take a wife? Zun Suji consulted Wu Nanhai, who declared his enthusiastic approval. We should be integrating into the local indigenous population as soon as possible. If you marry Liu Yoren's clan grandniece, the Liu family will essentially be on our ship. From then on, they'll be core supporters. Is this girl pretty? Not bad. Good figure, Zun Suji said. Then seize the opportunity, Wu Nanhai said. I'll arrange more agricultural extension activities at the Liu household for you. But Mo Zion had a different opinion. Suji, it's no big deal if you get an indigenous woman as a maid or servant.